Chapter 452 Hidden Strength. How did you know that punting the decision to Colonel Lowenfield would work? Iris curiously asked Vase after they stepped out of the professor's office. It's simple. As much as we should respect Professor Velton's accomplishments, you have to realize that she's a single cog in the machine that keeps the flagrant vandals running. An important cog, but still a tool nonetheless. Her priorities are derived from orders from above, so we shouldn't expect any flexibility from her. To get an exception, we have to reach the ultimate authority who issued those orders. From what Vase had gathered about Colonel Lowenfield, she did whatever it took to achieve her goals. That was not to say that she was ruthless, but she recognized she needed to bend the rules sometimes in order to keep the flagrant vandals afloat through these difficult times. I see. That's very smart of you, Vase, though I won't imagine the professor being pleased with what you pulled off. You did disregard her words in front of her face. She's not the one in charge around here. The stakes are too high to follow the normal process. Only by reaching someone who has to take the entire situation into account is qualified to decide on our proposal. He hadn't been wrong about the colonel. Despite never having met the figure, Vase heard more than enough stories to paint a basic picture about the commander of the flagrant vandals. Rumor had it that she hadn't climbed the ranks of the vandals. Instead, she used to lead another Mech regiment before being banished to the vandals after their previous commander, mysteriously, disappeared. Her posting should have been her downfall, but instead her competence and go-getter attitude revitalized the declining Mech regiment. Naturally, most of the vandals weren't aware that their existence ran on borrowed money, lots of it in fact. Hence why this upcoming assault was all the more important. Its scale surpassed a casual raid, but did not reach the level of a full invasion. Their main goal was to steal everything of value and wreak havoc upon the industries of the Visions, all the while taking into account that enemy reinforcements might arrive at any time. Speed would therefore be essential to the assault. They couldn't afford the time to play it slow and safe. The vandals needed to overwhelm the defenders quickly, and that meant throwing lots of inheritor mechs at enemy positions. Vase. Yes, Iris, what do you think about the Vija kingdom? Vase slowed his pace in the corridor. Why did she ask such a question to him? I'd say they're our mortal enemies. No offense, Iris, but your state has tried to conquer the Republic over and over again. It's hard not to wish ill of the kingdom. It's okay, I feel the same way. Iris responded with a gentle tone. She even slid closer to him and wrapped an arm around his back. I hate the circumstances we live in. Everyone is brought up from birth to respect the nobles and to fight for their cause. We didn't even realize we were tools to the ruling class until we suffered in person. Your family even collaborated with the MTA, right? That should have been a great honor. The Jupiter family did well in the kingdom, but ultimately they weren't part of a noble house. It only took one incident to tear down everything their lineage had built. Iris shook her head. The Vision ruling class are predominantly Mech pilots, did you know that? Competition between heirs is fierce, and often the one who has the bigger fist will win the battle for succession. People have a tendency to flock to potentates, but they don't realize that much of their lives revolve around training to fight. When every position of leadership in our state is occupied by a glory-hungry battle fiend, it's no surprise that they are constantly chafing to go to war with your republic. And the norms who stepped over their potentate rivals tend to be schemers or strategists who can deal a lot more damage if they're in charge of a military force. Vase concurred. Hardly anyone has inherited a duchy by advocating for peace and mutual respect. Their culture differed too much from the Bright Republic. Despite being neighbors for hundreds of years, they simply held too many different opinions to live side by side in peace. The war between the two states would never end until one of them ceased to exist. So back to my question. Do you hate the kingdom? Vase had to gather his thoughts for a second. He always hated the kingdom, but not to the extent of forming a personal vendetta against him. He mostly inherited his dislike for them from his parents and his fellow Brighters. The only time they personally affronted him was when they attempted to raid the Mech nursery. Even then, he didn't blame them for doing so. Would the Komodo Star sector be better off if the Vija kingdom is wiped off the map? Of that I have no doubt. I don't hate the people who make up your state. They're just poor chumps who have been brought up to believe in a flawed and outdated system of governance. Iris smiled at him. Thank you for keeping a clear mind. I'm glad you think that way about us. Not everyone in the kingdom is hungry for slaughter. They took up their new duties after that. Their new duties basically tasked them with coordinating with logistics and assisting them in establishing the most optimal schedule to overhaul the inheritors to the modified design. Vase needed to go to the core of the Wolf Mother for that. Usually highly guarded, the restricted area was where the heart of the Vandals rested. Vase only got a small glimpse of the clean interiors and rows of processors before he got ushered into the office of an officer in charge of logistics. The next week passed by in a frantic pace. The Vandal fleet began to move and use up some of their stockpile of materials to begin their major overhauls. The Inheritor was not the only design that led to a large-scale adjustment project. Modified designs for the Hellcat and Akira mechs had gone through as well, forcing the Vandals to stretch their limited industrial capacity even further. Logistics prioritized the overhaul of the Akira and Hellcat models over the Inheritors. Vase could do nothing against this favoritism, but he did his best to prevent them from neglecting the Inheritor and to allocate every available bit of spare capacity to modifying the light mechs. Vase yawned a bit as he sat behind a terminal in the logistics department. His job the last few days amounted to acting like a glorified babysitter. He was there to make sure that logistics did their job and didn't slack off for some reason or another. At least I have access to some of their more restricted information banks this time. In order to do his job effectively, Vase required an overview of all the assets of the flagrant Vandals. This was the fire time he got a broad top-level picture of the strength of the Mech regiment. So when Vase saw that the flagrant Vandals actively fielded more than 3,000 mechs and mech pilots, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 3,000 fieldable mechs. The Vandals also carried extra spare mechs, but the important point was that the Vandals possessed way more strength than was typical for a mech regiment. Most ran with 2,000 mechs for a reason. For the Vandals to accomplish something like this without told him much about their raw ambitions. Vase bet that a large reason why the Vandals went knee-deep into debt was because of this reckless expansion. Why do they need so many mechs? What are they hiding? Mech regiments possessed a large amount of authority. They picked their own mech models and organized their units according to their own customs. Some mech regiments fielded fewer than 1,000 mechs, while others brought 500 extra mechs along. Yet Vase had never heard of a regiment from the Republic with over 3,000 working mechs. All of these mechs happened to be riding on a score of combat carriers and transports that must have cost a lot to obtain. A regiment doesn't expand its strength by 50% without a reason. He tried to scour for additional details from his terminal's connection to the restricted database, but found nothing relevant that could answer his questions. Strangely as it seemed, despite the database containing strong signs that the Vandals fielded an extra 1,000 mechs, no one aboard the Wolf Mother except for the elites who worked in the restricted section knew about this. What this did mean, Vase didn't know. He truly didn't know. After some hesitation, he walked up to the logistical officer and gently asked the fellow what was going on. Mr. Larkinson, I don't need to remind you that you should keep such information locked within your mind. The men outside this section do not need to know that our roles are considerably larger than is publicly known. Understood, sir. Not a lot of words passed between them. Vase read between the lines that his posting here was of some significance. Despite the boring and thankless nature of his current assignment, the true objective of his presence here seemed to be preparing him for something else. And for that, Vase needed to be aware of the true scale in which the Vandals worked. At the end of the meeting, the officer left him with one final sentence. The colonel is keeping an eye on you. That caused Vase to subconsciously shiver. How did he attract the attention of such a legendary figure within the Vandals? His earlier wordplay against Professor Velton shouldn't have been significant enough to register on her radar. As his mind filled with confusion, he eventually finished his shift and returned to the design department. He returned back in time to grab some freshly cooked dinner, so he eagerly grabbed a plate and sat down at the same table as Leda and Pierce. You're not hanging out with your girlfriend this time, Pierce verbally jabbed at Vase. I beg your pardon. You're spending most of your time with Iris these days. Vase coughed with embarrassment. My relationship with her is purely professional. I've never given her an opening to sink her teeth into me. Alec has already warned me not to entangle myself with the Vision rebels. Both of his fellow mech designers shook their heads. Don't you know how the two of you look when you work together side by side? Leda spoke out. The two of you are just like a married couple. Leda widened her eyes and shoved her palm over her mouth. Sorry. I don't mean any disrespect. Hey, I'm just an apprentice mech designer, just like you. There's no need to apologize. They awkwardly returned to their meals. As Vase ate some kind of pasta dish, he thought about his interactions with Iris so far. From his perspective, he had acted with perfect propriety throughout his interactions with Iris. The only problem was that the Vision had a tendency to place her hand or arm around his body. As much as Vase pretended to be unaffected, he had to admit her touch felt nice. Still, Vase always kept his rationality at the forefront and devoted as much of his attention to the business at hand. This should have been the right approach, but he did not factor in the opinions of others. Even if he could say that he would never do something as stupid as defect to the Vision rebels, his words would hold no strength. Leda and Pierce placed more faith on their own observations over any excuses that Vase could come up with. Vase felt a little alienated by the tentative friends he made during his stay here. Before long, he would be completely separated from his fellow mech designers, just like what had happened during their training phase. Chapter 453 Distant connection. During his shifts at logistics, his expertise often needed to be employed to streamline the mass overhaul projects. If not for his understanding of what it took to perform each overhaul, the planners would have delivered an uneven mix of materials or allocated too many mech technicians to a particular project. Despite this, the sheer scale of this undertaking meant that screw-ups happened plenty of times. Shuttles delivered batches of materials to the wrong logistics ship. A chief technician suffered an accident that left him indisposed. Mech pilots of two different squads got into a giant brawl over an argument on whose mechs should undergo an upgrade first. These incidents revealed that not all was well with the flagrant vandals. As much as they showed a lot of outward strength, internally the rot had already started to set in. Discipline was tight, but not as tight as a proper mech regiment of the Mech Corps. As Vase spent more days among the wizards who tried to make sense of what went on within the vandals, he became jaded to the incidents. The strain over the last couple of years took a toll on everyone. He didn't take the annoyances to heart. While every workshop aboard every ship worked to transform their inheritors, Hellcats and Akaras, the massive Vandal fleet continued to transition in and out of FTL. Guided by their rebel allies, their approach had remained undetected so far. Observation ships and drones that should have detected their presence had long been co-opted by the local rebels who called the shots around these places. Despite running through the territories of over half a dozen different rebel groups, so far none of them seemed to have ratted out their presence in the middle of Vision territory. Vase truly didn't know how the Vision Revolutionary Front even managed to do so. So many people knew about the intrusion of the Vandals that it should have been impossible to keep a lid under the news, but nevertheless not a single ship of the Mech Legion arrived to confront the intruders. Anticipation and eagerness started building up among the servicemen of the Vandals. They lived to raid, and the upcoming operation would be one of the most expansive attacks since the foundation of their mech regiment. To attack a prepared industrial star system was entirely different from raiding an underdeveloped system. With industry came wealth. With wealth came strength. Even the least impressive industrial systems would be able to rally thousands of mechs in their defense. Naturally, only a fraction of them consisted of mechs from the Mech Legion and their local version of the Planetary Guard. Much of the mechs on these planets actually tended to be owned by gangs, mercenary corps and company forces. Vase had witnessed their strength and behavior in the Glowing Planet campaign. When it came down to it, they always prioritized their own benefits. He envisioned that in the upcoming attacks, most of those outfits would stay put and defend their own stretches of land. Even if their neighbor got attacked and overwhelmed by a group of Vandal mechs, as long as they didn't turn their rapacious hunger to them, these forces wouldn't lift a finger to help. Thus, the effective amount of mechs arrayed against the flagrant Vandals should be just a fraction of the star system's total strength. The only problem was that a highly developed planet always supplemented their mechs with non-mech garrison troops. As long as the defenders threw enough infantry, tanks and aircraft at the Vandals, their assault would be heavily stymied. However, this problem would not apply this time. According to the occasional loose lips that escaped from the mouths of the specialists at logistics, all of these regiments had in fact been infiltrated by the rebels to such an extent that they could instantly suppress the loyalists among their ranks and take effective control over their regiments. Instead of being an asset to the star system's defense, they would instead aid its downfall. As a cherry on top, the rebels would prime this sequence of events by employing their off-planet assets. Ships and spaceborne mechs disguised as pirates would distract the system's defenders and stretch them out and defeat them in detail. Vase did not hear much more of how the Vandals and the rebel movements would do the defenders in, but the audacity of their plans and the scale of their operation truly frightened him. Were it not for the signs that the Vandals and the VRF have possibly planned this move for years, Vase would have tried to weasel his way out. The Wolf Mother won't be staying too far away from the fighting. This was an operation which required all hands on deck. Besides the hidden force of 1,000 mechs, the entire public strength of the flagrant Vandals would be put to use. The Vandals couldn't afford to hold back the Wolf Mother and the other logistical ships in a nearby abandoned star system. That would require supplementing their defense with escorts, which would take away too many mechs from the actual assault. No, Colonel Lowenfield decreed that the logistical ships would travel behind but close to the main fleet. This would allow them to remain in the protective embrace of the main Vandal fleet while simultaneously also providing timely support services. Of course, they also needed to be close to load up on all the loot the Vandals obtained from the industrial system. No one expected the Wolf Mother to be threatened, but plans rarely went according to plan. Still, Vase was reasonably assured that she wouldn't be blown apart. The Vandals valued her too much to let her get scratched. With a week or so to go until they arrived at their final destination, Vase reached the end of his shift and left the restricted area. As he walked back to the design department, an officer stepped in his way and barred his path forward. Vase tried to shuffle to the side, but the man who stood in his way moved in the same direction. He started to frown and studied the officer. His shoulder pips designated him as a mech captain, one who led over an entire company of mechs. "Please make way, I have to return to my assigned compartment." "Mr. Larkinson, please wait a moment," the officer said. "My name is Captain Branzer. On behalf of my men, I just want to express our gratitude to you. We've heard of your efforts to attract some attention to the inheritors that some of my men are piloting. Ever since the mech technicians returned them to our hands, we've noticed the difference you've made." That's good to hear." Vase blinked. "Captain, I'm just doing my job. I should be thankful to your men for their willingness to fight for the Republic." Branzer smiled in a cynical fashion. "For the Republic? As if. The Republic has done nothing to help us survive. It's only through the Colonel's efforts and your help that we'll be able to come back home with most of our lives intact." Vase ought to feel indignant about his dismissal about the role the Republic played, but in the interests of tact, he let it slide. In fact, he eyed the captain in a different light. This was the first officer of the Vandals who approached him on his own accord and expressed his appreciation for his work. Perhaps Vase could make use of this unexpected meeting. "If you aren't busy, Captain, would you like to have a drink with me?" "Certainly." Both of them detoured to a nearby officer's lounge. The well-stocked bar offered an abundance of authentic liquors while the well-furnished interior gave the lounge a sense of class. "So I heard you're a proper Larkinson. Is that true?" "If you mean I'm related to the famous Larkinsons, then yes, I'm part of the family. My father is veteran in fact." "Oh, which regiment did he serve in?" As they sat next to a screen that displayed a simulated expanse of stars, Vase began to pump the captain for information. Of course, Vase didn't go about it in an obvious manner. He lulled the captain into complacency by talking about his youth with the Larkinsons and what he learned while studying mech design. All the while, Vase poured more alcohol in both of their drinks, which they promptly swigged down at regular intervals. While the captain slowly began to get smashed, Vase retained all of his faculties. Possessing an extreme amount of endurance sure came in handy at this time. Once Vase judged that he sufficiently plied the unwitting captain with booze, he started sprinkling some of his actual questions in between their conversation. "So, I've heard a bit about Colonel Lowenfield since the Mech Corps transferred me here. What's the deal with her?" "The Colonel," Branzer burped while his eyes curled into pleasure. "She sure turned everything around. Back then, we were really running on strings. The money ran out, supposedly. On paper, all of our mechs were in tip-top shape, but in truth half of them were in such an awful state that they'd malfunction as soon as they launched out of the hangar bays. How did the arrival of the new colonel turn all of this around?" "Beats me. You don't know, Captain. Hey, my job is to pilot a mech. Logistics and finance isn't my strong suit. That's where Colonel Lowenfield comes in. She's a REMF." As a Larkinson, Vase was more than aware of what the term REMF stood for. It was a highly impolite term for an officer who with a non-combat background. For example, the specialists and officers he worked with at the logistics department didn't have the strength to scare away a dog, but their work was vitally important in making sure that the Vandals who fought in the front lines would have access to adequate mechs and supplies. Still, it came to a huge surprise to Vase that Colonel Lowenfield was not a mech pilot and had never personally wielded a weapon into battle. "I thought that every commander of a mech regiment is supposed to be experienced in battle." Vase responded with a puzzled tone of voice. If they aren't mech pilots, then they ought to be former ones who are too injured to return to the cockpit. Practically every armed force of the state in the galaxy was led by a current or former mech pilot. It was considered as a near sacrosanct rule. Mech pilots only respected other mech pilots. Taking orders from a REMF was one of their worst nightmares. History was littered with many incidents where the mech pilots of a mech regiment mutinied against their non-combat officers. Captain Branzer acknowledged his puzzlement, even as he downed another shot of liquor. You'd think so, but you're wrong. The problem with us Vandals is that we got too many muscle-brained fighters and not enough of those clever types. Whoever the mech corps punts in our direction tends to be the stupider variants of those kinds of people. I swear the mech corps wants to make us all stupid. If that's so, how did the colonel manage to end up in the Vandals? Oh, it's all classified and stuff. Supposedly some foul business went on at Citadel Havensworth, and she somehow got banished to our corner of the Republic instead of being cashiered from the service. She even got a promotion to colonel out of it in order to shut her up and make her qualified to lead over the Vandals. The mentioning of Citadel Havensworth pinged his memories. Vase began to have a bad feeling about this. Do you happen to know who banished her from the Citadel? Dunno. Can't remember. Well, maybe it's the base commander. Ah, I need another shot. His worst fear ended up to be true. Depending on the timing, his famous uncle Ark Larkinson may or may not have assumed the duty of base commander. Even if he hadn't been promoted yet, he would have still been close to that orbit. The fateful decision to banish Colonel Lowenfield from a prize posting at the front lines of this current war to the dumping ground of the Mech Corps must have certainly involved Uncle Ark. Was this way the colonel kept her eye on him? Chapter 454 Caught in the web. Not everyone knew about Colonel Lowenfield's past, and those that did generally kept their mouths shut. Due to the eclectic backgrounds of the servicemen, the flagrant Vandals developed something of a custom of not looking into anyone's past. Vase hoped no one minded his attempt at digging into the colonel's backstory. He left Captain Branzer to sober up with the help of a pill and left the lounge. What he learned up to this point weighed increasingly heavy on his mind. The more time he spent with the Vandals, the more he learned they weren't so simple. The rest of the Mech Corps treated the Vandals with disdain, but this also allowed them to bend or break the rules with impunity. Nominally, the 6th Flagrant Vandals Regiment answered to the 3rd Terry Division. In practice, the 3rd Terry exerted almost no measurable influence or control over their erstwhile subordinates. If they placed observers within the ranks of the Vandals, then they must have probably been bought or subverted somehow, because some of the things they did would never fly in the Republic. Collaborating with the Visions, taking loans from unknown entities, exceeding the limits on fieldable mechs, this sure is a doozy. Vase felt sure that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The flagrant Vandals had been left to their own devices for so long that they had almost gone feral. Nobody he met except for those transferred in recently held any belonging to the Republic. Perhaps even those who left family behind became increasingly estranged to their former ties as the strict isolation left them to turn to their fellow servicemen for comradeship. It seemed as if the only reason they hadn't cut ties with the Republic was because they wouldn't get access to the central database anymore. In every other area except research and development, they achieved tentative self-sufficiency. Oh, I can't forget about the debt as well. He didn't know how reliable Alec's statement of the Vandals being over 200 billion bright credits in the red. From what he had seen so far, the journeyman might have low-balled the actual figure. Keeping 2,000 mechs and mech pilots in fighting condition was hard enough. Adding an extra 1,000 on top of that would bankrupt any force trying to stay afloat by themselves. There was a reason many private outfits tended to field 100 mechs or less. The amount of overhead ramped up pretty hard as larger outfits needed to provide more services. Gathering so many mech pilots in a single place also tended to be difficult to manage, as without sufficient discipline, they had a habit of getting into ego-fueled duels and brawls. The flagrant Vandals could count on their professionalism to stem the tide of these phenomena, but only to an extent. Working in the restricted area provided him with plenty of signs that discipline had already begun to strain. A mech regiment that resembled criminal gangs more than a proud unit of the Mech Corps could not expect its mech pilots to that left Vase with the most pressing question on his mind. What is their endgame? Vase did not hold any delusions that the flagrant Vandals fought out of duty, loyalty or patriotism. The bright Republic was worth fart for these marginalized servicemen. Colonel Lowenfield seemed to be steering them towards some other goal that he couldn't quite figure out yet. Whatever it was, She felt it necessary to expand their numbers by half. Given her background as a logistical officer, much of her plans would be well out of sight. People like her knew how to hide plenty of secrets in plain sight. The Vandals think that Lowenfield has rescued them from ruin. It's the opposite. She's leading them to eventual damnation. The worst thing about it was that Vase had no means of conveying his suspicions to the Mech Corps or anyone else back home. If he had access to his personal comm in the system, he might have been able to covertly send a message to the right people, but without his toys, he possessed very little means to halt this dormant but threatening crisis. It's like boarding onto a passenger ship from orbit, only to find out that she is slowly descending into atmosphere and will eventually crash onto the surface of a planet. It's a one-way trip, and all the escape pods are tightly guarded by the whole crew who are intent on riding this ship to her final destination. If Vase threw all caution to the wind, he might be able to storm the communications center in the restricted area with the help of the Amastandira. The dematerialized weapon was his only hidden asset, and could deal an awesome amount of damage, enough to pull off a surprise attack, but only once. He quickly discarded the idea of pulling off such a harebrained gambit. The Vandals would surely kill him even if he got his message out. He was like a fly who got entangled in the web of a spider. Colonel Lowenfield would never let anyone go, least of all Vase. His only choice was to wait for an opportunity. The next couple of days, Vase continued to act as if he hadn't realized anything. He played the dutiful mech designer who occasionally assisted the planners in getting the right supplies to the right people. The overhauled mechs took shape. With almost all of the mechs in the fleet configured anew, the anticipation building up inside everyone's heart had almost reached their bursting point. The mech pilots of the Inheritors particularly enjoyed the rare enhancements, even if most of it turned out to be illusionary. Vase personally paid a visit to the revamped mechs and found that though extremely weak, they at least held a shadow of a presence in the imaginary realm. While it hardly made a difference, the Inheritor pilots celebrated even a minor increase in performance. How could they not, when they had been deprived for so long? Still, many mech pilots were rearing up to go against the Visions. Morale couldn't get any higher. They needed an outlet soon, or else this temporary increase in battle spirit would be wasted. What's it like for the Wolf Mother to enter into an active battle zone? Vase asked Alec one day during breakfast. That rarely happens, but this isn't a usual raid. Alec grunted as he formed his thoughts. It's nerve-wracking. Even if the chances of getting directly attacked are low, it still happened a couple of times in the past. Stealth technology being what it is, there are many ways the Visions can circumvent our patrols and sneak up to the hull of our factory ship. Vase knew how different stealth technologies worked when utilized by mechs, but he didn't have a good grasp on their effectiveness in spaceborne combat. Is it easy for an infiltrator ship to come close? It's easier to approach a small ship than a larger one. It depends on the scanners, really. The Wolf Mother possesses an excellent array of sensors, but most are geared towards detecting minerals. While they can still be repurposed to detect approaching infiltrators, most of them are constructed out of non-metallic composites. Together with other stealth technologies, and it becomes damn hard to spot any infiltrator trying to come up alongside our ship. That explained the ease in which some of the last ships Vase had traveled upon had been boarded so easily. Is there a downside to this? Just like with mechs, an exterior geared for stealth is paper thin. They don't make for very good armor, frankly. A single rifleman mech can blow them out of space within seconds. We've taken out more infiltrator ships than we can count. There's an easy method to counteract their approach if we make the right preparations. The countermeasure turned out to be the spread of very fine microparticles. These little bits of metallic dust would constantly be fanned out from the Wolf Mother in an all-encompassing sphere. While the cloud of microparticles would rapidly dilute the further away from the Wolf Mother they traveled, within a certain range they remained highly effective in revealing the presence of anything material trying to approach the factory ship. That's surprisingly low tech, Vase commented. It's like throwing powder in the air and looking at them carefully as they float in the air. As soon as something invisible bumps into them, they'll leave in discrepancy in the uniform cloud. As long as it works, it doesn't matter how simple the idea is. In truth, there's plenty of downsides to this method. First, we have to stockpile a lot of materials to keep pumping out these microparticles. Second, the effective range is very limited. Beyond a kilometer or more, the cloud is so diluted that we won't be able to track any approaches being made by smaller vessels such as stealthed boarding torpedoes. More advanced states used more sophisticated means to detect the stealthy buggers, but those weren't anything the Vandals could get their hands on. They had to settle on the spaceship equivalent of throwing powder in the air. At least Vase received some reassurance that trouble wouldn't likely come and knock at the Wolf Mother's door. As a factory ship, she could hardly take on a determined force of enemy mechs. As the time of the operation became imminent, Professor Velton called every mech designer for a final briefing. Everyone filed into the conference room and took their seats. Vase and Iris automatically sat together at the far end of the room. Everyone is here. Good. The old lady nodded sternly. Now, since the main fleet is at the cusp of beginning the operation, I am finally allowed to lift its curtain. A projection shimmered in front of them. It depicted a fairly standard binary star system. One star consisted of a yellow dwarf while the other one was a much weaker red dwarf. Both suns exhibited normal behavior for stars and orbited rather tightly around each other. Several planets orbited beyond both stars in roughly circular orbits. This is the Dietmann system, a moderate industrial locus of the Amadras Duchy. It is ruled by two noble houses, each of them occupying an inhabited planet each. Dietmann 2 is smaller but closer to the twin suns. It's a hothouse that's barely habitable to humans, but is a hotbed to local industries due to their proximity to such a massive heat source. If you look at the artificial satellites around orbit, they all consist of highly automated solar forges. They present Dietmann 2 with a fairly slow but highly efficient method of refining ores into usable materials. If more heat is required, they will make use of the starforge that occasionally orbits in between the twin stars. One mech designer raised a hand. How much ore is being processed at this planet? A considerable amount, enough to supply the neighboring industrial planets with a portion of their material needs. The Dietmann system sits at a strategic route that makes it a convenient stop for traders looking to refine their raw materials and decrease the amount of mass they are hauling from planet to planet. Ma'am, are there any valuable exotics being processed at Dietmann 2? Sadly, no. The system is too unimportant and doesn't offer any facilities that are capable enough to work with highly reactive exotics. Professor Velton pointed at the projection and highlighted the Starforge. This is the only location in the system that holds a considerable amount of exotics. However, its proximity to the sun makes it very risky to relieve it of its booty. As of this point, we do not have any mech in our roster that can withstand the heat long enough to approach this satellite. Vase stood up to ask his own question. Professor, pardon my question, but what makes Dietmann 2 valuable then? There doesn't appear to be much production going on at the surface of this heat-ridden planet. You raise a valid point. The professor switched the projection of the planet into a wireframe model. At one area on the surface, a large maze of tunnels stretched tens of kilometers underground. This is the true jewel of Dietmann 2. When the Visions terraformed the planet, they learned that it contains a trace amount of exotics. Under the heat of the twin suns and some special circumstances unique to Dietmann 2, they found out that these exotics are duplicating themselves from the regular soil of the planet. That caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. What Velton referred to was basically a renewable exotics mine. I know what you are thinking. It's true, it is a low-grade exotics mine. However, it only produced a moderate amount of junk exotics each year, which is hardly anything to get excited over. Nevertheless, it produced enough wealth that Dietmann II's stockpile should be of substantial value. This stockpile is our first primary target. Chapter 455 Dietmann System. The first primary objective of the flagrant vandals is to raid the renewable mines stockpile. It will be tightly defended, but if the Vision rebels deliver on their promises, the actual amount of opposition we will face will be severely less than at their peak. Why are we going after a stockpile of junk exotics? Won't we gain much more out of this raid by attacking the industries on the surface? Velton shook her head. While we would be able to obtain more valuable goods for their size and weight if we attack the individual refineries and manufacturing complexes on the surface of Dietmann 2, it will take far too much time to overrun each company force and dig the loot out of their well-defended tunnels. The projection shimmered again, this time revealing a loose schedule. According to our projections, once the Dietmann system is attacked, enemy reinforcements will arrive in less than 4 days, depending on how much interference the rebels can throw up at their origin systems. Speed is of the essence here. With the time we'll waste on traveling in system and other maneuvers, we don't have the time to care about the meager industries on Dietmann 2. Instead, we'll split up our fleet and send half of it to Dietmann IV. Dietmann IV. Yes, Dietmann IV, ruled by a different noble house. Further away from the twin suns, the planet exhibits a much more moderate global climate. This has led to a boom in population, and an increase in development. In practice, many of the materials being refined at Dietmann 2 are being funneled towards Dietmann IV for feeding the production of end products such as mechs and consumer goods. Dietmann IV was actually smaller than Dietmann 2, but nevertheless boasted a lot more inhabitants, though not to the extent of a trade nexus like Bentheim. As you can see, Dietmann IV is nothing special. The only thing to note is its 3 small moons. Each of them are occupied by varying powers, one of which is the MTA, which will not be playing role in the coming conflict. As an organization that acted beyond the interests of a single state, the MTA maintained a standpoint of absolute neutrality against any wars between states. Therefore, they gladly stood out of the way as long as nothing more than a stray projectile hit their assets. The other sun is turned into a fortress. I'll admit that its defenses are extremely formidable, to the extent of being able to repel a full mech division if fully manned. The caveat here is the latter. There aren't enough men and mechs to fully staff this incredibly sturdy defensive bulwark. In fact, due to the war, the local nobles brought all of their most potent mech forces to the front, leaving behind a garrison of second-strong mechs and mech pilots. Exacerbating their awful state was that the base commander of the lunar fortress resorted to staffing the undermanned fortress with auxiliary infantry and tank regiments. The same regiments that had been subverted by the rebels. Safe to say, this moon won't be a problem. Velton summed up before turning to the final moon. The third moon is a mech research complex. It holds a small gathering of Vision design teams that are developing a number of spaceborne mech designs. Due to its lack of secrecy, not a lot of valuable research is being performed at this research complex. Nevertheless, if we can overrun this base and steal any data banks that they haven't managed to wreck, we can glean lots of valuable intelligence that will help us determine the weaknesses of their current and future mech models. Vase raised his hand again. If the Vandals attack the research base, what will be done with the mech designers? Iris spoke out this time instead of the professor. The Vision Revolutionary Front and our partners will take them into custody as long as they surrender. We have ways of making them work for us. That didn't sound very pleasant, but at least it beat outright slaughter. Vase heard too many stories of vengeful Visions massacring hundreds of mech designers whenever they sniffed out a mech core research base. He had no doubt that the mech core did the same in kind. While Vase was no saint, as a mech designer himself, he didn't wish for his fellows on the opposite side of the war to be condemned to an early grave. He looked at Iris and smiled before he turned back to the professor. As much as these 3 moons look interesting, the main prizes are on the surface of Dietmann IV. Similar to Bentheim, it is host to a moderate sprawl of manufacturing complexes and other industries. A substantial amount of mechs that is seen throughout the Amadris Duchy originate from these factories. Professor, won't we face the same dilemma as on Dietmann 2? All of the manufacturing complexes are tough nuts to crack. You would think so if you assume that both planets are run in the same fashion. In reality, they differ substantially. A secondary projection popped up that detailed the noble houses that ruled these 2 planets. Dietmann 2 is ruled by Count Reason of House Jair. This house is a young one and only controls several rural planets and star systems around the Dietmann system. Count Reason is the head of the house, and Dietmann 2 is the seat of their power. This causes the Count to value this system highly. The main issue of the Count is that it is a very unbearable planet to live on. In order to retain as many commoners as possible, he is treating them fairly well. The local rebel movements only have a weak grip on this planet. That contrasted sharply with Dietmann IV. On the other hand, Dietmann IV has a lot more going for it. It boasts a temperate climate, a high level of development and at least 10 times more inhabitants than the second planet from the binary stars. Nonetheless, it is spectacularly badly run by House Anakin. The face of a sneering noble appeared next to House Anakin's sigil. Javier of House Anakin is the sole heir to the Count Loker of House Anakin. Lacking any competition for the right to inherit Loker's position, Lord Javier has turned into a spoiled brat, typical of the Visions. Loker thought to temper his only offspring by chucking him onto Dietmann IV and making him responsible for running the somewhat prosperous planet. Everyone could predict how that turned out. The Vision nobles were all the same. Professor Velton smirked. Lord Javier has of course made a mess of the planet. Dietmann IV's GDP has nosedived by 12% in the last 5 years, its cost of living has gone up and many workers are being laid off. This is a breeding ground for resentment and has bolstered the local rebel movement from an afterthought into a genuine threat. The spark has been lit. We only need to set it off. She began to describe some of the broad strokes of what the Vandals had in store for Dietmar IV. Once half of the Vandal fleet slipped into orbit over the planet, the rebels should have already launched their own attacks from space and on the ground. With the lunar fortress and much of the other defenses loyal to House Anakin tied up or taken out of commission, the Vandals would act as the coup de grace and tip control of the planet away from Lord Javier's forces. Once that has happened, the rest of the planet would be free for the Vandals to pillage. While it would still be troublesome to crack open the manufacturing complexes defended by company forces, much of those places had been infiltrated by the rebels as well. The Vandals would have a much easier time with breaking them open with some help from the inside. Throughout it all, Vase kept wondering what the rebels got out of this death and destruction. He held no illusions that the Vandals would show mercy and be discriminate in their fire. He quietly turned to Iris and whispered his question. It's because they really want to get rid of Lord Javier. She whispered back, the heir is a recalcitrant tyrant, but the worst thing about it is that he's shrewd enough to stay within his limits. He never does anything too outrageous that causes Count Loker to call him back. He's also chummy with the industrialists who own property on Dietmar IV. Though they aren't exactly happy with the worsening conditions of the planet, Javier's ties with them has caused them to stay put and do nothing. This Javier fellow sounded like a real piece of work. So the rebels agree for us to turn their entire planet into a living hell for a few days just to open up an opportunity to get rid of Lord Javier. Oh, they don't want to get rid of him. They want to drag him out of the palace, bring him out in front of a crowd, and tear him apart from limb to limb. The amount of animosity they hold for him is very considerate. If it takes a foreign Mech regiment to allow them the opportunity to get at Javier, then they'll gladly anticipate your arrival. Lord Javier thought himself impregnable. Why wouldn't he? With his powerful daddy count covering his political hide, he had nothing to fear. The industrialists would be kept happy as long as he didn't make too much of a mess of things, and while the rebels formed a nuisance, they could never defeat the forces at his disposal. Our goals here on Dietmar IV is to identify the most promising sites and stockpiles to raid, and to assist the rebels in storming the palace in order to root out Lord Javier. Before you think that the latter is just a cursory priority, Colonel Lowenfield has promised the rebels that they will go above and beyond to capture the scion of House Anakin. Failure to apprehend him will lead to a severe strain in our relationships with the VRF and other rebel movements. After setting out the outline of the upcoming operation, Professor Velton finally turned to what their roles should be. There are various areas where capable mech designers like you are needed. As I've mentioned before, the Vandal fleet will split in two. One detachment will attack Dietmar II, while the other one will assault Dietmar IV. Due to the unevenness of their strengths, one detachment would be larger than the other one. Since Dietmar II is projected to be less of a challenge to overcome, the Wolf Mother will stick to the Vandal detachment that is responsible for raiding its renewable mine stockpile and its solar forges. The other Vandal detachment will go on to attack Dietmar IV's moons and its surface industries. The professor proceeded to allocate about a third of the mech designers in the conference room to the Dietmar II detachment, including one journeyman mech designer. Their jobs were comparatively easier, but they would still have plenty to do since they had fewer numbers. Because the Wolf Mother stuck close to the Dietmar II detachment, these lucky fellows didn't have to leave this ship. The same wouldn't be the case for the other mech designers. When the professor allocated the rest of the mech designers to the Dietmar IV detachment, Vase unfortunately fell within this category. He, along with the rest who had been called up, would have to leave the Wolf Mother and board one of the many combat carriers that ferried over mechs to assault Lord Javier's fief. Unlike the low-tier mech designers assigned to the maintenance departments, you will not have to follow behind the mechs as they deploy to the surface. We can leave the task of helping with setting up forward bases that will facilitate in sending plundered loot back to the surface to their expert hands. That left one worry off of their chests. Nevertheless, I expect that your expertise will be sorely needed when we take over the research base and when deciding which sites we should raid. The most of you will do your work from the safety of the command centers aboard the combat carriers. Chapter 456. Stubby Growler. Vase followed after Alec and stepped on board the shuttle. The Vandal fleet had finally arrived at the edge of the Dietmar system. Throughout the haste of making the final deployments, Vase only caught a smattering of what went on. Apparently, things somewhat went according to plan. The rebels successfully struck the completely complacent defenders of Dietmar II and Dietmar IV. Supposedly loyal auxiliary regiments fell within moments as the traitors within their ranks completely turned against their clueless loyalist comrades. Those that remained took stock of the remaining weapons and began to sow an enormous amount of chaos. Right now, the Dietmar system hosted 3 different battle fronts. First up was Dietmar 2, which the rebels hadn't been able to deal too much damage. House Jair held the second planet from the twin suns in a tight grip, and they never mistreated their inhabitants. This was why the rebels hadn't been able to deploy too many of their assets at this planet. Dietmar IV on the other hand fell into a different situation. The resentment against Lord Javier had reached a boiling point, thus a large portion of the local inhabitants rose up as well and rioted on the streets. This completely disordered the planet and caused the defenders to button down in their bases and fight back against the traitor forces that took over the auxiliary regiments. The third front consisted of the battle in space. A garrison fleet placed in the Dietmar system by the Amadras Duchy normally handled all of the deep space patrols. Due to the relative security of the system as well as the pressing need for war assets at the front, the garrison had been left with a number of combat carriers and around 300 spaceborne mechs. Still, defeating 300 mechs when they had the run of the entire system was extremely difficult. Keeping them alive and unharmed would be very detrimental for the Vandal fleets, as they would certainly nip at their heels and harass them from the flanks. Thus, a plan had been set in motion to pull them into a trap. The rebels employed an elaborate distraction with many cheap carriers converted into supposed pirate ships. The garrison fleet successfully took the bait and pursued the pirates. This drew them away from their bases and towards the edge of the system, right into the jaws of the Vandals. By the time the garrison fleet realized that they had been duped, it was too late to redirect their momentum away from the Vandal fleet. It took too much time to change their course and shift their huge bulks back to the inner system. "Strap yourself tight," Alex said as he sat down on a crash seat and let the straps buckle him tight. "Even if battle is a couple of hours away, you might never know what the visions planted here." "Understood, sir." Vase sat next to Alec and after bucking in, he looked at the handful of other servicemen that transferred out of the Wolf Mother. The Vandal fleet had made a lot of reassignments, but it wasn't safe to send out a shuttle during FTL. They could only wait until they transitioned back into real space before they could send out their transfers. Now that they entered into a hostile star system, it was as if a switch had flipped in everyone's minds. The Vandals stopped messing around or display any signs of insubordination. They became highly focused and professional, just as Vase had imagined them to be before he arrived in their midst. The shuttle lifted off from the shuttle hangar of the Wolf Mother and traversed a short distance towards one of the combat carriers heading towards Dietmar IV. "Vase," he turned to Alec, "yes, your record states that you took part in the fight for the glowing planet. Is that true?" "Pretty much. I was there from the start, and witnessed lots of fighting, sometimes up close. It's not something I'm eager to repeat. You've seen more action than me. Besides a couple of mech duels in an arena, I've never seen a real battle between mechs up close. I've always stayed aboard the ships looking at live or recorded footage. Recordings usually have very high fidelity, sir. There is no disadvantage in studying the way mechs fight through a projector. I used to believe that's the case, but after seeing you at work, I'm not so sure." Alex sighed. "You're a conundrum, you know that. You're a decade younger than me, but sometimes you make me feel as if I'm the apprentice and you are the journeyman. It's not only your wealth of knowledge that astounds me, but also the amount of consideration you have for mech pilots and their mechs. Your advocacy for the inheritor mechs is like a gust of fresh air in our stale and stagnant design teams." What was Vase supposed to say to that? "I appreciate your compliments, sir. It's not that hard to show a little more appreciation for the mechs we work with on a daily basis. It's not just your consideration that's notable compared to the rest of us. You have a strange way with mechs. It's as if everything you touch turns into something exotic. I like to think of it as bringing mechs to life," Vase boldly said on an impulse. Though it strayed a little close to the secret of the X Factor, he had already become well known for this saying due to the rising profile of the living mech corporation. "My fundamental philosophy on mechs is that they are more than machines, and deserve to be treated as such." Alec fell silent for a moment. "Interesting. I never looked at mechs in that light. You look at mechs and see life. You draw up a design and see the potential of life. It's different for me. My main focus lies in programming the software of my designs, so I have always considered mechs to be blank slates. They start out as nothing, but as I fill in their programming, the details begin to fill in. Once I'm done, I've created a perfect whole design." Alec's perspective differed substantially in that he treated his designs as puppets to be pulled by his strings. His puppets were never meant to think or feel for themselves, and they did not deserve any special treatment. Vase couldn't say which one was better. They both excelled in different circumstances. A programmer like Alec was used to exerting a high degree of control over his creations. Vase on the other hand left a lot of autonomy to the mech pilot and whatever image took root in his mech. Their shuttle quickly arrived at its destination and docked inside the hangar of a combat carrier called the Stubby Growler. The Growler was a hefty combat carrier that conveyed around 50 spaceborne mechs and spares. Designed as a commander center, her class held fewer mechs than the other classes of combat carriers in the Vandal fleet, but made up for it in the thickness of her armor and her powerful means of communications. "Major Verl would like to see you." A junior officer greeted them as the two mech designers stepped onto the deck of the crowded hangar bay. "Please follow." They jostled their way through mech technicians performing last-minute repair jobs and mechs slowly walking away from the repair bays and into a position where they could launch at a moment's notice. From the activity in this hangar bay, Vase got a good read on the attitude of the Vandals. Everyone radiated eagerness in a way that made him feel as if he was in the middle of a pack of wolves drooling at a juicy prey off in the distance. The mech pilots in particular displayed barely checked aggression. They couldn't wait to dive into the visions and tear their mechs apart. They exited the hangar bay and climbed up a couple of decks. After traversing a couple of winded corridors and passing through a number of security checks, they entered what appeared to be a command center. Over 24 specialists sat behind a number of varied consoles, and they managed everything from sensors to mech deployment. Guided by the young officer, they approached the gray-haired officer looking down on the central plot from an elevated seat. The man obviously possessed the physique of a mech pilot and looked as if he could still fight on for a couple of decades more. "Mr. Brandstad, good to see you again. Major Verl, it's a pleasure. And who is this young fellow?" "This is Vase Larkinson, an apprentice mech designer under my wing." "Larkinson, you say, is he related to—" "Here we go again," Vase sighed. "I am part of the famous Larkinson family, sir." Everyone he met so far treated the Larkinson name with respect. Not so for Major Verl. As soon as Vase confirmed his lineage, the Major's face turned flat. "I suggest you take your cues from Mr. Brandstad and stay out of our way. We cannot afford any distractions during the heat of battle." "Understood, understood, sir." Did the man got duped by Larkinson or something? Or did he know the true story behind Colonel Lowenfield's exile, and felt indignant on behalf of his superior? Both Vase and Alec sat down on a pair of basic seats meant for guests. They quietly observed the proceedings as the Vandal fleet closed in on the hapless garrison fleet that had strayed too far from its base to call for reinforcements. "What's our job here?" Vase whispered to Alec. "We're here to serve as technical advisors. We assist Major Verl in identifying the weaknesses of enemy mechs and answer any questions he might pose to us as long as it falls under our area of expertise. However, don't mistake this assignment as a way to command over mechs. We are not here to usurp Major Verl's authority." "Does this mean we stay shut most of the time?" "There's definitely a lot of waiting involved. Unless it's truly urgent, don't speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up unless our advice is called for. I expect we won't be needed during the upcoming battle against the garrison fleet. It's when our detachment enters into the orbit of Dietmar IV that we'll be needed. In the meantime, I suggest you while away your time by studying up on the data that is made available to us. There's a projector embedded inside the armrest. Squeeze this part here to turn it on." Vase did as he was told and a small projected terminal appeared in front of his face. As he explored its interface, he found out that the terminal mainly presented sensor readings to him. The ICE in charge of interpreting the raw data already translated the observed mechs in the distance into a number of familiar Vision designs. First, study the sensor readings and double-check the designs. Many designs used by the Visions are continually developing, just like our 3 designs, so there will always be minor and major variations between the iterations. Before the Vandals enter into battle, we have to make sure that we pin down the exact versions and provide accurate estimates of their specs. "Understood. I'm on it." Vase hadn't expected to do something like this, but he couldn't complain. At least he wasn't one of those poor bums who would soon be deployed to the surface of the moons in Dietmar IV. Due to his extensive knowledge, Vase rapidly adjusted to his job of analyzing the mechs identified by the AIs. The enemy fleet had finally found out that they had been lured into a trap. Their carriers frantically turned around to head back to the lunar fortress above Dietmar IV, but they couldn't beat the awesome amount of inertia that slowly brought them to their inevitable doom. At this moment of time, the Vandal fleet hadn't split up into 2 detachments yet. Colonel Lowenfield wanted to keep her assets together and crush the Vision garrison fleet in a single blow. Unfortunately, the enemy did the smart thing. The garrison fleet is splitting up. Chapter 457. Split-up battles between 2 hostile fleets had always been rare even during the golden age of warships. Space was too vast and ships moved at a snail's pace compared to the scale of an average star system. Though technology advanced and ships these days traversed a lot faster than their predecessors from the Age of Conquest, it was safe to say not a lot of battles actually took place. The main reason why was because fleets often saw each other coming. Space was empty, so therefore an approaching enemy would always be spotted many hours before they actually arrived at their targets. Accounting for the lag due to the speed of light needing time to travel from the outer system to the inner system couldn't be applied. A well-defended star system was littered with sensors that relayed their up-to-date readings to a hidden quantum entanglement node that instantly sent the observations to the inner system. Basically, surprise attacks were rare and hard to pull off. Most battles in space happened because the 2 sides thought they both stood a chance of winning it. Once a side believed that they didn't stand a chance of winning the impending battle, they wouldn't hesitate to cut and run. Cowards. Major Verl swore and slammed his fist against the armrest of his command chair. A myriad of projections appeared before his eyes. He studied them rapidly before issuing new commands. In the meantime, the flagship of the Vandals relayed new deployments. The Vandals would split off as many ships as it took to run down each escaping Vision vessel and crush them into bits. Due to the differences in speed, the Vandals would still be able to go after the individual ships. It would just take a lot more time and bring some of their ships off course. The Visions are delaying the inevitable, Alec explained to Vase. Though Vase had seen a lot more action on the ground, Alec had sat in a command center for more than 24 times in his career. Splitting up their fleet is a test of our priorities. While the Visions are letting us mop them up one by one, they're forcing us to spread out Mech forces thin. One of our combat carriers won't be enough to defeat one of the Vision combat carriers without sustaining severe losses. So we are sending out 2 ships in pursuit of each Vision ship. Exactly. That's the only way we can ensure a crushing victory with very few losses. Already, the Vandals started to redeploy. Many combat carriers split up from the main fleet and spread out into pairs. Each pair moved to intercept the frantic Vision combat carriers. While their defeat wasn't in question, the delay they imposed on their timetables meant that the Vandals suffered a very consequential setback. They only had 4 days at most to accomplish their objective and be on their way out before the Vision reinforcements arrived. How long will we be delayed if we try to stick to the plan? Not sure, Alec grunted. I'm not an expert in complex space maneuvers. At a guess, I would say that if the Vandals are keen on sticking together, we might be delayed by as much as half a day. This placed a decent amount of pressure over Colonel Lowenfield's shoulders. Either she would wait until they completely chased down the Visions and annihilated them, or she would decide to split up the fleet into 3. 2 of the detachments would move towards the 2 inhabited planets as planned, but the 3rd detachment that consisted of the chasers would linger in the outer system until they completely mopped up the garrison fleet. After that, they should return to the other 2 detachments as fast as possible, but due to the differences in relative speeds, it would take a while for them to catch up. At the very least, the stragglers wouldn't be able to assist the other 2 detachments as they initiated their battles against the remnant loyalist forces on those planets. Vase did not envy Lowenfield's position. Both choices came with a lot of risks that could make or break this bold assault. What would you choose to do, sir? I'd take the safe option and stick together. There's no guarantee that the intelligence that the rebels have gathered is accurate. The Visions might have buried a hidden base somewhere, and offer a stiffer resistance than we expected. Too many things could go wrong during this operation. What Alec mentioned was only one of the ways in which the battle could turn against their favor. Vase thought back on the rebels and questioned whether they would truly be able to suppress the loyalist forces that were keen to root them out. It was an unquestioned fact that the rebels would never be able to subvert the Mech pilots. They enjoyed too much privilege to turn against the local regimes. Eventually, Colonel Lowenfield came to a decision. New orders showed up which stated that the rest of the Vandal fleet would continue according to schedule, but with around 600 Vandal mechs less. The stubby Growler took on an important role within 2nd Detachment that headed towards Dietmar IV. The command center buzzed and grew busy as they tried to coordinate their formation after the loss of vital spaceborne assets. Missing a few hundred mechs put a severe dent into their defensive envelope. As the larger offshoot of the Vandals raced towards Dietmar IV, Vase and Alec paid a keen amount of attention to the relentless chase. The garrison fleet might have been able to divert some of the Vandals, but they paid a grievous price for it. With each ship looking out for themselves, they all faced twice as much mechs. For the first time in his life, Vase finally witnessed the Inheritors in action in a live battle. Even as he kept his eyes on the live footage, he also kept analyzing the readings that continued to pour in. With his help, the ICE refined their identification and determined the exact mech models used by the Vision garrison fleet. "They're goners for sure," Alec remarked as he beheld the list of mech models. "All of these are second-line designs. They're cheap and haven't been updated in years." The battles that ensued underscored the disparity in strength. Each fleeing Vision combat carrier fell behind in terms of the quantity and quality of mechs they could deploy. The Vandals employed their advantages as hard as possible. Hordes of Inheritors sprung from the hangar bays and raced around to the trajectory of their prey, seeking to cut off its escape route. Their extremely high speeds allowed them to outpace the best efforts of the fleeing ships. In the meantime, the Hellcats, accompanied by a diverse menagerie of mechs stolen from Vision factories and depots, harried their rear. Pincered from behind and in front, the ships futilely tried to wriggle out their way, but failed. The first ship is already going down. The first battle that broke out ended the fastest as well. The Inheritors straightforwardly slammed into the formation of the Vision garrison mechs just as they focused on repelling the Hellcats and the other Vandal mechs. It was then that Vase witnessed the true value of the Inheritors. If given enough assistance, the Inheritors wouldn't suffer too much as they approached their targets. Once they got into melee range, they would make mincemeat out of practically every spaceborne mechs. Only a handful of knights and other melee mechs lasted a little longer against the Inheritors, but the fall of their ranged mechs quickly led to being piled up multitudes of Inheritors. "They're like a hive of angry bees," Vase softly uttered. "Individually, they're weak. Together, they're strong." Their speed and swarming potential lent themselves well in these pursuits. Multitudes of Vision carriers self-destructed as soon as it became clear that they wouldn't get away. Naturally, their captains issued evacuation orders beforehand. Thousands of escape pods flung into every direction just before the carriers exploded. Vase keenly looked on to see what the Vandals decided to do with the escape pods. Would they capture the fleeing Visions, shoot at their defenseless pods, or leave them be? Major Verl sent out a message to another commander. "Ignore the escape pods. We don't have time to process them. Get back to us as soon as possible." As the first battle ended in a tedious but predictable victory, the second detachment had almost reached the vicinity of Dietmar IV. More information started to pour into their terminals as their rebel allies supplied more data over their quantum entanglement nodes. The current status looked worse than expected. MTA Fortress, passive. No signs of intervention. Lunar Fortress, uprising quelled. Rebellion suffered heavy casualties. Many Vision mechs remain operational. Supplies destroyed or sabotaged. Mech research base, intact. No attempts made to overrun the research base due to inability to overrun the Lunar Fortress. Defenses are light, but prepared. Dietmar IV, heavy rioting in every population center. Many mech regiments have been taken down, but rebel forces are exhausted. Chaos and anarchy is spreading due to failing services. Lord Javier has gone into hiding. Unable to ascertain location, but every shuttle or ship that attempts to ascend is shot down. The news spread to the rest of the command center as well, causing everyone to frown. Major Verl chewed over the issue for a moment before hardening his eyes. "If we delay even once, we'll rapidly fall behind, and it will be impossible to meet our goals set out for this operation. Continue forward and maintain course." A new series of orders spread to the mechs that would soon be deployed to finish the jobs that the rebels hadn't managed to complete. Though the rebels ran out steam a lot faster than anticipated, the flagrant Vandals had never counted on their allies to do the heavy lifting. What the rebels accomplished so up to this point gave the Vandals enough of an opening to drive through a wedge. Their first concern was the Lunar Fortress on the second moon. "Mr. Brandstad." "Yes, Major. Go over the battle logs the rebels has sent us and determine the weaknesses of the surviving Vision mechs. Find a way to topple them in a single blow." On it, Vase naturally joined Alec into scouring through the logs and battle footage. They encountered a lot of difficulties in this because the rebels hadn't exactly been stellar at maintaining logs. Many of the pieces they sent to the Vandals came in fragments, as some of the data had to be salvaged from corpses of wrecks. Nevertheless, the footage painted a fairly simple picture of the defending forces. They started out with half a mech regiment of House Anakin's household troops. They sustained a lot of losses, but at least 500 to 600 mechs remain operational. The outer fortifications are all intact, but many of the turrets have been taken out of action. What of their mech composition? They are predominantly lunar gravity-optimized landbound mechs. They have a heavy propensity for rifleman mechs, which are ideal for defending a static fortification. The good news is that their primary weapons are equally divided between laser rifles and ballistic rifles. The rebels managed to destroy most of their ammunition stockpiles, so their ballistic rifleman mechs will only have a few magazines left each. That still left them with a defensive advantage. With the absence of the mechs that chased after the garrison fleet, Major Verl had no choice but to deploy his remaining forces against the lunar base with much less of an advantage in numbers than he anticipated. Though the defenders sounded like they were at the end of their ropes, cornered rats had a tendency to lash out hard. Ignoring them exposed the rear of the Vandals to a surviving Vision element, but overcoming them required the Vandals to pay a price that it could hardly stomach. Either way, Major Verl was in a very difficult position. Chapter 458 Breakdown. The assault on the Dietmar system had gone off on a rocky start. Nevertheless, the appearance of the 6th flagrant Vandals in what the Vija kingdom considered its heartland came as a huge shock to both sides of the war. The Mech Corps barely exerted any oversight on the Vandals. Whenever someone in high command got reminded of their existence, they brushed the motley Mech regiment off as a bunch of cowardly raiders too scared to man up and attack the Mech Legion. Everyone had made a serious mistake in underestimating the flagrant Vandals. Living up to the name of their Mech regiment, the flagrant Vandals smashed everyone's expectations and struck at one of the Amadras Duchy's more significant industrial systems. The damage already dealt to its infrastructure came as a heavy blow, but the Vandals had only just begun. The local rebels did most of the damage so far, and now it was time for the Vandals to deliver on their promises. The attack on Dietmar II still needed time to foment. The first detachment of the Vandal fleet approached the smaller planet and its valuable solar foundries with greedy anticipation. Count Reason rallied every household troop of House Jair to form a line of defense around the most important asset of the planet, its renewable exotics mine. This left much of the planet undefended, including its various complexes and the solar foundries spinning in orbit. Count Reason made the determination that he couldn't spread his limited household troops to defend everything, so he concentrated them all to form a deterrent. Basically, the Count told the incoming Vandals to wreck everything else but the possession he prized the most. Naturally, many industrialists did not agree to become House Reason's sacrificial lambs. Due to panic and indecision, they rebelled or sowed chaos on Dietmar II, which ironically paved the way for the incoming Vandals. Count Reason and the people of the Dietmar system couldn't be blamed for their confusing responses. Complacency lay at the heart of their incompetence. Even as the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom battled at the front lines, the Mech Corps never raided as far as Amadras. While the border systems endured so many raids that they responded like a well-oiled machine when faced with another incursion, the complacent people of Dietmar II and IV had never dealt with such a massive attack. Rise up, comrades! A ferocious woman stood atop a wrecked laser turret as she bared her rifle in the air. The time has come to pull down the nobles from their lofty perches. In the hot and sweltering environment of Dietmar II, half of her crowd wore thin climate suits that allowed them to stay cool. Both suited and unsuited people cheered and raised their arms, though their numbers and enthusiasm fell a little short. The rally hadn't lasted more than a couple of minutes before a series of thuds started transmitting from the ground. Footsteps. Mechs. Incoming mechs. It's a company mech. Run. No one kid themselves into thinking they could fight against a machine of war. The fear of mechs had set in deep among the population. Before the rebel woman could persuade her crowd otherwise, her audience had completely scurried away before the Jair mechs even arrived. Seeing that the situation went to hell pretty fast, the rebel woman abandoned her elevated perch and ran away for safety as well. Bunch of spineless cowards. Unlike the haphazard unrest-racking Dietmar II, the situation on Dietmar IV deteriorated into full-blown anarchy. Ha 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 ha, we're rich. A man shouted as he looted a luxury store inside a mall. Though he had no idea how he could sell his ill-gotten loot of luxury clothes, just the thought of obtaining decades worth his salary in booty made him delirious. Just as the handful of men ran towards their aircar, a volley of laser and projectile fire spat in their direction. The aim of the assailants was atrocious, but the sheer volume of fire eventually struck down all of the looters. A swarm of teenagers emerged from the corners and dashed towards the fallen men. They quickly deprived them of their loot and made their way out, giggling and laughing all the while. Elsewhere, two company forces guarding two adjacent manufacturing complexes clashed against each other in a full-blown battle. "Stop this madness," the commander of the defense force at Westcott Machinery Supply broadcasted in the open. The man piloted his knight to withstand another barrage of incoming fire for his ranged mechs. "The rebels are burning everything down and the Briters are about to make landfall. This is no time to settle our grudges." A maddened laughter escaped the speakers of a gaudily decorated cannoneer mech from United Alloy Supplies. It blasted its ballistic cannon indiscriminately towards the Westcott forces. "I always hated seeing you parade your mechs in front of our faces. Now, I finally get the opportunity to do you Westcott goons in. You won't get away with this." The Westcott commander shouted back as his knight mech bashed its way to the front and slammed its shield mech against a spearman mech that hadn't moved away in time. "Westcott forever! Westcott forever!" The mech pilots of the defending mechs echoed. None of them questioned whether it made sense to defend a facility while the rest of the planet went crazy. Their loyalty to their company compelled them to fight, if not to the bitter end, then at least they should give a good accounting. Yet the attackers were no slouches either. Victory to UAS! Victory to UAS! Civilians ran towards old and neglected shelters. Troublemakers sought their chance to even the scores against their rivals. The rebels fanned the flames by destroying key infrastructure and inciting mass panic. All the while, the auxiliary regiments that turned traitor took control over enough anti-air turrets to make every ascent into space a risky prospect. They also deployed hidden missile launchers throughout Dietmar IV to augment their air defense and bring down any vessel that tried to escape the planet. Dozens of ships and shuttles fell before everyone learned their lesson. Unless they boarded a heavily armored combat carrier, they wouldn't dream about making another attempt. The rebels still kept up their guard. They knew that Lord Javier was on the surface when the rebellion broke out. He might still be biding his time to get away aboard an armored or stealthed escape vessel, so they pulled out all the stops and constantly scanned the surroundings of the capital city. High above the skies and beyond Dietmar IV's atmosphere, the second detachment of the Vandal fleet approached the moons. Two of them posed a considerable concern to Major Verl. Without securing those two locations, he wouldn't feel reassured when he deployed his landbound mechs to the planet. "Mr. Brandstad, give me something. We're working on it," Alec Frazedley replied. Both Vase and Alec scoured through tons of data in order to find a way to ease the next actions. Neither Vase nor Alec found any obvious weaknesses in the laser rifleman mechs that formed the main line of defense at the lunar fortress. The focus lay on the Ameven Mark 7 Type D, which served as House Anakin's standard rearguard mech model. The house's in-house designers formed the Type D as a simpler and more affordable variant of their much more renowned Type A design. The Type A was an impressive laser rifleman mech design that formed the mainstay of House Anakin's household troops. Therefore, a cheaper variant derived from it wouldn't be so easy to crack. The Type D inherited most of the Type A's strengths while hardly exposing any weaknesses. Obviously, a lot of effort had been put into optimizing its design. Hundreds of mech designers spent many thousands of man-hours into working away its flaws. Try as he might, Vase peered at the Type D's design from every direction but couldn't put a dent in its seemingly perfect exterior. "I don't believe this design is perfect." No design is perfect. The only weaknesses of the Type D they came up with so far were the generic ones that all laser rifleman mechs suffered from, such as their low burst damage and their vulnerability up close. Even a toddler could figure that out. Vase had to dig deeper and find something more pertinent in order to make the upcoming battle a little easier for the Vandals. Fortunately, he wasn't working alone. Alec possessed a lot of experience in this area, and he quickly honed in on a potential weakness. "Vase, study its heat dispersal mechanisms. I remember that the Mark 6 version of the Type A relies on disposable coolants to get rid of most of its heat in an instant. If the coolant tank got burst, the mech's internals almost always glitched out. See if this still applies for the Mark 7. The Ameven series had progressed by a major milestone since those weaknesses became known. Its designers must have certainly patched up the vulnerabilities, but they wouldn't have been able to mitigate the problem completely. The Type D possessed too little structure to do so. Now that Alec shone a light in a potentially promising direction, Vase rapidly called up past data on the Mark 6 and Mark 7 versions of the Type A and Type D. Most of the intelligence had been derived through a combination of analyzing past battle footage and stealing sensitive design documents by the intelligence services of the Republic. This caused the data to be largely incomplete. Vase had to struggle through gaping holes and unreliable guesswork, but eventually he found a chink in the armor. I think they changed the placement of the coolant tank to the center and inwards. However, the discharge mechanisms are largely the same. It's harder to breach the coolant tank, but if our boys can manage it, the Type Ds will certainly be taken out of commission. Good work, Vase, but it's not enough. They passed on the information to Major Verl anyway. This kept the Mech commander off their backs for a tiny bit. The two Mech designers continued to study the active cooling systems of the type, knowing that there must be more they could find out. Deploying spaceborne mechs. A large number of spaceborne mechs launched from the hangar bays of the combat carriers and took up guard positions. For the assault of the lunar fortress, Major Verl wanted to drop close but not quite on top of the Vision defenders. With most of the turrets taken out by the rebels, the Vision anti-air capabilities had become severely curtailed. While the Vandals still had to be wary of their rifleman mechs, Major Verl gambled on the possibility would be able to drop onto the surface without suffering any losses. Vase thought that Verl had made a very bold bet. Minutes away from starting the descent of half of their combat carriers, Vase finally achieved a breakthrough in his analysis. Reporting: the Amavon Mark 7 Type Ds are vulnerable to explosive and kinetic damage to their lower left sides. The armor doesn't need to be breached in order to cripple it. The Type D skimped on their structural integrity, so it won't be able to shield its internals against the concussive shocks from explosive and kinetic attacks. Vase sent along his analysis of the weakness. Attacking the lower left side of the Type Ds would potentially allow their assailants to take them out with up to 50% less effort than taking it out conventionally. That's more like it, Major Verl complimented him for once. Switch up the first wave. I want the missileers up front and advance to medium range before unleashing their payloads. Bring the Akaras up front as well. Sir, that would leave our carriers undefended. Then hold the Hellcats and a couple of Inheritors back. They won't be of much use in the coming attack. The last-minute adjustments made it clear that Major Verl was prepared to stake the lives of his men and women over the vulnerability revealed by the Mech designers. This caused Vase to gulp. It was all well and good to state his observations, but if he spoke incorrectly, a lot of lives would be lost due to his words. Sweat poured down his brow as he watched the coming action with a lot of apprehension. Chapter 459 Lunar Fortress. Even before the combat carriers made landfall, the lunar fortress unleashed a deluge of missiles. Much less than what they ought to have been able to launch, but still a considerable amount. Major Verl quickly issued orders to strike down the missile salvo. Akara mechs anchored inside the bunkers along the exterior of carriers started to fire their rapid-fire cannons in unison. They had been designed in part to provide a powerful form of defense against the Vision propensity to throw out a lot of missiles. The incoming missile salvo already started to diminish. Other mechs lent their firepower as well, though their coordination was lacking. The Vandals relied too much on random mech models stolen from the Visions. Their weapon configurations differed very widely, making it difficult to synchronize their fire. Nevertheless, the spaceborne Vandals acted competently and wiped out the missile salvo just as it entered medium range. The lunar fortress failed to launch a second salvo. It appeared that the rebels hadn't been lying when they said that they destroyed most of their stockpiles. Still, the suspicion that the Visions might be holding back their missiles in order to trap the Vandals loomed closely. With the lunar fortress offering no further response, the Vandal combat carriers that arrived on the surface calmly disgorged their landbound mechs. Many of these machines suffered from unsteady footing. The small moon exhibited a very weak gravity, causing most mech pilots to curse as their feet constantly bounced them above the surface. Fortunately, they adjusted quickly. A week before they arrived at the Dietmann system, the mech pilots of the flagrant Vandals drilled extensively in every possible environment they might be deployed on. They already learned how to deal with the second moon's gravity, but simulations were no substitute for the real thing. They wouldn't be as good as the defending Visions in moving around, and that was a significant disadvantage. The only upside to the moon's weak gravity was that the Vandal spaceborne mechs could lend a hand as well. They didn't fare too well under standard gravity conditions, but the moon was so small and weak that their flight systems hardly needed to compensate. The Vandal mechs formed up. Due to the wide variety of mech models, they resembled a mob of pirate mechs more than a professional military formation. The only attempt at homogenizing them was to coat their exteriors in the regimental colors of the flagrant vandals, burgundy and black. Even then, many subgroups adopted their own patterns. Some mechs employed camouflage patterns, while others adorned their mechs with animal heads. More utilized geometrical patterns that looked oddly hypnotic. In the eyes of an outsider like Vase, the vandal mechs looked disorderly. He could tell from the orders issued by Major Verl and the movements of their mechs that they operated in a very decentralized fashion. Major Verl only issued a handful of broad orders, which his subordinate officers translated into slightly more specific orders to the different companies that took part in the assault. The true decision-makers appear to be the captains that led their companies. These companies differed widely in numbers and mech makeup. Some of them were at half strength at 22 mechs, while one of them moved with 70 mechs, each of them seemingly a different model. As much as Vase wanted to spit out and decry the travesty of it all, the flagrant vandals somehow found order in chaos. They made their eclectic mix of mechs work seamlessly. Upon closer inspection, Vase realized that every mech company wasn't grouped by type or purpose and that they didn't choose to balance out their mechs either. The companies had been grouped according to their movement speed. This led to a surprising level of coordinated maneuvering. The scout companies moved first and approached the lunar fortress, which the Visions chose to perch on a low hill surrounded by flattened terrain. A lot of signs showed that the perimeter used to be very rocky, but the defenders deliberately cleared away the rocks and flattened the overall surroundings in order to deny any approaching enemy on land the benefit of cover. Heat signatures detecting. Incoming laser fire. The mechs atop the walls already started firing potshots at the approaching scout companies from the air and on the surface of the moon. Major Verl made a quick judgment and held his scouts on a leash, not wishing to go further and risk them getting attacked by a prepared volley. The slower companies caught up while the scouts flanked the fortress. After a few more moments of preparation, the assault began. Attack, breach the fortress and finish off the defenders. A heavy amount of firepower poured into the walls of the fortress, diminishing it at a surprisingly low pace. The walls had been laced with an abundant amount of junk exotics as well as a few more valuable substances, which was much more than standard. The cost to erect this fortress must be at least 3 times as much as a regular fortification. The Dietmar II is a resource processing center. Alec reminded Major Verl, many materials are shipped in and out of this star system. Those fortress walls are laced with brown laxonite, which is famed for their ability to dampen shocks. That increases the resilience of the walls by at least half. Is there anything else you can tell about the walls, Mr. Brandstad? Alec furrowed his brows. Vase passed him a couple of observations, but none of them were notable enough to be mentioned. No, sir, only to state that the walls rely on laxonite to withstand explosive and kinetic attacks, while utilizing their enormous mass to neuter any laser fire. It's incredibly resilient against every conventional damage type. That left out a lot of weapons with strange effects, such as the Greater Terran United Confederation's destroyer weapons. One slice of a destroyer sword would easily be able to part the thick walls in half. Naturally, the Vandals didn't carry anything like that. We're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Inheritors, prepare to dive in. Major Verl constantly showed his impatience. Vase gathered that the commander wasn't being reckless, but the importance of staying on schedule weighed heavily on the entire mech regiment. They only had 4 days to play with, and that was only an estimate of their allotted time. The Vision reinforcements might come sooner or later, but the Vandals didn't count on getting lucky in that regard. While much of the lower ranks of the Vandals remained ignorant, Colonel Lowenfield and her most trusted subordinates like Major Verl planned for this operation for years. They always intended to make a far-ranging raid on a star system deep within kingdom space. The Dietmar system had actually been selected as a potential longshot candidate due to its stability, relative wealth and lack of internal conflicts. That last point proved to be pivotal to this attack. Many star systems with a little bit more wealth might allow the Vandals to earn a bigger harvest, but their riches attracted plenty of ambitious nobles. Not so for this star system. Dietmar II was the main seat of House Jaeger, and while it would be possible to dislodge them, Count Reason established lots of ties with his neighbors, which minimized the occurrence of violent conflicts. As for Dietmar IV, no one wanted to touch Lord Javier. As the sole son of Count Loker, any other local noble would practically be committing suicide if they touched that planet. Count Loker's influence in the Amadras Duchy made him a powerful regional bully. He was the trusted hand of the Duchess and had served as her former chief of staff. With the amount of favor Loker earned from the Duchess of Amadras, House Anakin was on the rise. No one openly dared to defy them. Yet while this status might make their rivals back away, it proved to be one of the most pivotal reasons why the Vandals chose to attack the Dietmar system. House Amadris sent the majority of their legions to the front lines. Those that remained had been tasked with guarding the duchy's capital and several vitally important star systems. As much as the Duchess favored Count Loker, she would never divert her crack troops to defend a marginally significant star system. Because behind the open threat of the Vandals, a follow-up invasion might ensue if the remaining legions moved to aid the Dietmar system. As for the barons and counts that occupied the star systems closest to the Dietmar system, they would definitely move to support their beleaguered neighbors when prompted by House Amadris, but they would be sure to take the slowest route possible without being accused of leaving the Dietmar system out to dry. No one will come and reinforce the Dietmar system for at least 3 days. That should be enough time to complete all of our objectives, but only if nothing else goes wrong. The Vandals made slow progress into chipping away at the fort walls. Their ability to resist both energy and physical attacks made them extremely hard to deal with. Due to the angles, the landbound mechs stood no chance in weakening the defending mechs. The defenders did not suffer from that problem as the Vandal mechs were exposed on flat terrain. They could easily fire on every mech they wished from their comfortably elevation positions behind the walls. The only reason why the Visions hadn't exacted a heavier toll was because they were pacing their face. Ballistic ammunition was in really short supply, and while they could replenish their batteries fairly quickly by recharging them from the fortification's power reactors, they could only recover so much juice at a given moment. More than that, the Type Ds paced their fire due to their inability to shunt their heat fast enough. Every time they built up a significant amount of heat, they retreated and deployed several spikes from their hips that anchored into the walls. This allowed them to transfer their accumulating heat through the spikes and stave off their heat limits, if only temporarily. The inheritors are making their move, Alec whispered to Vase, which caused him to divert more attention to their plummeting descent. They dove down on a diagonal trajectory, making it rather hard for the defending Type Ds to target them. Several inheritors got hit by the laser beams that raked their loose formation. A single laser beam wouldn't cripple them, but their armor was so thin that they would certainly feel the hurt. The Vision defenders became a little smarter about their targeting, and started to focus their fire on a handful of inheritors. This caused the targeted mechs to be extremely unlucky. While the mech pilots of the Type Ds weren't good enough to box their targets in an undodgeable storm of lasers, they at least managed to whittle down the inheritors at a mildly alarming rate. Those assigned to pilot the inheritors weren't exactly the best of what the flagrant Vandals had to offer. Men, ready your knives. Still, the inheritors zipped down so fast that the Type Ds constantly had to readjust their aim to cope with the changing trajectories. As the inheritors appeared larger and larger on their targeting scopes, the Type Ds needed to swivel their aim in wider arcs in order to keep up. The time is upon us. Go in and out. The inheritors engaged their flight systems in full, causing them to stop their impending crash to the ground and instead propel them forward, right into the lines of defenders. A handful of melee mechs stepped forth to shield their weaker comrades. The inheritors that faced those melee mechs could do nothing in the short term to take these sturdy mechs down, so they preemptively circled around and flew back up. As for the other inheritors, they faced no obstacle except for the wall, and even that provided no succor to the Type Ds. The inheritors smartly passed over the walls and maneuvered around to hit the Type D mechs from the sides or from the rear. The laser rifleman mechs stood no chance. The inheritors showed extreme excellence in peeling apart the vulnerable ranged mechs. At least a third of the Type Ds dropped their rifles and gripped their backup knives in time, but their mech frames were wholly unsuited to duel against a skirmisher. It was a massacre. Only 10 seconds passed at most before the inheritors finished their allotted time. Those that hadn't finished off their targets retreated without hesitation after reaching the limit. The results of the short but intense action quickly became clear. At the cost of half a dozen inheritors, at least a third of the defending Type Ds had been taken out. We've got them. Chapter 460 Research Base Vase couldn't help but feel relieved that his educated guess panned out. Analyzing the Amazon Mark 7 Type D on the fly was very difficult because Vase could only base his conclusions from past versions of the mech model and its visible performance. It was as if he cracked the code of a simple keypad by observing it from a distance and looking at the marks left behind. After the initial pass, the inheritors turned around and dove again. Combined with the push of the Vandal landbound mechs, the defenders faced a hellish dilemma. They needed to pour their firepower to the encroaching ground pounders. Once the Vandal melee mechs reached the walls, it was over. Yet if they neglecting the inheritors buzzing above, they'd be dead as well. Vase didn't know if their commander was stupid or desperate, but around half of the rifleman mechs focused on each of the Vandal threats. This happened to be one of the better outcomes for the flagrant Vandals. By splitting up the attention of their enemy, they ensured that they spread their fire. Though the individual mechs still focused their fire on a couple of hand-selected targets, the Vandals already started to adjust. Any mech that got targeted would instantly retreat or find cover from their comrades. They did everything possible to spoil the aim of their enemies, and if they couldn't hold on, their pilots would eject regardless of the waste. This preserved the lives of the mech pilots but led to a slight increase in wrecked mechs. Still, as long as the Vandals won the field, they would easily be able to salvage their fallen mechs and bring them back online. Of course, the true prize in this assault would be to salvage the enemy mechs. Though they weren't all that valuable, the flagrant Vandals brought out a lot of transports, and their logistics ships held an abundant amount of cargo holds as well. Unless the Vandals encountered a large stash of exotics, recovering mechs was always the most cost-efficient option. They took up less space and weighed a little less than containers worth the same amount. Nevertheless, this attack would generally be considered a loss. A lot of damage had been sustained that needed to be repaired later on. This drained a lot of money, but also wasted a lot of time that could have been put to more productive uses. Overall, Vase estimated the Vandals lost more than they would be able to salvage from the battlefield. The pressure on the flagrant Vandals therefore continued to pile up. If they weren't able to raid the wealth-laden surface of Deepman IV very soon, the Mech regiment would certainly succumb under all of the debt it accrued. Without the support of the Mech Corps, the Vandals judge every action according to how much money they would gain or lose. It was an awful way to run a Mech regiment because it led to overly mercenary decision-making. What was best for the flagrant Vandals might not be best for the Mech Corps in the Bright Republic. Vase had seen plenty of the Vandals to know that they wouldn't lose much sleep if they worked against the Republic's interests. The key figure here was Colonel Lowenfield. From what he heard, Lowenfield pulled the Vandals from the depths of despair by using her extensive administrative acumen to clean up their finances. Still, she could do only so much, hence the need for the attack on a fat sheep like the Deepman system. The Vision defenders are pulling back. Emboldened by the sudden decrease in enemy fire aimed in their direction, the inheritors boldly dove at the rifleman mechs over and over again. They leveraged their speed to the highest order and completely threw the defenders in disarray with their maniacal upfront passes. Under these circumstances, the casualties of the defenders rapidly piled up while the inheritors lost less and less mechs with each pass. Eventually, the Vision mechs broke and abandoned the outer wall. They contracted their lines and congregated at a smaller but more defensible inner wall. The inheritors pulled back into the sky while the landbound mechs slowly climbed over the outer walls and made their way to the inner walls. At this point, Vase pretty much considered the battle to be over. The ballistic rifleman mechs already expended most of their ammunition by now, and the laser rifleman mechs lost too many of their number to pose a serious threat to the Vandals. Everyone in the command center loosened their shoulders. Even Major Verl started to sit back in his chair. As long as the Visions holed up in the inner sanctum of the lunar fortress didn't spring them a surprise, the moon was as good as conquered. How is the assault on the research base progressing? Major Verl turned to another officer who had been tasked with taking care of the third moon. Sir, we have been forced to halt our mech deployment when we detected signs of heightened mech activity. Verl frowned. What have you detected? Resonance. Everyone briefly paused when they heard that word. Resonance could be detected at a fair distance under certain circumstances. Anytime a sensor detected resonance, a lot of other sensors would point their arrays in the direction in question. Is it confirmed? It's confirmed, sir. The Vision researchers aren't being circumspect about it. They're actively flaunting it as if to warn us back. In response, I aborted the drop lest we risk our combat carriers. You made the right decision. The Vandals only allocated 2 companies to assault the research base, which should have been enough to overrun most bases of that size. As their ships orbited closer and closer to the moon, their scanners detected even less active mechs than projected. It should have been a cakewalk to take over the research base, but the presence of a resonating mech threw all of their projections out the window. A heavy weight descended on the command center. Strength, 13 Lavares. Some of the specialists let out a sigh. The resonance wasn't as strong as everyone feared. Vase incidentally learned a lot about resonance through the system, so he knew the significance of detecting a strength of 13 Lavares. One of the early pioneers of mech design came up with a standardized scale of measurement to determine the strength of resonance between an elite mech pilot and a mech that was geared for resonance. Master Lavere named his own scale after himself, and for some reason the entire mech industry accepted it over other proposed measurement units. In a nutshell, a Lavere measured the overall amplifying strength of resonance at a scale of 1 to 10,000. An expert pilot that barely ascended into the ranks of the elites would measure just slightly above 1. A newly ascended ace pilot possessed could exert at least 67 Laveres of resonance. God pilots started out with a whopping amount of 1545, and was theoretically able to flex their ability to resonate with mechs until they reached the arbitrary number 10,000. What happened after that, nobody knew, because no God pilot ever lived to grow to such a monstrous level. The exact mathematics behind the Lavere scale was very complicated. The scale wasn't linear, so an expert mech that measured 20 Laveres wasn't stronger than another expert mech that reached a level of resonance of only 10 Laveres. Nevertheless, the suspected expert mech within the research base could still inflict a massive amount of damage to the invading Vandal force with only 13 Laveres of strength. Naturally, this depended heavily on the type and weight class of the expert's mech, but regardless of its form, no expert should be underestimated. After a moment of consideration, Major Verl came to a momentous decision. Put Venerable Rix O'Callahan on standby. Acknowledged, sir. A moment passed before a communication channel forcibly opened up to the command center. Verl, an irascible voice exploded. I'm not going out. Everyone turned a little glum. Vase looked around a bit cluelessly until he started to get it. This old man's voice. Was this Venerable O'Callahan? Venerable, please. We have encountered signs of another expert, so we have no choice but to call for your services. Bah, I heard what's going on. A brat that can't resonate beyond 13 Laveres is not worth my time. Go pile up on him with a couple of hundred mechs and leave me alone. Major Verl looked like he wanted to explode, but he successfully kept himself from lashing out. He swiped his hand at an angle, causing a minor interference field to deploy that blocked their conversation. Vase wouldn't be able to eavesdrop any further. Is Venerable O'Callahan our expert pilot, sir? For better or worse, Alex sighed next to Vase. The man's on the wane. He used to be a hotshot expert in the wars before, but age eventually takes its toll. He lashed out at the Republic for refusing to provide him with age-prolonging treatments. Ever since then, he assumed position as one of our resident expert pilots. Why isn't the Venerable trying his luck with the Coalition if he's so desperate to prolong his life? Alex shook his head in pity. Oh, he tried. He only spent 2 years bouncing from partner to partner until they all got fed up with him and chucked him back to our embrace. Practically everyone worshipped expert pilots, so Vase found it strange that the Vandals regarded him with such indifference. It was yet another quirk to add to the list of oddities. A few minutes passed by as Major Verl negotiated with Venerable O'Callahan. Vase and Alec awkwardly sat at their seats. They didn't have much to do since the battle at the second moon was pretty much over while the battle at the third moon hadn't started yet. The research base kept everything under wraps besides revealing the fact that they possessed an expert mech. Vase didn't know why they revealed one of their trump cards right off the bat. Shouldn't they have kept it hidden until the Vandals wandered into their trap? They could have killed a lot of Vandals with such a trick. When Vase posed the question to Alec, the journeyman smiled ruefully at him. Don't you see that we have military superiority? If the research base is staffed by loyal fanatics, sure they would want to wipe out as much of our numbers as possible. That they chose to forego that choice shows that they are cowards who value their lives over any possible damage they can inflict on us. Revealing their expert mech up front is supposed to serve as a deterrent. Aren't the Visions supposed to be motivated to die for the cause? Why are they acting so timidly? You mistake their mech pilots for the rest of their society. Every mech pilot in the Mech Legion is willing to go to any extremes to earn a lot of merits in battle because if there is one thing the Vija Kingdom is good at, it's with rewarding the families of their fallen. They know that they can die in peace, knowing that their spouses will be taken care of and their children would be able to enter exclusive academies. In some extraordinary cases, their children may even be elevated to knight or baron to reward instances of exceptional valor. In other words, it wasn't as if the Vision mech pilots fought for an abstract cause. They fought for the same goals as any human, to better their lives and the lives of their families. This motivating force was largely lost when it came to rearguard units and those that worked in a non-military capacity. Whoever called the shots at the research base did not wish to die in vain. The interference field suddenly dropped. Major Verl glowered and gnashed his teeth as the comm channel closed by itself. Recall orders to Ready Venerable O'Callahan. The honorable expert pilot is not feeling well enough to sortie. Vase sat stunned as the rest of the Vandals accepted that sorry excuse. Although expert pilots enjoyed an elevated status in the Mech Corps, they had not reached the point where they could outright refuse a direct order from a superior. This was the first time he had witnessed such an event. Chapter 461 Bestial, halt the planned attacks on the research base. We're moving on to the next phase. Major Verl unwillingly retreated from the third moon. The ships under his command consolidated in orbit over the second moon and started to retrieve the mechs and loot from the fallen lunar fortress. The battle there ended quickly once the Vandals overcame the inner walls. Not wishing to fight to the death, the defending Visions surrendered without exception. For their part, the Vandals accepted their surrender and took the mech pilots into custody. They restrained the norms that acted as support personnel in place because they held no value. Taking them along burdened the Vandals more than the Visions, and they didn't feel like killing them after they magnanimously surrendered. Vase got the sense that the Vandals weren't above killing their prisoners, but only if the Visions pissed them off in some way. In that regard, the Visions manning the lunar fortress did their duty but nothing more. The Vandals took slightly more than 2 hours to strip down the lunar fortress. They retrieved most of what they could easily salvage, but hadn't managed to clean the fortress out entirely due to lack of time and lifting power. They did leave a parting gift as the last mechs boarded the combat carriers and lifted off from the surface. Several portions of the fortress blew up, causing almost every section to collapse except for the areas which held the prisoners. It would take a significant amount of effort to bring the fortress back to strength after all of the destruction. With the moons taken out of consideration, if only nominally, Major Verl turned his attention to the planet that held most of the star system's riches. Dietmar IV, the fourth planet from the binary suns. At the Major's orders, the combat carriers formed up and moved into a lower orbit over the bountiful temperate planet. Much of its cities burned, but from high up the planet still resembled a jewel. The attacks on the moons only served as their appetizers. Making landfall on Dietmar IV and completing their subsequent objectives would be the main course. They gathered as much information as they could about Dietmar IV and its local forces, but the rebels who provided most of their intelligence had been proven wrong several times before. It was too easy to hide any number of assets on a planet. Even as the Vandal combat carriers turned their sensors towards the planet and attempted to scan the underground layers, they failed to turn up any results. The Visions either hid their assets well, or they really hadn't stationed any hidden forces on the planet. Don't get complacent, Vase. Alec whispered to him. What comes up next will be our real test. Urban combat is always messy. Depending on how much the locals can organize themselves, we can have a real fight on our hands. They still collectively outnumber us. As much as that fact concerned Vase, the chances that they would unite in a common defense was low. That would mean submitting themselves to a single leader. Short of Lord Javier, no one possessed enough clout to unite the local forces. I've never been through a raid from the perspective of the raiders. This is more than a simple raid, Vase. We've established many objectives, but our main goals are to rob enough to make our losses worth it and to root out Lord Javier from whatever hole he's crawled into. That's going to be difficult to complete in a very short time span. Vase thought that they had made a lot of haste, but evidently Alec thought otherwise. With time pressing on their backs, they couldn't afford to delay their steps. The Vandals readied themselves to be deployed. The combat carriers split in two. Those that carried spaceborne mechs would remain in orbit while those that carried landbound mechs descended to the surface. A tense moment ensued as some of the combat carriers made the risky action of descending into hostile territory. Though the rioting and the anarchy caused the planet to be thrown into confusion, that didn't mean that every local lost their minds. A counterattack could come at any moment. While the combat carriers made the drop, Vase and Alec already started analyzing the data that the rebels constantly poured in. They captured a lot of footage of mechs stomping around. Many influences held back some strength, and if not for all the strife, they never would have pulled out their reserve forces. It was the job of the mech designers to analyze each model spotted in the wild and give out a cursory evaluation of their strength. With hundreds of different mech models spotted on the surface, the pair would have succumbed from all of the work, but luckily they didn't work alone. Other mech designers assigned to other ships did their part as well, thereby massively speeding up the identification and classification process. Vase had never analyzed so many different mech models in such a short amount of time. The effort strained him somewhat and he made a lot of mistakes. Yet each time he fell, he picked himself up again and learned how to do better. He became increasingly proficient in spotting the strengths and weaknesses of mechs merely from spotty footage. Besides their propensity for missiles, the visions on Demon IV also leaned towards bestial mechs. These animal-shaped mechs took the place of melee mechs mostly as they all focused on closing in the distance with their forelimbs and savaged their opponents with claws and perhaps teeth. House Anakin is very partial to bestial mechs. Alec quickly explained. They're famous for fielding the Amadras Duchy's premier bestial mech regiments. Most of them are sent to the front lines, though, so we won't meet those elites on the field today. So that explained it. House Anakin's rich tradition in working with bestial mechs helped compensate for the increased difficulty in mastering those types of mechs. Human mech pilots adjusted best when they piloted humanoid mech models. There had always been skeptics who claimed that the human form was not always the most conductive form for combat. They derisively dismissed the bipedal human form and their dependence on tools as inefficiencies. Mech designers who adhered to this school of thought instead sought to develop alternatives based on animals and aliens. The so-called bestial supremacy movement was a powerful strain within the galactic mech industry, but their grip in the Komodo star sector was fairly weak. The main advantages of bestial mechs was that they provided a lot of variety. The downsides to using them was it took a substantial amount of effort to train them with different animal forms. That made animal-shaped mechs rather rare in the resource-starved galactic rim. Pretty much every mech designers in the galactic rim fell into the humanoid supremacy movement, including Vase. In practice, no one in the Bright Republic paid attention to these doctrinal and ideological disputes. Perhaps closer to the center of the galaxy, mech designers from different camps would confront each other and even initiated design duels to prove their point, but Vase found all of it rather silly. Those bestial mechs are geared for standing battles. They're not the hit-and-run types. Vase studied the models seen in the wild and quietly agreed. These tiger and wolf-shaped mechs possessed a lot of bulk, putting them well in the upper range of the medium weight class. This gifted them with a hefty charge and powerful attacks but slow attacks up close, but it didn't do their speed and agility any good. Nonetheless, due to their form, they were just a notch faster and more agile than humanoid mechs that weighed the same. Their forelimbs provided them with a lot more stability as they didn't have to worry about tipping over as much. The downside of course was that they couldn't make use of external equipment such as swords and rifles. They went into battle with the weapons already fixed into their frames. Fighting them would be a nightmare on land, but aerial mechs should make quick work of them. Unfortunately, the Vandals weren't very strong in the air. They focused primarily on spaceborne mechs and diverted some of their efforts on building up a force of landbound mechs by necessity. Perhaps some spaceborne mechs would accompany the landbound mechs on the ground, but Vase couldn't see a fragile machine like the Inheritor ever doing so. He was familiar enough with its design to realize that the Inheritors would get massively slowed down when put under the influence of gravity. As Vase continued to analyze mechs, a sudden change occurred just as the combat carriers heading to the surface touched land. A large number of heat signatures and alarms blared over the consoles of the specialists. Detecting active scanning from 17 different locations from the surface. Our ships are being painted, sir. What? Plot those locations on the map right now. The central projector which displayed Demon IV lit up with 17 different points strewn about in random locations in the wilderness. Sir, detecting mass missile launches from 8 other locations on Demon IV and the second moon. More points lit up. This time, several trails flew up from these locations. Both in front and in their rear, the Vandal fleet faced an incoming surge of Vision missiles. No doubt whoever was in charge had been holding them back until the Vandals landed half their combat carriers. The Akira mechs that served as their point defense would have been a significant help in shooting down the missiles. Now it was too late to recall the landed ships. The missiles traveled too fast for them to catch up. Though Major Verl and the fleet in orbit had plenty of time to meet the incoming missiles, that hardly served as a consolation to them due to the sheer size of the missile salvo. What is the current count? Reporting, an estimated number of 43,000 missiles have launched from Demon IV. 15,000 missiles coming inbound from the second moon. Sensors have detected a second salvo. The mood in the command center plummeted at this point. Dealing with almost 60,000 missiles was already a challenge. Dealing with twice as much would strain their defenses until they broke. The news was already bad enough, but what came next was worse. A third salvo of missiles have launched from Dietmann IV. What about the launch sites on the second? No activity detected. By all accounts, the crew of those sites have evacuated. The third salvo looked a little more ragged. Evidently, the Visions had thrown whatever they had left at the Vandal fleet up in orbit. A total of 150,000 missiles headed in their direction. To a mech regiment that favored melee mechs over ranged mechs, this was an absolute disaster. Tell me of their makeup, now. Major Verl bellowed. Alec and Vase already started to work on that as soon as the Vandals detected the missile launches. Eventually, they both came to the conclusion that only two types of missile had been launched. The missiles comprise of two different types. Alec answered. The missiles launched from the surface all consists of the Heavensfall HVA 535, a standard Vision surface-to-space shipkiller missile type. They're characterized by their extremely powerful propulsion that lets them escape the gravity well of a terrestrial planet and build up a significant amount of velocity. Their payloads are largely explosive or kinetic depending on the variant, which we haven't been able to determine as of yet, sir. Then get on that as soon as possible. What of the other type? Since Vase analyzed those missiles, it was his turn to answer the Major. The hidden lunar sites have launched two salvos of XX Rex Mark 54H missiles. The XX Rex type missiles are characterized by their high explosive payloads, and the H variant of the Mark 54s denote the heaviest version of this type of missiles, so they pack an even greater punch. They both relayed the exact numbers to Major Verl's terminal, who studied the data with increasing alarm. The waves of missiles from the surface of Dietmann IV needed to fight against gravity to reach the orbiting Vandal ships, so they generally didn't have too much left by the time they reached their targets. The sheer amount of missiles made up for their relative weakness in this area. As for the XX Rex missiles launched from the second moon, they came in much fewer numbers, but a combat carrier that got hit in the right sections would certainly crack apart despite their superior armor coverage. The amount of damage they could deal already approached the level of torpedoes. In short, they were screwed from both the front and the rear. Chapter 462 Vision Welcome. Both the Heavensfall and the XX Rex missiles represent specific types of military ordnance. Compared to the missiles used by mercs and gangs, the missiles used by the Mech Legion possessed a lot of advantages. They hit harder, their ECM wouldn't be as easy to fool, and they accelerated significantly faster as well. Superior development only played a minor role in their performance. The true reason why the flagrant Vandals feared these missiles was because they incorporated various amounts of exotics. The use of expensive materials lay at the root of their performance. The Bright Republic generally shied away from such practices, as they considered lacing their missiles with junk exotics or low-grade exotics to be an absolute waste. A missile launched from a tube would be a missile that could never be recovered. Once it detonated or got intercepted, the wreckage would be strewn over a huge area, and in certain cases be blown by the wind on a planet or carried along their initial impulse in space. It was safe to say that in cases like that, the expensive exotics would never be recovered. Yet the Visions didn't see it that way. Certainly, their active use of missiles cost a pretty penny, but they treated it as an investment. As long as they inflicted more damage on the enemy than what the missiles cost, then they came out ahead on a net basis. That put the 150,000 missiles heading in their direction in a very ominous light. The resources put in their manufacture could have been used to acquire another combat carrier or two. If the Mech Corps faced the same equation, then they would have certainly gone for extra ships. Not so for the Visions, who only thought in terms of how much damage they could inflict. Estimated casualties. Major Verl asked a specialist in charge of simulations. A high possibility of 3 to 5 combat carriers sustaining heavy damage. 1 or 2 may even break apart. The shipkiller missiles only targeted their ships. The Visions might wish to target their transports and logistics ships as well, because the flagrant Vandals depended on them to make their way back home. In any case, the incoming missiles needed to be dealt with. Major Verl stood up. We've trained for this. Engage anti-missile countermeasures. With the Vision propensity for launching mass missile swarms, the Mech Corps drilled relentlessly on how to take them out. Major Verl only needed to mention a few plans and issue a couple of instructions to make his ships and mechs adopt a defensive posture optimized against missiles. Naturally, the Visions didn't make it easy on their enemies to take their missiles out one by one. For one, they staggered their missiles in such a way that all 150,000 of them arrived near simultaneously at their targets. The first salvo traveled a little slower and adopted slightly arched trajectories, while the missiles behind them took a more direct approach and burned a little faster. Over time, the distances would diminish until they formed a combined volley of apocalyptic proportions. The flagrant vandals much preferred the missiles to pour into them one by one. This way, they could focus their full defensive envelope on a couple of missiles at once and take them out before the next one arrived. Sadly, no one with a brain would program their missiles to trickle in this way unless it served a special purpose. The key to taking out so many missiles coming at them at once was to take potshots of them at extreme range. Launch counter missiles. A handful of missileers among the vandals launched their own missiles. The salvo released by them only numbered just above 10,000, an absolutely pathetic amount compared to what the Visions threw at them. Hopefully, at least half of them would score a hit at the incoming Vision missiles. Lasers, fire at will. Every laser-wielding mech in the mech regiment aimed their guns and fired far off into the distance. At this point, not a single mech pilot would be able to spot the missiles with the naked eye. They entrusted the aiming of their weapons entirely to their targeting systems, which all networked back to the powerful processors aboard the combat carriers. One of the biggest advantages of laser beams over kinetic weapons was that they traveled at the speed of light and that their range was potentially enormous in the emptiness of space. In practice, space wasn't completely empty, and the laser beams also tended to become defocused across huge distances. In addition, although the lasers traveled really fast, the missiles didn't travel in a straight line either. The Vision missiles poured a lot of research into improving their capability to dodge extreme range laser fire. Small boosters embedded along their structure pushed the missiles left and right, up and down and even back and forth. Extremely sophisticated algorithms governed this behavior, and unless the mech core cracked the code, the Vandals wouldn't be able to predict their dodging patterns. Both the Heavensfall and the XX Rex missiles happened to be one of the newer types of missiles introduced by the Mech Legion in the last couple of years. That meant that the Vandals practically faced them for the first time. Hundreds of mechs kept firing their lasers off in the distance. They focused on the low-volume 20 Rex missiles launched from the second moon because they were bigger and heavier than the Heavensfall missiles. This made them a bit more resilient, but it also made them a lot easier to hit. Dozens of missiles got shot down as the mechs scored occasional lucky hits. The hit rate slowly increased as the missiles neared the Vandal ships, but it all went far too slow for their tastes. The extreme range along with the devilishly clever dodging patterns made each attempt to take them down a complete gamble. In situations like this, neither of the mech designers played much of a role. Major Verl turned to others who studied Vision missiles as their life's work. What Vase and Alec knew about missiles wasn't very much, though Alec at least tried to be helpful by trying to hack them in some way. Good luck with that. The Visions obsessed about having their missiles turn against them, so they employed many convoluted methods in order to prevent such an occurrence. In general, the mech core only managed to crack Laskin missile models. Anything newer than that was pretty much a black box in their regard. Many minutes passed by as the lasers took their toll on the missile salvos. Mechs that wielded projectile-based weapons stood by and waited for the missiles to come close before unleashing their own storm of fire. Since their projectiles traveled much slower than the speed of light, it didn't make sense to fire them right now. The missiles saw the incoming projectiles coming and would have ages of time to adjust their trajectory and move out of the way. Thousands more missiles died. Many expensive XXREXX missiles blew apart as they got struck. Their payloads affected nothing but empty space. Yet the Visions wouldn't consider their interception to be a waste, as long as they preoccupied the Vandals and prevented other missiles from being taken out. The XXREXX missiles still served their purpose. After a long while, the missiles finally entered the longest effective range of the Vandal projectile mechs. A huge volume of fire erupted from the mechs that had held their fear and indignation back. Now, they could finally unleash their pent-up frustration at the majestic cloud of missiles. Thousands more missiles died each second. Ballistic weapons held a huge advantage in that they didn't generate as much heat. As long as their ammo lasted, the mechs could fire their rifles and cannons as much as they wished. The Akira heavy cannoneers pretty much stole the show at this point. Though they had already started firing their laser cannons at the start, once they unleashed their explosive shells, it was as if hell descended on the missiles. Of course, the Visions didn't pack the missiles close enough for multiple of them to be taken out by a single explosion. Still, the wide area detonations made it easy to guarantee a kill. The missile waves halved in numbers, with most of the XX Rex missiles taken out at this point. Yet that still left an abundance of Heavensfall missiles with very little time left to take them out as well. Laser-wielding mechs kept firing their weapons regardless of the risks. Their mechs and weapons overheated in rapid tempo. Some mechs employed emergency coolant and other desperate measures to stave off a shutdown. They would rather fry their mechs than let a combat carrier go down. In the meantime, every serviceman aboard the combat carriers buttoned down their gear and prepared for possible impact. In the stubby Growler's command center, chairs shook as strange components ejected from underneath and flew to encompass everyone's bodies. Everyone wore military-grade hazard suits now. They were rated to survive explosions, extreme temperature fluctuations and flying shrapnel, though only up to a certain point. They couldn't match full-blown exoskeleton suits in toughness, but they made up for it in flexibility and several systems that enhanced their survival, such as water and oxygen recycling systems. I've heard stories about what the Visions are willing to throw at us when it comes down to it. Alex said in a prayer-like tone. Underneath his hazard suit, his eyes narrowed into slits. It scares me, but also excites me in a way. I feel the same way, sir. Vase quietly said. The diminishing missile salvos still contained many thousands of missiles. It was easy to mistake the incoming wave as a natural disaster to which no single person could resist. Mechs shorted out as their most fragile components melted down. Weapons blew apart as the heat and stress put on them pushed them past their limits. The combat carriers huddled somewhat together and protected the vital logistical ships in the center of their formation. The non-combat resource processing and fabrication ships possessed virtually no armor that could withstand the Heavensfall missiles. They had to be protected at all cost because the Vandals depended on the supplies they produced to operate so far behind enemy lines. Deploy final countermeasures. Chaff, sensor-blocking particles and more ejected from the combat carriers at the last instant. The ships ejected them at the last seconds in order to give the missiles as little time to adjust. At the very end of their journey, the final Heavensfall missiles only numbered in the low thousands. Many of them got fooled by the emergency countermeasures deployed at the last moments. More of them got shot down by the Akara heavy cannoneers that occupied the bunkers embedded into the ships. Yet that still left less than 100 surviving missiles. Out of the 150,000 that the Visions started with, the tiny sum sounded pathetic. It was not. For some reason, the missiles all received an update on their targeting priorities in their final seconds of life. They clustered closer to each other as they converged on a handful of combat carriers. They're targeting our command ships. The stubby Growler is being pinged by 27 missiles. Brace for impact. Vase could barely hold on to his seat as it expanded and enveloped him in a huge crash ball. Everyone aboard the stubby Growler became enveloped in these crash balls as well. Boom. They certainly needed the extra protection as the stubby Growler shook and shuddered violently over a span of a couple of seconds. A combination of kinetic and explosive missiles overwhelmed her armor and wreaked havoc inside. Entire sections of the combat carrier lurched away from her hull and flung off into space. Many compartments became exposed to space, spilling their contents out or exposing the interior with destructive blasts. Sometimes, the crash balls endured the impact and heat, and other times they cracked open. Even if they seemed intact, some of their occupants broke every bone in their bodies and died on impact. From the lowest spacers to the highest officers, no one could escape the fury of the Vision missiles. Chapter 463 Heavensfall. Against the fury of so many missiles bearing down on her, the stubby Growler simply ceased to exist. Fragments of the former ship slung in every direction, and the final missile blast even cracked open the command center's containment shell, flinging the crash balls loose and out into space. Some of the white balls hit other debris. They either bounced in another direction or cracked apart, which spilled its occupants. Those that strayed too close from residual blasts, extreme radioactive materials and flinging shrapnel could count their prayers. One crash ball happened to escape largely unscathed. Vase curled himself up in a fetal position inside his ball and kept his eyes on the HUD projected by his helmet. He didn't have the time to feel sorry about the stubby Growler and the handful of other combat carriers that got hit. The final explosions launched his crash ball with a hefty push. It flew away far too fast for anyone to retrieve it amid the chaotic aftermath of the missile impacts. The takedown of the carriers which held the established leaders of the Vandal detachment threw the survivors into temporary confusion. Protocols quickly came into being and the surviving mech officer with the highest seniority quickly asserted his authority. Damage control teams, assist the damaged carriers. Rescue teams, go out and recover our men. Mechs, replenish ammunition and cool down. We need you up and running in case the Visions send a follow-up attack. A second response such as launching mechs or another wave of missiles was unlikely. The Visions likely blew their entire reserves at that single instant in order to maximize their kill potential. So far, despite the costs, they definitely scored ahead of the flagrant Vandals. How much losses have we sustained so far? Reporting, 2 combat carriers lost, including Major Verl's stubby growler. 3 more carriers sustained heavy damage. 11 only suffered negligible damage. Casualties are estimated to be around 7,000 Vandals, spread disproportionately among the lost and heavily damaged carriers. Our logistical ships, no damage reported other than scratches from incidental impacts against floating debris. They're safe and sound. A small load lifted off their chests. Losing those combat carriers hurt a lot and set the Vandals back enormously, but with the logistical ships intact they could still carry the survivors home. The newly elevated commanding officer stared out at the projection that showed the chaotic Vandal ships converging back. Together, the Visions had their fun. Now it's our turn to dish back the hurt. All of this happened far away from Vase. As rescue mechs and shuttles flew out to help those nearest to their positions, the crash balls and loose flying hazard suits kept spreading out in every direction with rapid speed. Each and every one of them suffered a violent push that flung them far too much for the rescue teams to reach them quickly. They might have been able to make it to them if they flew towards them at their best speed, but the mechs and shuttles' priorities recovering the nearest survivors. For most, who got rescued first didn't matter too much. However, a small portion of hazard suits and crash balls had been thrown in the direction of Dietmar IV. The planet exerted a light but ever-present gravity that still drew on the approaching objects. Some would shear past and bend their trajectories. Others would slingshot away at a sharper angle, like how a stone attached to a string could be launched away by employing Dietmar IV's gravity as centrifugal force. As for a small portion of unlucky survivors, they traveled almost straight towards Dietmar IV at such an angle that it would be impossible for them to skate past. Basically, they were on course for planetary entry, wrapped in shells that might or might not survive the incredible amounts of heat generated from the friction of their breach into the atmosphere. Inside one particular crash ball, Vase tried to stretch his body but couldn't do anything due to the strong padding that surrounded his hazard suit. With hardly any room to move, Vase focused his full attention to the head-up display projected by his helmet. It interfaced with the electronics in the crash ball, allowing him a glimpse of what happened outside. Its basic systems managed to determine that there was a really big planet in its path. It even managed to call up a pre-installed map of the planet, and trace out the crash ball's approximate trajectory. If nothing changed, the ball would likely crash in the middle of an ocean. That's not good. I'll either be left alone for weeks or be taken prisoner by the Visions. With the Vandals unlikely to rescue him before his crash ball started its descent, Vase intended to rely on his own. He couldn't do anything in the middle of the ocean. He needed to change course. Crash ball. Set destination to Naren City. Adjusting course. Tiny boosters affixed to the exterior of the crash ball spurted out tiny jets. This caused it to spin and alter its trajectory. Vase saw that it adopted a shallower angle in order to arc its ultimate end point away from the ocean and closer to the capital city of Dietmar IV. Course change completed. Reserve fuel, 27% remaining. The crash seat even allowed Vase to fine-tune his landing point, though the crash ball didn't make any guarantees. Vase only took a moment to select a mech workshop district in the outskirts of Naren City. As a mech designer, Vase fared best when surrounded by mechs or other machines. Though it was extremely risky to mix with the local Visions in one of the most densely populated cities of Dietmar IV, it beat landing in complete wilderness. Without anyone watching my back, I only have my skills and my Amastendira to rely on. While he could have gone for the much more massive manufacturing complexes located nearby, Vase thought it would be too risky to sneak inside those places. From what Vase had gathered during his stint at the Stubby Growler's command center, most of those complexes still enjoyed protection from their company forces. And since these prosperous manufacturing complexes attracted a lot of attention, any place that fell would be overrun with rioters and robbers. That was not the kind of people that Vase wanted to mix with. He merely wanted to scrounge some machines together in order to protect himself long enough for the flagrant Vandals' forces on the ground could pick him up. The crash ball started to encounter an increasing amount of air. As a terraformed planet, Dietmar IV contained nearly the exact same atmosphere as old Earth. Therefore, the crash began to be slowed down by drag but also started heating up because of that. The heat began to scorch the white surface of the ball, but the emergency device had been built to withstand just these kind of situations. Almost every crash ball flung to the planet endured the heat generated by friction. Some of the poor sods in the hazard suits had it worse. As much as the hazard suits had been designed to endure all manner of damage, in the end they weren't as robust as full exoskeleton suits. The main issue with the suits was that it couldn't deal with the heat. Everyone that fell towards the planet without a crash ball started heating up inside their suits. Some of the older units based on outdated hazard suit designs even failed as certain fragile components suddenly broke under all of the stress. Dozens of people died this way, burnt to a crisp from inside out. Vase had no time to mourn for the fallen. His crash ball shook and shuddered so violently that he could hardly read his helmet's HUD. The figures and numbers kept shaking all over in front of his eyes. Damn it, the Vandals cheaped out on the hazard suits. At least they had the decency to employ decent crash balls. None of the balls so far had failed under the stress, though the handful of units that got damaged by flying debris started to shake a little harder. Nevertheless, Vase started to feel mildly uncomfortable as some of the heat outside started to bleed into the interior. Pressed on all sides by cushioning materials and enclosed in a hazard suit that couldn't move, Vase started to feel very claustrophobic. The shaking and the knowledge that the descent could go wrong at any moment also failed to reassure his concerns. Note to self: invest in proper emergency equipment. The pressure also started to bore into his body, but at least Vase had it better than most. The G-force did almost nothing to his strengthened body, and the miniature inertial compensators bled off some of it when it began to exceed a certain amount. Still, everything depended on the continued operation of a handful of critical systems. It was far too fragile to his tastes. Vase felt like he returned right back to the glowing planet or graining IV. Just like before, Vase fell into a circumstance where everything went out of control and where his actions couldn't change the outcome at all. He hated feeling helpless like a newborn lamb. This is far too crazy. Mech designers shouldn't even be exposed to direct combat. Vase thought he had escaped such a fate by digging himself out of the pit filled with low-ranked mech designers, but of all the mech regiments he could end up with, he got assigned to one of the few that didn't maintain a permanent base. Vase always thought the Vandals held ulterior motives in keeping all of their assets mobile. Maintaining a safe and secure base on a planet far away from the front lines might offer safe harbor to the Vandals, but it also tied them down. By now, his crash ball had gone through the worst part of the descent. The shaking subsided and the speed of the ball's descent had slowed down to a more controllable and manageable state. This finally reassured him a little. At least not everything has gone wrong. One downside of entering atmosphere was that the crash ball lost contact with its fellow. From what he gathered until the connections broke, most of the crash balls had the same idea as he did and tried to converge around Naren City or one of the other major cities within their fuel allowance. Last he counted, around 50 or so crash balls specifically directed their course towards the capital city, but they all chose different districts to land on. Some even wanted to fall directly towards the landing site of Vandal combat carriers that carried landbound mechs to the ground. Such an action was exceedingly risky because the visions on the ground weren't vegetables. Naren City started coming into view. Several areas in and around Naren City started to be lit up as hidden turrets emerged from their underground enclosures and targeted the descending crash balls. Most of the anti-air turrets clustered around the palace and other important government buildings situated downtown. The manufacturing complexes also contributed some of their anti-air turrets or mechs into taking down the errant crash balls. The districts adjacent to the area where the Vandals established their beachheads hosted plenty of turrets as well. Any Vandal the Visions took out now would be one Vandal they didn't have to face on the battlefield. Those bastards. Next time, we better not take any prisoners. Vase cursed as he programmed a last-minute course change to take him further away from the center of Naren City. Course change interrupted. Reserve fuel. 0% remaining. His ball expended its last remaining available reserve of fuel, and it was barely enough to get him to the furthest edge of the mech workshop district. Fortunately, the district looked a little rundown and held nothing of importance, so the Visions didn't bother posting a turret in this area. As his crash ball neared the surface of Naren City, his crash ball expended the final remaining bits of fuel and power it reserved to make a safe landing. A powerful anti-grav module came to life, allowing the final landing boosters to slow down its fall to a more controllable descent. For a moment, Vase felt as if he was weightless. The next, a firm thud pushed him against the cushions as his crash ball embedded itself into an abandoned and overgrown park. The ball finally fell apart after that. Vase shakingly emerged from the remnants of the broken ball and shook hase hazard suit to get some life back into his limbs. So this is Naren City. The twin suns just started to fall under the horizon. Nevertheless, plenty of flames lit up the darkening skies in the distance. Weapons fire and mechs clashing against each other could be heard from the distance. The entire planet fell into turmoil, and as Lord Javier's seat of power, Naren City bled the most. Vase almost felt sorry for the citizens, but he quickly reminded himself that he wasn't one of them. The entire planet is my enemy. Chapter 464 Enemy of the entire plane. The Mech Workshop District sat in the furthest reaches from the center of the city. It held a very poor location, being far away from the spaceport and the well-developed infrastructure that supported the manufacturing complexes on the other side of Naren City. The only thing the district had going for was that beginning mech designers could easily rent a workshop for a pittance. They could also hire cheap manpower from the slums in the neighboring cities, though that also caused this part of town to be ridden with petty gangs and crime. A gang member happened to spot a crash ball landing in the abandoned park. He didn't recognize the object and only thought it might be some space debris separated from a ship. Oh lucky me, anything that can survive entry is bound to fetch a few hundred sovies. The Vizia Kingdom utilized the Nova Sovereigns as their statewide currency. Almost everyone referred to them as sovies, and they held a value roughly 25% weaker than a bright credit. To an average bottom feeder, a few hundred sovies was more than enough to live on for a month or two. The gang member eagerly climbed over the rusted fence and entered the overgrown park. He pushed his way past the wild bushes and long grasses until he finally reached a small clearing with a lot of cooling debris. Treasure. The man's eyes lit up and he practically threw himself on his knees to touch a piece, only to scald his hand from the residual heat of the exterior part. Hot hot hot. After blowing his fingers, the man turned his attention back to the pieces and smiled. So much stuff. Maybe it'll be enough to get 1,000 sovies. He had never owned so much money in a single instant. Everything went to pay for food, shelter and the occasional stimulants. Anytime he held more than 100 sovies, the money just seemed to slip through his fingers the next day. As the man dreamt of what he would do with all of that wealth, his thoughts flew away when a thin, surgical laser beam pierced his head. For a second, the dead gang member appeared to struggle with what had happened to him. The next, his body fell flat to the debris-strewn soil as his brain had completely given up the ghost. Vase in his hazard suit emerged from behind a tree trunk with his amastendira extended cautiously towards the corpse. The gang member looked dead, but was that truly so? He slowly inched forward until he was able to stretch out his armored foot and bump the motionless corpse. After making sure the fellow was dead, Vase sighed in relief and held the man by his neck and quickly dragged him away. The landing site of his crash ball was a conspicuous spot and his landing here might have attracted someone else's attention. After reaching a thickly grown portion of the park, Vase let down his guard and studied the corpse. Despite the awful damage done to the head, the poor chap's remains hadn't spilled onto the rest of his body, which was exactly what Vase intended. He stared at the man's cheap mass-produced clothes and compared them to his nearly spotless green mech designer uniform underneath his hazard suit. The problem with his outfit was that it carried a couple of emblems and other trappings that marked him out as a mech designer in service to the Mech Corps. If Vase dared to stroll through Naren City's anarchy-infested streets with these clothes, he'd be liable to get mobbed by hateful citizens who decried the disastrous invasion of the flagrant vandals. Sorry buddy, I need your clothes. Vase disengaged from his bulky hazard suit and shed his mech designer uniform. Then, he proceeded to strip the corpse and drape them to his own bare body. Their stature fortunately matched somewhat, so Vase didn't feel uncomfortable by their fit. He also took the man's cheap comm from his wrist, but Vase couldn't manage to get past the security check. Alec or Melkor would have been able to hack into it, but Vase had never learned how to hack a comm without assistance. He didn't specialize in this field. Great, I'm going to need to get my hands on an unsecured comm. His ultimate goal would be to return to the Vandal fleet up in space. Despite the destruction of a handful of ships, the Vandals should still be aiming to continue their operation. They invested too much resources to make this daring assault, and the loss of a handful of extremely expensive combat carriers only spurred them on. They needed to loot enough riches to compensate for their substantial losses. The only problem is that they've landed on the far side of the manufacturing complexes. The flagrant vandals chose to land outside the city's perimeters, but close to the district which held all of the major industrial complexes. It was obvious to everyone what the Vandals intended. Half-organized mech. Units of House Anakin's household troops had already deployed a substantial amount of mechs to that district, but as far as Vase was aware of, their numbers couldn't match the invading Vandals. Making his way through Naren City's various districts while bypassing rioters and loyalists sounded very daunting to Vase. However, he would rather take his chances than to sit tight and wait for rescue that might never come. With his new clothes, at least he wouldn't be mistaken as an enemy by the locals. With potentially the entire planet as his enemy, Vase could ill afford to be known as a stray brighter who arrived from the stars. After fiddling but failing to accomplish anything with the comm, he threw it on the ground next to his discarded clothes, his hazard suit and a stripped corpse. Vase extended the barrel of his Amastendira yet again and set it on a wider angle at a higher power setting. Vrush! As he fired the pistol at the pile on the ground, the wider beam caused the entire mess to melt or burn apart. A huge sizzle escaped from the body as a lot of its moisture evaporated into disgusting steam. Vase leaned away from the conflagration and tried to avoid breathing in the foul air. The hazard suit took longest to melt down. It had been designed to withstand heat to some extent, but in the end it couldn't resist the vast power of his Amastendira. Once the suit turned into a molten puddle of alloys and composites, Vase released his finger off the trigger and shoved the weapon back into his intangible inventory. That takes care of that. Vase felt oddly guilty about killing the Vision. He had been responsible for the deaths of several people, either directly or indirectly, as was the case with supplying others with his mechs. Vase did not lose any sleep over this responsibility, but the act of killing another human being in person oddly discomforted him in the back of his mind. He could have found another solution, such as breaking in one of the nearby structures or workshops and scavenge some clothing from there. He could have knocked the fellow out with a hefty bump on the head and stripped him without killing the lad. I can't obsess over these what-ifs. Not with my life at stake. He quickly got over his dilemma and resolved himself to escape from this planet. Vase was no saint, and he cared nothing for the lives of the people who lived on Dietman IV. Killing them was distasteful, but if it kept him alive, he would do whatever was necessary. Vase moved from the park as casually as possible. He tried out various postures before settling for a slightly slouched one that mimicked the sleazy gang member that he turned into ashes. The trouble was that it would be difficult to pass for a genuine local. Vase obtained no training in this regard, and the differences between Visions and Brighters was large enough that one would instantly recognize the other as soon as they opened their mouths. Vase wouldn't be able to mimic the two defining cultural traits of a Vision. First, their society was a lot more hierarchical, and even the commoners themselves split up their social class into several layers. Second, the Visions adopted a local accent that was slightly different from the Republic. They also used different idioms and word choices in some cases. Vase couldn't mimic the Vision voice at all, let alone the Dietman accent, which was another subset of the Vision accent. He actually didn't know too much about these differences, but his recent interactions with Iris taught him a lot more about the Visions than he wanted to. It turned out that the things he learned about the Visions might prove very helpful in his current predicament. Vase moved in the direction of his destination, bringing him closer to the city proper. This far out, the streets only held a few workshops, and none of them looked to have been used in the past several years. Times are tough for them as well, huh? The Visions must have drafted much of their bottom feeder mech designers as well. This led to many empty and abandoned mech workshops. Debt collectors, scavengers and thieves looted them empty. The scavengers even took away near worthless objects such as towels or cutlery. Empty, empty. Practically everyone looking to make a quick sovie had picked the entire street of workshops clean. Vase wouldn't be able to cobble up anything together with what little they left behind. He needed to go deeper into the district and break into a proper workshop. Though entering deeper into Naren City scared him, Vase urgently needed to make something. He didn't forget that the Vandals only allotted 4 days at most for their assault on Dietman IV. Vase needed to reach the Vandal beachhead on the other side of the city in order to get away from his hellhole. As Vase passed through several intersections, he met a couple of people on the streets. Most appeared to be tough guys looking to make some trouble. Vase kept his head down and tried to shuffle away as fast as possible from these types. Watch where you're going, bunghole. Most people who looked at Vase stared at his dirt-encrusted clothes and dismissed him out of hand. They probably thought that Vase didn't own enough wealth to make it worthwhile for them to rob him. One burly man thought otherwise. "Whatcha looking at? You looking at me? You looking at me?" The thug went as far as grabbing the hem of the stolen shirt. Let go, Vase softly said. How about, no, what are you gonna do about it? Nothing much, except this. Bang, Vase instantly punched the thug's head with a sloppy hook. The incredible force behind the punch launched the vision across the street until he smacked against the wall of an abandoned workshop. He felt something crunch with the punch, and he would bet that his accoster would never stand up again. He didn't feel bothered at that, as thugs weren't worth his time. Still, he attracted a lot of attention to himself. A few bystanders turned their gazes at him, prompting Vase to flee from this part of town in a quick jog. A couple of minutes later, Vase arrived at a street that looked a little better than normal. A lot more thugs and gang members prowled the streets, but the workshops in this area looked like they were still in business, if only barely. This is more like it, though. Why are there so many people out on the streets? Vase shuffled forward and tried to act like he belonged. He made for a very poor actor, but the thugs weren't the most discerning people. They had other things in mind. Vase listened to their hushed conversations. They say the vandal raid has Boss Nyerson all up in a tizzy. Why else would he call us out here out of the blue? Can't blame him. I heard it's hell downtown. What is our planet coming to? I'm glad that we escaped most of that. I hope Boss Nyerson keeps it that way. Soon enough, a beat-up low-flying aircar arrived from the distance. The car obviously feared being taken out by anti-air batteries, so the car flew as low to the ground without scraping its bottom. After a while, the aircar reached the largest group of thugs and plopped itself flat on the ground. A door opened and revealed a tall and muscled brute. The man's scarred face turned into a grin. Boss Nyerson, Chapter 465. Lugnuts. Boss. Are we doing it? Are we gonna smash the salamanders? We're doing nothing of the sorts. The brutish man barked back. His response surprised everyone who gathered here. You dolts. I didn't train my lugnuts to go crazy at the first sign of panic. I feel ashamed you even suggest such a thing. Yeah, but the rest of DT has gone crazy. Why shouldn't we celebrate as well? They're only crazy because those damned rebels are riling everyone up. I don't tolerate any of their people in my territory, and I'm glad I did because it's as quiet as a mouse out here. Most of the crowd still couldn't accept such an outcome. So far, they helplessly watched on as the news portals broadcasted complete anarchy from the interior of Naren City. They badly wanted to join the fun as the destructive revel spilled out to several districts, except for theirs, which was too remote. Think about it, Boss Nyerson said and stretched his arms around the workshops lining the streets. How much sovies do you think we earn for protecting these bunch of nerds? It's a lot, especially added over time, but if we can loot their workshops, we can make off with millions worth of sovies in fancy gear. Stupid, how would we get rid of them? Do we even have the space to hide all of our loot before can sell them off to the black market? How will we be able to get rid of the tracking devices that they'll surely be hiding? The lugnuts kept trying to weasel Boss Nyerson into letting them go wild, but the strongest of them all remained staunch in the face of temptation. Let me ask you this, how long do you think the rebels and the Brighters will stay? That shut everyone up. Days, weeks, maybe, but not months, and there's no chance they'll be here to stay. Once they finally leave, what will happen to the rest? I can tell you now that the immies will come down with their mechs and investigators and scoop out any troublemaker who helped them out. We aren't helping the enemy. We just want to enjoy some of our dues, that's all. Don't try to fast talk me. I know what you're up to, and I say you're not getting any of that as long as I'm around. Vase listened from the outskirts of the loose crowd as Boss Nyerson blabbed on about his 40 years of living on the streets and staying alive while all of his buddies overreached and met their ends. At the heart of it, Vase approved of his clear-headed approach. Sadly, caution and calm wasn't very conducive for his purposes. I don't want to hear any trouble from you boys. We're going to patrol our turf and kick anyone out that even hints at trouble. It's boring work, but mark my words, the immies will reward us well when they come to save us from the rebels and Brighters. That sounded very bad for Vase. While he didn't know how far their territory spanned, chances were high the lugnuts would notice his presence and approach him. Once they had him under their sights, it would be very difficult to stay unnoticed. As Boss Nyerson started issuing out specific orders, Vase slowly shuffled backwards while he readied the Amastandira. The fancy laser pistol gleamed obnoxiously from the streetlights out in the dark. The weapon had been designed for a noble, not an infiltrator. Despite the risks, Vase nevertheless took his time to aim the weapon. He might have a bit of practice firing the weapon, but his aim would still be wobbly this far back from his target. Just as Boss Nyerson spotted the gleam of the pistol aimed at him, Vase fired his weapon. A bright golden beam slashed out and tore past the ear of the big guy. Damn, I missed. Nyerson's quick reflexes caused him to jump and roll to the side, but Vase wasn't finished yet. He kept his finger on the trigger and raked his laser beam across the street until it hit the fleeing gang leader, instantly boiling his flesh and ended his life. Boss, kill him, run. Everything happened so fast that the lugnuts could hardly process the blatant murder. Some of the men with quicker wits pulled out their guns and started to pepper Vase with badly aimed shots, but he already dove into an alleyway between two workshops, thereby cutting everyone's line of sight. After him. No, wait, it's too dangerous. Around a third of the men looked like they wanted to take revenge, but inwardly the golden laser beam astonished them all. The lugnuts generally used the cheapest laser weapons they could get their hands on, and the beams on those rifles and pistols only lasted a couple milliseconds or so. A laser beam that kept burning at so much power that they could still feel the heat from their skin was worth a lot more than what they collectively earned in years. Who killed the boss? No idea, but I'm out of here. Some panicked, some stood paralyzed while some scratched their heads, trying to figure out what to do next. The assassin's probably a rebel. He probably didn't like Boss Nyerson's plan of staying put on our turf. So you say that the rebels kill the boss because he isn't dancing to their tune? Yeah, a lot of lugnuts still stuck around. As much as they feared the laser, the assassin already made a getaway. Hey, should we do what the rebels want? What do you mean? You know, since Boss Nyerson got killed for doing nothing, shouldn't we do the opposite instead? A brain lit up in their minds as they contemplated the idea. The boss thought it was a bad idea. It'll attract attention from the immies when they finally come and lay down the law. Those troops from Amadras won't bother with small fry like us. They'll have to butcher half the planet if they want to punish all the rioters. Come on, this is our chance. There's no guarantee the immies will reward us if we do nothing, but if we can make a quick score today, we'll be living like kings for the rest of our lives. This argument rapidly gained a lot of momentum. After a little bit of back and forth, the remnants of the lugnuts quickly came to an agreement. Let's smash this place up. It was as if they turned into barbarians. The lugnuts might have acted meek in front of Boss Nyerson, but with nothing restraining them anymore, they didn't hesitate to let their inner beasts wild. Laughter, screams and threats hung in the air as the occupants of the workshops tried and failed to resist the deluge of gang members. Word of their antics began to spread and all kinds of lowlives crawled out of the woodwork to join in the fun. The sight of so many people throwing the workshops into chaos emboldened the cowards and the weak. They gained enough courage to join in on the looting, thereby throwing the entire territory of the lugnuts into chaos. Vase shook his head as he kept to the shadows. He stared emotionlessly as he saw the businesses being looted, set on fire or smashed in various conditions. As everyone busied themselves into taking what they wanted from the workshops that built all of those big mechs, Vase quietly snuck to Boss Nyerson's corpse, grabbed hold of the remnants and dragged it to the abandoned aircar. None of the lugnuts had attempted to loot their former boss, whether it was out of fear or respect, Vase didn't know. As Vase entered the aircar and slammed the door shut, he rifled through Nyerson's burned remains but found very little of value. A pistol, some data chips, a comm. Vase had set his laser beam at a moderate power setting, but that was almost enough to burn most of Nyerson's possessions to a crisp. Vase didn't get anything he hoped for, causing him to sigh and throw the remains in the back seat of the aircar. Can I activate this car? Vase quickly explored the control panel of the car. He even bent down and detached a plate, allowing him to look at the insides of the car. Nothing. Vase spotted nothing that he could use to take control. The aircar might look cheap and old, but Vase couldn't even bypass its antiquated security systems. He needed to find another ride. Time for Plan B, I suppose. Vase exited the useless aircar and ran along the streets, heading slowly but surely towards the center of the city. None of the rioting lugnuts or lowlives spared a glance at him. For one, he was dressed as shabbily as them. Secondly, Vase didn't look like a person who held a lot of valuables. This allowed him to reach what he suspected to be the edge of the lugnuts' territory. Beyond the intersection up ahead was another district of mech workshops that clearly looked like it had entered the advanced state of rioting. A handful of wreckage formed a crude barrier that separated the two areas. As ugly and awful as it looked, it formed an effective wall against rioters on foot. This insulated the lugnuts from much of the trouble ahead. Not a lot of lugnuts had reached this area yet, but a handful of clever hooligans opted to start breaking down doors from here, far away from where most the lugnuts let loose. The lugnuts have finally done it. It was about time they did something. We've been waiting on the streets for half a day now. They neared the door of a workshop and banged at it with their fists. Open up, we're the tax collectors, and your taxes are due. A crackling speaker came to life. Bugger off, I got nothing worth your time. Go loot the workshop down the street. He recently upgraded his assembly system, that's gotta be worth a lot. The troublemakers looked at each other and nodded. One of them held out a scuffed laser rifle and aimed it at the door before proceeding to pepper it with bursts of laser beams. To its credit, the door held out against the heat. It would take a decent amount of time for the lasers to burn through. I'm telling you, open up, or you won't like it when we finally pry it open. You can go to hell. Don't come inside, I'm armed. The men laughed. A nerd like you can hardly hurt a fly. As the men already started dreaming about how much loot they could make off from emptying out this workshop, Vase sneaked up behind the men and unceremoniously unleashed a nearly full-powered laser beam from his Amastandira. He raked the beam from left and right, which vaporized the abdomens of every looter gathered together. Vase walked over the corpses with his pistol held out before reaching the door. He knocked at it once and spoke out calmly. Open up this door, or I'm turning this gun on you. Hi, please don't shoot. I'll open it, I'll open it. A tone rang and locks disengaged. The door slid open, allowing Vase to enter the dingy interior of one of the shabbiest workshops that he had ever seen. Vase realized midway throughout his journey that he wouldn't be able to access any of the machines in the workshops without the right credentials. His lack of equipment and means seriously limited his options. He urgently needed to gear up, and that meant he couldn't walk past the workshops without doing something. Thus, he came up with a plan on the spot. Killing Boss Nyerson was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it succeeded in throwing his turf into chaos. With everyone thinking about scoring a lot of riches, an outsider like Vase would have much more room for maneuver. It also put a lot of fear in the mech designers and workers that still occupied these workshops. Vase looked around with care, wary for an unexpected ambush. The man on the other end of the line sounded frightened, but Vase couldn't help but shake the feeling that it might have been an act. Where are you? Come out. Chapter 466. Filcus Vase stopped and started to think. What would a poor, impoverished mech designer rely on when he owned a dingy mech workshop in a remote district of Naren City? With thugs of all kind roaming the streets, he didn't believe a cowardly mech designer would roll over without a fight. He looked around the long but narrow interior of the mech workshop. It had been built for the purpose, featuring strong ceramic walls that could withstand any industrial accidents, and from the abundant marks of age, plenty of mishaps had happened over the years in this humble building. The mech designer who spoke over the speakers was probably the latest in a long line of owners. Vase began to look around some more and studied the aged, rusted machinery and the haphazardly strewn tools. Even if the workshop was at such a poor state, this mech designer should have treated his gear with more respect. Leaving them out in the open for anyone to bump their feet onto the obstacles was a sign of an incredible level of sloppiness. For a moment, Vase felt like an inspector who had been tasked with the unenviable job of evaluating the safety of this workspace environment. He only stepped through the front and already he could write an entire report on the violations he had seen. Where are you? Step out. No one responded. None of the speakers crackled to life to convey the high-pitched voice of the mech designer who occupied this dark and silent mech workshop. Vase tried to put himself in the opposite man's situation again. What would he do against anyone who tried to invade his mech workshop when he was all alone? A mech designer operating a mech workshop by himself can rely on at least one thing: bots. Just as he realized this thought, a surge of bots hovered into the front hall. Over 36 bots of varying shapes and sizes haphazardly stormed over the vase. The heavier bots wielded unfinished plates of mech armor while the smaller bots wielded a variety of clubs or shabby laser pistols. Though shabby, such a chaotic group of bots would likely have been able to defeat the group of thugs that originally intended to break into this workshop. As far as ingenuity went, the mech designer came up with a decent plan. Too bad he faced Vase. Although the bots looked deadly, they were industrial bots, not war bots. They didn't excel in the battlefield, as evidenced by their fairly slow speed and the awful accuracy of their laser shots. Vase merely had to dive behind a corner in order to shield himself against the lasers. Still, pathetic or not, Vase would certainly suffer if those bots came close and pressed him between several plates. I've got to take them out before they get close. He extended his Amastendira and set it at a fairly high power level. Just like before, he unleashed a thick, golden beam that hit the armor plating carried by the biggest bot. Perhaps a regular laser weapon would have splashed uselessly against the mech-grade armor plate, but the Amastendira was an entire class of laser pistols in itself. The gun in itself had been designed to overcome weaker mechs, and its high-powered potency didn't disappoint. The armor plate the bot carried succumbed remarkably quickly. Vase did not expect anything different, as he vaguely recognized it as one of the cheapest armor formulas available. He slashed the laser beam from left to right, causing the other improvised shield bots to split apart and burn on the spot. My bots. No. Vase could hear desperation, but not to the point of giving up. Those bots were very valuable and served a vital purpose in keeping this workshop running. The mech designer shouldn't keep risking his bots like this when his shield bots had all been taken out in a single hit. What was he relying on? Only a few seconds passed before Vase smelled something funny in the air. He sniffed and stretched out his tongue, only to taste something that resembled something rotten. Poison. His body had already started to heat up, a sign that it actively started to resist a poisonous element. Vase hadn't felt this warm since his body first transformed on graining IV. Back then, he could easily breathe the toxic air of a completely alien planet. A tiny bit of poison synthesized by an impoverished mech designer posed no threat to his health. His body always heated up according to the severity of the threat, and right now he barely felt warmer than his normal condition. Nice try, but poison won't work on me. Now stop your stupid shenanigans or I'll destroy all of your bots. This is my final warning. Surrender now, or I'll wreck all your stuff and try my luck at another workshop. A brief pause stretched after he delivered those words, but eventually Vase could hear the bots flying back from where they emerged. I give up. Please don't do anything. This workshop isn't mine, I rented it. I'll be in so much trouble if anything gets broken. After a short while, Vase reached the end of the structure and climbed some steps until he reached the control room where the mech designer governed the entire workshop. Vase carefully trained his Amastendira at the skinny 30-something-year-old man who was undoubtedly the mech designer of this workshop. What's your name? Philcus Quan. Mister, can you please not point that gun at me? Only if you prove you're unarmed. Philcus emptied his pockets and removed his coat, leaving him in an oil-stained shirt and a pair of faded pants. Once Vase inspected the man and ensured he didn't hide some holdout weapon in his underwear, Vase lowered the Amastendira, though he hadn't let down his guard yet. Well Philcus, if you do as I say, I'll be gone before you know. Disobey me, and I won't hesitate to flash boil your entire head with my laser pistol. Understand? Yes, 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 I understand. Philcus nodded so vigorously that it looked as if his head would bob off entirely. Turn on the command console and show me a status of this workshop. I want a list of all your assets and whatever stock you have in your inventory. Philcus stared at Vase as if he was an alien. It took some time, but he finally realized something dreadful about Vase. Your accent. You're no deity. You're a brighter. I am. Vase admitted without any compunction. The truth would have come out eventually. Don't forget that I'm the one with the gun here, so you better do as I say. Philcus nodded again and again before opening up the command console to Vase. Once Vase browsed the lists, he became a little disappointed. Philcus was truly one of the lowest order of independent mech designers he ever had the pleasure to meet. The 3D printer was from the earlier days of the last generation, and it had not aged particularly well after changing hands over a dozen times. The assembly system looked a little better, but Vase had just destroyed all of the heaviest bots that were supposed to perform the most demanding duties. All in all, the machinery would only be able to fabricate the most inferior bottom-tier mechs, and their quality wouldn't be much better than a wreck scavenged straight from a brutal battlefield. Thus, it came to no surprise that Philcus didn't do a lot of business. His workshop stayed idle for weeks at a time, and his inventory contained so little stock that he was dependent on advance payments. You're one of the saddest excuses of a mech designer that I have ever seen. Vase commented, sparing no mercy in his words. Frankly, it's a waste of time for you to rent this workshop and try and make it on your own. You'd have better luck if you enlisted in the Mech Legion or joined a scavenger fleet and made a living restoring broken mechs. I know. Philcus bent his head. The Mech Legion didn't want me, and I don't have the connections or qualifications to join another employer. Really, you're that bad? Vase frowned. Even the most incompetent mech Designer could still be employed as an overqualified mech technicians. There were no useless mech designers. How did you even graduate if no one wants to hire you? I missed my final semester. I technically didn't graduate. Vase couldn't help but palm his face. While a mech designer didn't necessarily need a degree in order to achieve success, Filkus obviously wasn't one of those rare exceptions. He started to regret invading this mech workshop. He should have gone for the ones next door. He briefly contemplated killing Filkus and trying his luck elsewhere, but figured that the other workshops might not be better off. This area seemed to be the dumping ground for the most incompetent mech designers. Besides, Vase didn't need to rely on Filkus to fabricate his gear. He only needed to borrow his credentials in order to operate the workshop. Killing Filkus wouldn't be helpful because his death would lock out all of the systems to Vase. While it was possible for Filkus to transfer his rights to Vase, that wouldn't stick if Filkus died immediately after. Outdated as they were, the production machines came with tons of safeguards that Vase wouldn't be able to overcome on his own. So for better or worse, Vase needed Filkus alive. Do you have a galactic net connection? Of course. Why, thank the heavens. As soon as Filkus opened the galactic net interface, Vase pushed him to a corner where he could easily shoot the coward if he moved and started typing in a couple of addresses. After spending many months without receiving news of the outside galaxy, Vase was starving for news. He first browsed a couple of news portals and tried to look up the news on the LMC. They're doing well for themselves. Vase dared not to linger too long on this topic. He only read enough articles to confirm the LMC continued to grow and sold a lot of Crystal Lords and Blackbeaks. The two iconic mech models had really started to make a splash in the Bright Republic's mech market. He looked up the current state of the war after that. The front lines still looked like a giant back and forth, with neither side gaining the edge. The Bright Republic held off the furious Vision assaults for now. The Mech Legion already showed signs of exhaustion, and it wouldn't be long before they became too winded to continue their invasion. Strangely enough, news about the flagrant vandals arriving in the Dietmund system had also spread. The news was fragmentary as too many dubious sources wanted to put in a word, but overall the Visions didn't hold out hope that the Dietmund system could repel the vandals by themselves. After a couple of minutes of apprising himself of the current news, Vase turned back to his immediate needs. Knowing the state of the war wasn't as important as getting back to the protective embrace of the vandals. To that end, Vase visited a couple of murky places on the galactic net. He navigated to coded areas and inputted a lot of passwords before retrieving a batch of highly encrypted archives. Once he downloaded the archives to the workshop's systems, he disengaged the galactic net and unlocked them by inputting even more passwords. He also verified his identity by letting the command console take some samples of his body. Vase grinned as he overcame the final hurdle. Within the encrypted vault of the archive he retrieved from the galactic net, a whole database of equipment designs revealed itself to his eyes. Now I'm in business. These weren't mech designs. Instead, every design consisted of every possible equipment that Vase might need to survive on an inhabitable or uninhabitable planet. With these designs, he could fabricate anything from aircars to comms to hazard suits, all of them in dozens of different variations to suit the resources at his disposal. Sorry Filkus, but I'm going to have to borrow your production line. The Vision mech designer practically cried when he heard those words. Chapter 467 Gearing Up. Vase experienced too many close shaves with death. Some of those incidents wouldn't have been so bad if Vase just made some better preparations beforehand. Therefore, after the glowing campaign, he began to set up several contingency plans. One of his plans entailed obtaining many different equipment designs. If he ever needed something urgent, and possessed access to the galactic net, he would always be able to retrieve his database of designs and put them to use whenever he had access to a workshop. Normally, acquiring such a vast database of designs was hard. Equipment manufacturers dearly prized their best designs and did everything they could to keep them out of circulation. Vase had to ask Dietrich to utilize his connections to the black market to obtain this valuable catalog of illegally obtained designs. Illegal or not, it hardly matters when my presence in the Dietmund system is already an affront. Vase started to select some choice devices to fabricate. His choice list included a decent quality comm, an aircar that integrated a couple of stealth and ECM systems and a set of light combat armor. He only hesitated on which backpack module he should choose. The light combat armor suit featured a modular slot in the back that could fit all kinds of auxiliary systems, from smoke generators to a powerful communications array. Right now, the most important priority for me is to go from A to B. I need to reach the Vandals, preferably without getting shot by my own side. Vase was acutely aware of his current state of dress. His shabby outfit marked him as one of the many hoodlums that prowled the alleyways of Naren City. It was hardly an appearance that befit a mech designer. Getting a communications array will help me get into contact with the survivors of the Stubby Growler's destruction. After a moment of consideration, he reconsidered and went for a poor man's version of a stealth module. He truly wanted to pick the communicator, but other doubts stayed his decision. Trying to communicate with the Vandals risked being intercepted by the Visions. That was why he didn't try to contact the Vandals through the galactic net either. The Vandals didn't care too much for the galactic net, and it was far too easy to be mistaken as a prankster. Considering that he had to traverse across the entire city, some of it by foot, then a stealth backpack made more sense. It was nowhere near as effective as the stealth augment of his old comm, but it would help him hide from unfocused scans and weak recorders, making it a little bit more difficult for the Visions to hone in on him once he entered a more densely populated area of Naren City. The only problem now was that even if he picked the most basic versions of these designs, the workshop still lacked too many critical materials to fabricate them all. Vase scowled at Filcus. Your stock of materials is so poor. What have you been fabricating your mechs with? Most of your inventory is filled with junk. I can't work with anything more expensive. They're harder to shape and too expensive for me to obtain. Show me your designs. Pardon. Vase extended his hands. I want to see how good you are. Let me see your designs. Filcus obviously didn't wish to embarrass himself in front of a more superior mech designer, but Vase was the one with the gun here. Filcus unwillingly displayed his complete design schematics through the command console's projector. Vase studied the handful of designs. All of them fell in the lightweight class, and consisted of variants of the same base model. However, the biggest thing to note was that the design actually depicted a Felinid bestial mech. Basically, it looked like a light and lean mech-sized cat. Though its lines looked elegant, underneath it all he spotted several crude modifications to its internals. The base model originally came with sharp alloy claws, but for some reason Filcus wanted to replace them with heated blades. This required an extensive overhaul of the limbs, something which even Vase needed to be careful. Filcus seemingly didn't know the meaning of care in the way he brutally ripped away important portions to the functioning of the limbs. Did the MTA even certify this variant? Not yet. It's my latest version and I'm still working on it. If you want my advice, drop this variant now. It belongs in the trash can. Stick to the base model instead and understand how it works before you make an attempt at messing with things beyond your understanding. Vase did not feel the need to spare the feelings of a Vision mech designer. Out of professional courtesy, he gave Filcus the best advice he needed to hear. The Vision did not look pleased. Am I really that bad? You should have pursued another career instead of chasing to become a mech designer. If Vase continued putting Filcus down, he had no doubt he could drive the Vision to suicide. It was just that Filcus was just so bad as a mech designer. He wasn't someone who had recently entered the industry and still had much to learn. The man toiled in the most awful conditions and had never been able to elevate himself to a higher tier. Vase even started to pity Filcus. Alright, since it seems like you don't have the materials I need, I'll just have to get them elsewhere. Where is the nearest warehouse? Do you know any mech designers that stockpile a lot of raw materials? I know of one guy who's better off than most. He operates the mech workshop down the street. There's also a small depot at a nearby crossroads that sells some of the rarer materials for mech designers in a pinch. Great, lead the way. The next hour, Filcus led Vase towards a handful of promising locations that held the things he needed. This time, Vase did not feel inclined to waste any time, and straight up smashed through the facilities and overpowered every obstacle in his way. The Amastendira's awesome power completely dominated his opposition. Since Vase didn't need to borrow their machines, he didn't hold any qualms about killing them. Filcus watched horrified as the corpses of his former rivals lay dead on the floor as Vase proceeded to ransack their storerooms for the materials he needed. Bots continued to bring more and more materials to Filcus' workshop. The line of bots occasionally attracted attention, but Vase decisively shot his Amastendira at anyone who thought they could get a piece of the action. Eventually, the scorched and fallen bodies deterred any other opportunists from messing with his looting operation. With the collection of a handful of junk exotics, Vase proceeded to fabricate the most essential piece of gear for him. A com geared towards hacking. While Vase wasn't a hacker, Melkor taught him how to hack simple machines using automated scripts and software. With the help of these tools, he should be able to hack some easy gear. It took only 15 minutes to complete the delicate wrist comm device. Vase needed to exert a fair amount of precision to maintain control over the fabrication of such a small and delicate device. While Vase mainly fabricated mechs, that didn't mean he wouldn't be able to fabricate anything smaller. Mechs used plenty of tiny, delicate components, so fabricating a comm was still within his skill set. The only trouble about this particular model was that its hacking modules demanded several high-quality trace exotics to be able to work at its best. Vase needed to raid 4 different locations before he finally gathered all of the requisite materials. Vase kept his original comm on his right wrist, but put his hacking comm on his left wrist. He grinned as soon as he turned it on and installed a custom operating system that came with the design. Now I'm in business. Obtaining the hacking module made his life 10 times easier. Vase immediately entered the other workshops and unceremoniously hacked whatever bots survived his initial intrusion. Their outdated models and simple programming provided zero challenges for his hacking comm. With the appropriation of so many bots, many more materials started pouring in Filkus' workshop. Vase rapidly made use of the abundant supply of materials by fabricating his next pieces of gear. First, he formed his light combat armor. As none of the workshops he visited held an alloy compressor, Vase had to make do with an inferior variant that wouldn't be able to withstand a lot of hits. It was better than fabric, at least, so Vase made do with what he produced. Next up, he fabricated a small and boring-looking aircar. It didn't look different from any vehicles that graced the skies of Naren City. Vase even took the time to tweak its outer appearance to ensure that it would blend in with the crowd. The aircar actually hid some surprises underneath. Besides stuffing in some stealth and ECM systems, Vase also incorporated much better armor, enough to withstand a couple of projectiles. The aircar obviously took the longest to finish. The skies already started to glow as the twin suns emerged from the horizon by the time that Vase put the finishing touches on the vehicle. As Vase smiled in satisfaction at the products of his labor, Filkus let out a sigh of admiration. Impressive. You are truly impressive. You work so fast, but you never lost control. How did you do it? Vase only became this good due to the system, but he would never tell Filkus the truth. Instead, he spun a convenient line of nonsense. It's nothing. The main difficulty in upping your fabrication ability is to master your theoretical knowledge. This goes double for a dropout like you. Just because you've left your school doesn't mean you should stop learning something new. Achieving success in mech design is highly dependent on what you are capable of, and the only way to expand your capabilities in mech design is to keep studying. Even I never stopped learning something. Textbooks are too expensive, Filkus muttered. I can't afford the good books that cost hundreds of thousands of sovies to buy. Knowledge is expensive, you know. If your budget isn't big enough to buy a good book, then buy a cheaper one. I know for certain that there are many textbooks for sale that only cost a couple of hundred credits. Sure, their contents will be rather shallow, but a mech designer of your level won't understand the subtleties incorporated in the more expensive books. This gave Filkus some food for thought. The cheaper books often contained very little material of substance, and were often written by novices or apprentices desperate for money. Filkus began to grow on Vase a little. The man seemed so unthreatening that Vase didn't feel inclined to kill him anymore. Perhaps he would make a name for himself one day after he finally moved beyond this difficult time. As Vase loaded his aircar with a couple of supplies and other gear he scrounged from the workshops, Vase turned back to Filkus and waved goodbye. It was nice knowing you. Sorry about holding you at gunpoint, but needs must. I hope you don't return. Ha ha. Vase laughed. Me neither. Filkus finally breathed a sigh of relief once Vase stepped inside the aircar and departed his workshop. As the aircar hugged the ground and hovered away, Filkus watched on from the ruined front entrance and contemplated the aftermath. He wrecked my bots and looted the neighboring workshops and didn't even have the decency to take responsibility. Too many signs led back to his workshop that Filkus felt highly unsafe. As much as he wanted to stick it out in this workshop he called home for several years, it was time for him to move on. He did not want to take the blame for anything the invader might have done. Damn it, where can I go? Chapter 468. Defenseless as his newly fabricated aircar carefully traversed the dangerous streets of Naren City, Vase needed to pay attention to a lot possible threats. Rioters and troublemakers reveled in the streets, brandishing their weapons as they helped themselves to goods normally out of their reach. Too many businesses burned due to a complete absence of law and order. Vase wondered where the local planetary guard had gone. Did Lord Javier recall them all to defend his own hide? Whatever the case, the total lack of authority on the streets brought out the best and worst out of every citizen left behind. As his aircar discreetly flew over their heads, he spotted lootings, rioting and senseless destruction. Dietmar IV obviously hadn't been governed very well, because the outskirts of Naren City hosted an enormous underclass of people who felt they had nothing to lose. Still, various communities and neighborhood associations banded together as well to protect their homes and businesses against the jackals that wanted to take what they wanted. Occasionally, fighting between different groups broke out on the streets, and Vase often had to take a detour if he didn't want his aircar to be hit by a stray projectile. After a long time of very slow and very cautious flight, his aircar finally left the slums and entered into the city proper. The residential areas he flew over seemed more orderly and cleaner, though the area hadn't completely escaped the anarchy that gripped the planet. A lot less random thugs prowled the streets, but in their stead Vase spotted far more organized gangs sporting much better gear. Vase needed to rely more and more on his stealth systems to get by, but that didn't help much when someone spotted his aircar flying by with the naked eye. "Aircar, touch down immediately or be fired upon." "Yeah, no thanks." Vase responded by maxing out his propulsion. The aircar quickly lurched forward with a hail of lasers and projectiles peppering his wake. The only problem with moving so fast was that his aircar's stealth systems became ineffective. Other gangs in the aircar's path detected the vehicle flying above their turf and responded with violence. Due to its flimsy construction, the aircar couldn't withstand too much damage. Its bottom became increasingly scarred as long-ranged infantry fire occasionally scored a lucky hit. Vase watched with distress as the integrity of the aircar declined at a rapid tempo. Damn these thugs, don't they have better things to do than shooting an aircar out of the sky? No one traveled in the air during times of turmoil. It was too easy to be mistaken as an enemy, and flying a vehicle above the heads of others had a tendency of making most of them uncomfortable. Flying in the air also happened to be a bad idea because any vehicle that flew above the city line would be horribly exposed to fire. After a small missile hit the rear of his aircar, Vase cursed again and lowered the altitude of his car. He didn't like traveling so low through the streets, but it would at least cut off the line of sight of attackers from the neighboring streets. Unfortunately, lowering his altitude also exposed him to the armed people in his path. As the car accumulated more damage, its stealth systems became increasingly less effective. "What's that? It's an aircar. Shoot it down." Flying through the latest barrage of fire directed in its way caused the car to finally reach its limit. An important anti-grav module lost power, causing the vehicle to be unable to keep it aloft. Vase desperately controlled the aircar's descent into a controlled crash. Bang! The aircar hit the street with a firm thud and slid forward with whatever forward momentum it had left. Once the battered vehicle stopped its slide, a door banged open and an armored figure jumped out. Someone came out. "Get him!" More than 24 gang members approached his position. Unlike the lowlives Vase had encountered before, this gang exhibited much more coordination. They spread out and tried to encircle his position before assaulting him from several directions at once. Vase considered his options, but found no better option than fighting his way out. He patted his light combat armor. Though it was made of fairly low-class materials, it still beat anything else the gang members used as armor. He also possessed the Amastendira, which proved to be a decisive edge against his assailants. Die! Vase hid behind the wreckage of his aircar and shot at each exposed gang member. Though he missed more than he liked, many of his targets met their end when he simply readjusted his faulty aim with the beam still on. This made it incredibly easy for him to take out the opposition. As he explicitly targeted anyone that seemed to be the leaders, Vase only killed 5 of them before they broke. The Amastendira's powerful capabilities completely intimidated the survivors, especially since Vase proved that even cover offered little protection against its powerful beams. Still, routing the criminals came at a significant cost. The Amastendira only retained half a charge, and needed a lot of time to recharge by itself. I can't afford to get dragged into another fight. Besides, his light combat armor wasn't invincible either. Vase aimed to fabricate the stealthiest mechs with the resources at hand, and similar to designing mechs, Vase needed to make a lot of painful trade-offs. Thick armor didn't mesh well with stealth. I've got to gear up again, Vase concluded as he studied the map projected by his helmet. He downloaded a map of Naren City from the galactic net, but it didn't help him out too much because it didn't depict the territories owned by the different gangs that held sway on the streets. He eventually found a mid-sized mech workshop a few kilometers down the road to the center of the city. This workshop was much larger than the shabby excuses he had used last time. A better workshop would certainly contain better machines and resources. He already started to salivate at the thought of what he could fabricate with all of those goodies. He sighed. It's going to be tough getting past these stupid gangs. Nevertheless, he decided to go forth, because he wouldn't be able to last forever on foot. He engaged his backpack module stealth systems, which due to the lack of quality materials didn't do much but block long-range scans. It didn't make him invisible and neither did it block anything powerful, but at the very least nobody seemed to be hunting him down. As Vase slowly took to the side streets and avoided every possible contact his combat suit's sensors detected up ahead, he also took in the sights. A storm had already swept through some of the streets he passed. Currently, he made his way through a residential district comprised of apartment blocks, and some of them had been burned or emptied out already. Others seemed to hide a lot of scared and frightened visions. A few of them even peeked out their windows before drawing back their heads at the sight of an armored figure. "Help! Help! A woman!" screamed as a laughing group of people in gang colors dragged out several families from an upscale apartment block. Men, women, girls and boys got beaten and lurched around as several gang members stormed their apartments and took out anything that seemed valuable. Others had other intentions in mind. They gazed at their prisoners with depraved expressions. "Ha ha ha ha, first dibs on me, unhand me, you brute. I am the secretary of the Ailmont Carey, the personal dog trainer of Lord Javier himself. When Mr. Carey and our Lord finds out about this, there won't be any corner in the galaxy that can keep you safe." A few gang members faltered in their revelry at those words. Although she didn't occupy a very high position, her connections alone elevated her to a completely different class than the rest. "What are you scared about?" one gang member yelled at his comrades. "Lord Javier is a goner soon. This is our chance." Yeah, this hag has been strutting around with her nose pointed at the sky for far too long now. It's time she gets what is coming for her. "No, Mr. Carey won't forgive you for this." It was obvious what the gang members intended for their captives. Vase quietly shook his head under his helmet and took a very wide detour around the congregating gang members. As much as his decency urged him to come to the rescue of innocents, he held no obligation to defend Vision citizens. They were still his enemy, after all. In fact, he should be glad to see Visions turning against themselves. Vase would rather see them turn to infighting than to face a united front that maintained complete control over their own territory. Thus, even as children screamed and men got shot, Vase closed his ears to the increasingly desperate pleas for help until he escaped far away for them to fade in the wind. Vase encountered a few more incidents like this, mostly by gangs that got pushed out of the richer business streets that held the best loot. Unable to rob the best sites, they settled for the fancy homes occupied by higher-class commoners. While most were mainly out for goods like jewelry and luxury goods, others just wanted to get their hands on the people they formerly considered untouchable. In short, a lot of disgraceful things happened in the apartment buildings he snuck past. The only good thing about it was that the more these kinds of things happened, the fewer people would be on the streets. In this way, Vase managed to cross a fair distance as the twin suns reached high above the sky. Once he reached the end of the latest residential district in his way, a signal suddenly crackled from his military comm. "Mr. Larkinson," an clipped female voice spoke. "Please respond." Vase frowned and made his way towards an alleyway before responding through his combat suit's communicator. "Who is this?" "My name is Lieutenant Burke. I am the former communications officer of the Rising Apple. Please check your comm, I've sent proof of my credentials." The comm issued to him by the flagrant vandals couldn't perform a lot of functions, but it did do a few things fairly well. One of the core functions in his military comm was to verify the identities of any vandal. His comm only took an instant to verify Lieutenant Burke's identity. While it was possible that the woman who spoke over the comm had hacked the vandal verification system, Vase thought it was unlikely for anyone to have done so. The flagrant vandals wouldn't utilize this system if it could be hacked so easily. "I believe you, Lieutenant. What would you have me do?" "We are in the process of rallying every survivor of the Stubby Growler and the Rising Apple that made it into Naren City. We could desperate use the help of a mech designer. Did you get your hands on some Vision mechs? Yes, but we are unable to penetrate their systems and get them to work for us. We need your help to unlock these mechs. Vase closed his eyes. If they had trouble bypassing the security measures of the Vision mechs, then Alec probably wasn't among their ranks. The journeyman mech designer was a wizard with anything related to software, which meant he could be a scary hacker as well. Hopefully he made it through the stubby growler's destruction. Vase opened his eyes and nodded. If you need my help, my services are at your group's disposal. That's great. We've fixed your location through your comm. Stay put. We'll be sending a retrieval party after you, ETA 20 minutes. If you're spotted and under attack, please let us know. Out. Will do, Lieutenant. As Vase closed the channel, he felt a little mixed at the unexpected contact. He hadn't expected to get in touch with the Vandals so soon, and certainly not with other survivors of the combat carriers that succumbed to the Vision missile attack. Still, there's safety in numbers. I'm no commando. I can barely sneak my way past apartment blocks. It's going to be 10 times worse once I reach the downtown area. Chapter 469 Captain Orphan. The retrieval party consisted of 2 exoskeleton soldiers armed with looted gear. The scorch marks on their battered armor made it clear that they had survived entry into Demon IV's atmosphere with their suits instead of crash balls. They tensed for a moment after spotting an armored figure. Vase made sure to keep his Amastendira safely tucked in his intangible inventory and stay still, so the newcomers quickly dismissed him as a threat. Mr. Larkinson, please take off your helmet. One of them instructed through a comm channel. Vase did as he told. As he exposed his face, one of the soldiers scanned him with a device integrated in his suit. Apparently, whatever it did finally seemed to satisfy the Vandal infantryman. Your identity checks out. Please come with us. It was a very new experience for him to be escorted by 2 human colossi. Vase briefly admired their armored shells and spotted many commonalities with mechs. Naturally, an exoskeleton suit wasn't a downscaled mech, so it featured a lot of other systems entirely unique to this type of war machine. Can you tell me about how many Vandals have gathered? They seemed to hesitate for a moment before replying. Some of us who made it off the Stubby Growler and Rising Apple have landed closely together and fought with the locals. After a night of hard fighting, we took control over the base of a medium-sized mercenary corps. Without any friendly mechs, our suits proved to be sufficient. Vase genuinely expressed his admiration of their feat. To take on a mid-sized mercenary corps that possessed at least 15 to 30 mechs or so would be a challenge to any group of shipwrecked survivors. He couldn't even imagine how they had been able to overcome the mercenary mechs. Who's in charge? Captain Rosa Orphan. She's the only mech captain among the group. Vase hadn't heard of her, so she was probably stationed on the Rising Apple. Most of the mech pilots among the Vandals had deployed their mechs in space at the time the Visions launched their Heavensfall and XXREXX missiles. The only ones who hadn't been launched were the reserves and those responsible for piloting landbound mechs. How many mech pilots do we have? Let's reach the base first. Captain Orphan or Lieutenant Burke will brief you from there. They silently made their way past wrecked aircars and wretched corpses. The fighting in this area was a lot more intense. Vase spotted signs of heavier weapon usage. He even noted the telltale signs of mechs stomping through the streets. He was already burning with questions, but the 2 meatheads kept insisting that he should leave his questions for the officers. Grunts like them only learned how to operate their suits and to obey their orders. Nothing more. Strangely enough, they encountered no resistance, mostly because the heavily armored soldiers already cleaned up the trash along the way. Vase spotted several corpses that had obviously been done in by the heavy ballistic rifles wielded by his escorts. Just 2 of them wiped out an entire score of thugs. The disparity in power between the 2 and Vase couldn't be more wider. As much as exoskeleton suits lacked the allure enjoyed by mechs, both of them were powerful in their own right. They just served different purposes. After a while, they finally reached a shabby base that used to be tidy before the Vandals invaded the Dietmann system. The gates had been breached, and as Vase passed through them he realized why. The Vandals somehow hijacked a transport shuttle and crashed through. Unfortunately, this led to a huge field of debris behind the gates that made it difficult for the 3 to find their footing. While the exoskeleton-suited men could crush some of the smaller stuff, the tougher alloys wouldn't bend under their weight. You've got to clean this up. We have bigger priorities to take care of first. After making it through the debris field, they entered a small office building sitting next to the mech stables. Vase entered the elevator alone and reached the top floor before someone else guided him to an office that formerly belonged to the mercenary in charge. Mr. Larkinson, a toned woman greeted behind the desk. Please take a seat. We have some matters to discuss. As Vase rested his armored form on the chair, he studied the captain sitting on the other side of the desk. Rosa Orphan looked like a typical mech pilot, featuring the lean, muscled physique of a warrior trained to endure the rigors of mech combat. She looked like she meant business. She pointed a dusky-skinned finger at him. As of this moment, you are the first mech designer we've retrieved from the Stubby Growler and the Rising Apple. I had hoped to snag Mr. Alec, but I guess we'll have to make do with you. I hope you have no objections serving under me. Her tone made it clear that she brooked no refusal. Not that Vase intended to refuse in the first place. Although he didn't fall into the usual chain of command, in emergency situations like this, it was best to defer to the officer in charge. I will obey your orders to the best of my abilities, ma'am. Vase solemnly replied, although if I may ask, what are your plans? Have you made contact with the Vandals yet? Vase did not think that Captain Orphan's little band had stayed out of contact with the main Vandal fleet. Earlier, he managed to browse the galactic net, so Captain Orphan or Lieutenant Burke must have certainly done the same. We made contact with the fleet as well as the local rebels. Orphan acknowledged with a nod. It's been decided that we won't be returning to the main elements of the Vandals immediately. Vase blinked at that. We aren't going back, not yet. Since we have already arrived at Naren City, we might as well pave the way for main ground force. What are our objectives, ma'am? Currently, the ground force doesn't need our help in raiding the manufacturing complexes. We're too far away from the industrial districts to provide any assistance anyway. Instead, we've been tasked with coordinating with the Demon League in rooting out Lord Javier. There are strong signs that the scion of House Anakin is still within city limits. How can that be, ma'am? If I were him, I would have fled on a ship or deep underground. The rebels have ruled out both possibilities. They prepared a lot of anti-air batteries, and they've been very successful in shooting down anything that attempts to lift off from Naren City and its surroundings. As for escaping underground, the rebels are far more adept at this than Lord Javier. It's their home turf. They already stopped a handful of digger vehicles from making it off. Vase wasn't sure about the effectiveness of the rebel blockades, but they had no choice but to believe in them. This so-called Demon League must really hate Lord Javier if they went through the trouble of cutting his escape route above and below the ground. What are my duties? Right now, the men and women under my command are doing everything they can to find any clues about the whereabouts of Lord Javier. The rebels have been at it for a while as well, so our assistance won't amount to much. Still, I don't think that Javier can escape our detection, because many mechs haven't shown up at the defense line that House Anakin's troops have erected to repel our main ground force. Mechs were so big and heavy that it would be impossible to hide them from precise enough scans. Only mechs that featured excellent stealth systems possessed a chance at evading detection, and there was no way that House Anakin employed so many stealthed mechs. Vase understood his duties. He needed to bring the mechs of the former mercenary corps under control, because they would be needed to join the impending hunt for Lord Javier. What kind of assets are at my disposal? A handful of mech technicians of the Stubby Growler and the Rising Apple have made it through. They've been instructed to answer to you. There's no chief among their ranks. Sadly, no. Vase would make do, but he didn't like it. From his experience, mech technicians had a tendency to work half as much or less when chief technicians were absent. He hoped that the gravity of their situation sank into their stupid skulls. This was no time to slack off and take it easy. How many mech pilots do I need to provide with a mech? This mercenary corps owned 14 intact mechs. Currently, we've gathered 5 mech pilots excluding myself, so I want you to bring at least 6 mechs online. More Vandal mech pilots may trickle in at any time, so don't think you're done when you delivered 6 working mechs. Understood. I'll continue to work on the mechs as long as my orders hold. One question, ma'am, is the Demon League providing any assistance? They sent us a few containers worth of supplies to set us up, but they are not a fighting force that relies on mechs. Citizens from Demon IV who have the potential to be mech pilots enjoy a lot of privileges from House Anakin. This makes them anathema to the Demon League. Therefore, they won't be able to provide us with mechs, mech pilots and supplies. The true strength of the Demon League lay in their influence over the auxiliary regiments. This wasn't useful to the flagrant Vandals because all of their proficiencies and fighting doctrines revolved around mechs and only mechs. Do they have a presence here? No one except for a liaison they left behind. Most of their fighters are attacking House Anakin from their rear as we speak. It will only be a matter of time before they're grinded between the rebels and our main ground force. The only members of the Demon League that's still spread over the city as tasked with securing supplies are finding the whereabouts of Lord Javier. They were on their own for now. No one could spare any more resources that might help with their predicament. May I ask something? Permission granted. Captain Orphan leaned back in her chair. Ever since he accepted her command, she visibly eased some of her tension, as if a weight had been lifted off her chest. How important is it for us to find Lord Javier? Captain Orphan turned grave. This is a very important mission. The Demon League only acceded to the plans cooked up by Colonel Lowenfield and the Vision Revolutionary Front because of our commitment to hunt him down. Leaving empty-handed will severely damage our standing with not only the League, but every other local rebel group as well. Our credibility and ability to sneak through Vision space hinges on our success here. Vase understood, even if he didn't think that Orphan was as optimistic as she appeared. Vase could think of 100 different ways he could hide his presence from the rebels and the Vandals. Lord Javier may be a dirtbag, but he sounded like the type who valued his life. No method was too unseemly if it could help him survive the manhunt on his head. They talked a bit more and Vase received a bit more instructions before he left her makeshift office. Vase turned on his comm, which already received a map of the former mercenary grounds. He followed the shortest route downstairs and walked over to the nearby mech stables. As he approached the fairly quiet structure, he looked up at the name of the mercenary corps put up at the front. Javier's dastardly handsome bastards. Vase smirked as he read it. The bastards probably incorporated Javier's name to ingratiate themselves in his eyes. Well, I hope their mechs are up to snuff if Lord Javier has approved of their existence. Chapter 470. Software. Only half a dozen mech technicians lounged in the mech stables. All of them appeared to be seasoned men and women, so at least Vase wouldn't be dealing with inexperienced rookies. He still wore his light combat armor, which would be suitable to wear among soldiers, but not among techs. So Vase removed his helmet before addressing the techs. My name is Vase Larkinson, and I'll be taking charge from here on out. He stated simply, trying to channel his inner chief technician. Having observed several chiefs in his brief career, Vase learned that they didn't throw their weight around too much. They just seemed to radiate confidence that their word was law and that obedience was a given. The assumption of authority oftentimes turned into actual authority. In other words, as long as Vase pretended to be the boss, other people would see him as the boss. Who are you? A burly woman asked with narrowed eyes. We ain't listening to brats like you. Scram, I'm a mech designer. That caused a couple of the mech technicians to laugh. That's all the more reason for you to get out. You useless nerds are all the same, thinking you can boss us simple-minded grease monkeys around. Well, we grease monkeys know far more about putting mechs back together than you ever will. Vase understood what went on. They probably mistook Vase for a low-ranked mech designer that would often be assigned to supervise the mech technicians in the workshops and machine shops. Vase felt for some sympathy for the techs if they had been ordered to follow instructions from a sad sack of meat like Philcus. However, Vase was not Philcus. If the assumption of authority failed to go through their thick skulls, then maybe a more direct application of power would work. Vase walked closer and closer until he almost pressed his face against the chest of the tallest and presumably strongest mech technician. Will you listen to my orders? I have to teach you a lesson. Everyone grinned, and the tall guy crossed his meaty arms as if he faced an angry kitten. You, teach me a lesson? Are you even qualified? Though his combat armor gave him a bit of height, Vase couldn't match the bulk of the tech in front of him. Nevertheless, Vase reared his armored fist back before punching forward. He deliberately telegraphed the move because he wanted to make a point. All the techs, including his target, looked on with amusement. Light combat armor didn't add any strength enhancements to the wearer like an exoskeleton suit. Thus, they all expected this young and delicate-looking nerd to hurt his own knuckles. What actually happened was the giant tech getting punched off his feet. His body slid backwards and landed in a painful heap. To his credit, the man didn't scream out in pain, but his squirming made it clear that the punch had dealt a significant amount of damage. What are you? You're no mech designer. You cheated. There must be some engine buried beneath his combat armor. Silence, Vase yelled. Though his voice sounded a little shrill, the apprehension he evoked among the techs with his punch caused them to take him seriously for once. Fall in and report. After helping the tall guy up his feet, the techs all formed a line. "We're at your disposal, sir." They proceeded to get down to business. Vase toured the mech stables and workshop areas that the vandals appropriated from Javier's dastardly handsome bastards. The techs pointed out a couple of details of each mech along the way, half of which consisted of light and medium bestial mechs. All of the mechs hung silently in their berths, unable to be roused from their slumber without the right access credentials. "Is anyone from Javier's dastardly handsome bastards left alive? We might have a chance of unlocking them with the help of a prisoner." They all shook their heads. "We all thought of that before, but the bastards ran away through an emergency escape tunnel when they realized they wouldn't be able to hold the base. Every survivor got away clean." "Damn." Vase sighed and looked at the fairly cheap but serviceable mechs. The flagrant vandals needed these machines in working condition. Without mechs, the vandals under Captain Orphan were only vandals in name. Their ability to project power onto Naren City would be limited to just a few blocks from this former mercenary base. "Have you managed to activate any mech through your own efforts?" "No, sir," one of the technicians answered glumly. "We've tinkered with the hardware and software locks, and only managed to fudge the former a bit. We're clueless when it comes to getting around the restrictions set by the operating system." "Let me take a look." Vase climbed up to the cockpit of a bestial mech and analyzed the interior. He borrowed a few tools from the mech technicians that climbed with him and withdrew some panels to look at the electronic guts underneath. "Well, the good news is that this is a fairly cheap and old mech model. Their security systems are relatively basic and I think it's possible for me to fudge these components. Will we able to bring these mechs back online, sir?" The mech technicians glowed with hope. They finally started to acknowledge Vase as a competent mech designer. "Not yet. These hardware locks are so basic that they're only here to prevent some whiz monkey from hacking this mech from a distance. The true challenge for me is to overcome the security restrictions in the software." A modern mech was not a giant mechanical clockwork that operated through hydraulics, steam pressure or ropes. Mechs were far too complex to rely on such simple and antiquated control methods. Instead, a mech was more akin to a control center surrounded by thousands of different systems and subsystems. To control such a gargantuan collection of mechanisms through simple commands was so ludicrous that any mech designer who proposed such a thing would be stripped of his accreditation and be booted from the mech industry. Having worked under Alec for a couple of times, Vase gained a new appreciation of the importance of good programming. The material components formed the body, while the programming acted as the mind that allowed the components to work in unison. Therefore, the complete lock imposed by the operating systems by the mechs simply couldn't be bypassed through any simple methods, such as wiping them out and installing new programming. Vase either needed to work within the rules imposed by the operating system, or he needed to hack it in a way that didn't trip any fail-safes. "I really wish Alec was here. He would have unlocked these mechs with the snap of his fingers." Sadly, the task fell to him. It was a good thing he wasn't completely helpless in this regard. His self-made COM still contained a suite of hacking software. It should be able to hack most Laskin mech models below a certain price point, but the dastardly handsome bastards happened to utilize Karenkin mech models instead. His bootleg hacking software might not be very effective, but the only way to find out was for Vase to make the attempt. "Stand back," he instructed everyone else. "I'm going to attempt to hack the mechs. While I don't think anything will happen if I fail, the bastards may have booby-trapped them against attempts at theft." The mech technicians obediently retreat. Vase even placed his helmet back on his head to form a completely protective seal. "Here goes nothing." Vase activated his hacking software and directed it to work on the bestial mech. Its console came to life and spat out a torrent of data, much of it Vase didn't understand. After a minute or so of scrambling, the console finally displayed a very firm message. "Access denied." It was worth a try. Vase didn't give up. He left the cockpit of that mech and tried to hack another one. Access denied. Undeterred, Vase continued to cycle through several mech. When he reached the sixth mech, Vase finally received a different message. Access granted. Yes, it worked. The bestial mech in question successfully came online. The cockpit bloomed to life as many different consoles lit up. Outside, its exterior lit up a bit as several lights blinked in different colors that corresponded to a standard startup sequence. Mr. Larkinson did it. If nothing else, his success truly cemented his authority over the mech technicians. When Vase squired out of the cockpit, he ordered them to ready the mech for action. "Refuel this mech and perform some light service on it while you're at it. Get it done within an hour as we can't afford to keep it idle for long." We need to start the hunt for Lord Javier as soon as possible, and we won't be able to go anywhere without our own mechs. Aye, sir, we'll get on it right away. They didn't hesitate at all this time. Mech technicians without working mechs were like fish out of water. Now that they finally got to taste some drops, they immediately focused on their tasks. They hadn't forgotten the import of their duties. Vase nodded in satisfaction. Even without a chief technician riding over their shoulders, they possessed enough sense not to slack off for too much. Still, as he paused and observed their work, he found out why these techs ended up in the Vandals instead of a more prestigious mech regiment. Their ability didn't quite measure up to the true professionals of the mech corps. The amount of care and attention they put to their own safety was worrisome, and some exhibited annoying habits such as banging their tools against the object they were trying to service if anything didn't go too well. Stop trying to hit the mech with your multi-tool. Sorry, sir. A few minutes later, the same guy started hitting the mech with his tools again. Problematic or not, Vase didn't have anything else to work with, so he tolerated their eccentricities. Now that he got one mech to work, he was eager to unleash his hacking software to the other mechs in the stables. After entering and exiting around 20 mechs in decent shape, he got around 6 of them online. 3 of them consisted of bestial mechs while the other 3 consisted of humanoid rifleman mechs. It was a good mix of mechs, and should serve Captain Orphan well. He contacted his superior through his comm. I've got 1 mech ready to go, with 5 more mechs in the pipeline, ma'am. As for the remaining mechs of the dastardly handsome bastards, it's unlikely I'll be able to get them up and running any time soon. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Captain Orphan grinned in a savage manner. Good work, Mr. Larkinson. 6 mechs are sufficient for now, as I don't have a lot more mech pilots to spare. Ready them all for action as soon as possible. The main Vandal ground force is being stalled by much more resistance from Anakin's household troops than we anticipated. It's vitally important that we take over some of their duties from behind enemy lines. Vase wondered whether their meager numbers would amount to anything, but he kept his doubts to himself. I do have to mention that 3 of the mechs are bestial instead of humanoid. Will that present a problem? That caused Orphan to drop her grin a bit. The flagrant Vandals uniformly utilized humanoid mechs. The only exception might be the Akara Heavy Cannoneer, but that was basically a really big and fat humanoid mech with 4 instead of 2 legs. It didn't take too much effort for a normal mech pilot to adjust to its control schemes. I will be certain to warn my men, she said, though her tone belied the difficulties in store for her mech pilots. Please prepare the training modules on the mechs in question. Perhaps they could benefit from a brief refresher course. Yes, ma'am, I'll prepare the materials. Orphan shut off the channel, leaving Vase with very few instructions. It didn't take too long for Vase to put the bestial mechs in training mode. After that, he instructed the mech technicians to welcome the mech pilots and assist them into taking control of the hacked mechs. Vase already turned his gaze to the other mechs that stubbornly remained locked. He knew that Captain Orphan's detachment wouldn't be able to accomplish anything of significance with 6 shabby mechs. More mech pilots will certainly trickle in during the day. There's not enough time for the Vandals to complete their objectives. The more mechs I can bring online, the better our chances of completing our objectives. In making it out of Vision space alive. Chapter 471 Hacking. Vase never put the software aspect of mechs in his eyes. When he started out with developing variants, he always utilized the complete control system that came with the base model. When he moved on to designing his own original mechs, he mostly pieced together the different software that came with the component licenses. To get them to communicate and work together in a seamless fashion, he unified them into an off-the-shelf operation system that he randomly bought from the MTA. The MTA developed these operating systems for maximum compatibility and minimal chances of bugs and errors. They'd been polished to such an insane degree that even the shabbiest heaps of junk on legs would be able to operate smoothly as long as its shambling components held up. A good operating system is like a very bright mind. The highest quality software can elevate the performance of the weakest mechs to a higher level. With such a convenient solution at hand, Vase never spent much effort into improving his ability to program a mech, let alone hack its operating system. If Vase still possessed the system, his status would clearly state that his computer science skill still stood out with an abysmally low evaluation of incompetent. Normally, his approach to this field didn't pose a problem to him. As much as a mech designer pretended to be all-knowing when it concerned their profession, he never intended to learn every possible aspect about designing mechs. Even if he possessed something as absurd as the system, Vase would have to spend too much DP to upgrade every possible skill and sub-skill. I should have at least spent a few thousand DP to upgrade my computer science to novice or apprentice or something. If he had done something like that, then he may be in a better position to hack the tough cases that remained in the mech stables. In truth, hacking was an extremely complex field and profession in its own right. Mech designers generally worked on the other side of the fence and tried to make their mechs as impenetrable to virtual invasions as possible. They never put any importance in learning how to hack someone else's mechs. If Captain Orphan has a full crew under her command, then she'd surely have a professional hacker under her command. Hackers of all kinds still thrived during the age of mechs. Much of their battles occurred out of sight, but their clashes sometimes reached apocalyptic proportions in virtual space. As poor as the sixth flagrant vandals might seem, they certainly wouldn't have neglected their hackers and virtual security experts. Vase turned on his comm and contacted Lieutenant Burke. A projection of the communications officer's face appeared over his armored wrist. "May I help you, Mr. Larkinson? Does Captain Orphan have any hackers at her disposal?" "No." The lieutenant shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Larkinson, but we've been prioritizing the search for hackers even over other mech pilots. Our efforts have turned up fruitless so far. The crew complement of a combat carrier didn't include a lot of hackers. Chances were low that the few hackers aboard the destroyed vessels had ended up on Dietman IV. Even if their crash balls or hazard suits took them to the planet, they might have landed far away from Naren City. Thus, they may never be able to retrieve their own hackers before their time in the system was up." Vase came up with a different solution to overcome this problem. "Since chances are low that some of our hackers will return, I think we should enlist the services of local hackers instead." The lieutenant frowned at that. "You want to rely on Vision hackers to unlock those mech? You're in touch with the Dietman League, right? Surely they can spare some hackers for us. We've already asked for assistance, but to no avail. Every hacker in their employ is busy with scouring through databases and records in a concerted effort to find out where Lord Javier is hiding. It's impossible for them to spare even a single hacker away from this crucial task." That explained why the rebels hadn't lent a hand. Still, Vase didn't give up on his idea yet. If we can't borrow the services of a rebel hacker, then why not someone else? Millions of people live in Naren City. There should be thousands of people among them with hacking expertise. Just grab the closest ones you can find and force them to work for us. That's madness. The lieutenant blew up. Although a skilled hacker might be able to unlock those mechs, they can also slip in any number of sabotage. Who can tell whether they'll embed spying software that broadcasts the positions of our mechs to house Anakin's troops? Hackers can do so much more than that. She had a valid point, but Captain Orphan wouldn't be able to accomplish any of her tasks if they didn't do anything. If their loyalty is in question, then why not track down and kidnap their family members as well? Vase suggested, "As long as you hold enough leverage over their heads, they'll obediently do what we want." He thought that a vandal would accept his words without blinking. Instead, the lieutenant looked at him with horror. "We do not condone such behavior. The flagrant vandals might not enjoy the best reputation, but we uphold the values of the Republic. We do not approve of such despicable behavior." Vase wanted to smack the lieutenant's face. What was she even saying? Their arrival into this system directly led to the misery on the streets. The vandals already had a lot of blood in their hands, so what was the harm in dirtying them with a few more drops? Just as Vase wanted to put out a retort, a third person intruded into their comm channel. "Lieutenant, back off. Captain Orphan, ma'am." The lieutenant saluted at her superior while Vase nodded at her presence. He hadn't realized that she listened in on their conversation. "Let me preface this by saying that the flagrant vandals aren't pirates and will never be anything like them," Orphan said, yet she looked apologetic at Lieutenant Burke. "However, our circumstances have landed us in a difficult place. We are far away from any friendly help. Both the rebels and the main ground force are preoccupied with their own priorities, and they have nothing to spare for us. We're on our own here. That should be no excuse to loosen our standards. We've never played by the rules." Orphan overturned the naive-sounding lieutenant. "We've broken more rules than we can count simply to keep the flagrant vandals afloat. Perhaps your shipboard assignments hasn't allowed you to get in touch with what we do, but I can tell you that Colonel Lowenfield herself wouldn't reject Mr. Larkinson's suggestion out of hand. But ma'am, we're part of the Mech Corps." Vase found Lieutenant Burke's protestations very sad, in a way. Under normal circumstances, her opinion should have been the prevailing one. Yet such an idealistic attitude would have doomed the flagrant vandals many years ago. Captain Orphan spoke correctly. The vandals never played by the rules. The Mech Corps is fighting on the front lines, holding the Mech Legion back on Republican soil. We on the other hand have snuck knee-deep into Vision space. Our only allies are the tenuous Vision rebels, who only agreed to cooperate with us because our interests happen to align on some matters. Without any other friends that can bail us out, we are basically at their whims. The rebels have made it more than clear that they want to drag Lord Javier from whatever hole he's hiding and execute him in the most painful and public manner possible. Vase added, though perhaps he acted a little too presumptuously because Captain Orphan sent him a dirty look. Orphan coughed a bit. Our timetable is shot to hell. Nothing is going according to plan. During times like this, it's necessary for us to be flexible. Against her direct superior, Lieutenant Burke had no choice but to retreat. I understand, ma'am. I'll draft some orders for you to pass on in a moment. I want you to task our intelligence specialists in finding the probable locations of any notable hackers in Naren City. Make sure to find where their families might reside as well. We'll task our mechs and infantry to retrieve these visions once we find their locations. Mr. Larkinson will have his hackers soon enough. The three-way channel closed, leaving Vase by himself. Just as he thought he had the vandals figured out, the conversation just then showed that his judgment wasn't complete. Are the vandals truly worthy to carry the banner of the Mech Corps? Perhaps they weren't as monolithic as Vase had initially suspected. He always treated them like a single monoculture where every vandal more or less held similar ideas. Vase hadn't seen a dispute like the one between Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Burke even once since the months he had been with this Mech regiment. Maybe it's a difference between a Mech officer and a ship officer. Even if they served under the flag of the flagrant vandals, they all formed their own cliques. Though they shared a common starting point when it came to their culture, they all possessed their own nuances. In general, the ship crews let themselves be subordinated to the Mech crews. A Mech regiment revolved around their mechs, not their ships. Many Mech pilots even dismissed the importance of modern carriers as space taxis for their mechs. In the middle of this traditional dynamic, only Colonel Lowenfield broke the mold. By all accounts, she wasn't a Mech pilot, yet she commanded the respect of all the vandals. Mech pilots are not. Even if her administrative skills had rescued the vandals from the brink of bankruptcy, she must have mastered some secret sauce in order to win the hearts of every vandal. Well, whatever. That's not important right now. While Captain Orphan prepared her unit to follow his suggested course of action, Vase needed to make his own preparations. Though the rudimentary network set up by the vandals didn't allow him to connect to the galactic net, he still possessed his self-made comm. Previously, in situations like this where his skills fell short, Vase would have spent his DP on upgrading whatever skill was necessary to tackle the problem. I can't do that for the time being, but maybe I can do something similar. Vase entered one of the many abandoned offices of the dastardly handsome bastards and closed the door. After making himself comfortable, he activated his self-made comm and visited the virtual portal of the Clifford Society. He wasted no time to enter their star library. As a knight of the Society, Vase was allowed to read any textbook in the lowest library of the Society for free, and with much less restrictions. If he tried to borrow a quality book from the Moon Library, he had to wait until someone physically delivered a special means for him to read the highly protected books. It's impossible for me to count on that in the middle of a war zone. Fortunately, Vase didn't think of upgrading one of his higher skills. He only wanted to brush up his extremely low-level computer science skill, and perhaps pick up some pointers about hacking along the process. My current intelligence is rated at around 2.1, which is far above the genetic limit of humanity. I wonder how fast I can learn the basics of hacking. Ever since he upgraded his intelligence through the Transcendence Pill, he never made full use of his strongest attribute in a learning capacity. His ability to cram new knowledge should have reached a frightening level. His virtual avatar looked at the endless rows of simulated books and grinned like a shark. He already began to salivate at the prospect of devouring the knowledge hidden within at a record pace. Chapter 472 Clashing Values. The height of his current level of intelligence had reached a ridiculous height. This was the first time Vase put his efforts into absorbing as much knowledge as possible, and his reading and comprehension speed astounded him. He browsed through the pages of his textbooks with such speed that he already flipped to the next page while he read the current one. Before he ingested the Transcendence Pill, he was like a slow transport. After he took it, he turned into a blazing fast Corvette. The difference is like night and day. There's no comparison. The boost in intelligence hadn't made him any wiser, but it had certainly transformed his several cognitive functions that manifested fully when it came to learning new knowledge. His brains basically turned into an organic processor that could rapidly memorize, process and understand anything he came across. Vase became increasingly proficient in computer science, to the point where he had long gone past the incompetent tier. That said, no one would ever become proficient in hacking just by reading a few books. As much as Vase absorbed a university degree's worth of knowledge, he hadn't fully mastered what he learned. It's like learning how to play an instrument by reading a book. As much as I'm familiar with the theories, I'm still missing some elements. Vase did not set out to learn how to program and how to hack mechs on his own. He only wanted to gain a solid foothold into this field so he could somewhat understand what other hackers tried to pull off under his supervision. Besides, it's not like this knowledge will go to waste. I can leverage what I've learned to all of my future work. Still, as much as Vase saw the potential in mastering the software side of mechs, he felt absolutely no affinity for this field. The more he delved into this topic, the more he got the sense he was beginning to go astray. This caused him to pause his learning for a bit. He struggled to understand why some part of his personality meshed so poorly with his latest area of interest. Is it because it clashes with my values? He could find no other answer that made sense. Programming was barely tolerable to him, but the topic of hacking really sang a discordant tone to the rest of his mind. The more he immersed himself in the many ways in which he could manipulate a mech down to its very root, the deeper his unconscious repulsion for the idea. This is not compatible with my design philosophy. It all came down to his core ideology concerning mechs. He long believed that mechs weren't lifeless machines and shouldn't be treated as disposable commodities. Every mech held the potential for life, and they should be treated more akin to individuals than pure products. Vase might not have completely formed his design philosophy, but he definitely knew the direction it was heading in. All in all, he believed that even the shabbiest mechs deserved a basic measure of respect. Yet despite his beliefs, he hadn't truly fleshed out the nebulous concept of life. He always thought of it in an abstract fashion, which wasn't wrong in itself, but only scratched the surface of what this contentious word really meant. Some people believed that bots fell into the definition of life. Even the stupidest cleaning bots possessed some form of autonomy, and even if they couldn't propagate by themselves, neither could many other organisms such as certain castes of ants or bees. Yet even if a radicalist tried to argue that bots should be regarded as living beings and thus deserve the same rights as animals or humans, nobody would entertain such a wacky idea. Even the best ICE developed by experts that could pass most of the sentience tests eventually became stumped when it came to highly illogical subjects such as love, art, culture and faith. Thus, society found it acceptable to treat bots and ICE as objects instead of actual life. Vase wouldn't shed a tear if a malfunctioning AI needed some readjustment, because in the end they served as tools for humanity. The same couldn't be said for human beings. Through countless of examples throughout the age of conquest, humanity gained a deep abhorrence to any attempts at trying to program the human mind. Many forbidden technologies developed by heretical organizations such as the Five Scrolls Compact became masters in subverting the minds of anyone who fell into their grasp. The vast majority of society deeply rejected these kinds of methods. Humanity had developed into one of the overlords of the galaxy, and through this growth their collective pride in their own being had grown. Every human is precious. No human life should be belittled. This thought became the unofficial motto of the age of mechs. Heralded as a principal reaction to the massive amounts of destruction and sheer disregard for the value of human lives, the principle that life should be valued became one of the most accepted principles in human space. Due to this universal thought, any incidences of brainwashing, slavery and excessive slaughter of humans received near universal condemnation. Even the most tyrannical and poorly run states tried their best not to cross these red lines, if only to deny their rivals a casus belli to justify a war against them as well as get the MTA and CFA off their backs. When you think about it, hacking a mech is sort of messing with their minds. Even if it was limited to bypassing their locks to allow other mech pilots to use them, it still represented a violation of a mech's personal sovereignty. This may be why he felt an unconscious repulsion for the entire concept of hacking mechs. It's not a good idea for me to delve in this field any further. Not until I figure out how far I can go without compromising my design philosophy. He didn't feel too bummed out with this unexpected limitation. Besides the polymath, no mech designer chose to master every field. Vase had already set his priorities on which fields he wanted to develop, and hacking simply didn't fall into his list of priorities. He wasn't any worse off than before. Above all else, this realization aided his understanding of design philosophies. They were more than a set of opinions. They guided the principles mech designers set forth through their work. The best way for Vase to describe it would be to call it the overarching vision of a mech designer. It worked on a higher level than the mech-specific visions Vase established at the start of every design project. I see now. I get it. From this understanding, Vase faintly sensed that a couple of gears had been turned in his mind. He couldn't help but believe that he had taken one step closer to advancing towards a journeyman mech designer. Would he be able to reach that rank before the end of the war? Who am I kidding? I'm still years away from reaching that rank. Vase spent the rest of his time trying to consolidate what he learned up until some of the vandals returned to the base with hostages in hand. Mr. Larkinson, your hackers are here. Vase immediately pulled himself out of the Clifford Society's virtual portal and strolled out with his helmet floating behind him. He didn't need to wear the helmet at the moment, but he didn't think it was safe enough to shed his light combat armor. Most of the other vandals still wore their hazard suits or some other pieces of armor they scrounged from the base. Kneeling down with their hands over their heads, around 24 prisoners whimpered and remained cowed as a couple of vandal soldiers stood over them. All of them had their wrists tied together and more than half of them sported ugly bruises on their faces and bodies. Please, let us go. Don't kill us. We hate Lord Javier as well. My child is sick. She needs her medicine. Vase frowned at the noise. Though a small part of him sympathized with the civilians, a greater part of his mind reminded himself that Captain Orphan's group wouldn't be able to do anything without making use of these prisoners. Take them away. Vase waved his hand away as if he pushed away some trash. I'm sure this base has a holding cell or something. The armored, gun-toting vandals kicked and cajoled their prisoners away from the mech stables, saving Vase from their annoying pleas. He looked at the 3 Vision prisoners that remained. The 2 men and 1 woman appeared to be in the upper commoner class. Though that didn't make them nobles, they would have certainly enjoyed a lot of status on Dietman IV. Are these the Vision hackers? Yes, Mr. Larkinson. They are placed in your custody. You can do anything you want to them. Good. Vase smiled. Things were picking up now. He looked at each of the 3 prisoners and saw that all of them looked to be in their 30s or thereabouts. Right now, their expressions looked awful. Each of them had seen how the ruthless vandals captured their family members and treated them with rough hands. Fear and worry suffused their minds. Vase nodded in satisfaction when he saw their fear. He took no pleasure in their suffering, but he wanted them worried enough that they wouldn't think of pulling something off. He stepped forward, letting his armored boots clank against the deck of the mech stables. This caught their attention. Welcome to the makeshift headquarters of Captain Orphan from the 6th Flagrant Vandals. It's kind of a mess right now. It would be much cleaner here if we can get all of these mechs out. That's where you come in. I need you to put your hacking expertise to use and unlock these mechs so that the vandals can make full use of them. Refusal is not an option. The 3 prisoners looked at Vase as if he was a devil. Will you let my family go? Sure. Vase whipped his hand dismissively. We'll have to keep you until the end of our deployment on Dietman IV, but yes, if you do what you are told, you can leave with your families after this is over. Perhaps coming from him this might not have been much of a carrot, but the stick was big enough to force them into compliance anyway. The 3 hackers unanimously agreed to hack the mechs under his supervision. We don't have our tools. Without our special computers, it's going to be 4 times as hard to break into these mechs. We don't have enough time to retrieve your equipment. Make do with what you have. Vase answered instantly. Vase had already prepared some computer terminals for them. He also made sure to disconnect them from every other network. He wasn't too assured with disabling their connectivity from the operating system, so he took the extra step of opening up the gadgets and physically disabling the components that allowed it to connect with any networks. The only way these terminals could interact with other machines was through hardline cables. We can't work as well without our hacking software. I need to download my software suite from the Galactic Net. No, Vase rejected in an even stronger this time. We won't risk you pulling something off on the Galactic Net. I know that mechs can still be hacked with a basic terminal, so don't give me any excuses. You work with the tools we've given you and nothing more. Though it certainly crippled the capabilities of these hackers, Vase and the Vandals simply couldn't afford letting these Vision hackers run out of control. Thus, under gunpoint and under coercion, the kidnapped hackers proceeded to cobble up their own tools as they discussed how to hack the mechs. Vase stood quietly behind the three and listened on. While he couldn't completely follow their thread of conversation, with the help of his newly acquired knowledge he understood enough to know if they did their jobs in earnest or tried to slip in something bad. After 2 hours, the hackers unlocked their first mech. Chapter 473 Moral Exton. The former abode of Javier's dastardly handsome bastards became much livelier once they subverted the locked mechs. Once the hackers got the hang of intruding into one particular mech, they applied the same solution to every other mech from the same model line, leading to a lot of time savings. "Good work, Mr. Larkinson," Captain Orphan said as she came down to the mech stables to see the results for herself. "What is your progress so far?" "I prioritized getting the remaining bestial mechs to work, knowing that your mech pilots need some time to adjust themselves to their control schemes. After that, I began to unlock the lightest mechs. They're cheaper and their security suites aren't as tight as those on the more powerful mechs. Right now, we've brought 9 out of 16 undamaged mechs out of their slumber. Sadly, the mechs after this will be tough nuts to crack, Captain." Vase kept his eyes glued to the panels projected in front of the three hackers. Not even once did he look away. He couldn't afford to miss anything should they try to pull something off. Captain Orphan looked on as some of the Vandal mech pilots that had answered her rallying call over the day enter the cockpits of their mechs. Soon, those mechs would be out on the streets. The dastardly handsome bastards have left some damaged mechs behind from our fight to take over their base. Is it possible for you to bring those mechs in working condition as well? I'll see what I can do, ma'am, but from the condition of those mechs, you really did a number on them. Proper repairs will take days. That's out of the question. We'll be departing from the surface in less than 2 days, perhaps even sooner. I need an extra mech up today. The pressure piled up on Vase, who winced from the unreasonable order. I can't make any promises, ma'am, but perhaps I can jury-rig a mech together in a hurry. It won't perform up to standard, mind you. That's okay. Right now, we need as much mechs on their feet as possible. Having even a partially functional mech at our disposal is significant to us because we can leave it to guard this base while the combat-capable mechs are free to roam the streets of Naren City. He understood now. Captain Orphan didn't want to bring a mech online to fight against other mechs. She merely wanted something that looked big and scary enough to deter any troublemakers from approaching this occupied base. Is it bad out there, ma'am? The Vandal captain released a tired breath. It's twice as bad as last night. Everyone is awake now, and at least a third of them can't sit still in their homes. Some are joining the riots, others are fed up and are banding together to fight against them, while more have gone mad entirely. With the Vandals visibly present in some portions of Naren City, the capital city became a complete madhouse. This otherwise prosperous and beautiful city became a focal point of death and suffering due to the unexpected arrival of the Vandals and the sheer incompetence of Lord Javier. Any planetary administrator wouldn't have let his people turn against themselves so suddenly. What happened out on the streets spoke much about Lord Javier's ability to lead and inspire the citizens of Deepman IV. Leaving a half-operational mech as our only guard is kind of sketchy. Vase remarked. I'm not questioning your judgment, ma'am, but who knows what the Visions will do when they find out about our presence. Besides the police and House Anakin's household troops, there's also the gangs and mercenaries to contend with. They haven't shown up with their mechs so far, but that might change in the future. Captain Orphan crossed her arms and looked on with a resolute gaze. If it's a choice between putting more mechs out on the streets or keeping them holed up in our base, I would choose the former any day. We don't have enough mechs and mech pilots to spare. Finding Lord Javier goes beyond our safety. Vase hoped it didn't come to that, but evidently the Vandals truly pushed themselves into a corner. He knew that any further arguments wouldn't work. Very well, ma'am, after these hackers finish with the intact mechs, I'll work on getting a damaged mech up and running as soon as possible. That's what I like to hear from you, Mr. Larkinson. If you will excuse me, I need to return to my office and plan my next moves with the main ground force. Ah, one more thing, ma'am, how is the main battle going on? Orphan smirked. We suffered a bit by losing those combat carriers, but the Visions have truly pissed us off. Major Verl survived the destruction of the stubby growler, and he's out for blood right now. We've initiated limited orbital bombardment on some of House Anakin's strongholds near the manufacturing district. Once our boys up in orbit started to pound those positions, they've begun to fall apart. They could both hear occasional explosions and other sounds of battle off in the distance. It reminded them both that a lot of Vandals fought hard to reach the same city that they already entered. Will we be able to control the city after the main force breaks through? Not as such. Orphan shook her head. As impressive as our numbers might be, this city is too big for a couple of hundred mechs to exert complete control. We can only concentrate our forces on a couple of districts if we want to maintain complete control. I see. Captain Orphan departed the mech stables after they finished their discussion. Vase wondered if she would pilot one of the recovered mechs herself. He imagined that she would feel far more comfortable to be out on the streets rather than to remain in base. As the three hackers started to get familiar with each other's capabilities, their ability to intrude into the mechs improved. However, because the mechs that remained locked possessed tighter locks, those time savings became swept up in the many obstacles in their way. It took a lot of struggle to get a couple more mechs back online. While Vase still supervised their work, he also diverted his attention to supervising the repair process of one of the damaged mechs. He opened a schematic of the least damaged mech and figured out a couple of improvisations that would patch up the mech just enough to be able to walk around. What do we do with the knee joints? A mech technician asked besides Vase. When Captain Orphan's troopers invaded this base, they did a real number on that knee joint. It's a total loss and none of us are skilled enough to fabricate and install a replacement mechanism. A mech doesn't need a functioning knee to move around. Vase stated, it's sufficient to fuse the lower leg with the upper leg. Don't aim for perfect mobility. Just restore the limb so that the mech can put its weight on it without collapsing. Can you do that? A light lit up in the mech technician's eyes. I'll get on that, sir. Vase introduced a couple more solutions in that vein to the technicians, all the while keeping his eyes on his repair schematic and the work panels of the three hackers. An ordinary human wouldn't have been able to perform so many actions at once. Even if someone received a couple of gene boosts, they would still be hard-pressed to divide their attention without slipping up. Perhaps one of the Vision hackers underestimated Vase and counted on that, because for a split second he uploaded a tiny script to the mech that the hackers worked on. Vase hadn't even noticed how this hacker composed this script under his nose, but he nonetheless caught the hacker uploading something completely unknown to the mech. This script could do anything from broadcasting the location of the mech to the Visions to timing a forced shutdown in the middle of the battle. Safe to say, whatever the script entailed, the hacker was definitely up to no good. Halt! Vase called out. He winked out the projection of the repair project and pushed the mech technician aside. Troops, pull the hackers back. The armored troops that stood guard over the Visions immediately dragged them back by the scruff of their necks. They squealed and complained, but Vase was deaf to their pleas. His gaze landed on the Vision to the left. The man looked at Vase with shaking eyes. You, Vase pointed at the man. You just uploaded a script to the mech. What is it? It's nothing. I just wanted to test its second layer of verification by throwing a bunch of test data at it. There's nothing more. Oh, Vase raised his eyebrows. Don't talk nonsense to me. I haven't seen you program this script, and I doubt it showed up on your terminal out of the blue. Show me the script. Under the looming presence of Vase, the pathetic hacker shrank back. It's gone. It's already set to delete itself in the event of failure. Vase stepped forward until he practically towered over the guy. The other two hackers to the side watched on with growing horror as their fellow captive became increasingly nervous. Even they could see the guilt affecting their colleague. What have you done? Nothing. Wrong answer. Vase yelled and slapped the man's cheek bloody with his armored gauntlet. Can you revert what you have just done? No, I can't. This time, Vase kicked out with his armored boot, causing the man to fling backwards and crack his ribs. Practically everyone in the mech stables gaped at his violent outburst. No one said anything. Vase was in charge around here. In truth, Vase didn't know what to do. The script potentially compromised a mech that the Vandals hoped to use. At its current state, who knew what might go wrong with this machine? Without beating the answer out of this rebellious hacker, Vase wasn't confident enough to release the mech in question to the Vandals. Trooper. Yes, Mr. Larkinson, take this waste of space to the cells. Tell the guards there to interrogate him on what he did. I'll send a report with the details through my comm soon, so they'll know what to ask. Make sure to tell them to hurry up because we don't have much time left on this planet. Tell them to go to any lengths if necessary, Decency be damned. On it, sir. I'll convey your words to the cell guards. For a moment, Vase thought about beating the answer out of the hacker himself, but he figured the vandals possessed a lot more expertise in that area. If he tried to interrogate the man himself, they might never get an answer before their time on Dietmar IV was up. Vase also didn't want to sully his combat armor with the Vision's blood. As the trooper dragged the wheezing prisoner away, Vase turned to the two remaining hackers. Missing one of their number set back their hacking progress by a lot. He could ill afford another incident. As you've just seen, I know a thing or two about what you are doing. As I've said before, don't pull anything off that isn't directly related to opening up these machines. Now get back to work. Why yes sir. Vase didn't ask to be part of the flagrant vandals. Neither did he wish to be ejected from a pulverized ship and crash land on a hostile planet. He was willing to do almost anything to get away from this cesspool of a planet. How far am I willing to go? The spontaneous question disturbed him a bit, because he felt apprehensive at the thought of answering it. He suspected that the answer wouldn't make him very glad. Chapter 474 Compromise. The offending hacker never returned. Vase imagined that the interrogation hadn't managed to cough up the answers they needed. Why did he sabotage us? The vandals made sure to grab his family members as well, so the man staked not only his own life, but everyone else he cared about as well. From what Vase had seen from his brief encounter with the family, they didn't appear to be a dysfunctional family either. What brought a Vision to risk? Damnation to everyone he cared about. Was it worth it to spite the flagrant vandals? I don't understand. Was the hacker a patriot? Did he truly hold so much loyalty to his state that he didn't hesitate to risk everything he held dear? It's so stupid. Perhaps he shared some of the blame as well. Though he kept a fairly keen eye on their actions, to the hackers it appeared that Vase only barely paid attention to them with his multitasking. If they thought they could get away with something, then his own behavior only encouraged them to go through. In the end, nobody won. The hacker and his family would surely suffer a miserable fate because they directly crossed the vandals. Captain Orphan couldn't afford to be lenient in this regard, not if they wanted to keep the two surviving hackers in line. The vandals also suffered a setback due to the uncertain condition of the mech in question. It happened to be a powerhouse of a night mech, one of the few in the stables of the dastardly handsome bastards that could endure a beating. Every other mech of the former mercenary group served offensive of support roles, so they dearly needed a solid knight to protect their backline. Can this mech be recovered? Vase investigated it for a time, but quickly figured out that it possessed one of the most advanced security suites of the mechs in their possession. The night mech must be one of the prestige mechs of the bastards for it to be so stuffed with security measures. Damn it, that hacker must have bided his time until he began to work on this mech. Captain Orphan and her band of shipwrecked vandals already ran a threadbare operation in Naren City. The loss of a single mech severely impacted their chances to survive and complete their objectives. The amount of restraint they needed to adopt alone would set them back by as much as half. Yet what could they do? Vase couldn't trust the remaining two Vision hackers in their grasp, and neither did he possess the ability to reverse the afflicted mech's condition. In the end, Vase decided to punt the decision to the woman in charge. As soon as he contacted Captain Orphan through his comm, the woman looked back with a serious expression. I am already aware of what transpired. These Vision slimes are willing to do everything they can to ingratiate themselves with the nobles. The hacker holed up in our holding cell must have thought to buy Lord Javier's favor. HMPH. He won't be receiving a good end, I can promise you that. Vase brushed the fate of the hacker aside. He could care less about that worm right now. That still leaves the question on what to do with the mech in question, ma'am. I'd hate to leave a night mech unused, but in my professional judgment the risks of deploying it are substantial. The script that the hacker had slipped in only contained a few lines of code, but they might have activated some traps embedded in the night mech's programming. It could be anything from shutting off the mech in the middle of a pitched battle to breaching the containment around the cockpit and dumping loads of waste heat inside. Certain mech designers like to employ such traps in their mechs and offer them to the market as security features. With the amazing amount of power and value associated with mechs, theft was an unavoidable fact of life. The amount of potentates willing to make a living by stealing mechs instead of piloting them in battle was quite a lot, and over hundreds of years they became rather inventive in their methods. Security suites kept pace as well, of course. When Vase licensed a cockpit production license, it already came with an appropriate security suite. Since the cockpit models he selected for the Blackbeak and the Crystal Lord designs fell into the premium range, Vase had never heard of someone managing to steal them from their rightful owners. Yet, there would always be freaks and genius hacking teams that could accomplish the impossible. To deter these threats, Mechs sometimes incorporated a couple of hidden self-sabotage measures that would spring their traps at the right time. Vase himself never thought about using such inane methods because he didn't care too much about in whose hands his mechs ended up with after his company sold them off for the first time. The mech designer of the night mech in front of him thought otherwise. This person must have been a rather vindictive fellow, because its multi-layered security was replete with traps and other obstacles. It took the two remaining hackers a lot of effort to get past the final locks. The risks of taking the night mech along our deployments is too great. Orphan eventually decided, yet it's a shame to keep it in the stables. Tell you what, I'll allow it to be brought online, but assign the mech to guard this base. The damage it could do to our other mechs will be kept to a minimum. That safeguarded the Vandal mechs deployed on the streets, but opened the door to other risks inside the base. Vase did not know whether to feel comfortable with this solution, because the fallout of a compromised mech might spill out to the rest of the base. Still, it wasn't as if they had any choice. Let's do that then. A mech pilot came to wake the dubious mech up. Nothing strange happened at the start, so the sabotage didn't go into effect at once. Vase read the telemetry transmitted by the mech but couldn't spot any anomalies either. In the end, he gave up trying to figure out the consequences and let the mech take up its guard duty. Alright, get back to work. Vase yelled at the Vision hackers. There are still several more mechs to go. It took a long time to get the handful of remaining mechs to unlock. Night had fallen by the time the mech stables became empty. The only untouched mechs that remained consisted of a handful of damaged mechs that the Vandals had somehow taken out in the process of conquering this base. They didn't have enough time to bring them all online. Vase hounded the hackers past their exhaustion and forced them to unlock the one mech which the mech technicians labored to restore to limited functionality. Its lame leg might not provide the damaged mech with a lot of mobility, but when it came to standing guard, its crippled limb didn't pose much of a hindrance. This is all I can do for now. Both the mech technicians and the hackers worked in a never-ending shift. While Vase himself felt he could go on for an entire week, the others only possessed a limited physique. Pushing them on was out of the question. You can rest now. The mech technicians sighed and dragged their weary bodies out of the mech stables. Troopers carried the prisoners back to their cells. Hardly anything of value remained in the empty mech stables. Vase didn't feel like sleeping now, so he stood on a lifter platform and ordered it to bring him up to the roof of the stables. He sat down on its surface and looked out towards Naran City's skyline at night. From the din over the city, he determined that most of the riots had petered out. Right now, this was the time when mechs came to the fore. With their advanced sensors, they encountered no hindrance when they fought during the night. A staccato of explosions, collisions and collapsing structures constantly sounded out in the distance. Even if the Vandals managed to break House Anakin's household troops, that still left plenty of opposition in the manufacturing district and the city proper. The government may have fallen back, but the private sector still had some teeth left into them. It was a shame that they would never lift a finger to help each other out. Most of the fighting that he could hear from the distance must have come from the Vandals defeating each private sector outfit in a piecemeal fashion. Again, this was another sign that Lord Javier fell short. A unifying leader should have been able to call up every mech in Naran City no matter who they owed their allegiance to and form them into dedicated defense units. That hasn't happened, though. Instead, Lord Javier went underground as soon as the Vandal fleet arrived in his star system. The noble descendant of a powerful count completely disgraced himself and never hesitated in throwing away a substantial amount of his defense force at slowing down the Vandals. Many Vision mech pilots lost their lives against the Vandals. All of them had been nurtured by House Anakin at a significant cost. Loyalty couldn't be bought at an instant. It could only be nurtured over time. Losing these mechs and men certainly affected House Anakin's overall strength. The disaster happening in the Dietmar system already affected their prestige in many ways. Obvious to all, Lord Javier failed to step up and showed the Vija kingdom what a noble was made of. He disgraced his house and his father who put him in charge. Let alone the Count, the Duchess of Amadras herself must feel awfully pissed at his actions. Still, chances are he'll make it out alive. Right or wrong, Lord Javier picked the option with the highest chance of survival for himself. Even if the rebels and the Vandals made a concerted effort in scouring the palace and its surroundings, Naran City was simply too big to find someone who wanted to hide. Vase gazed out at the city and wondered what the Vandals would do. They only had 1 day left before they needed to depart the system. Even if the Visions are a little tardy, reinforcements shouldn't be too far away. Vase heard a couple of sounds of fighting in the distance. Another conflict heated up, ensuring that this would be a sleepless night for many. As Vase considered whether to turn in for the night or do some extra work, he spotted something in the distance. A loft sound of something massive being launched brushed past his ears. Instinctively, he looked up, and saw some faint reflections arcing in the sky. It fell directly towards the base that used to be owned by the dastardly handsome bastards. His eyes widened as the explosive shell landed on one of the base's administrative buildings. Boom! The nearby explosion rocked Vase off his butt and bounced him backwards on the roof. He didn't care about his sorry state but tried to scramble up to his feet. He ran back towards the side and looked at the impact site in horror. The office building hadn't been built with defense in mind. Though it was resistant to incidental damage from mechs, it had never been built to withstand a direct artillery shell. Base turrets should have intercepted such attacks, but the Vandals already destroyed them when they took over the base. Alarms rang out throughout the entire base, and much of the Vandals started to move. Incoming mechs. Evacuate the remaining structures. Take the underground escape tunnels. Vase cursed as he spotted a second shell arcing down towards the base. This time, the explosive payload seemed to be aiming straight at the mech stables. I gotta go. He hurried onto his floater platform and tried to urge the sluggish device to bring him away from the roof. He also grabbed his floating helmet and slammed it onto his head, just in time for the shell to land and explode against the roof of the mech stables. This time, the blast almost engulfed Vase as he desperately rode his floater platform to safety. The fragile device instantly crumpled, leaving Vase to lose his only support in the air. His armored body started to fall. Chapter 475. Without direction. The awful thing about the long-ranged artillery bombardment was that the Vandals lacked the means to stop it. The 2 mechs that guarded the base might as well be decoration for their complete inability to stop the artillery bombardment or chase down the artillery mech responsible for targeting their base. While the first shell pulverized the office building in an instant, at least not a lot of Vandals should have been working there at this time. After Vase brought the last mechs online, Captain Orphan and some other mech pilots entered their cockpits and marched into the streets of Naran City. The mech stables also turned into an empty shell. Vase dismissed most of the mech technicians, so besides some stragglers, not a lot of people got hurt. That didn't reassure Vase very much though, because he stupidly took a break on the roof. Now, with the second shell detonating on the roof, his body fell in the air and dropped several stories down until his armored form crashed against the ground. His light combat armor only offered a limited amount of protection to the fall. The suit played a very minimal in mitigating the impact, thereby causing Vase to take the brunt of damage. It hurts. Even as Vase cried out in pain, the damage wasn't as bad as he expected. His extremely sturdy body hadn't broken any bones as far as he was aware of. He just felt enormously bruised from the hard fall. A third shell landed in the base, this time targeting the barracks. A couple of sleepy Vandals had woken up from the first 2 detonations and evacuated from the structure, but not everyone got away in time. Abandon everything and escape through the tunnels. Lieutenant Burke broadcasted over everyone's comm. If we get separated, rendezvous at Point Theta if you can. Some of the Vandals ran around like headless chickens, but once everyone became reminded of the evacuation tunnels, they poured towards the underground entrance. Nobody thought about defending their position. It held no more value now that they managed to bring all of the intact mechs stationed back online. The Vandals wouldn't stick around long enough to use the base as a supply point anyway, so no mech needed to return. Simply put, the base had served its use and turned into deadweight. If Vase looked at it in a more cynical fashion, then he might even argue that Captain Orphan only cared about the mechs. Once she got her toys, she heartlessly cast off the support personnel with a token defense force. If Captain Orphan arranged more defenses, we wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Vase muttered as he scrambled to his feet and hurried in the direction of the tunnels. His scuffed and bent combat armor creaked as he moved. Who's bombarding us anyway? In general, only the larger private outfits or government forces employed artillery mechs, and only under a limited amount of circumstances. Resorting to explosive shells in a city came with lots of repercussions. He also couldn't figure out who would target the base. Was it the government, or a private sector outfit? Why did they target a base with very limited utility to the Vandals? Vase found no answers to his question. In the end, too many things happened outside of his purview. He had no idea what Captain Orphan was up to and why she had been so insistent in putting as much mechs on the streets as possible. He didn't think about it anymore as he entered the protective embrace of the underground tunnels. As far as tunnels went, the ones dug up by the dastardly handsome bastards didn't go that far underground. Instead, it connected to a network of tunnels shared by a number of neighboring facilities. This spread around the coast and allowed multiple organizations to make use of the same tunnels. Of course, breaking into a facility from an underground entrance wouldn't be easy. The single point of entry allowed many facilities to erect a lot of defenses at their emergency exits, so no Vandal thought about breaking into them. Instead, they marched forth until they couldn't go any further. Go up. They entered a sloping tunnel that slowly brought them back up to the surface. By the time the survivors poked their heads above the ground, they had reached a fair distance away from the ruined base. Lieutenant Burke counted the survivors and pressed her lips. Only 23 of us present here. Perhaps some other Vandals evacuated through some other routes, but they would have ended up far away from her group. Their abilities differed substantially as well. While they didn't have any mech pilots on hand, around half of her group consisted of mech technicians. Others knew their way around with weapons, and they even got the 2 exoskeleton-suited soldiers with them, whose presence managed to reassure everyone. "It doesn't look good, men," the lieutenant said. "We ran with nothing but our clothes on our backs. Some of you are armed, but over half of us are empty-handed. We also lost our communication lines with Captain Orphan, the rebels and the main Vandal force. As far as I'm aware of, we are on our own." Vase raised his hand. "Can't we contact the Vandals through the galactic net?" "Out of the question." Burke sternly rebuked him. "Communicating through the networks of our enemy is sheer folly. Even if we bypass the access points around us and track down the location of a quantum entanglement node, we'll still be exposing our communications because the other pair of the node is in the grasp of the Visions. They'll be able to read everything we say. What's the plan, then?" The lieutenant frowned even deeper. She scratched her chin as she fell into a somewhat indecisive state. Most of the Vandals present looked at her for hope. As the highest-ranking officer in their midst, everyone relied on her to get them out of this fix. "We should make our way to the main force of the Vandals. We'll have to cross at least half the city to do that, so the first thing we need to do is to procure some vehicles. We need more arms as well. We shouldn't rely on our tin cans to protect us in our stead." "Good idea. We'll raid a weapon stockpile along the way if we can, but our highest priority is to obtain secure vehicles." That was easy to say, but most of the vehicles that should have been buzzing in the air of Naren City had disappeared. They'd need to break in somewhere to get their hands on some sturdy vehicles. Not any aircar would do. Preferably, they could get a hold of something that could survive a couple of missile impacts. Lieutenant Burke opened up a projection that depicted a map of Naren City. She pointed out their current location. "As you can see, we're situated in a middle-class district with lots of small enterprises. I think we can grab what we want if we target some of the neighboring facilities." Someone objected to the suggestion. Burke pointed at a tall and burly mech technician. "Lieutenant, don't forget our assailants are still at large. They could be trying to track us down right now. I understand your position, but I won't change my orders. We're in no shape to leave this district and enter the downtown area on foot. It's far too dangerous out there." Lieutenant Burke studied the map and tried to find the nearest facility that could potentially supply them with their survival needs. Vase looked on to the side and studied the same map. Different from his own map, Burke's version contained the last known locations of Captain Orphan's mechs. It turned out that they went straight downtown towards the Palace District. They arrived there first in fact and clashed a bit with some of House Anakin's mechs before they linked up with the rebels' forces that occupied the recently abandoned palace. Vase would need to cross several kilometers over some of the most chaotic districts if he wanted to reach the palace. He would be better off if he took a detour and reached the manufacturing district where he could finally return to the protective embrace of the Vandals. Sadly, Lieutenant Burke had other plans in mind. "The way I see it, Lord Javier shouldn't have fled so far. Our invasion completely took him by surprise. If he's hiding somewhere in Naren City, he shouldn't have been able to reach the outer districts without tipping someone off. His likeliest hiding spot should be around the palace. Captain Orphan and much of the rebels are already searching there. Vase interjected. Our presence there won't contribute to the search. We'll just be weighing down our own mechs. Many of the mech technicians quietly nodded. They knew how dangerous it was for exposed human beings to survive around mechs as they fought. The potential for collateral damage was extremely high. Need I remind you, Mr. Larkinson, you are not in charge around here. Strictly speaking, you're a researcher. You hold no rank over us, so stand back and let us worry about your safety. If Vase wasn't mistaken, Lieutenant Burke still held a bit of a grudge against him over the argument on kidnapping the hackers. It hadn't reached the point of affecting her professionalism, but she firmly refused to listen to his suggestions. Fair enough, Lieutenant. Vase shrugged, conceding the point. It might not be such a bad thing for her to be the leader, as he wasn't quite a leader himself. Though Burke looked a little young for the job, she did her best to step up and enact her responsibilities as an officer of the Mech Corps. Our target is this facility here. It's 20 minutes away on foot, and there shouldn't be any dangerous elements along the way. Lieutenant Burke increased the size of her projection, allowing everyone to see the facility in question. It's an intercity aircar depot. Exactly, and a small one at that. While most of its vehicles consist of fragile civilian aircars, the depot also stores several armored shuttles for when they need to transport VIPs or sensitive goods. This is exactly what we need to obtain right now. What about weapons, ma'am? It's unlikely the depot holds more than a couple of gun lockers. The company that operates this aircar depot never shoots back at its assailants. If they tried to break into the aircar depot, their route wouldn't take them anywhere close to a company that might maintain an armory of weapons. A lot of the vandals present looked disappointed. They felt naked without a gun in their hands. Though they were willing to entrust their safety to the two exoskeleton soldiers, they still felt ill at ease. This was reality though. Lieutenant Burke refused to take a detour to rob a weapons cache. Time was of the essence, and they couldn't afford to linger in this district. Burke looked at each of the men and women under her lead. Don't forget that we have one more day until our welcome is worn out. We have to do our best to find Lord Javier. Who knows if our presence may provide a breakthrough in narrowing down their whereabouts. Let's go. They marched forth in a loose and spread formation. One of the exoskeleton soldiers walked way ahead in order to scout the way for the main body. Other vandals with soldiering experience hopped from cover to cover, trying to minimize their exposure. An attack could come from any direction. The vandals mostly feared the windows and rooftops to either side of the street. Though their sensors cleared these sites of threats, these devices could still be fooled. Vase walked in the middle of their formation. As a helpless mech designer, the vandals didn't expect him to contribute to any firefights. Obviously they hadn't found out about his Amastandira. As long as he didn't need to pull out his weapon, Vase was fine with being mistaken as a toothless civilian. Halt! The exoskeleton soldier up ahead spoke through their channel. Enemy ahead, one light mech patrolling in our direction. Chapter 476 Belated realization. The sighting of the enemy mech unsettled the vandals under Lieutenant Burke. The woman made a gesture that forced the men and women to cut the chatter. Type in markings. The exoskeleton soldier reported back after a few seconds. Cat-like bestial mech, no ranged hardpoints. It's coated in astral blue and silver with a prominent emblem of House Anakin. A couple of vandals quietly cursed while Lieutenant Burke started to frown. Strange. House Anakin should be directing all of their mechs to stop the main force. Why did one of their mechs stray to this part of town? Vase widened his eyes. There's a high possibility that it's a scout mech. Be careful, its sensors are powerful enough to detect an exoskeleton suit from a distance. A loud, primal growl suddenly thundered over their heads. It detected my presence. Run. That's an order. The thunderous steps of the four-legged mech echoed throughout the streets as the beast in metal skin rapidly surged towards the hapless exoskeleton soldier. Vase heard distance weapons fire being discharged. The heavy rifles wielded by these soldiers possessed enough punch to chew apart a small vehicle, but against a mech, it must have been nothing more than a pinprick. He could guess the outcome of the clash before its conclusion. With a distant crunch, the weapon's fire ceased and the mech let out another artificial roar. The vandals hadn't been standing still all this while. Under the lieutenant's urging, they ran towards the nearest tunnel entrance that she marked out beforehand. In the meantime, the mech started moving again. The echoes of its steps rang louder and louder. It's heading straight for us. How did it know how to find us? Johnson, is your anti-observation gear still working? It's still working fine. There's no microbugs in the vicinity. Don't forget that this is House Anakin's home turf. They must have embedded bugs resistant to anti-observation fields into the streets. The theory was sound, but Vase started to doubt that conclusion. In any modern city in this age, the authorities littered the public spaces with all manner of sensors and observation gear. However, the quality of these sensors only extended to how much their owners were willing to invest in them. In the Galactic Rim, most authorities only utilized the most basic and affordable sensors. They were cheap and easy to maintain, but came at the cost of being very easy to manipulate. Anyone with means would be able to get their hands on software or devices that could hack, block, interfere, disable or even outright destroy these sensors. That was why crime and shady dealings still proliferated in the Komodo Star sector. The ability to circumvent observation was too ubiquitous. Naturally, not every method of observation could be stopped so easily. Enough investment allowed them to be resilient enough to withstand the most conventional means of blocking them out. However, even if that was the case, the Vandals didn't use run-of-the-mill countermeasures. One of the Vandals in a hazard suit carried a big anti-observation backpack module. It didn't quite provide them with total stealth, but it somehow disabled several of the most common means of observation. In the vicinity, it actually worked quite similar to the privacy shield in his old comm, but it was a lot bigger and cruder. With such a device in their midst, chances should have been low that House Anakin detected them, but somehow that wasn't true. Were these streets so important that the authorities installed much more effective means of observations, or had the Vandals slipped up somehow? Vase thought back on how the former base of the dastardly handsome bastards suffered from an artillery bombardment out of the blue. The kind of mechs that can lob those kinds of heavy explosive shells shouldn't have been very common. House Anakin absolutely couldn't afford to divert one of them from the battle with the main Vandal ground force. Yet they did so anyway against all common sense. Even if the Vandal ground force eventually managed to break through the defense lines, the absence of a single artillery mech must have exacerbated House Anakin's defeat. So why did they not only divert an important mech, but also manage to accurately bombard their key positions? The Vandals had taken all kinds of precautions. They cleaned out and chased away all the occupants in the neighboring blocks. They employed powerful blockers that made it difficult for anyone to spot anything unusual about the base. If House Anakin wasn't specifically keeping an eye on that base, then they shouldn't have known about their presence. Even as Vase could almost feel the mech bounding closer towards him and the fleeing Vandals, his mind finally made a possible connection. His self-made comm. Vase currently carried 2 comms. One of them was his military-issued one, which still couldn't do a lot of things, but at least it possessed an extremely high degree of security. The same couldn't be said for his other comm, which he crafted to grant him access to the galactic net and to facilitate in hacking simple devices. As much as the black market designs for this series of comms claimed that they wouldn't leave a trace, how much could Vase believe in them? Certainly not very much, especially since he reproduced one of the cheaper designs. He hadn't done much with the comm since he made it. His unexpected arrival at Captain Orphan's temporary hideout changed his entire planning. Instead of using his comm to hack into locked aircars and hijacking them to bring him closer to the manufacturing district, he used it to hack into some of the mechs and enter the virtual portal of the Clifford Society. Vase briefly hung on the latter. Who on this planet would connect with the network of the Clifford Society? All of a sudden while Dietmar IV was burning. No average mech designer would resort to such an action. Any Vision who kept track of the comings and goings of the galactic net would immediately investigate the unusual connection. Dread ran through his body as Vase almost faltered in his flight. One important question dominated his mind. Is it my fault that House Anakin bombarded the base? The possibility existed that Vase had directly led the Vandals to their doorstep and offered them a prime opportunity to massacre a lot of Vandals at once. The enemy might even be tracking their position right now through his unsecure comm. I got to get rid of it. Vase faintly slowed down in his flight so that he fell behind the formation. He fumbled with his suit while he ran, eventually managing to open up a narrow slot that allowed him to remove his second comm from his wrist. He looked at it with a mixture of guilt and regret. I don't know if it's my fault, but you've got to go. Sorry. He crushed the comm with his armored gauntlet and scattered the pieces behind him. Almost the instant he did that, the thundering steps approaching them from behind started to slow down for a few seconds. Then the chasing mech bounded faster as if it wanted to catch the last glimpse of whatever it pursued. Vase had his answer. His heart sank to the bottom at the realization that his negligence had indirectly led to the deaths of tens of Vandals. Even though he sometimes questioned their loyalty and commitment to the Republic, most didn't seem all that bad. Their circumstances just dealt them a bad hand in life. Damn it, I can't feel sorry for myself. Guilty or not, the milk was already spilled. He first needed to save his life before he had the luxury to repent. The mech that chased after them might have lost a direct trace, but scout mechs came with a lot of other means of tracking. Vase knew that its capabilities would easily allow it to track the footsteps of more than a dozen people. Lieutenant Burke tried to lead them through narrow alleyways and cramped streets, but the scout mech always seemed to find the right detours. How far to the tunnels? A few hundred meters ahead. We're almost there. Just as they crossed an unavoidably wide street, the scout mech finally came around a corner and sighted the fleeing vandals. It's approaching us. From what Vase gathered so far, the CAD mech didn't possess any ranged weapons. That was hardly a consolation for them though, because its powerful legs closed the distance at a very rapid tempo. We can't outrun it. Fight. The vandals shot at the mech with their pistols and rifles, but none of them dealt any noticeable damage to its exterior armor. Compared to infantry, mechs fell into an entirely different category. None of their weapons possessed any chance of leaving more than a dent on the Vision mech's armor. It's coming close. I don't want to die. For the Republic, at the precipice of death, the vandals partially collapsed. Some fled in random directions while others kept firing their useless infantry guns at the nigh-impervious mech. Others looked to Lieutenant Burke for leadership, only to see that she had knelt down with her hands above her head in surrender. Stop shooting. Put down your arms and surrender. There's still a chance we can live through this. This caused half of the gunners to drop their weapons and follow suit. Unfortunately, some of their other comrades wanted to fight to the end or didn't believe the Vision mech would show mercy. They didn't have any obligation to accept their surrender in the first place. Put down your guns. That's an order. Burke yelled at the stubborn vandals. If I go down on Vision soil, I want to go down fighting. While the mech sprinted closer and closer with its violent steps shaking everyone's foots, Vase stood paralyzed with indecision. Out of all of the vandals, perhaps only he possessed the means to repel the bloodthirsty mech. His gauntlet already flexed in a grip that would allow it to grip the Amastandira should he chose to materialize it out of his inventory. If he dialed it up to maximum power and aimed with care, he should be able to take out a leg or two from the dangerously closing mech. While no common infantry weapon could make any dent in its armor, the Amastandira had been built for this. The light mech's armor shouldn't be able to withstand a full-powered laser beam from his powerful weapon. Yet Vase still hesitated pulling it out. The Amastandira was his trump card and he dearly hated bringing it out. Using it upon landing was already a reckless enough action, and he didn't wish to expose it any further. What if the flagrant vandals wanted to confiscate his precious weapon after the battle? Despite their many differences from a regular mech regiment of the Mech Corps, they completely inherited the control-freak tendencies of their parent company. They would never allow a mech designer like Vase to hold on to such a dangerous weapon. I can't expose it. Not here. Still, was this the right time to hold something back? The mech almost reached close enough to stomp the vandals with its paws and chew apart anyone into pieces with its jaws. Mr. Larkinson, Lieutenant Burke suddenly shouted at him. Tell us where its weak points are, now. Her request momentarily broke Vase out of his fog. Even though his attention preoccupied itself with the decision on whether to reveal the Amastandira, his eyes never left the bestial mech. It's a fairly well-made Felinid mech, but its armor is too light. Target its lower limbs joints if you can. Did you hear that? Target its limb joints. For a moment, Vase expected the surviving exoskeleton soldier to pop out and fire his heavy gun at the joints. It wouldn't work, as his heavy rifle still needed minutes to chew through the thin cover of armor around the joints. Instead, something much more devastating fired from the side. A small volley of ballistic projectiles fired out. Some of them successfully hit the legs but only dented the armor. A second volley burst out, and this time the CAD mech failed to safeguard its limbs. The mech suddenly collapsed after losing two of its limbs at once. Subsequent volleys chewed apart the damaged mech to the point its mech pilot ejected away from the fallen mech. A strange silence spread out as the vandals regained their senses. We're alive. Vase turned to the side to see what had shot it apart. Who or what had rescued them at the last moment? Chapter 477 Commander Breskin, a ballistic rifleman mech, emerged from the side. Vase didn't recognize its exact model, but it proudly sported a coating of burgundy and black. Friendlies. Someone cried in relief. We're saved. Lieutenant Burke quickly ordered them to regroup and line up. They wanted to meet the Vandal mechs with a semblance of honor. They all complied. Those who fled sheepishly returned while those who dropped their weapons quietly picked them up. Everyone pretty much selectively forgot their disgraceful actions a moment ago. They lined up in rows as several mechs emerged from a narrow side street. The squad of mechs that emerged turned out to have been detached from the main ground force. The flagrant vandals had managed to send some elements in their direction, just in time to bail them out. Vase looked at Lieutenant Burke, who appeared to be communicating with the commanding officer of the squad through a private channel. Hopefully they would bring them away from this place and take them back to their ships where they would immediately depart for orbit. Sadly, the Vandals had other ideas in mind. Once the lieutenant finished her talk, she turned to the motley group of survivors. "We are not going back just yet. Command wants us to head to a nearby stronghold of the Demon League and assist them in combing the city for Lord Javier's trace." None of them seemed happy with the decision, but they had no choice but to follow orders. As much as they wanted to get away from this planet, as long as Lord Javier was at large, they still hadn't completed their main objective for this daring assault. Some time later, Vase ended up in a small armored transport as it made its way towards the rebel position. A pair of mechs escorted their transport, so none of them worried about getting shot. This allowed the exhausted Vandals to let down their guard and rest. "Close thing, huh? I truly thought I would enter oblivion at that moment." A warrant officer spoke. "This is why I hate being bound by land. I can't wait to get back in space." Vase turned to the seat to his left and looked at the man who spoke. "Are you a spacer?" I had a nice time aboard the Rising Apple. I started off at life support before moving on to cargo handling. That lasted long enough before they busted me with skimming off the luxury foodstuffs meant for officers." The warrant officer chuckled. "What happened to you after that?" Vase asked. "They put me in charge of organic recycling. Basically, I became the ship's plumber. It was the worst job of my life. In a way, I'm glad the missiles hit the Rising Apple, because at least I'm out of my job now." Vase couldn't help but laugh along with the ship-based Vandal. "I see. So how is surface life treating you?" Don't get me started with the air. The temperature fluctuates like a drunken weasel and the pollutants floating around makes me want to wear a filtration mask. I don't understand how you landbound people deal with an environment that flips whenever it wants." "Well, you can say the same about me. I don't understand how you spaceborne folk stay sane by spending countless years in fragile boxes in space. So many things can go wrong, and the more you travel through space, the more something bad will eventually strike your ship." The warrant officer shrugged. "That's the beauty of it. Ships are artificial creations. We built them from our own efforts and understand exactly how they work. As long as you treat them right, they'll never go wrong on you." "That sounds the same as how mech pilots regard their mechs." Vase nodded. He found it intriguing to hear such a sentiment from a spacborn. Perhaps that was how they stayed sane in space. The armored transport slowed down and shifted onto solid ground. "Looks like we've reached our destination." Once the hatch opened up, the bedraggled Vandals emerged in an underground compound of sorts. The cavernous hall looked as if something crudely dug into the soil and reinforced the walls in a hurry. Mechs, vehicles, supplies and weapons all mixed in the same space as the rebels hadn't bothered to dig any other chambers in this hidden hole. "Follow me," Burke said as she took charge again. Apparently, she received some instructions beforehand. "Make sure to keep your weapons stowed. The rebels are on our side, but don't forget that they are Visions at heart. They don't look kindly to Briters." That quickly became evident as they moved through makeshift corridors. Piles of crates stacked up on either side of them as they squeezed through narrow openings one by one. The level of disorganization in this underground hall really irked Vase. The LMC would never stack up their goods in such a haphazard fashion. After a few minutes of navigating the chaotic area, they reached some sort data center with many rows of terminals available for use. Several members of the Demon League sat in front of the terminals, working on something with serious expressions. A man in rebel uniform greeted Lieutenant Burke. "You must be the shipwrecked. Welcome to one of our cells. It's not pretty here, but it's safe. I appreciate your help. We could truly use a break, but I understand you have something in store for us." The rebel leader nodded. "Our hunt for Lord Javier is closing in on his position. We've ruled out the vicinity of his palace as his most probably hiding spot. Our most up-to-date guess of his current location places him a few districts away from where we found you." "Lord Javier is close." Burke frowned. "How come he's here? There is nothing of note in this part of Naren City." "That's the beauty of it. We know most of his hiding spots, because some of my fellow rebels helped build the underground bunkers. As far as Lord Javier is concerned, there can never be too few bunkers. So the first thing we did when we launched this operation was to crack open those eggs. Obviously, they didn't find the elusive noble. He could still be hiding somewhere downtown. It's too big for us to comb through. Burke said. We thought of that as well, and sent most of our assets there. We found nothing except some decoys and a lot of useless Anakin loyalists fighting for a lost cause and an unworthy leader. Then what has made you think that Lord Javier can be found all the way here? We caught his butler. The rebel leader grinned. He's not a disposable employee like the rest. The butler knows a lot about Lord Javier, but we immediately focused on getting the location of where he hid. The subsequent interrogation led to the rebels diverting their attention to this specific area. It was well out of downtown in the palace, and was situated far away from the manufacturing district. It had nothing going for it except for a lot of boring offices interspersed with medium-sized apartment buildings. By all accounts, this area was one of the most boring parts of Naran City. From what we got out of the butler, Lord Javier is enamored by the idea of hiding here, because he thinks he's outsmarting us by hiding in such an unremarkable location. The argument sounded very compelling. From everything Vase knew about Lord Javier, he agreed that someone like him would think that way. What are our duties? There are a number of tasks that need to be done if we want to comb through the neighboring streets. It needs to be done fast and it also needs to be thorough. We've got men out on the streets and the assistance of your unit's mechs, but that's hardly enough to sweep the entire area. That's where you come in. I'll explain each of the tasks. The rebel outlined a number of areas where they could assist their efforts. One of them entailed supervising and performing maintenance on their vehicles. Another task involved sitting behind a terminal while sorting through any suspicious footage they pulled from the sensor bugs they released on the streets. Nothing had to do with mechs. The Demon League didn't work with mechs at all, so Vase found it to be a shame that he wouldn't be able to tinker with mechs. After listing out the options, the rebel clapped his hands. We can only sustain our search for 9 more hours. Beyond that, we need to pack up our assets and make it out of the city before Vision reinforcements catches up on our tail. 9 hours. That was a lot faster than Vase had thought. Everyone else looked at each other with a puzzled expression. Nobody believed that Lord Javier could be found within such a short time span. The spoiled brat had done a good job staying out of reach. If our guess is correct and Lord Javier is hiding somewhere close, then you shouldn't worry about the 9-hour time limit. As long as you work diligently, we'll be ruling out more and more areas where he could be hiding until we finally stumble upon his location. Everyone quickly split up according to their expertise. Some expressed interest in performing maintenance on their vehicles, while others wanted nothing more than to sit back behind a terminal and do something that resembled their own duties aboard their former ships. As for Vase, the rebels singled him out for some reason. You must be Mr. Larkinson. I am. And you are? Vase asked a hard-eyed rebel woman that slinked from a narrow corridor. You can call me Addie. Come with me. Addie led him through a number of other narrow corridors until they reached some stairs. Vase climbed up on it until they stepped foot on a ramp that looked down on the chaos of the underground hall. Vase took in the sights as he kept pace with Addie. Though on ground level the interior looked chaotic, up here he thought he spotted a couple of methods to the madness. Perhaps the rebels hadn't stacked their goods without any thought. The layout looked a lot more profound than he expected. That didn't matter much, though, because the open space above easily allowed a flying soldier to take in all the sights. After climbing up another flight of stairs, they reached an enclosed room which Addie needed time to unlock. Once the armored hatch opened up, Vase and Addie entered into some kind of conference room. Take a seat, Mr. Larkinson. An old man sat at the head of the table. Though they shared no resemblance, Vase thought the man radiated the same vibes as his formidable grandfather. May I know who you are and why I am here? Vase asked. Apprehension grew at him when he was taken far away from the rest. What did the rebels want from a mech designer like him? I am Commander Breskin. I am in charge of this cell. Breskin must be a big shot of the Demon League, then. Vase sat up a little straighter in his chair. I am honored. Now, please hold your patience, because the reason for your presence here requires some explanation. I can tell you now, though, is that your assistance may lead us straight to Lord Javier. Vase became stunned at the bold declaration. The best and brightest of the Demon League and the flagrant vandals had tried for days to track down that elusive fox. To hear from the commander that Vase of all people could deliver a breakthrough in the search sounded preposterous. In truth, he wanted to ask if they needed to be looked at in their heads. I'm a mech designer. I make a living by working with mechs. I don't search for fugitives. He spoke simply, as if he tried to explain why things fell down to the ground to a little child. The commander nodded his head over and over and over again. That's exactly what we need. Commander, he's confused. Addie sighed, and turned to Vase. To be more exact, we are not expecting you to track down Lord Javier. Instead, we want you to track down his personalized mech. Chapter 478 Lord Javier Vase experienced too many crises since the flagrant vandals arrived in the Dietmann system. Taking part in a monumental operation, escaping from a disintegrating ship and dropping onto Dietmann IV with nothing but a crash pad racked his nerves. Roaming the streets of Naren City by himself, threatening a pathetic novice mech designer to use his equipment, getting picked up by Captain Orphan only to flee again under Lieutenant Burke really set him off. What was he doing here? He wanted nothing more than to go back to orbit, but the Vandals and the rebels had other ideas in store. Vase looked at Commander Breskin with a weary gaze. Even though his body could keep him awake for days at a time, his mental exhaustion almost pushed him to the breaking point. He needed time to think and decompress. He needed to reflect on his mistakes and figure out a better approach to problems. Yet the rebel commander stayed firm. 9 hours. No more. We have until then to track down our elusive goal. His words made it clear that he brooked no compromise on this matter. Breskin didn't even stick around. After exchanging some words with Addie, he left the conference room, leaving Vase alone with the young rebel woman. This sounds crazy, Vase wearily said as clapped his hand on his beaten combat armor. The fall dented it really badly, causing him to feel a bit uncomfortable as the plates pressed into him. How am I supposed to pinpoint the location of a single mech out of potentially thousands in the city? I'm not a bloodhound, for heaven's sake. Addie retrieved a data pad from her rebel uniform jacket and pressed it onto the table before sliding it up to Vase. Please read the brief before concluding it can't be done. Vase picked up the pad and turned it on. He read the brief inside and started to become engrossed. What? House Anakin was a very significant force in the Amadras Duchy. It enjoyed a storied history as well, and the house encompassed many branch families. Lord Javier may be the only son of Count Loker, who was the head of the house, but in the background countless nephews schemed against him. Once Loker died or retired, it wasn't a given that Javier would come into power. Count Loker is an exceptional noble within the court of the Duchess of Amadras, and has even served as her chief of staff for one time. Addie explained, he has single-handedly elevated House Anakin to its current heights. Many argue that he might be the most powerful count in the duchy at this time. How come his son is such a craven bastard? Addie sighed and bent her head. I don't know. The high nobility is not something commoners like us can understand. For some reason, Count Loker doesn't have any natural offspring besides Lord Javier, and he dotes upon his only child to an excessive degree. Is the count infertile? Even if that's so, there are many ways to get another heir. You obviously don't understand Vision's succession laws, she said with a rueful smile. Think about it, if a noble resorts to cloning or other artificial means of generating offspring, what stops their rivals from doing the same? An old trick is to steal a DNA sample from someone, splice an offspring and secretly raise the child to be loyal to your cause. When the time was right, the secret offspring would contend with the legitimate heirs to inherit the title of their parents. That did make some sense. These days, many people didn't bother with pregnancy and bringing a child to term inside the belly of a mother. As long as someone paid a sufficient amount of money, they could effortlessly offload the gestation and birthing process to an artificial womb. Though many humans took this technology for granted, many others feared the use of artificial wombs would harm their children. The topic was very divisive, but it had nothing to do with Vase, so he never looked into it until now. Even if Count Loker is less than fertile, how come he hasn't fixed that yet? The matter isn't so simple, Addie said while shaking her head. There are ways to remedy his infertility, but they are all rather extreme to the point where they run up to the limits of the succession laws. Will a child birthed from the new him still be his own child, or someone else's? All of this started to make his head spin, so Vase just accepted the argument and moved on. Alright, let's say that Lord Javier won't be getting little brothers and sisters anytime soon. What does that have to do with tracking down his mech? Well, as I said earlier, Count Loker spoils his son rotten. Javier can pretty much do what he wants. No matter how much of a mess he makes, his father will always come and wipe his butt. However, there is one area in Javier's upbringing where the Count is extremely strict in. Can you make a guess? Vase only needed a second to come up with an answer. His mech pilot training. Every noble in the Wuxia kingdom is either a mech pilot or a descendant of a mech pilot who performed meritorious services. Strength is power in this state, and there's nothing worse than an heir that doesn't know how to pilot mechs. Exactly. You can say what you will about Lord Javier, but he is a fairly impressive mech pilot, if only because of his strict tutoring and exacting physical training regime. We believe the pressure he's enduring from his constant training has led to much of the excesses that he has become known. It's his way of venting his frustration. To Count Loker and Lord Javier, acting like a complete bastard to their own people was worth it if the heir continued to make a lot of progress in his training. The people of Dietmar IV saw it very differently, however. With the rising amount of abuses and the deteriorating economy, Lord has long taken the place of the planet's boogeyman. No one wanted to live under a frivolous tyrant. What's the worst things he has done? His question caused Addy to grow grim. We don't know. He hides as much of his activities as he can. One of the worst cases that we know of is that he once detained every woman from Naren City's corps de ballet. Our city's ballet dancers are our pride and joy, and are famed throughout the Amadras Duchy for their sublime performance arts. After Lord Javier got his hands on them, they were never seen again. Vase didn't need to hear more. Just this story alone was enough to understand Lord Javier's complete lack of regard for the territory and people he ruled over. If he ever inherited the title of Count from his father, he would ruin a lot more planets than Dietmar IV. Okay, so Lord Javier is a depraved sack of dung. That's great to hear, but what about his mech? What does he pilot? Count Loker commissioned a senior mech designer by the name of Constantine Reeve. Have you ever heard of this designer? I'm not familiar with Vision mech designers. Their mech market is fairly isolated from ours. We don't sell our mechs to them, and they don't sell their mechs to us. Only a couple of traders try to bypass the trading restrictions by taking an indirect trading route, but by and large it doesn't pay off. Well, Constantine Reeve is a big name in the Wuxia kingdom. He's known for his excellent rifleman mechs and swordsman mechs, but he also designs personalized mechs for nobles who can pay for his services. For Lord Javier, Reeve has designed a fantastic hero mech for the brat. This caused Vase to rub his eyes. Say again, did you just mention a hero mech? I did not misspeak. Lord Javier's main combat mech is a hero mech. It's his most cherished acquisition and there is never a day where he isn't practicing with it. The intelligence we gathered on the mech is on the data pad as well. Vase browsed to the relevant documents while he thought about the fact that Lord Javier piloted one of the most controversial mech types in the industry. The so-called hero mech was nothing but a fancy marketing term of a specific type of humanoid mech. They almost always came in a medium weight class, and wielded two main weapons instead of one. One arm always wielded a light rifle while the other arm held a one-handed melee weapon such as a sword or an axe. The idea behind the hero mech was to provide talented mech pilots who were skilled in both melee combat and ranged combat with the means to do both at the same time. Before the emergence of hero mechs, some other hybrid mechs had been developed to employ both a ranged weapon and a melee weapon, but only one at a time. While the concept sounded simple to a layman, only a mech designer knew how difficult it was to ensure a strong performance with both modes of combat. The hero mech was supposed to reduce that complexity by devoting one arm to melee combat and the other arm for ranged combat. This inherently introduced an imbalance in the mech, but through several means mech designers were able to compensate for this. What resulted was a silly-looking mech that formed the favorite of many action dramas throughout the galaxy. Okay, tell me this. Did Lord Javier choose to pilot a hero mech because it looks cool, or because he's good at it? With someone like him, it's both. Addy answered. He started off without any training, but under the guidance of his instructors, he has become very deadly with his loquacious Raphael. What a mouthful of a name. Did he try to tribute his father when he named his mech? Addy shrugged. The Raphael is a very fearsome mech nonetheless. Any work of Constantine Reeve is a masterpiece, and that goes double for his custom mechs. Hero mechs were notoriously hard to pilot. Dual wielding was already an issue, but wielding a full-sized rifle and melee weapon at the same time put a lot of mental strain on any mech pilot. Vase had to readjust his judgment of Lord Javier. If he managed to master the loquacious Raphael, then it would be a given for him to inherit the title of Count from his father despite his many faults. Nobody wanted to mess with a mech pilot who could fight 1 against 10 in the right circumstances. One of the many reasons why hero mechs starred so often in action dramas was because they became known as mechs that could win against overwhelming odds. In practice, most mech pilots weren't good enough to exhibit the potential of their hero mechs, but Lord Javier might be the real deal here if Vase put stock in the intelligence reports compiled by the rebels. As Vase read more and more about the loquacious Raphael, he understood why the rebels believed he could track down this mech. Journeyman and senior mech designers employed many advanced techniques in their designs that lower-ranked designers couldn't hope to emulate. The effect was similar but different from resonance in that it didn't take an expert pilot to draw out the potential of a resonating material. The former was called fake resonance, while the latter referred to true resonance. True or fake, both types of resonances generated a lot of energy. A mech that resonated radiated special signals depending on the strength of the resonance. For example, Vase once witnessed Venerable Drake in his Fireworm Striker mech charging up a laser rifle or his flamethrowers with resonance. Such a huge buildup of energy could easily be detected from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. That was a case of true resonance at its apex. The story would be very different in this case. It can't be done, Vase concluded. Fake resonance is 100 times harder to detect than true resonance. Besides, is Lord Javier stupid enough to pilot his loquacious Raphael in the first place? Oh, you'd be surprised, Mr. Larkinson. Chapter 479 Hero Mechs. Some time later, Vase sat behind a terminal in the data center. More than 24 other rebels or vandals performed their own tasks behind their own terminals in the partially enclosed space. The hunt for Lord Javier continued. The rebels needed everyone they could spare to follow up on suspicious footage and anomalous signals. They had accumulated a vast amount of observation data, but possessed too few means to process them all in a timely fashion. Thus, the need for Lieutenant Burke and some of her more computer-adept vandals to check through mounds of data, just to obtain a tiny clue about the noble's whereabouts. The manhunt for Lord Javier certainly took a toll on everyone. Forget about the flagrant vandals, the Demon League which staked their all in taking down the man was nowhere close to pinning his location. Addie explained the dire necessity of capturing Lord Javier to Vase at the end of the briefing. Our rebellion is fighting against the Vision way of governance. Many fellow rebel groups based throughout the kingdom is paying attention to what is happening here. We've loudly proclaimed that we intend to take Lord Javier down. To that end, we've taken advantage of a so-called pirate attack and we are even working in concert with briters such as you. After so many sacrifices, failure will finish the Demon League. In other words, the Demon League wanted to redeem the deaths and chaos that ensued in these chaotic days by taking down their most hated tyrant. As long as Lord Javier died in their hands, the public would willingly if grudgingly accept the enormous damage done to their planet. Of course, Vase did not quite think that such a trade was worthwhile. Having roamed the streets of Naren City in person, the devastation was much more extensive and ruinous than the rebels initially thought. Still, no matter how much the citizens suffered, the Demon League were already riding the back of a tiger. They couldn't get off at this point without being savaged. This entire operation is stupid. Too much hinges on hope and desperation. What irked Vase the most was that the flagrant vandals made overly rosy projections. Every single step of the plan was met with delays or setbacks. The original timetable for this operation no longer applied, and Vase got the feeling that most of the vandals did whatever they thought was best right now. Vase truly wanted to applaud Lord Javier for being such a decisive coward. Loathsome he may be, merely by going into hiding, he ruined most of the plans by the rebels and the vandals. As long as Lord Javier remained out of reach, he would be able to destroy the foundations of both the Demon League and the flagrant vandals. Compared to letting half his planet burn, the little bastard probably thought the price would be worth the suffering. Who was Vase kidding? Only the citizens suffered while Lord Javier leaned back and drank champagne or something. He needs to be taken down a notch. What Lord Javier did in his own territory didn't matter too much to Vase. He sympathized with the righteousness of the rebel cause, but as a brighter he preferred it if the kingdom was plunged into turmoil. Perhaps if every Vision planet rioted, then the Mech Legion wouldn't be pounding so aggressively on the Bright Republic's gates. Well, let's get back to my job. How will I be able to find the loquacious Raphael? The rebels gathered a decent amount of surface intelligence on the Raphael. While they hadn't been able to get their hands on the juiciest files such as its design schematics or its spec sheet, they did get their hands on Constantine Reeves' maintenance instructions. A highly advanced mech was a lot harder to maintain than a run-of-the-mill mech. Replacement parts consisted of difficult-to-work-with alloys and needed to be reproduced to an exact degree in order to repair an advanced mech. From the maintenance instructions that Reeve provided to Lord Javier, only the lesser components of the Raphael should be reproduced at home. For the more sophisticated components such as the power reactor and engine, Lord Javier had to request a replacement from Reeve's mech company. That's a shame. From what Vase determined from the intelligence on the loquacious Raphael, much of its fake resonance revolved around its powerful energy reactor. Without any schematics, descriptions or images of the hero mech's reactor, Vase had nothing to base his starting point on. He needed to fill the gaps with his imagination in order to progress. Okay, since the energy reactor is a black box, what about its lesser components? Vase quickly turned his attention to the arms. The asymmetrical arms incorporated a lot of sophisticated systems depending on what weapons they wielded. However, their propensity for damage and manageable complexity led Mr. Reeve to delegate the maintenance and repair to House Anakin's mech technicians. The arms didn't need to be reproduced in the most advanced fabrication environment. Just a normal premium production line would do. The arms played an important role for the loquacious Raphael. The effects of the fake resonance needed to be channeled from the power reactor in the torso to the weapons held in the hands. This demanded special channels to be run through from the base of the arms to the tips of the fingers. The only problem was that Vase didn't immediately spot these so-called channels. He looked at the maintenance schematics of the sword arm and rifle arm but couldn't spot any obvious section which served as resonance channels. It was like staring at a bundle of identical ropes. How could he determine the one that behaved differently from the norm when he had never seen them in action? These files are woefully incomplete. It quickly became clear to him that the rebels hadn't managed to snag the complete set of maintenance documents. They only nabbed the most relevant documents to maintain the loquacious Raphael on a day-to-day basis. Vase didn't have access to the documents related to the more substantial repairs. Is it even possible for me to make any progress at this point? Vase hit a wall about 2 hours into his investigation. He chased after several leads, but every potential resonance channel turned out to serve a different purpose. How does Constantine Reeve manage to pull off such a ridiculous mech? A lot of mech designers looked at hero mechs with skepticism. Vase inherited this standpoint from his teachers who believed the best mechs consisted of specialized mechs. Any machine that tried to perform multiple roles at once inevitably needed to compromise on its design. Having worked on hybrid knights such as the Caesar Augustus, Mark Antony and Hellcat designs, Vase knew that was true. A mech that tried to do 2 or 3 things at once would never be able to deliver the same amount of performance as a mech that only tried to utilize one weapon well. Still, his hands-on experience also taught him not to discount the concept of hybrid mechs. The way the flagrant vandals used the Hellcats certainly opened his eyes to their potential value. The mech regiment hadn't picked the Hellcats as their prestige mechs for nothing. Hybrid mechs have a superhuman quality to them. Even if their performance is supposed to be mediocre on paper, with the right pilot they are able to pull off a lot more feats than if they only adhered to a single role. It sounded like a paradox, but really wasn't. The key to appreciation hybrid knights lay in their ability to synergize with itself. More weapons provided the mechs with more tools. They could tackle more problems on their own because they always had the right tool for the job. Even if the tools turned out to be a little shabby, that was better than having no tool at all. The Vandals employed Hellcats as shock units, meant to overwhelm enemy formations through a short succession of highly kinetic attacks. From the missiles, to the nail drivers, to the charge and shield impact, every sequence involved putting the enemy at their back foot. The strategy worked particularly well in space because mechs didn't have any footing in the first place. They relied on their flight systems to maintain their positions, and they could easily be overwhelmed if subjected to too much force. In this way, the Vandals made brilliant use out of a mech that strangers would ordinarily dismiss as trash. Every mech possesses an underlying logic. The loquacious Raphael shouldn't be any different. In the absence of further data, Vase figured he needed to approach the problem from a different direction. He tried to put himself in Mr. Reeve's shoes and imagine the fighting style of the Raphael. Hero mechs exhibited many different variations. Some put the emphasis on sniping. They wielded a powerful semi-automatic ballistic rifle that fired powerful kinetic projectiles that took down their opponents from a long to medium range. For battles up close, they tended to wield a spear or other long-handled weapon in order to fend off an approaching mech until the hero mech could point its powerful rifle at the offending mech. Other hero mechs tried to be light on their feet and swift in their movements. They wielded short swords or knives in one hand that allowed them to be as deadly as skirmishers, but they wielded pistols or submachine guns in the other hand to pose a threat to aerial mechs and other distant threats. The loquacious Raphael happened to adopt one of the most standard hero mech loadouts, and the one most often featured in unrealistic action dramas. It wielded a rapid-fire ballistic rifle in one hand and a bog-standard sword in the other hand. Every mech pilot trained with these two weapons from the start. It didn't take much of an adjustment for any mech pilot to get used to wielding both weapons at once. The challenge lay in achieving enough synergies so that the mech pilot outperformed a rifleman mech or a swordsman mech by a wide enough margin. Still, did hero mechs outperform standard mechs because they held more potential, or because mech pilots believed they would deliver a better performance with these machines? Are hero mechs only popular because they're piloted by the heroes in action dramas? It was an interesting question, but one which Vase would never be able to figure out on his own. The question had a chicken and egg type of quality to it. No matter the original merits of a hero mech, it was undeniable that their proliferation in the galactic media made them into mechs that were larger than life. Perhaps that was what drew Lord Javier to a hero mech type in the first place. He wanted to become the hero of his own story, and distinguish himself from all the other mech pilots that settled for normal mechs. Part of the reason why so few people piloted hero mechs was that it demanded at least thrice as much training as normal mechs. Mech pilots needed to keep up their swordsmanship and marksmanship in equal measure. Then they needed to devote another round of training into mixing them together in a cohesive whole. It can't be done by an average mech pilots. Even my family never pays attention to it, and we're practically a military dynasty. Only an extraordinary heir such as Lord Javier possessed the right conditions to make a hero mech work. If he possessed the resources, persistence and talent to not make a fool out of himself, then perhaps he was one of the few mech pilots who wouldn't be disgracing himself with a hero mech. Vase looked back at the image of the loquacious Raphael. Coated in House Anakin's astral blue and silver, the mech made for an extremely valiant sight. However, as much as its rifle looked shiny and lethal, Vase faintly felt as if it emphasized its sword a little more. Perhaps herein lies the clue. Chapter 480 Different Philosophy. There's something strange about the loquacious Raphael. Vase looked past its ungainly name and its unusual loadout. Instead, he began to dip his perspective into Mr. Reeves' design philosophy. He quickly found out that this was an exceedingly dangerous move. Higher-ranked mech designers constantly warned those who haven't formed their own design philosophies that they shouldn't take too much inspiration from the works of their betters. The older generation trod their own path. Following in their footsteps risked turning younger mech designers into pale imitations of their teachers. Though he started to speculate over incomplete data, what the Dietmar League managed to gather so far painted a broad enough picture of the Raphael's intended use. Just like other hybrid mechs, the Raphael is built to impress. While vanity definitely played a major role, the mech's entire design was suffused with the intention of making an impact on allies and enemies alike. Basically, the loquacious Raphael weaponized its showmanship. Every aspect of it was designed first and foremost to show off. Practicality took something of a back seat in terms of priority, but that didn't mean that Mr. Reeve neglected it entirely. Instead, Mr. Reeve successfully exaggerated the appearance and abilities of his mech without detrimentally affecting his design too much. Vase felt as if his entire design philosophy seemed to build up to a perfect fusion of awe and efficiency. Vase initially didn't know what to make of such a silly standpoint. Ordinary teaching in the field of mech design treated it as a solemn profession. Mechs should be devoid of flashy gizmos and attention-grabbing cosmetics. Yet did those classes truly represent the will of the people? His own products all incorporated a little showmanship themselves, what with the incorporation of the completely impractical but very cool festive cloud generator in his design. Yeah, I'm guilty of this as well. Mr. Reeve simply took this guilty pleasure as his core competency and developed it towards an extreme. Vase didn't even need to look at his design catalog to know that his mechs must be highly desired props in action dramas. Still, while the Raphael looked good in a projection, it made an even better impression in the flesh. One of Reeves' tricks was to fine-tune the sounds his mechs released when they moved. Each motion carried its own sound, and each of those sounds had been selected for maximum psychological impact. A person standing near or in the cockpit of a nearby mech would feel the threat of the Raphael in their bones. Its ballistic rifle formed another point of showmanship. While its frame looked rather large and intimidating, it was fairly hollow underneath its surface. The rifle unleashed rapid-fire shells or projectiles that could overwhelm any mech in close to medium range due to their fairly huge caliber. As anyone with a brain could imagine, this capability came at a cost. Intense recoil caused the rifle to swing wildly out of control, and the magazine would quickly run out of projectiles after a quick succession of shots. Still, as a tool for intimidation, the weapon worked splendidly in this capacity. The rifle is meant for intimidation. It's the sword that kills. The loquacious Raphael's sword took on a golden sheen. Its shape resembled the straight sword of a knight, which gave the weapon a heroic impression. Outside of that, the weapon looked fairly simple, but that did not take away from its deadliness. The excellent materials and incredible sharpness of the sword allowed it to puncture through heavy armor in the right circumstances. In a way, Reeve compromised the least on the sword, giving the Raphael at least one reliable means of taking out its opponents. That lack of compromise and emphasis on genuine performance reflected back in the sword arm. It incorporated a bit less frivolity compared to the arm meant to wield the rifle. Reeve still hasn't brought his design philosophy to the apex. The time when Constantine Reeve successfully married showmanship with practicality whereby improving one would pull up the ladder would be the moment when he advanced to the rank of masters. Every master became known of making the impossible into the possible. From a professional standpoint as a mech designer, Vase certainly looked forward whether Reeve could succeed. Still, mech designer or not, I'm also a citizen of the Bright Republic. Since we're on opposite sides, don't blame me for taking apart your work. Vase faced an important question at this point. Did Mr. Reeve employ the fake resonance to augment the Raphael's sword arm or rifle arm? It could be both, but I doubt it. Resonating two completely divergent effects is too much. Even if Reeve made it his life mission to turn the impossible into reality, some goals were harder to obtain than others. Vase figured that the senior mech designer chose to surrender on this matter. That left Vase with a guess on which aspect of the mech the resonance was supposed to enhance. From a practical perspective, strengthening the arm and sword allowed the Raphael to be a powerhouse up close. The mech already possessed plenty of intimidation factor in its rifle, but adding an extra kick to its sword attacks turned it into a fearsome killing machine in close quarters combat. However, Vase also came up with an argument against augmenting the sword attacks. The sword arm is already good enough. It doesn't need to be any stronger. Channeling resonance in the ballistic rifle allowed the Raphael to shoot exotic projectiles that expressed itself in strange ways upon impact. The effects varied wildly depending on the exotics used in the formation of the projectiles. Some burned hot on impact, while others freezed the impact site. Some caused the projectiles weigh twice as heavy, others caused them to partially phase through any obstacle, thereby dealing significant internal damage. The challenge facing Vase was that he didn't know how the Raphael expressed its fake resonance. It might not even be focused on an offensive form, though Vase figured that was unlikely. A mech designed to show off wouldn't focus its resonance towards defensive auxiliary functions. Resonating the sword allows the Raphael to become even deadlier in battle, while resonating the rifle enables the mech makes it a lot more flashier. When Vase framed the question in this way, the answer seemed obvious. Reeve always chose to take the flashier options. While he did not have any hard proof of his assertions, Vase strongly felt that his deduction agreed with the design philosophy he perceived from the Raphael. Vase nuzzled his head with his palm as he finished this extensive train of thought. Diving into another mech designer's design philosophy was never easy, though his mind quickly recovered from the strain. Is my spirituality helping me cope with the dangers of studying someone else's design philosophy? His highly developed mental and spiritual capabilities protected him from the dangers of diving too deep into matters that apprentice mech designers shouldn't be dealing with in this stage of their careers. Vase had never thought too much about it, but perhaps this was an advantage that he largely overlooked until now. Ideas formed into his mind, but he quickly pushed them away. Now is not the time to exploit this possibility. I still have a job to do. A lot of thoughts ran through his mind as he looked at the files on the loquacious Raphael. He focused on the rifle arm in particular and studied each and every facet the rebels had gathered on the limb. There's no obvious resonance channel, so it must probably work through other components. Plenty of reinforced channels and cables ran from the base of the arm to the tip. The power was necessary to fuel the functioning of the components embedded along the way as well as interface with the rifle via touch. There should be something there. These composites and alloys look suspicious. Vase looked up the materials on the galactic net and found out that all of them enabled low-level resonance transmissions. While they looked to be fairly weak, the arm in fact incorporated a lot of this kind of material. Could the answer be there in plain sight? Practically the entire arm is a resonance channel. The use of so many different substances must have led to a lot of inefficiencies that weakened the final result. Nevertheless, Reeves sacrificed little to accomplish this brand of resonance, thereby avoiding making any further compromises that caused the mech's performance to deteriorate. So let me see. If so many different materials are resonating at the same time, there's bound to be a substantial amount of interference. Perhaps this can be tracked. Every resonance-capable exotic released a different signal. Material scientists speculated that the waves released by resonating exotics was a form of inefficiency. If a resonating material channeled all of its energies into a targeted reaction, then the process shouldn't release any superfluous signals. To Vase, the Raphael's rifle arm pretty much reached the height in complexity in terms of channeling resonance. With many components pulling double duty, all of them evoked different frequencies of waves that meshed together like different music instruments in a song. Even if I know what instruments are used, the songs that they are able to play are practically endless. Different forms of resonance affected exotics in different ways. Still, it was not as if the materials that Reeve incorporated in the arm possessed an unlimited amount of variation. The amount of songs it could play was ultimately limited. Vase finally knew what to do now in order to track the Raphael. He turned to his terminal and opened up a simulation program. He found a standard mathematical model that tested the resonance signals of many different kinds of materials. Once Vase set the parameters to his liking, he initiated the simulation process and let it go to work. Vase looked at the progress bar of the simulation and knew that it would take a while for the processors to churn out the results. He leaned back in his chair and looked around. Rows and rows of other people occupied the terminals in this section of the rebel base. Everyone worked diligently in order to track down Lord Javier with their own methods. Would his investigation bear fruit or lead to nothing? It would be unimaginably frustrating for him to start from scratch if his theory turned out to be wrong. After half an hour, the simulations finished. That was fast. The rebels must have access to a lot of processing power. In any case, the output came in the form of over 20 different resonance profiles. Using the previous analogy, the resonance profiles represented different songs. Vase frowned a bit when he saw how weak and muddy these resonance profiles looked like. It wasn't easy trying to pick up these profiles from the massive noise that suffused a major city every day. After double-checking his process and results, Vase felt that he had done the best he could and wouldn't be able to deliver a stronger result. Therefore, he raised his hand and called over Addie. "Mr. Larkinson, there is only about 6 hours left for us to apprehend Lord Javier. Have you made any headway into tracking down his mech? I accomplished quite a lot. I may even have the means to pin down his mech's location as long as it's been activated recently." Vase briefly explained the resonance profiles he came up with. As a layperson, Addie didn't know half the stuff that Vase referred to, and he already dumbed down his explanation by quite a bit. Fortunately, due to the proliferation of action dramas, the concept of resonance wasn't completely unfamiliar to the public. They just possessed exaggerated misconceptions about their effects. Addie's eyes glowed as soon as she got it. "This is brilliant. From what we know of Lord Javier, he will definitely choose to seek refuge in his mech for safety. If Javier has activated his mech, we can track down its movements and location as long as we try to find out if any of these profiles are picked up by the sensors we've scattered around the city. This would be like seeking a musician from the sounds he produced as he moved around." The only complication here was that the Raphael wouldn't be engaging its resonance while on the move. The actual signals would be extremely hard to detect if the Raphael kept its resonance at a dormant state. "So I wouldn't get my hopes up, Addie." Vase finished explaining. The woman practically ignored his caveat. All she could see was the silver bullet presented by him to her lap. "Don't worry, Vase, this will definitely work, I can feel it." Since their time came closer and closer to running out, Addie didn't waste any time in bringing the potential solution to Commander Breskin. Chapter 481 Resonance Profile. It didn't take long for the commander to change his orders. Breskin issued a new set of orders that forced over half of the analysts to abandon their current investigations and begin to tackle a new one based on detecting one of many different resonance profiles. The workload seemed daunting. With only a score of people, it would be impossible for them to manually match every signal gathered by millions of sensors scattered over Naren City with the 20-plus resonance profiles. The Dietmar League sprinkled a lot of different sensors over the city in preparation for this operation. Once it begun, the sensors came online and gathered an enormous amount of raw observation data. It was frankly too much to work with, so the rebels mostly stored them in their databanks to be used selectively when they needed it most. This was one of those times. They subjected almost 4 days' worth of raw data to a signal matching program that rapidly tried to detect signals similar to the resonance profiles. The computational load from all of this work put a huge strain on the rebel base's processors. While the rebels gathered a substantial amount of processing power, that simply emphasized how monumental their newest search had become. How long will this take? Addie frowned as she stood next to Vase. Could be hours, could be days. Vase replied, "It depends on how soon we find a match. We're currently searching from the first day of the operation when Lord Javier presumably fled with his Raphael. If there was any time to activate his mech, that would be the moment to look for. It shouldn't take too long to obtain a definite answer." While others fretted and tried to contribute their own efforts into searching for a match, Vase really didn't have anything else to do. The processors did all the grunt work, and the only thing the analysts needed to do was to make a judgment on every edge case the simulations presented to them. They rejected quite a bit of false leads this way. Not everyone believed this investigation would bear fruit. A vandal who sat a few seats away from Vase snorted contemptuously. That Javier fellow put all of his attention on evacuating from the palace. By all accounts, he fled before the rebels moved their forces to that location, so the noble never needed to fight. "What's your point?" Vase asked. "His mech never pulled out all the stops. There's no reason for us to be searching for signals that have never been transmitted." Vase smirked in response. "You're wrong in that. You're right in that the loquacious Raphael is hard to detect if Lord Javier kept a low profile, but both the mech pilot and his mech are attention seekers. Do you really believe that Lord Javier ran his mech at the lowest settings possible?" The man couldn't answer that because he never analyzed Lord Javier and the loquacious Raphael like Vase had done. Hero mechs always made a scene wherever they went. Their ability to intimidate and inspire awe was baked into their feature set. In the vast spectrum of mech types, hero mechs pretty much sat in the opposite dimension of stealth mechs and assassin mechs. The former sought to make a statement, while the latter sought to come and go without a whisper. Certainly, if Lord Javier possessed some common sense, then he might have done his utmost to suppress every possible signal emanating from his mech. It was what a professional would do. A spoiled brat on the other hand, even if Javier was a mech prodigy, some habits died hard. Vase therefore faced the skeptic with confidence. "I've studied the loquacious Raphael in detail. Did you know that when put under a small level of resonance, the rifle arm will begin to glow like a rainbow? It's meant to distinguish the mech and force others to pay attention to it. I would bet all of my wealth on the chance that he activated this effect by default. Resonance couldn't be sustained forever. Besides exacting a mental toll on the mech pilot, it also wore out the resonating exotics. The level of deterioration was directly proportional to the energy level of the resonance. As fake resonance was weaker than true resonance, the loquacious Raphael shouldn't be under too much strain. For a rich man like Lord Javier, the added cost of maintenance shouldn't even register on his mind. Thus, Vase remained confident even if others believed nothing could come out of this search. Vase did not relax for long though. While he initially planned to take it easy and rest, he suddenly slapped himself out of his complacency. This is the final day of the operation. As long as Lord Javier isn't in our hands, we can still botch this up. He needed to be more proactive and prepare for every eventuality. Thus, Vase prepared for the event that the loquacious Raphael would be detected. What would happen next? The rebels and the vandals will send as much of their forces as they can to apprehend him. If it's true that he's hiding in the neighboring districts, then not a lot of mechs will arrive in time. The major deficiency of the Dietmar League was that they mostly consisted of lower-class commoners. Some of the rebel cadre came from slightly more privileged backgrounds like Commander Breskin, but most of their combat personnel belonged to the underclass. Still, Vase found it strange that the local rebels hadn't managed to retain a single mech pilot. He turned to Addie. "Hey, can I ask you something? Why doesn't your group have any mechs?" Mech pilots have no reason to join forces with us. Addy replied simply. House Anakin's administration may appear incompetent, but when it comes to nurturing mech pilots, they are surprisingly diligent about it. Potentates are wooed from their 10th birthday, and constantly receive many benefits as they go through the academies. Once they become mech pilots, the best of them will join House Anakin while the worst of them will still believe that they are the best. You haven't found any exception. There may be a handful of disgruntled mech pilots on Dietmar IV that we could potentially recruit, but it isn't worth the effort. We'll have to expend a lot of resources and manpower to maintain a separate mech force. It doesn't take too much of both to run a mech force. That's one of the selling points of mechs. Vase pointed out, many mercenary corps are able to run their operations on a shoestring budget. Why shouldn't the Dietmar League be able to do so as well? Addy sighed. There are many other reasons. For example, the Vizsla Kingdom classifies the rebel groups that are fighting against it according to their military strength. On a list, a dozen auxiliary regiments worth of assets simply isn't threatening enough compared to a single fully equipped mech regiment. In other words, you can have enough strength in the form of infantry, tanks and aircraft to overrun this planet, but it won't look as alarming as a handful of mechs. Exactly. That's stupid, Vase stated. Even though he was a mech designer who absolutely loved mechs, he also knew what they were capable of. Mechs became the main mode of combat in human space due to their versatility and ease of transport and supply. That didn't mean their strength overwhelmed older unit types. Combined arms still remained the most effective form of deployment in wars, especially because states were only able to field so many mechs before they ran out of mech pilots. Do you really think it's stupid? Addy blinked. Mechs are threatening in the hands of rebels like us because they're fast, easy to deploy, and easy to hide. What do you think will happen to the auxiliary regiments we've taken over at the start of this operation? Vase never thought about their fate. The auxiliary regiments that used to answer to House Anakin defected to the Dietmar League, if in a much diminished capacity. Still, those regiments entailed tens or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers, most of them on foot, but plenty more in various vehicles. All of that placed an enormous logistical burden on the rebels. Have you thought about evacuating them? Vase suggested. I know you are in the possession of a space fleet. A small fleet, just enough to trade with the VRF and smuggle in some goods. Room is limited aboard a ship, and we simply don't have the capacity to bring away all of the war materiel. The most we can do is to evacuate the soldiers without most of their equipment to escape House Anakin's wrath when they eventually retake control over our planet. The aftermath of this rebellion would provoke a furious backlash, especially if they managed to do something to Lord Javier. Vase could already imagine the cleansing that would ensue. Though Count Loker would be limited by the laws of the Duchy and Kingdom, Vase expected plenty of blood to be spilled in the coming weeks. Thinking about the consequences reaffirmed the fermenting idea in his mind that this operation didn't pay off. The more he spent time with the rebels, the more he began to question their motives. They all seemed to love their home planet, so why didn't they feel remorse over plunging Dietmar IV into chaos? Even if Lord Javier turned out to be a tyrant, the amount of damage he could inflict on a planet wasn't even a tenth of the damage already being done by the rioting and pillaging happening on the surface. Vase looked at Addy with a questioning eye and hesitated on bringing up his suspicions. Calling out the rebels in the middle of their base would not be wise. Besides, he might be wrong about them as well. If he said anything opportune, he would have ruined his relationship with them for nothing. We've detected a trace. Everyone in the data center stopped what they were doing and focused on the female analyst who called out her success. Show me, Addy said and hurried over to the analyst's terminal. Others quickly gathered around them and looked at the results projected from the terminal with awe. 4 days ago, our sensors in this area caught a very weak signature. I didn't expect much from them because the location of these sensors is rather far from the palace, but the matching program found a definite match for resonance profile 16. Vase turned to his own terminal and brought up the attributes of resonance profile 16. This profile put a little bit more emphasis on resonating one exotic over another. According to his judgment, this resonance profile would enable the loquacious Raphael to amplify the effects of many types of explosive shells. From this point onwards, the sensors across this route only intermittently picked up the signals that closely resemble resonance profile 16. These signals ceased to be detected at the end of this projected route. The projected map showed a broken line that started a decent distance away from the palace and began to meander towards a district that neighbored their current one. The signal took a lot of detours and loops, as if it tried to throw off its pursuers. After many hours of sidetracking, the signal finally stopped. Underneath a massive industrial recycling and salvaging plant. So that's where Lord Javier is hiding. Vase had to give it to the bastard. An industrial recycling plant was one of the best locations to hide out. It was an extremely unpleasant place where old machinery and broken wrecks got broken down into raw materials. This process was very energy intensive, and involved a huge amount of heavy alloys and composites. This effectively threw the entire location in a perceptual fog that made it difficult for most kinds of sensors to detect anything unusual in the vicinity. "You did it, Mr. Larkinson." We sniffed him out. Addie beamed as she became convinced of the veracity of the finding. "All right, boys and girls, let's move out and hunt ourselves a noble." The entire base rang out in roars as every rebel pumped up their fists. Chapter 482 cornered. The rebel base turned into a whirlwind of activity. After several tense and fruitless days of searching, they finally found a trace of their elusive objective. As much as Lord Javier tried to hide his movements, in the end his faithful Mech betrayed his probable location. As the man who played an instrumental role in deducing Lord Javier's hiding hole, Vase received a lot of appreciation from the rebels and vandals around him. The vandals all treated him with friendly slaps on the backs and the like, but the Vision rebels all kept their distance from him and treated him like a high-class commoner. Evidently, the Vision class structure was too ingrained in their minds to act any differently. Still, his latest accomplishment couldn't have been done by anyone else but a mech designer with a broad base of knowledge. Vase had to lean on his extensive base of knowledge and his sharpened spirit to crack some of the secrets of the loquacious Raphael. What an impressive mech! The more he learned about the hero mech, the more a sense of dread began to build within his bones. This was not a regular mech at all. From the amazing alloys used in its armor, to the powerful explosive shells that fed its rifle, every part of the Raphael spoke of an excellent degree of refinement. I can feel Mr. Reeves' touch on its design. His Raphael definitely a labor of love. A mech designer like Constantine Reeve needed to pull out all the stops when he designed a personalized mech for a special client. For a senior of his caliber, Reeve must have charged 1 billion sovies or more to house Anakin to create such a high-quality mech. This was a mech that could easily stomp trash mechs by the dozen. The materials alone far exceeded regular premium mechs such as his gold-label Blackbeaks and Crystal Lords. The advanced technologies incorporated practically doubled its value, while the added benefit of fake resonance doubled that sum once again. It's a second-class mech that can go toe-to-toe with mechs of the Friday Coalition. In all likelihood, the performance of the loquacious Raphael exceeded the parameters of decent quality second-class mechs in most areas. Coupled with a skilled mech pilot that fit the mech like a glove, then the mech would certainly be able to surpass the performance of a regular second-class mech. The amount of Sovi's House Anakin put into training Lord Javier and equipping him with the best mech possible must have reached a staggering amount. Yet compared to the costs, the outcome would be worth it if Lord Javier became the strongest mech pilot of their house. As long as his strength overwhelmed his siblings, there was no question whether he would inherit the title of Count from his father. The only curveball that could change this equation was if a branch member of the house advanced to become an expert pilot. No matter how skilled Lord Javier might be, he would only be able to bully around regular and advanced mech pilots. The true elites of the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion would easily be able to turn the loquacious Raphael into scrap. The power of fake resonance simply couldn't compare to true resonance. Expert mech pilots are too rare. Vase muttered. Some mech regiments don't even have one on their retainer. Venerables enjoyed a privileged status in the Bright Republic, but they enjoyed outright worship in the Vija Kingdom. Even the worst expert pilots became barons at an instant, which would forever enshrine their families into the ranks of nobility. To their credit, the rebels and the vandals came with as much force as they could muster in a short amount of time. Due to the impending arrival of Vision reinforcements, they couldn't afford to wait for every vandal to convene in this part of the city. Still, the vandals somehow mustered well over 75 mechs. Copain Orphan and the mechs restored by Vase happened to be among their ranks. When Captain Orphan's looted mech congregated at the entrance of the rebel base, Vase didn't know how to feel about her presence. It's funny, he muttered. For all her efforts, it turned out to be me who found Lord Javier's trace. Vase shook his head and didn't think about Orphan anymore. The woman only did the best of her duties and Vase couldn't fault her dedication to the mission. He instead spared a glance at the troop transports and hovertanks that the rebels prepared to accompany the vandals. Though they looked impressive, Vase couldn't help but be dubious at their effectiveness. The infantry will only get in the way, and the hover tanks won't have enough room for maneuver if the battle erupts in an underground tunnel or hall. Obviously, the mechs would take the lead while the infantry and the hover tanks acted as support. The recycling plant was a fairly large facility, and who knew what kind of complex lay beneath the ground. For that reason, the rebel auxiliary forces would secure the facility and the surroundings in order to relieve the Vandals of all their worries. No matter what, today is Lord Javier's downfall. The rebels cheered at those words as Commander Breskin finished his brief speech. After that, the mechs and the auxiliary forces moved out. Breskin and Addy quietly approached Vase as the remaining personnel looked on as mechs and vehicles disappeared into the streets. "We still need your help, Mr. Larkinson," the commander spoke in a gentler tone than before. Before, Vase was just a forgettable mech designer. This time, the rebel leader is an asset. "We'd like you to monitor the battle and analyze the mechs at Lord Javier's disposal. Our sources believe that his honor guard is also accompanying him. Count Loker directly bestowed them to his son, so they'll put up a good fight to defend him to the death." Vase nodded. "I'll get on it as soon as the battle starts." He did not expect to make much of a contribution. The loquacious Raphael alone displayed no obvious weak points, and the same could probably said for the mechs piloted by Lord Javier's honor guard. Mechs of those caliber simply didn't exhibit those kind of low-level design flaws. As Vase took his seat in front of a terminal, he discovered that he had access to the feeds of every vehicle deployed by the rebels. Sadly, the rebels hadn't built up the necessary amount of trust to patch into the feeds of the Vandal mechs. It was better than nothing. "How soon until the battle starts?" "In about 40 minutes, Addy answered as she stood behind Vase. She constantly rotated among the analysts in order to coordinate their efforts. "Though the recycling plant isn't too far away from here, we don't want Lord Javier to slip away. We are gathering all our nearby tunnelers in order to collapse every underground escape route in the vicinity. Until that's done, we don't dare to launch our attack." That made sense. Since Lord Javier was able to sneak to this place through a hidden tunnel, he could escape through similar means. Once our forces collapse the tunnels, how will the attack proceed? Addy began to frown. "We haven't come up with a plan beyond that. Beyond confirming the presence of the loquacious Raphael, we don't know the terrain or how many enemies we'll face. We do expect Lord Javier to be caught flat-footed though. He is his whereabouts extremely well so far, and if it wasn't for your help, we would have never gotten to this point." "You're exaggerating." Vase modestly smiled and scratched the back of his neck. "Any mech designer can do the same. I just happened to be the first one to piece together the clues." He was definitely being modest here, but his accomplishments meant nothing if they failed to apprehend Lord Javier. Both Addy and Vase became engrossed in several projections as they transmitted footage of the movements of the two allied forces. Once the forces reached the recycling plants, the majority of the auxiliary forces split up and started to secure the adjacent streets and secure the other approaches. If reinforcements arrived to bail Lord Javier out, then the rebels needed to stall their intrusion as long as possible. The tanks meticulously hid behind the corners of structures that the infantrymen evacuated by force. They didn't even bother to knock at any doors. They simply barged in with their exoskeleton suits and dragged out every civilian, business owner and scum they could find. "This is my home. Who gives you the right to drag me around? My workshop. Careful with that, it's flammable. Don't kill me, please don't kill me." The rebels uncovered many disgusting sights when they entered into certain abodes. Many criminals and gang members had run amok in the last couple of days. The exoskeleton soldiers treated them all the same. Every obvious lowlife got a bullet in their heads. Vase applauded their decisiveness. However, when it came to the actual attack plan, Captain Orphan, who took charge on behalf of the Vandals, clashed with Commander Breskin. The commander had opted to accompany the attack inside a mobile command center. Addy patched into the command channel, allowing Vase and her to listen in from the rebel base. "I strongly object to your foolhardy suggestions," Commander Breskin shouted over the channel. "Shelling the recycling plant will expend much of our ammunition and lead to a substantial amount of collateral damage. That recycling plant is a large source of income for Naren City, and it can ill afford its loss. The plant is a massive obstacle and a nightmare to secure. Who knows how many defenses Javier has prepared at that plant? With the amount of activity taking place at the plant, we won't be able to use our sensors at all. As long as the plant remains standing, we'll be fighting with our hands tied behind our backs." The two argued back and forth over several minutes, which caused their subordinates to grow apprehensive. There was no doubt that the recycling plant had detected their forces. 1 or 2 mechs could be hidden, but the presence of over 100 mechs and vehicles could not be obscured at all. Just as the argument ran over 4 minutes, a mutation happened on the streets. A series of explosions sounded out at the flanks. Lost contact with Wolf 353 and Wolf 664. 2 hover tanks down. Another explosion erupted at an adjacent street. Wolf -25 and Wolf 612 are downed. Wolf 55 has sustained heavy damage and has lost all of its lifting capacity. The thunder of cannon fire rang through the streets, but another explosion finally shut down the street. Give me footage of Wolf 55's final seconds. Breskin ordered at the mobile command center. Back at the base, Addie requested the same data. She possessed sufficient credentials in the rebel hierarchy to access this sort of sensitive materials. Vase looked at Addie and wondered whether she was Breskin's daughter or something. She looked way too young and pretty to be a veteran rebel leader. Look, Addie said, and Vase forcibly turned his head towards the projection of Wolf 55's final recording. It's the Raphael. The mech peeked out from a hidden trapdoor built into the streets. It only needed to expose its upper body in order to fire ballistic rifle held within its arm. Vase leaned closer and studied the Raphael's weapon arm. As expected, the arm that held the rifle glowed in a shimmering rainbow pattern. It's definitely the Raphael. In that case, Lord Javier should be very close. Unfortunately, a fair number of trapdoors littered the streets leading up to Recycling Center. Far from surrounding the recycling plant, the rebels instead spread their forces thin for Lord Javier to take them out one by one. Commander Breskin sounded furious as he relayed his orders. Give up on the envelopment and pull back. Don't let this bastard son have his way. Belay that, Commander. Captain Orphan spoke. Stand your ground and pin down the Raphael. We are on our way as fast as possible. Help is on the way. You don't command us, Briters. Ignore the mech captain's words and fall back this instant. Despite the temporary confusion, most hover tanks and infantry units opted to pull back. Only a handful of vehicles remained in place. The Raphael quickly popped up from a nearby trapdoor and took out every tank with a single shot of its potent rifle. The rebels and the vandals hadn't even managed to fire back. They couldn't even pin Lord Javier down. Chapter 483 Split Command. Vase came up with one word to describe Lord Javier's fighting style. Shameless. Instead of hiding inside his hiding place like a rabbit shivering inside its burrow, Lord Javier evidently decided that the best defense was offensive. He boldly jumped on his adversaries before they could start to storm the recycling plant. His actions brought incredible results. The hover tanks didn't possess sufficient armor to withstand the enhanced explosive shells fired by the Raphael's rifle. They all crumpled and blew apart when hit, and Lord Javier never seemed to miss. Right now, the rebels and vandals fell into further confusion at Lord Javier's despicable tactic. The loquacious Raphael completely went against its heroic tendencies. The surroundings of the recycling plant had obviously been prepared well in advance, leaving the attackers naked and vulnerable to the unknown. All of it pointed to a trap. Pull back, retreat. Even Captain Orphan could no longer let this farce continue. Her spearman mech she appropriated from the dastardly handsome bastards, simply couldn't keep pace with Lord Javier's movements. They could only withdraw and figure out something else. Cowards. Lord Javier broadcasted from his mech as it popped out yet again to wreck a couple of infantry transports. Fight me if you dare. Every vandal on the battlefield gnashed their teeth. Who dared to go toe-to-toe with his elite mech on a location of his choosing? They would obviously be sending themselves to their deaths if they meet Lord Javier on his terms. While Lord Javier taunted his attackers, back at the base, Vase already started to analyze the Raphael. Though the sensors of the hover tanks only caught a couple of glimpses of the hero mech, footage of the Raphael in a live battle was very precious. Vase constantly observed new details from its brief appearances. He noticed something important. The loquacious Raphael isn't carrying any spare magazines. Javier is likely replenishing his ammunitions from caches prepared in the tunnels. Addie relayed his observation to Commander Breskin, but it wasn't what they needed to hear. They wanted a silver bullet that could cripple Lord Javier in a single blow. Breskin mulled over his options as he rubbed his face. After a moment of consideration, he relayed new orders to his infantrymen. Penetrate the underground tunnels and track down those ammunition caches. Destroy them all if you can, or mark them if you can't. Move out. The infantry bravely went into action. Some of the soldiers were fully decked out in exoskeleton suits, but others only wore varying levels of combat armor, much like what Vase wore at this moment. Still, no matter what kind of armor they wore, they both wouldn't last an instant against an attack from a mech. They faced instant death if they ever bumped into the loquacious Raphael. The first screams erupted 2 minutes after Breskin issued the orders. Vase switched his feed to the sensors of an exoskeleton soldier. The man tried to avoid an enemy mech while firing his heavy rifle at it, to no avail. Every bullet bounced from the mech's thick armor until a foot finally stomped the exoskeleton soldier flat. Javier's honor guard is patrolling the tunnels. Many infantry squads got massacred. Not a lot of soldiers reached the ammunition caches, but even then they couldn't step any further, because each cache was guarded by a handful of turrets with enough firepower to deter a medium mech. "Commander, we can't complete our objective." Breskin cursed up a storm at that news. Eventually, he sounded the retreat. Apart from mapping out parts of the tunnel, they hadn't gained a lot of benefits. His eyes turned over to his allies. "Captain Orphan, many of my men have sacrificed themselves, while your mechs are running back and forth. Don't you think you should make a contribution?" 12 minutes. What? We've deployed a countermeasure against the tunnels. We highly urge you to evacuate your forces at least 600 meters away from the recycling plant. The mechs already stopped their useless chants and began to fall back in an orderly fashion. Their ranged mechs pointed their gun barrels in each direction while the melee mechs positioned themselves in a way that allowed them to pounce on the Raphael if it emerged somewhere close. "Run if you can. No matter where you flee, I'll kill you before you escape my planet." Javier laughingly taunted. No matter the soundness of their actions, retreating in the face of an enemy hurt their self-esteem. Javier's taunts only rubbed in the humiliation. Yet they listened to Captain Orphan and Commander Breskin because they recognized the danger of their surroundings. Before neutralizing Javier's advantage of the terrain, it wasn't wise to make a forceful push. Several minutes passed by as the two forces successfully pulled back. The entire area around the recycling plant had been thrown into disarray. Amidst the damaged and destroyed hover tanks, a lot of civilians looked out the windows of their apartments, offices and workplaces with apprehension. In order to make this area appear as normal as possible, Lord Javier hadn't done anything to chase the nearby citizens away. It would be too conspicuous if every citizen had been chased away from this important location. Their ignorance formed the best kind of camouflage for the air. Too bad he didn't count on his mech giving away his position. The civilians completely lost their utility now that the game was up. Many concerned civilians gathered together for safety or because they were scared. Children clung to their mothers as they endured yet another frightening event. "What's happening next?" Vase asked Addie. "I'm not certain, Mr. Larkinson. We've underestimated Lord Javier's preparations. This isn't a hasty setup at all. We don't even know how he managed to prepare the field without us getting wind of it. We shouldn't have missed the extensive tunnel complex around the recycling plant." Vase didn't blame the rebels for the oversight. A lot of heavy activity went on at that plant, which caused it to throw a lot of interference in the air. The activity far surpassed what went on in a mech manufacturing plant because breaking down broken products into useful resources took an immense amount of effort. Orphan and Breskin feared the unknown. Who knew what else lurked in these tunnels and how many other traps Lord Javier prepared? At the very least, they should scout out the underground terrain extensively before doing anything else. Yet even on this issue, Captain Orphan and Commander Breskin held differences of opinion. "We should bomb half the district flat. Give us the word, and we can demolish every structure and expose the tunnels within an hour." "Out of the question," Breskin roared back. "There are thousands of civilians living in the vicinity of this plant. A significant amount of people who live in the nearby apartments are the women and children of the plant workers." The two argued back and forth on this matter with so much vitriol that Vase palmed his face. "At least evacuate the civilians. They have no reason to be present there." Some nearby apartment blocks got hit by the shockwave of the Raphael's explosive shells. Many windows shattered from the blasts, and several civilians sustained heavy injuries from the shockwaves and flying shrapnel. Detecting unknown objects descending from orbit, someone in the base abruptly announced. Vase turned away from Addie, who was relaying some instructions to the rebels on the field to call for the civilians to evacuate. Cherishing their lives, most of the people who lived there ran from the district as fast as their legs could urge them forward. Others entered various vehicles and made an even faster getaway. Objects identified. They're artificial meteorites. What's their trajectory? Addie asked with widened eyes. They're on course to impact the vicinity of the recycling plant. Everyone stopped when they heard that. The artificial meteorites could have only been sent from one source, which was the only force that held orbital supremacy over Deepman IV. Mr. Larkinson, Addie shouted with fury and abruptly approached him and grabbed his shoulders. She tried to drag him up his feet, but his combat armor and firm body prevented her from gaining any purchase. She opted to grab his hair instead. What have you vandals done? I have no idea. I'm not a vandal, and I'm not in their chain of command. It was obvious what the vandals had done. While it was a war crime to bombard a location from orbit with meteorites or other debris that floated in space, nothing was said about artificial weapons. The bottom line of the MTA was that any weapon employed within human space against a human adversary needed to small enough to be deployed by a mech. Artificial meteorites formed something of a loophole of that rule. Most often, the meteorites were up to half as large as the mechs that launched them. Nobody dared to make them any bigger for fear of running afoul of the MTA's taboo on weapons of mass destruction. When a meteorite was big enough, they could wipe out entire cities or continents. Forces in space often resorted to artificial meteorites due to their low cost and incredible convenience. The launching mechanism consisted of nothing more than the mechs pushing them towards a planet with their limbs. Small boosters built into the artificial meteorites took over from there, and ensured the meteorites would roughly land where they were supposed to hit. The problem right now wasn't that the Vandals resorted to artificial meteorites, but that they went ahead and launched them without consulting their local partners on the ground. To say that the Deepman League was incensed was putting it lightly. The evacuation isn't complete. Over 20% of them has made it out of the probable blast site. The rest won't make it out in time. Who ordered this orbital strike? Commander Breskin repeated again over the command channel. I did. A new voice interrupted. Vase recognized the voice of Major Verl. On my authority as the highest commanding officer of the 6th Flagrant Vandals, I agreed with Captain Orphan's suggestion to strike the area from orbit. The spaceborne mech officer was evidently back in command over the detachment orbiting above Deepman IV after surviving the Stubby Growler's destruction. Heartless filth from the Republic. Countless lives will be lost. No more than what the rioting populace have already inflicted upon themselves. Sometimes, sacrifices must be made. The longer we equivocate about the matter, the higher the chance that Lord Javier will spring another surprise on us. He might even be attempting to flee. The loquacious Raphael hadn't shown itself after the attackers pulled back their forces. Perhaps whatever command center House Anakin erected underneath the recycling plant detected the incoming artificial meteorites as well. Not even the best mechs could withstand the sheer kinetic force of a falling meteorite. Artificial ones were much deadlier than natural ones because they had been purpose-built to survive entry into the atmosphere. The loquacious Raphael had no chances of survival even if the artificial meteorite landed next to the mech. Impact in 3 minutes. Stop the meteorites. Shoot them down. Breskin ordered. Don't. Stay your hand. Ignore this murdering brighter and execute my orders. Use every anti-air battery and missile platform in range. A multitude of lasers and projectiles soared into the air. Hundreds of missiles followed suit. Due to the predictable trajectory and the incredible density of the artificial meteorites, even the dumbest targeting systems could land a hit on the falling objects. Sadly, the lasers barely accomplished anything but melt some potholes on the surface of the heat-resistant meteorites. The kinetic impacts from the ballistic projectiles hardly even chipped away at their surface, while the explosions from the missiles only caused their surface to crack a bit. The meteorites were too tough. Impact in 1 minute. Practically nothing could be done. With 1 minute to go, Vase envisioned almost complete devastation from the orbital strike. Even the tunnel network underneath would collapse in the face of fury from space. Chapter 484 Unpalatable Options. One might think that the most precious resource in a battle consisted of manpower. Without able men and women trained to fight, no force would be able to sustain themselves in battle. Others might argue that mechs counted for more. A force that invested in the quantity and quality of their mechs would possess more depth and options even if their mech pilots fell short. Through the progression of the battle on Deepman IV, Vase learned that both manpower and mechs played second fiddle to the most crucial resource of all, time. There's never enough time. The entire operation on the Deepman system rested on the premise that the Flagrant Vandals and the Deepman League could complete their objectives within 4 days. If they stuck around longer than that, then enemy reinforcements might arrive to close their window of escape. The rebels numbered hundreds of thousands at the very least. Though most didn't possess any exceptional skills, it was undeniable that they had numbers on their side, or else they wouldn't have been able to wrest control of the auxiliary regiments that guarded the planet. The only downside was that they hadn't been able to cultivate a mech force that could compete for global hegemony on the planet. As for the 6th Flagrant Vandals, as a legitimate mech regiment, their numbers was only a fraction to the rebels, and only about 2,000 of them consisted of the actual fighters. Yet their ability to fight was arguably more superior than the Demon League due to their abundant ships and mechs. Both of them had managed to overwhelm the defenses around Naren City and enjoyed free reign in certain parts of the city. While a lot of different outfits still possessed enough mechs to resist the Vandals, their internal rivalry and mistrust ruled out the possibility of forming a common front against the invaders. Over at the manufacturing district, the Vandals picked their targets carefully. They didn't overwhelm every manufacturing complexes in their way with brute force, but rather focused their efforts on a handful of plants at a time. Through this fashion, they deliberately let off valuable sites whose defenders sighed in relief. The company defenders of the complexes that had been spared all thanked their lucky stars that the Vandals chose to pass them by. They had zero incentive to bail out the industrial sites that the Vandals raided. In fact, the lucky ones even cheered the Vandals on for ruining their competitors and make it easy for them to expand their businesses after this ordeal. Yet while the Vandals achieved a decent amount of success in one of their objectives, the hunt for Lord Javier consumed far too much time. The noble's whereabouts only became known on the last day of the operation, and it wouldn't be easy to take him into custody. Lord Javier is a tough bone to chew, Vase surmised. Not only did he pilot the loquacious Raphael, which was arguably the best mech on the planet, he also relied on the protection of his elite honor guard. Furthermore, the entire area around the recycling plant was riddled with traps and tunnels. The attacking force made out of Vandal mechs and rebel auxiliary troops faced two unappealing options. The most direct option was to push through regardless of the cost. No matter how many traps Lord Javier prepared, it was undeniable that he didn't bring too much mechs when he escaped the palace. Still, anyone could imagine the cost might not be worth it. Depending on how well Lord Javier and House Anakin prepared their battlefield, the Vandals might lose all of the mechs committed to this assault. The other option would be to take it slow. This was the most proper response to the situation the attackers faced. By scouting ahead and detecting the traps beforehand, they could easily dismantle them one by one before they exploded in their faces. The problem with this choice was that it would take days or even weeks to tighten the envelope around Lord Javier's hideout. This course of action might be viable in other campaigns, but in the time-sensitive operation of the Vandals, they needed to scram from this star system by the end of the day or risk never coming back to Republic space. In essence, the defenders deliberately served an unpalatable binary choice to Vandals and the rebels. Taking it slowly was out of question, and barging on ahead would lead to unacceptable losses. The mastermind behind this defense plan therefore hoped that the attackers would pick the third option, which was to give up on Lord Javier and abandon any thoughts of pushing through. Commander Breskin and the rebels already leaned towards this exit that the defenders had magnanimously prepared for them. Although failing to take out Lord Javier would discredit their organization, they could always make a comeback. The Vandals on the other hand couldn't afford to fail when they were so close to completing this objective. They staked much more than their credibility, but locked themselves into a contract with the opposition forces within the Vija Kingdom. If they stepped away at this critical moment, then their return to friendly space might be in question. This was why Major Verl rejected all three options, and chose a fourth instead. When facing an elaborately prepared board set up by their opponent, the best solution wasn't to play the game on the enemy's terms. No, the best solution was to flip the board entirely. The artificial meteorites sent down from orbit plummeted through the atmosphere like the wrathful hammers of a god. The sheer kinetic energy these meteorites could unleash was unimaginable. Though anti-air batteries successfully shattered a handful of the hardy meteorites through sheer weight of fire, that still left around a dozen more. The fleet in space already estimated the amount of anti-air fire the meteorites would be subjected to. They flung enough of the meteorites to push through the storm and make it to the surface. Half a minute before the first impact, every civilian still in range despaired. Madness and resignation took over, and a few of them even did things they never would have done if not for the glowing specks streaking towards their location from the air. Ha 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 ha, it's the end of the world. Shish honey, don't cry, it will all end soon. Screw Lord Javier and screw the Brighters. They can all go to hell. The Vandal and rebel forces evacuated as far as they could. Even though they escaped the most acute danger zone, they could still suffer a substantial amount of damage by staying in the vicinity. Once time almost ran out for them, they braced their vehicles and mechs as best they could. Even Vase, Addy and the others in the underground rebel base huddled into their crash seats. Vase put his helmet back over his head, enclosing him in his worn but serviceable light combat armor. Someone projected the ticker for the first impact above their heads. Brace for impact. 3, 2, 1. BRRRRRMMM. A huge roar sounded out in the distance, and various vibrations and shocks ran throughout the entire underground base. Substances fell from the ceiling while some of the haphazardly piled crates fell over. Several rebels cried out in pain as these crates smashed against their bodies. The deep shakes and vibrations continued in succession as more artificial meteorites landed on the ground and unleashed all of the energy they built up in a single instant to the ground and its surroundings. Through the projections of the impact area, they witnessed the devastation as it progressed. The first artificial meteorite landed directly on the recycling plant itself. The large structure crumpled instantly became engulfed in a massive upheaval that destroyed the entire complex. Other meteorites devastated the area around the annihilated plant. Dozens of structures disintegrated like crumbling sand, much of which the collision launched far into the air. Debris rained like apocalyptic ash many kilometers away, causing hundreds and thousands of unsuspecting citizens to lose their lives. A handful of mechs, troop transports and hover tanks sustained incidental damage as well. 2 mechs even got hit by aircar-sized chunks that almost crippled them. At their current state, they lost at least half of their combat effectiveness. As for the area within the danger zone, virtually no civilian made it out alive. The kinetic impact, the ensuing shockwaves, the raining debris and more all turned the danger zone into an area of death. Without any form of protection, a human stood no chance of survival. Those who cowered underground fared no better. The reason why forces in space still resorted to artificial meteorites was because as much as the damage on the surface looked bad, they inflicted the same level of destruction to any underground construction in the vicinity. Many tunnels collapsed outright as the powerful impacts rearranged the underground terrain. Vast craters emerged in the place of bolt holes and panic rooms. The massive tunnel complex that House Anakin prepared to play with their opposition transformed into upturned soil that was indistinguishable from the ruinous terrain. As the impacts and immediate destruction subsided, everyone in the underground base lowered their guard. No one celebrated their survival. Instead, they stared at the shaky footage of the aftermath of what the artificial meteorites had wrought. "You bastards!" One rebel suddenly shouted and started to assault a nearby logistics officer from the Vandals. "Now I know why you're called the flagrant Vandals. It's because you have no compulsion to destroy everything in your way." "Cut it out," Addy yelled, and quickly ordered her more level-headed subordinates to pull the maddened rebel away. "What happened was tragic, and we will definitely account for it with the Vandals, but this is not the time to fall out with our allies." Through a mixture of persuasion and cajoling, Addy successfully managed to keep a lid on any potential outbursts. Vase quietly sighed in relief and loosened his armored hand. If the rebels truly turned on the Vandals, Vase would have pulled out the Amastendira without hesitation. For now, he could keep his weapon a secret for a while longer. A few minutes after the disaster, the rebels sent out various bugs and floating sensors. An increasingly detailed picture emerged from Ground Zero. The footage sickened most of the occupants of the base. Vase was no different, even though he understood the brutal chain of logic behind Major Verl's decision. Just because he recognized that throwing down a bunch of heavy objects from orbit was the most expedient solution to their dilemma, didn't mean he agreed with the decision. Yet what else could Major Verl have done? Give out a warning and delay the launch? Giving the civilians the time to evacuate the impact site would also provide the same opportunity to Lord Javier and his honor guard. They could not let the slippery bastard slither out of their grasp again. "We're not done yet," Vase spoke, cutting through the fog and depression that hung over most of the rebels. A proper underground stronghold is always meant to withstand weapons of mass destructions. If Lord Javier and his escorts fled into their strongholds in time, they won't be taken out by a bunch of meteorites. The possibility that Lord Javier survived was in fact very strong. The artificial meteorites managed to inflict a lot of damage, but beyond the immediate impact site, the damage quickly spread out. A tough enough bunker wouldn't crack under the pressure. You heard the man. Deploy more bugs and focus them underground. Find me their bunkers and mark their locations. It would be too easy for Lord Javier to perish from such a banal attack. The investigation quickly confirmed his guess. We've detected a major bunker underneath the recycling plant. It's partially intact. A score of mechs and hovertanks proceeded towards the site. While the mechs had trouble finding their footing in the complex terrain, the hovertanks displayed no strain as they hovered over the debris that used to be places where people worked and lived. This time, the fight against Lord Javier proceeded in a completely different way. The meteorites wiped out the tunnels and traps, leaving the Vision noble with very few advantages. Chapter 485. The villain. As some of the Vandal scouts approached the vicinity of the bunker, a hatch opened up. The loquacious Raphael emerged from underneath and returned to the outside world. 9 honor guard mechs followed in its footsteps. 4 of them consisted of melee bestial mechs. They all looked like robust tigers with an excellent balance between speed and armor. Up close, their jaws could crunch mech limbs while their claws could tear apart armor plating. The rest of them consisted of ranged mechs of various configurations. All of them were humanoid, and all of them carried an abundant amount of gear. Over 40 mechs stopped at the other end of the path leading up to the bunker. Their surroundings had turned into a complex landscape of craters and collapsed structures, which made it exceedingly complex to navigate. Only the former main street offered somewhat flat terrain. The loquacious Raphael stepped forward in a dusty but dazzling display. For some reason, the blue and silver hero mech acquired a white cape that looked dazzling in the midst of ruin. The mech extended out its sword to the approaching Vandal scout mechs. Devils! Lord Javier's young voice boomed over the broken lands. Your evil knows no bounds. To bombard my planet from orbit without any hesitation reveals your cruel nature. If this is what your corrupt republic has taught you, then you deserve to die. What? Vase asked. What was Lord Javier going on about? Lord Javier, Captain Orphan spoke up from her spearman mech. Cut the nonsense and obediently surrender. You are outnumbered 8-1, and that's only when you count the mechs. Your tunnels are collapsed and your escape routes are blocked. There is no chance for you to make it out alive if you choose to fight. Do the smart thing, and we won't have to take this any further than we already have. The Raphael swung its sword in a theatrical manner. Surrender. Never. My people have died under my watch. So long as you Vandals are still alive, my mission is not yet done. Prepare yourselves, villains, for I shall cleanse this star system of brighter filth. An analyst in the base suddenly stood up from behind his terminal. This is bad. Lord Javier is showboating in front of the entire kingdom. Vase looked over and saw a local news portal commenting on a live feed of Lord Javier's speech. So the man acted sanctimoniously for a reason. Cut the feed. Destroy his recorders. We're working on it, but there's too much. Some of them are extremely well hidden. Without taking over the entire site, we won't be able to take them all out. The invasion of the Deepman system had always been broadcasted to the news portals on both sides of the war. At the beginning, the Bright Republic pounced on the feeds as a way to boost the morale of their citizens who felt weary at hearing about another loss or stalemate. Though the Mech Corps always treated the flagrant Vandals like an abandoned son, now that they grabbed the spotlight, they temporarily changed their stance. The battle at Deepman 2 and Deepman IV provided a riveting display of their own side. The people back home relished seeing Visions getting ground beneath the foot of the Vandals. As for the Visions, they had all been juiced up by the initial successes at the outbreak of the war. The quick invasions and the rapid takeover of the border systems gave them an inflated feeling of confidence. The war would go different this time, and victory was already in the bag. This sudden attack on the heartland of the kingdom not only disabused them of this notion, it also put the seed of fear into their hearts. If a formerly safe place like the Deepman system could be raided, what about their own home systems? Many Visions never believed that their star system would be vulnerable to the Mech Corps. In the previous wars, the Bright Republic almost never struck at the kingdom, and what few raids they sent almost always struck the Vision border systems. Now, the commoners of the kingdom started to fear that this might change. If the flagrant Vandals got away, who could tell they wouldn't pull off the same long-range assault again? Strangely enough, looking at Lord Javier spouting justice against the evil Brighters served to allay some of their apprehensions. With heroes like Lord Javier in charge, the flagrant Vandals would never go unpunished. Vase didn't know whether he wanted to laugh or cry. This spoiled, abusive brat with one of the most awful reputation in the Deepman system portrayed himself as a righteous Vision. The worst part of it was that almost every news portal in the kingdom lapped it up. In fact, they actively promoted him. Lord Javier's face got plastered all over the Vija Kingdom's galactic net, and more citizens tuned into the broadcast of the ongoing battle. Addie walked back to Vase and shook her head. This is how the media works in the kingdom. Every major news portal is in the hands of the duchies or the royals. They won't ever spin this battle as a loss. Shouldn't there be a lot more independent news outlets in the kingdom? It's very hard to block everything on the galactic net. Besides, there's also the larger news outlets that serve entire star sectors or larger, like the Rimward Star Herald. Ha ha ha, Addie laughed. It's funny how naive you are something. Don't put your trust into both. The larger news portals aren't interested in what they consider to be a minor spat. As for the so-called independent news portals, nobody ever follows them, because what they report doesn't match with the rosy picture that the government-owned outlets publishes. That sounded really strange to Vase. The Bright Republic exhibited a much less tightly regulated press environment. Opinions diverged wildly, and it was a challenge to pick the right news portal to believe, but overall the Republic famously touted itself as a state that upheld the torch of human civilization. Addie noticed his confusion. Think of it this way. When you hear news that you don't want to hear, you won't feel glad. Only when you listen to the government-owned media will you feel more comfortable, because you are used to the uplifting news they try to serve you every day. Vase understood her argument, but couldn't completely wrap his head around it. The news was the news. Sometimes, they publicized something good, but they also had a duty to let the people know of things that didn't work very well. Never mind. The rebel woman sighed and turned to one of the feeds. I think Lord Javier is about to end his speech. Quote, If you will not lay down your arms, we will take you by force. Captain Orphan yelled and brandished the spear of her stolen mech. If you wish to take away my arms, then come and take them. I can guarantee you that you will never lay your filthy hands on my weapons. Open fire. The negotiation broke down and both sides fired off their long-ranged weapons. The weight of fire on the side of the attackers was like a thunderstorm raining down in the direction of the Raphael and its honor guard. Scores of laser beams and projectiles forced them to dodge and crawl to the sides. The hover tanks floating in the rear provided a lot of long-ranged fire support. While their fire wasn't very accurate, whenever they hit, they dealt as much damage as a mech cannon. As for the defenders, the ranged mechs all fired as they ran. The quality of their rifles surpassed those of their adversaries. The mechs used by the Vandals also fell short, in terms of quality. In fact, their larger numbers and the cramped terrain made it easier for the Raphael and its buddy mechs to land some hits. The Raphael zigged and zagged as it charged up its fake resonance. The rifle arm glowed like a rainbow, and adjusted the aim of its one-handed ballistic rifle. Rainbow shell. A glowing shell fired from the rifle and rapidly cut the air until it impacted on a Vandal light mech. The shell exploded in a gout of rainbow fury, and the blast was at least twice as powerful as the regular shells that wrecked the hover tanks with a single hit. The light mech hadn't survived. Its cockpit belatedly launched into the air, but the rest of the mech was almost a total loss. The resonance-enhanced shell had managed to break the light mech's thin torso armor and inflict crippling damage to its internals. Ha ha ha. None of your mechs stand a chance against my loquacious Raphael. Take this. Rainbow shell. Another charged shell spat out from the muzzle of the glowing rifle. The shell impacted a medium mech this time and fractured a lot of armor. The Vandal mech survived the impact, but looked a lot worse off. It wouldn't be able to handle another round. TCH. You're lucky your vital components hadn't gotten hit, but your luck won't last. Rainbow shell. This time, Lord Javier aimed at the approaching form of Captain Orphan's spearman mech. The captain possessed much better reflexes and battle awareness, so she already started dodging her mech as soon as the noble called out the name of his attack. There was no reason for Javier to call out his special techniques. In his time with the Vandals, Vase heard a lot of stories about resonance. One of them was that evoking this phenomenon in the heat of battle could be exceedingly hard, because the mech pilot needed to be at their best and put forth all of their concentration into achieving their desired outcome. By putting a name on a specific resonance pattern and saying it out loud whenever they engaged it, mech pilots came to resort to this method as a crutch. Over time, whenever they said the name of their technique, they would unconsciously facilitate the activation of the resonance profile that they desired to unleash. Still, even if saying the names out loud helped a bit, there was no reason for Lord Javier to keep his broadcasting speakers on. It was as if he was acting like the main character of an action drama. Eventually, the exchange of fire died down when the Raphael and the honor guard dove into the complex terrain around them. Catch me if you can. Surround this site and track him down. He won't be able to get very far. The battle progressed to another stage as both sides dove into the ruined landscape. Due to the extreme terrain, ranged mechs lost most of their advantages. The narrow corridors and abundant hills heavily favored melee mechs. Vase looked on from a bug positioned above, and caught a glimpse of the Raphael darting forward to one of the Vandal mechs. Due to a lack of space in the immediate environment, the Vandal mechs had been forced to march in a single column. This allowed the Raphael to face it without any interference from the other Vandal mechs. Twin Star Slash. The Raphael's sword didn't glow or exhibit any remarkable effects, but the manner in which Lord Javier controlled his mech was something else. The arm rapidly flicked back and forth in a rapid sequence of movements. While their penetration power left much to be desired, the so-called Twin Star Slash had somehow managed to cut off the hands of the Vandal mech in front. Twin Star Helix. The Raphael's hand rotated around itself as it stabbed forth its sword. The completely useless drilling motion actually made it harder to penetrate the armor of the Vandal mech, but once it dug in with the help of the Raphael's weight, it started to inflict a load of damage. The Vandal pilot panicked and ejected in reflex. The cockpit almost bumped against the head of the friendly mech standing behind it as it made its way out of the sight. Next, Javier called out with a laugh. He was enjoying this. Chapter 486 Stoppered. It became evident that the upturned terrain played to House Anakin's advantage. The abundant amount of obstacles and cover played to their advantage. While their elite ranged mechs couldn't shoot at the Vandal mechs, neither would the Vandals be able to use their weight of numbers in melee and ranged mechs to bear. The choke points that Lord Javier and his honor guard held for seconds at a time before squirreling away always forced the Vandals to fight the Vision mechs in one-to-one duels. A knight piloted by a seasoned Vandal clashed violently against the Vision Tiger mech. While most Felinid mechs emphasized speed and agility, the honor guard bestial mechs carried a lot more armor than usual, allowing it to not lose out too much when it pitted its physical weight against the knight. "You're outnumbered. Surrender now or be ground into dust," the knight broadcasted. The tiger mech wrenched up a claw to parry the incoming sword slash. "The only ones who will turn into dust are invaders like you." The two mechs pushed against each other, trying to bully their opponents with their weight. The Vandal burgundy and black provided a stark contrast against House Anakin's astral blue and silver. The clashes grew more violently, but neither side got the upper edge. The knight mech possessed more throwing weight, but the tiger mech possessed a firmer footing. The differences in mech shapes led to a lot of complexities. Unfortunately, the Vandal pilots lacked experience dealing with bestial mechs. Though they often trained against them in simulations, they never got to fight against them a lot in the real universe. That proved devastating as another tiger mech jumped from behind the tiger mech locked in combat. The second bestial mech jumped against a wall of debris with its four limbs and used it as a platform to change its trajectory and swoop at the knight mech from its flank. What? The second tiger mech's jump happened too fast for the knight mech to respond. In addition, the front tiger mech tied the knight mech down by doubling up its aggression. The Vandal mechs at the rear tried to move forward to help, but the bottleneck hindered their approach. A massive crunching sound emerged as the second tiger mech chomped the knight mech's sword arm. Its forward momentum also caused it to slam against the knight, which completely destabilized its footing. Another hard wrench caused the tiger mech to savage the sword arm as it tried to pull it out of its socket. While the tiger mech eventually failed to do so, the other tiger mech pounced on the knight mech, which was in no shape to defend, and tore apart its chest armor with repeated claw strikes. The Vandal pilot finally had enough. His cockpit ejected from his mech before the claws could go past the chest armor and do more damage. Further ahead, the loquacious Raphael clashed against a Vandal swordsman mech. Though the latter mech's quality couldn't measure up against the Raphael, its mech pilot excelled at defense. Lord Javier's habit of broadcasting his special moves even allowed him to move in advance. Twin Star Meteor Storm. The Raphael's sword glowed like a comet as it hacked down onto the Vandal swordsman mech in quick succession. The flurry of blows contained little elegance, and the glow was just a cosmetic addition to the sword instead of an indicator of resonance. Nevertheless, the swordsman mech struggled to defend against the might and frequency of attacks. Even though the Raphael only wielded its sword in one arm, the sheer strength in them was enough to push back the Vandal mech despite wielding its broadsword with both hands. "I need some help here." A Vandal rifleman mech approached from behind the swordsman mech and tried to lean to the side in order to unleash a volley of explosive shells. Lord Javier noticed the maneuvering and grinned. "Villains, fight me one-on-one if you dare. This isn't an arena. Ignore his words and pile up on him. Take this then. Combo attack. Twin rainbow helix. The Raphael charged up its resonating rifle arm, channeling an ungodly amount of energy in the rifle. The swordsman Mech desperately surged forward in order to interrupt Lord Javier's so-called combo attack, but the Raphael's sword deftly slowed down its progress. The rifle unleashed a spinning rainbow shell that impacted the swordsman Mech's chest and blew up in a directional fashion. Most of the energies unleashed by the explosion was directed further into the Mech, causing the swordsman Mech to stagger. Immediately after the explosion racked the chest armor, a spinning sword entered the opening in the chest armor and churned past the weakened armor layers without effort. The sword kept spinning as it entered deep inside the chest until it rammed through the cockpit and blended the pilot inside into hashed meat. No, the Mech pilot of the rifleman Mech yelled. The ranged Mech fired a barrage of shells at close range. Most of them hit the Raphael head-on, but its frontal armor consisted of high-quality compressed armor that easily endured the rifle shells. Ha 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 ha, villains like you are unqualified to sully my Raphael. Lord Javier taunted as he jerked his Mech's sword from its latest kill while bringing up his ballistic rifle. The Raphael quickly unleashed a salvo of unenhanced shells. Unlike the Raphael, the rifleman Mech was a lot more fragile. The 3 shells all landed on its chest, causing the frontal armor to be crumpled into pieces. Just as the rifleman Mech wanted to retreat, the Raphael jumped over the wreck of the swordsman Mech and chopped down with its sword, which sliced through the weakened chest in a single blow. The rifleman Mech tipped over as the internal damage caused it to lose all power. Before the pilot could eject, the Raphael stomped its open chest with its foot, causing the cockpit and its occupant to be fattened into a pancake. Brighter scum deserve no quarter. Just as the Raphael surged forth with its majestic red cape flapping in the wind, a barrage of long-ranged lasers and kinetic projectiles slammed into its rear. The cape instantly gained a couple of holes and the custom Mech's rear armor gained some dents. Treacherous cowards, Javier yelled in frustration as he urged his Mech out of the bottleneck and into cover. You'll pay for turning my regiments against me. The rebel-controlled hovertanks finally showed their utility. Though they normally hovered a few meters above the ground to minimize their energy consumption, they could also float higher in the air if they wished. In the absence of aerial mechs, they formed the versatile units in the air. Normally, they would never float in the air and expose themselves in such a reckless manner. The hovertanks waited close to the ground as the rebels spent almost all of their available manpower in destroying every nearby anti-air turret that exposed their positions as they attempted to stop the artificial meteorites. With every anti-air turret in the vicinity taken out, the hovertanks floated above the rubble and hills of debris until they gained a clear line of sight of the Vision mechs. Their powerful cannon muzzles fired a variety of lasers, shells and projections that wouldn't lose out from what an Akira heavy mech could unleash. Annoying thieves, Lord Javier yelled as his Mech and his honor guard all pulled back. The hovertanks started to surround them in a circle, granting them no respite no matter where they hid behind. Don't think you can use my property against me without a price. The loquacious Raphael transmitted a wide area signal that reached every hovertank in the vicinity. 5 of them instantly lost power and plummeted to the ground. The height of the fall and the force of the impact practically killed every crewmember inside the vehicles. Unfortunately, only the latest model of hovertanks had been taken out this way. Plenty more remained aloft. The rebels had long scoured their systems for backdoors and other vulnerabilities. The reason why the latest model ultimately failed was because the auxiliary regiments only received them a few months ago. Keep up the pressure. Lord Javier won't be able to shut us down. The tank commander urged his crews. The hovertanks couldn't maneuver very fast in the air, and they also needed to slow down in order to lay down accurate fire, but their crews possessed enough training to minimize their exposure until they were ready to fire. The honor guard's ranged mechs stopped supporting the Raphael and the Tiger mechs in order to suppress the hovertanks bobbing in the air. Both the mechs and the tanks played it safe, so they didn't make a lot of progress in the short term. Only the Raphael's rifle could take them down in a single hit, and only if it employed its resonance. Lord Javier lost some of his joviality as the hovertanks entered the battle. He couldn't pull back and shoot down the floating vehicles as his presence was very integral in stopping the Vandal mechs in their tracks. His Tiger mechs wouldn't be able to halt all of the Vandal mechs by themselves. While Commander Breskin and Captain Orphan hadn't communicated any plans, they adjusted to each other's movements as if they were part of the same unit. The Vandals stopped trying to press forward and merely tried to tie their adversaries down. Meanwhile, the rebel hovertanks slowly chipped away at the honor guard mechs. They not only threatened their ranged mechs, they also put some pressure on the Tiger mechs, forcing them to be less brazen unless they wished to be filled with holes. The cramped terrain turned from an advantage to a disadvantage to house Anakin's mechs. While they took full advantage of the broken terrain to bottleneck their opponents so that their superior numbers amounted to nothing, the presence of the hovertanks and their ability to disregard most obstacles turned their advantage back into a disadvantage. The confined spaces limited their range of motion, and they simply didn't have any room to dodge. Lord Javier gritted his teeth as his Raphael pulled back. The mech's rifle was extremely powerful and already took out numerous Vandal mechs and hovertanks, but its magazine emptied out very quickly. When the Raphael initially emerged from the bunker, Javier ordered a backpack module to be attached to its back. Beneath its tattered cape rested an ammunition carrier. The Raphael quickly sent a signal to the rifle, causing it to detach and drop its spent magazine. The mech then maneuvered its rifle to its back in a specific position. A fresh magazine emerged from an opening of the backpack module and slammed into the breech of the weapon. Having finished its reloading process, the Raphael jumped back into the action with its rifle arm glowing brighter. Triple rainbow shell. The rifle unleashed 3 shells in quick succession. Each of them somehow accurately hit 3 hovertanks that dipped down a bit too late. Powerful rainbow explosions coursed through each vehicle, wrecking them completely and lessening the pressure on the honor guard. Inside the Raphael's cockpit, Lord Javier started to sweat profusely. Pushing the Raphael to enact resonance imposed a significant burden to his mind. Advanced mech pilots lacked the mental strength to elicit resonance from their mechs. Even if fake resonance was a pale imitation of the real thing, Javier's mind became increasingly strained as the battle went on. Yet he never thought about stopping. He was having the time of his life. He felt as if he was made to fight this battle. Come, Vandals, show me your best. Where are your champions? I want a challenge. If it's a challenge you want, then here I am. A spear stabbed towards the Raphael, causing it to interrupt its targeting of the hovertanks. It fired a quick shell at the mech that drove forth the spear, only for the Vandal mech to sidestep the attack in the nick of time. The Raphael's sword entangled the spear and barely managed to redirect it away from its frame, though the spear still managed to scrape against its arm. Captain Orphan's looted spearman mech pulled back the spear and brandished it towards the Raphael. Your playtime is over, kid. Chapter 487. Impromptu duel. Reinforcements from both sides tried to reach the ensuing battle that could very well decide the fate of Dietmar IV. Every member of the household guards knew that Count Loker valued Lord Javier above all else. If it wasn't for the traditions that tied down his power, he would have allocated much more troops to guard his only offspring. The consequences of failure was unimaginable. In the strong hierarchical culture of the Visions, mech pilots under the service of a house carried a lot of responsibility. Failure to safeguard the lives of their charges often led to imprisonment or execution to those who failed to do their duties. Yet as much as they tried to reinforce their liege, the battles they fought in the previous days had sapped much of their strength. Even now, many Vandal mechs spread out in Naran City tried to drag on their heels and force them to stop. Rescue the Lord. Many of the Vision mechs that survived up to now consisted of second-line and law enforcement units. They weren't equipped for a full-scale war and their mech pilots found it hard to match the skill of the Vandal mechs that harried their footsteps. Aerial mechs also started to emerge in the skies. With the exposure of most anti-air turrets in Naran City, the Vandal forces made good progress into clearing them all out. Much of the hidden turrets that remained belonged to mercenaries and other private forces. They would never dare to fire them at the Vandals for fear of attracting their wrath. This basically led to a wild battle in the skies where the Vandal aerial forces continued to harass the Vision forces spread out in the city. Sometimes, aerial mechs from both sides clashed high up in the air, though the Vandals slowly managed to gain an edge due to their better skill. As for the underground rebel base, a lot of rebels stayed behind to support their comrades. The Dietmar League held numerous strategic positions in Naran City and assisted the Vandals in slowing down the enemy from reinforcing Lord Javier. It's getting increasingly harder to stop the household troops. Addy said. They are too persistent in trying to reach their lord. Our auxiliary troops aren't meant to battle mechs head-on, and your Vandals are too spread out to slow down larger concentrations of mechs. Do the best you can. Vase replied. The battle at the former recycling plant won't end so soon. Can't you do anything to help? I've already relayed my analyses on the mechs piloted by Lord Javier and his honor guard. I can't determine much more than that because these are very polished. Mechs. Vase felt a bit useless at this stage. He only managed to figure out the basic specs and some tentative weak points for each mech model. None of them were easy to deal with, and only the rifleman mechs could be taken out quickly if they became exposed to concentrated fire. The real threat came from the tiger mechs and the loquacious Raphael. The former proved to be an adept prowler in the ruins. They took full advantage of their ability to navigate the ruinous terrain in order to flank the Vandals. As for the Raphael, the hero mech proved its valiance with each mech or hovertank it managed to fell. However, this time it met its match when Captain Orphan tried to run interference on its rampage. The righteous won't be stopped. Twin star slash. The Vandal spearman mech deftly blocked the predictable sequence of slashes with its spear and sent out a counterattack right after. The Raphael quickly brandished its rifle and fired another shell to force Captain Orphan back. "Why don't you look into the mirror to find a villain?" she yelled out as she went back on the offensive. Her spearman mech stabbed forth in a flurry of blows that forced the Raphael to back off. A monster to his own people doesn't deserve to take on the mantle of a hero. Lord Javier wordlessly growled back. His eloquence deteriorated over the course of their impromptu duel. The captain was twice as hard to deal with compared to his previous opponents. Despite not carrying a shield, Captain Orphan abused the reach of her spear to interrupt his powerful combo attacks. "You won't take me down that easily. Twin star helix," he yelled as his mech unleashed one of its signature attacks. Its rotating sword clanged against the shaft of the spear and got pushed to the side. The Raphael had to fire another shell in order to stop the spearman mech from following through. On and on the two mechs tried to gain the advantage. While Captain Orphan possessed just as much skill, she also benefited from a much richer battle experience than her opponent. She employed her rich bag of tricks to unsettle Javier and throw him off balance. Sadly, none of her attacks managed to deal more than a scratch on the Raphael. While it was clearly geared towards offense, its excellent armor system enabled Lord Javier to take risks he ordinarily couldn't afford to take. It withstood many blows that would have crippled many other mechs. Vase studied the performance of the armor system in detail. The more he witnessed its incredible resilience, the more he felt he was out of his depth. "I'm not familiar with this type of armor. It's too effective. Is the Raphael invincible?" Addy asked in a worried tone. "No mech is invincible. Not even the machines piloted by God pilots can make this kind of claim. There's definitely a way to dismantle its armor. We just have to figure it out." Vase always kept an eye on the Raphael since the start of the battle. Vase studied its armor carefully and noted that it did particularly well against all types of damage, from lasers to bladed weapons. The armor system appeared capable of resisting all conventional damage types without compromising anything. Yet Vase still clung to the belief that its amazing performance hinged on a secret or two. Once he figured it out, Lord Javier wouldn't be so cocky anymore. "It's too difficult," he whispered. He stared hard at the Raphael and attempted to connect to it in the imaginary realm. He never attempted such an act before, but he was grasping at straws at this point. Surprisingly, distance mattered surprisingly little when it came to such probes. It was enough to look at the Raphael from a projection. The powerful and vivid depiction of its duel against Captain Orphan's mech allowed Vase to pinpoint its location with perfect accuracy. Just as his mental probe brushed against the Raphael, something happened. "Ah!" Vase jerked back and held his head in pain. Something powerful and foreign rejected his mental probe. "What happened?" Addy asked as she placed a hand on his head. I'm fine. It's just an accident." He nursed his head as his mentality tried to recover back to normal. The probe had utterly and completely failed to make a dent. Why did the mech reject his mental approach? Vase tried to parse the flavors he tasted at the moment of contact. Between pride, confidence and belief, Vase thought he touched upon something more than the simple concepts that Mr. Reeve unconsciously bestowed on his custom work. It felt greater and inviolable. "It's like I touched upon the mind of a human being." No, that didn't sound accurate to him. Perhaps he brushed against something more than a single mech or human being. A suspicion began to grow within his mind. Is this the strength of a human mind and mech working in unison? The mental construct from their combination felt surprisingly powerful. It contained the purity and rigidity of a mech, and combined it with the spark of life and intelligence of a human being. From the Raphael's continued struggles against the spearman mech, Lord Javier probably hadn't felt a thing from his attempted intrusion. Okay, esoteric mind voodoo doesn't work either. A mech designer couldn't work miracles. Vase guessed that someone like Alec or the other journeyman attached to the Vandals wouldn't have much luck either. The loquacious Raphael was really something else. Captain Orphan's spearman mech started to become increasingly more ragged in its defense. The mech she appropriated from the dastardly handsome bastards might be one of their better mechs, but she felt regretful about the fact that it wasn't a military-grade mech. It came with several shortcomings and differences in configuration that made it hard for her to draw out its full strength. "Is your mech getting tired? Do you want to take a break?" Lord Javier asked with mock sincerity. His mech was still going strong. "I will keep you here until the end of time if possible." Not a lot of mech pilots among the Vandals could match Captain Orphan's skill. She knew that if she pulled away from this duel, the loquacious Raphael would go back to slaughtering the weaker Vandal mechs and hovertanks. "Haha, don't lie to me, you're at the end of your rope." Finishing move, Twin Star Extinction Comet. Captain Orphan hadn't witnessed this move before. Expecting a heavy blow, her mech pulled back its spear and gripped it tightly in anticipation for a block. Instead, the Raphael's rifle arm glowed extremely bright. Just as Captain Orphan's eyes widened and commanded her mech to dodge, the Raphael fired a spread of 5 radiant shells. Just before they reached her spearman mech, they exploded, buffeting her mech with multiple shockwaves. Through the fading blasts of the explosions, the Raphael emerged from behind and stabbed its sword downwards while firing off the final shell in the magazine of its rifle. The shell exploded against the spearman mech's chest armor, which lost most of its layers already from suffering multiple blasts. Captain Orphan couldn't afford to think about that though, as her mech hastily parried the plunging attack. Unfortunately, the force behind the Raphael's attack and the previous shelling had destabilized the spearman mech's footing. No matter her skill in piloting mechs, Captain Orphan couldn't go against the laws of physics. Her mech helplessly fell onto its back, exposing it to the Raphael's finishing move. "Get away from the captain." The Vandals had rearranged their formation in the choke point and brought a couple of rifleman mechs forward. They fired at the Raphael in front of them with no regard to trigger discipline. Nonetheless, their accuracy and familiarity with their weapons allowed them to concentrate their fire on the Raphael's weapon arms. Javier scowled as he urged his Raphael to retreat back to cover. "I may have let you off today, but I'll finish you myself after I deal with these insects." The Raphael might appear impervious to range damage, but Lord Javier always acted prudently and sought for cover before his mech could take much of a beating. He also needed to reload his rifle. The Vandals took no notice of his words. Instead, a pair of melee mechs surged forth and dragged the downed spearman mech with their powerful arms. They couldn't afford to lose Captain Orphan or her mech, as she was the only Vandal so far to last against the Raphael's offensive. "This is getting nowhere." Addie slammed her fist against a console in frustration. The lack of progress in capturing or killing Lord Javier gnawed at everyone. Neither their ranged mechs nor their tiger mechs are downed. "What is this? We outnumber them, we're losing our numbers advantage." Vase noted from his seat. "Don't forget how many mechs and hovertanks they've taken out. Our Vandal mechs and your hovertanks aren't equipped to take out an elite force of mechs, especially in bad terrain like this." Though the hovertanks managed to pepper the honor guard mechs from a distance, their relative fragility allowed the Vision ranged mechs to take them out rather easily. It only took a handful of hits to destroy them. Therefore, Commander Breskin ordered most hovertanks to retreat after suffering 1 or 2 direct hits. "I think we have to make some sacrifices," Addie concluded. She flickered through various ideas in her mind. Chapter 488 Desperate Plan. The battle between the two sides went badly for the Vandals and the rebels. They lost a third of their total forces without downing a single enemy mech. The disparity in mech quality proved to be the decisive factor keeping Lord Javier aloft. While the loquacious Raphael attracted a lot of attention and firepower, its excellent armor and generous energy reserves allowed the mech to sustain itself in battle without declining in performance. Constantine Reeve deliberately designed the Raphael as a hero mech that uplifted its allies through perseverance. Vase understood the senior mech designer's intentions. The Raphael leads by example. It excels in chaotic battlefields and lengthy campaigns. Its dependence on a sword and a ballistic rifle allows it to ration its energy consumption and relegate heat management to a distant concern. As a mech designer whose only original designs echoed similar principles, Vase appreciated Mr. Reeves' design choices for the Raphael. Much like the Blackbeak and the Crystal Lord, the Raphael could keep on fighting for a very long time. Unlike the two regular designs, the highly advanced Raphael enjoyed some of the best designs and materials the Vija Kingdom had to offer. This enabled the mech's performance curve to stay at a very high base level, to the point where it wouldn't lose out to peak performance mechs meant to unleash all of their might in a brief interval. This is the power of money. When it came to mechs, you often got what you paid for. While mech buyers did often purchase a premium based on subjective qualities such as brand and current trends, every mech charged a price based on the quality of its materials and the quality of their designs. This was bad news for the Vandals that clashed head-on against the Raphael, because none of their looted or refurbished Vision mechs appeared to be premium mechs. Vase loosely estimated that the average value of their mechs didn't surpass 30 million credits. Though their robust training and inclusion of some military-grade technologies narrowed the gap, it still left a wide gulf between the Vandals and the Raphael. Nonetheless, the story was slightly different with the Honor Guard mechs. Though they lasted for an admirable amount of time, they hadn't been built to withstand long sieges. Vase recognized that they'd been designed by someone else, and had been tasked with meeting very different criteria. What was a Honor Guard mech? They need to guard their charges from sudden threats. These threats often approached covertly and sprung their attack within a split second. This was why the Honor Guard mechs all possessed excellent close-ranged sensors. Right now, the Honor Guard mechs utilized this trait to their advantage by forestalling every flanking attempts made by the Vandals. Pervasive jamming along with all the interference released in the air from the meteorite impacts reduced the reliability of sensors in the vicinity. Even the observation bugs that relayed live footage of the battle to the rebel base glitched out or lagged a number of times. The cheaper Vision-built mechs piloted by the Vandals would sometimes be as blind as a bat, and needed to rely on those same observation bugs to pin down the locations of their adversaries. This took too much time, and the enemy often responded well before the Vandals completed their latest maneuvers. The second advantage turned out to be a double-edged sword for the Honor Guard mechs. Designed to fend off assassin mechs as quickly as possible, their performance curve was a lot steeper. They could deliver a formidable amount of combat power in the first 20 minutes or so of combat. This served them well as they miraculously avoided any losses so far. While a few Honor Guard mechs got beaten up a bit, none of them lost any major functionality. However, their energy reserves obviously expended at a much faster rate, or better said, they didn't possess as much reserves as the Raphael. In 10 minutes or less, they would quickly run out of steam. The only problem was that they might take in a dozen or more Vandal mechs out of the equation in the meantime. Therefore, the attackers couldn't afford to drag out the fight until the Honor Guard mechs exhausted themselves. Reinforcements are also on the way. Overall, fewer Vision mechs remained in Naren City, yet the ones that lasted up until now still fought on their home ground. They utilized secret tunnels and other means to rapidly convey themselves across the battlefield. The first wave of reinforcements shouldn't take much more than 5 minutes to arrive. The loquacious Raphael and the Honor Guard mechs needed to be taken care of by that time, or else the attackers had to divide their attention on two fronts. "Are you certain the Raphael has expended most of its ammunition?" Addy carefully asked Vase in the rebel base. Vase nodded with confidence. "I've counted every shot. From the size of the magazines, to the diameter of the muzzle, I've made a pretty good estimate on how many shells the Raphael is carrying. His backpack module is a smaller and lighter variant, which prevents it from being a hindrance to the custom mech, but it also limits the amount of magazines it can store. And now that the artificial meteorites crumbled all the tunnels and weapon caches, the Raphael wouldn't be able to replenish its supplies anywhere." The plan Addy proposed sounded fairly risky, as they only had a single shot to make it happen. If the sacrifices failed to achieve the desired effect, then Lord Javier and his escorts might even be able to turn the battle around. They could not let him get away. Vase, Addy and the rest only spent a brief minute to refine their proposal before she contacted Commander Breskin and filled him in. Time was of the essence, so they needed to make a quick decision. The rebel leader responded in a decisive tone. "We'll do it. Help coordinate the hover tanks. Their trajectories need to be precise." Both the mobile command center near the field of battle and the underground base worked in unison to prepare the hover tanks. After another minute of preparation, they readied every element for this plan. A silent countdown reached its mark. Breskin immediately slammed a button. "Execute." The mobile command center sent a signal to the 17 or so hover tanks that still remained aloft. The signal activated the autopilot of the tanks, causing them to thrust forward at their maximum acceleration. They moved forth so fast that their hulls even started heating up. Anyone familiar with hover tanks could see that they exceeded their maximum safe capacity. If this went on for more than a couple of minutes, the tanks would eventually melt down or explode. In any case, the damage it already sustained had already ruined the vehicles. Down at the ruined section of Naran City, the flagrant vandals valiantly persisted in fighting against the Raphael and its escorts. They even managed to cripple one of the Tiger Mech's forelimbs, causing its mobility and offensive ability to be truncated by a significant margin. "We can do it, just hold on," Captain Orphan urged in her heavily damaged spearman mech. She had just been filled in on the plan and approved of it wholeheartedly. "Kenneth, switch with Jesse, she won't hold out much longer against the bastard." A very frayed skirmisher mech retreated against the Raphael, allowing a sturdy knight to take its place. It was the last intact knight that the Vandals could bring to bear at this time. They had kept their precious knight mech in reserve until now. The movements of the hover tanks couldn't be hidden from anyone. The Raphael simultaneously parried a sword strike with its own sword while bringing its rifle to its back to deposit another magazine. Alarms blared inside the cockpit of the elite mech as its advanced systems detected a dangerous shift in movement from the hover tanks. Lord Javier took a quick glance at their trajectories and their acceleration profile to recognize their intent. "Kamikaze attacks, you dishonorable dogs." A hover tank may be lighter than other forms of tanks, but they didn't lose out compared to aerial mechs and light mechs. They possessed a significant amount of mass and carried a substantial amount of momentum after building up a respectable amount of speed. Now that every crew member evacuated from the vehicles, the autopilot accelerated the war machines forward with reckless abandon. They could cross the distance in a short span of time and impact the Raphael with power surpassing that of a heavy cannon attack. "Guards, attend to me. Ranged mechs, shoot down the hover tanks." The honor guard tried to shift away to assist their liege, but the Vandals redoubled their offensive, causing most of them to be pinned in place. The ranged mechs were torn between aiding their comrades and shooting down the incoming hover tanks, and eventually decided to address the latter. They couldn't disobey a direct order from their lord. "Pressure them, suppress them, don't let them up," Captain Orphan yelled and joined the fray even though her spearman mech's chest exhibited a huge hole. A single solid hit on the chest would ruin the mech entirely, and could even end her life. Nonetheless, her devotion to the Vandals and her determination to complete the mission pushed her forward. Not a single Vandal mech remained idle during the execution of the plan. Lord Javier saw that things proceeded badly for his side. The ranged mechs under his command tried their best to shoot down the hover tanks, and while they did manage to score some lucky hits that caused the hover tanks to falter or explode, too many vehicles still pressed forth. The noble's brow started to sweat profusely. Just like Vase, Lord Javier had been keeping track of his ammunition reserves as well. His mech only carried a couple more magazines. Once the loquacious Raphael ran out of ammunition, it lost more than half its effective combat strength. "I don't have a choice." The well-born man gritted his teeth and charged his resonance. The Raphael's rifle arm glowed in a majestic rainbow colors, yet it looked a little less stable than usual. "No matter how much attacks you throw at us, House Anakin endures," he broadcasted while trying to split his attention between fending off the persistent Vandal Knight mech and maintaining his resonance with his mech. "Even if we fall, my father will take vengeance for me." Ultimate move, Exalted Rainbow Storm. The Raphael fired its rifle almost fully automatic. The quick succession of shots practically drained the rifle's magazine. Each of the powerful rainbow shells impacted a hover tank without fail. As much as the hover tanks tried to make itself a difficult target, its extreme acceleration made it difficult for them to follow an evasive pattern. Half of the shells hit dead center against the nose of the hover tanks. All of the vehicles that got hit turned into fireballs or sustained so much damage that they failed to remain aloft. Wreckage and pieces of debris rained down ruined ground of Naran City, but more of the tanks still closed in on the Raphael. The elite mech reloaded its rifle in record time and fired at the hover tanks yet again. This time, it didn't have the luxury to wait until its resonance charged up. It emptied its rifle of shells without taking sufficient time to aim. A few more hover tanks got taken out, but 6 more made it through. Seconds away from impact, Lord Javier started to panic. His backpack module just deposited its last magazine in its rifle. With the hover tanks in spitting distance to his mech, he shot his last burst, causing 3 of the hover tanks to fall short of their goal. Only 3 remained, and Javier could not think of anything else except to brace for impact. Moments before the hover tanks impacted the mech, it threw away its spent rifle and detached the backpack module from its back. Its free hand grabbed the backpack and gripped it as an improvised shield. Naturally, Javier didn't think of enduring the collisions head-on. He tried to move his mech out of the way for a dodge, only to get halted by Kenneth's Knight Mech. At the final second, the noble had neglected his struggle against the Vandal Knight Mech. The mech dropped its sword and shield and took on the Raphael's sword strike head-on, causing it to deliver an awful hack against its chest armor. Kenneth ignored the damage to his mech and controlled it to reach forth with its arms until it held onto the Raphael's sword arm. "You crazy brighter, let loose." It was too late. The hover tanks reached their destination and impacted square against the Raphael in quick succession. Chapter 489 Last Stand. The Dietmar League that rebelled against their rightful overlords never intended to free their home planet from the greedy nobles that exploited it dry. They wanted to make a statement that would shock the entire kingdom, and to accomplish this, they intended to tear down the depraved air that ruled over Dietmar IV. They never intended to stick around after initiating the riots. When the Vision reinforcements came in force and started to scour the planet, most of their hideouts would doubtlessly be found. Instead, they already prepared to escape in space and rely on the Vision Revolutionary Front to shelter them far away from their homes. Since they only prepared a limited amount of ships, they couldn't bring everything they owned with them. The ships would only be enough to carry their core members along with some basic supplies and trade goods that they intended to barter for survival in the stars. As much as they wanted to bring along the hover tanks and other vehicles, they simply didn't have the space to accommodate them all. The local rebels never valued them too much for this reason. Letting them serve a use by driving them into the loquacious Raphael was already generous enough. In the aftermath of the collisions and subsequent self-destruction of the hover tanks, everyone tried to scan through the dust and interference. As the smoke and debris drifted away, the spectators came across an astonishing sight. The Raphael still stands. The mech lost its rifle arm, and its other limbs sustained moderate damage as well. Its chest looked mostly intact, but a handful of deformities left behind a couple of rents in its armor coverage. Though the Vandals and the rebels felt disappointed that the Raphael survived the succession of collisions, it at least managed to create a handful of weak points on the mech. The rents in the chest armor and the exposed socket that formerly connected to the rifle arm both represented major vulnerabilities. Captain Orphan grinned as she witnessed the damage through her damaged Spearman mech's sensors. "What are you waiting for, men? We cracked it open. Finish it off." The Vandal mechs surged forth with renewed enthusiasm. The one thing they hated most about their opponent was that the loquacious Raphael possessed a virtually impervious shell. None of their weapons managed to leave more than a shallow dent on its armor. Yet the collisions changed everything. The sheer kinetic power behind the blows along with the subsequent explosions at point-blank range had finally managed to overwhelm the Raphael's amazing armor system. The Vandal mechs only needed to deal some damage through these openings to damage the Raphael's much less resilient internals. "We've got him on the ropes. Press on." The Raphael backed off continuously as its damaged and unbalanced state couldn't keep it at a stable footing. Mechs poured into the bottleneck and physically pushed every mech in a line along until the Raphael finally got pushed out of the narrow corridor it used as a bottleneck. The Vandal mech pilots cheered as they entered a small clearing where they had much more room to maneuver. Some of the honor guard mechs finally managed to shrug off their opponents and repositioned themselves to back the Raphael up. "Do you think we're finished? Ha, think again." Lord Javier broadcasted. "Ridding me of my rifle only allows me to concentrate on my swordplay." Just as the Vandals moved to deliver the coup de grace, the Raphael turned into a nimble fencer. Lord Javier completely disregarded the absence of one of its arms and put his full attention on retaliating against his opponents. Kenneth's Knight Mech was the first to go down. The Vandal mech pilot had become a little complacent after witnessing the damaged state of the Raphael. However, he completely misjudged the damaged mech's state. Far from being crippled, the Raphael still retained much of its strength. Besides missing its rifle, it still proved to be a deadly mech up close. After exchanging a couple of blows with the Vandal Knight Mech, the Raphael surged its legs forth and flanked the Knight Mech before stabbing its sword into its lower back. The Raphael's sword arm pushed its sword through the rear armor of the Knight Mech and punctured its engine. This instantly caused the Knight to lose its motive power and freeze in place. Lord Javier huffed in frustration as he controlled his mech to pull out its sword and turn around to parry another sword strike. He felt frustrated at being unable to finish off the Knight Mech. Moments later, Kenneth ejected from the immobilized Knight Mech. With its engine out of operation, he would only be a target for the Vision mechs that stubbornly kept up the fight. "These guys just won't give up," Addy muttered in the rebel base. Around them, the rebels started packing up their gear and supplies. The Dietmar League expended all of their hover tanks in Naren City while their infantry couldn't contend against the power of elite mechs. Commander Breskin already retreated from the battlefield and ordered the rebels to evacuate their base in advance. Is it all right to move out when the fight isn't over? Vase carefully asked. Addy smirked at him. Your worries are unfounded, Mr. Larkinson. The fight is already over. What we're witnessing is the death throes of a delusional brat who doesn't know the game is up. Pretty much every rebel believed the fight would soon be over. Though the loquacious Raphael put up a valiant fight, its vulnerable state meant that it was only a matter of time before a Vandal dealt a lucky hit. Even with the absence of long-ranged fire support from the hover tanks, the Vandals all believed that victory was near. Captain Orphan smelled blood. She turned her damaged mech away from the rampaging Raphael and assisted a handful of other mechs in taking down the Tiger mechs. Besides Lord Javier's mech, the Tiger mechs inflicted the most damage to their forces. Though they performed well in confined spaces, they lost none of their power when they fight in slightly more open terrain. They constantly circled around, building up speed for a powerful charge that could knock down any humanoid mech in their way. A handful of Vandals braced their mechs too late, causing the Tiger mechs to shove them onto their backs. Once they fell prone onto the ground, the Tiger mechs savaged them with their claws or bit off their limbs with their powerful jaws. One mech got demolished entirely, while the other two made it off with heavy damage after some of the Vandal ranged mechs forced the Tiger mechs to back away. Still, these mechs had already accumulated a lot of damage. The constant laser beams and shells that impacted against their thick armor started to chip away at their integrity. Captain Orphan recognized their vulnerable state and pounced forth. Two Vandal light mechs at her side supported her offensive and darted ahead to occupy their target. The Tiger mech desperately swung its paws to smack aside their attacks, but this was where one of their inherent weaknesses expressed itself. Vase witnessed it all through the live feeds that continued to be relayed to the base even as it slowly emptied out. He nodded at the Tiger mech's frantic state. One of the biggest reasons why the bestial supremacy movement failed to convince the galaxy to switch over entirely is because these animal shapes lacked too much versatility. Versatility meant many things. In the context of bestial mechs, they lacked this strength in two key aspects. First, their rejection of articulated limbs meant that they would be stuck with a single loadout. They wouldn't be able to change their weapon types at all. Many humanoid mech pilots loved the fact that they could change between different models of weapons whenever they wanted without any compatibility issues. This did not mean that a mech designed to wield swords would be able to wield spears with the same level of performance. Merely having the ability to use different swords was enough of an advantage. In one deployment, they might want to use a short sword, in case they fought in confined spaces. In another deployment, they might wish to switch to a long and hefty two-handed sword for maximum reach and leverage. Bestial mechs didn't possess that sort of luxury. For Tiger mechs, even exchanging their claws for a different model was a huge pain, because it wouldn't be a given that the newer model would pair up as well with the limbs. Another area their versatility falls short is their shortcoming in defense. Most bestial mechs fared well in a single mode of combat, and most of the time this consisted of offensive attacks. For example, most Felinid mechs excelled in pouncing on their targets, which the Tiger mechs of the Honor Guard had pulled off successfully multiple times. Yet when it came to fending off attacks, the limited range of motion of their limbs revealed their deficiency in this area. The Tiger mech in question currently faced the harassment of two flanking light skirmishers, but already it fell into a tough situation as its limbs flailed around with dubious effectiveness. At that moment, the Tiger mech fell under so much pressure that its mech pilot unconsciously disregarded the heavily wounded spearman mech piloted by Captain Orphan. Big mistake. Perish. The captain's mech charged forward and slammed the tip of its spear into the head of the Tiger mech, piercing through and dealing catastrophic damage to the entire appendage. The Honor Guard mech reared back in shock, but the Vandal skirmisher mechs took the opportunity to close in and deliver deep stabs into its abdomen. If the Tiger mech was still in peak condition, it would have been able to shrug off these attacks and even deliver a counterattack with its intact claws. Yet the Tiger mech jerked a bit as previous battle damage hampered its previously smooth movements. Captain Orphan waited for this moment. Her mech janked out its spear and jabbed it forward, pushing the spear straight into the exposed neck and jamming the tip through the softer internals. The Tiger mech tried to shake off the spear, but it was too late. The spearman mech possessed enough power to continue to push through the neck until it hit the power reactor. The bestial mech lasted for an admirable amount of time, but even it couldn't persist without a working power reactor. The Vandals finally downed the first honor guard mech. 1 down, 8 more to go. The downing of the Tiger mech delivered a firm impact on the remaining honor guard pilots. Far from losing heart, they only grew more fanatical in their mission to safeguard their liege. They fought on twice as ferociously, but this only accelerated their eventual downfall. With Captain Orphan taking the initiative, she helped down all the other Tiger mechs. Other Vandals freed up from these takedowns proceeded to gang up on the honor guard that remained. One by one they fell, until Lord Javier lost all of his guards. The loquacious Raphael was the last mech standing. A semicircle of Vandal mechs stood opposite of its dirtied and damaged form. There was nothing left of its formerly pristine heroic form. If anything, it looked as ragged as a beggar. Even then, Lord Javier lost none of his heroic bearing. The loquacious Raphael maintained a straight-backed posture as it pointed its sword against the Vandal mechs arrayed against it like a knight sworn to fight to the death. "It's over, Javier," Captain Orphan spoke with a tired voice as her mech stepped forth with its spear at the ready. "Your guards have put up a good fight, but the outcome was never in doubt. You're outnumbered and your mech won't hold up for long. Do the sensible thing and surrender." The Raphael swept its head from side to side, as if it was contemplating its chances. "You're wrong, Brighter." "How so?" "My mech, it's not at the end of its rope." Before anyone could process Javier's words, the eyes of the mech started to glow in red and gold. Twin Supernova Release. Chapter 490 Supernova 1 Mech. Around 20 opponents. The loquacious Raphael appeared to be on its last legs. The suicide attacks from the hovertanks rent apart its rifle arm while exposing various sections of its frontal armor to the elements. No matter how well the armor system could hold out, it couldn't do anything about the exposed areas. Nonetheless, at the end of its lifespan, the Raphael's entire frame glowed like a star about to explode. The mechs of the flagrant Vandals all put up their guard as soon as Lord Javier yelled out those strange words. "Twin Supernova Release. What does that mean?" Addy asked back in the rebel base. Vase interpreted the sensor readings in rapid tempo. He quickly deduced that the Raphael's core heated up from 2 distinct spots. Once he realized what that represented, his eyes widened in shock. The loquacious Raphael possesses 2 smaller power reactors instead of a single larger one. What's the significance of that? It means it can run through a lot more power in an instant, though the heat buildup will be ruinous. At these power levels, the Raphael can't last more than 3 minutes. The artificial limiters that shackled the power reactors broke upon the command. With this irreversible, Lord Javier decisively chose to burn out the entire potential lifespan of his precious mech in a matter of minutes. "My steed, lend me your strength. Let our final battle together be as magnificent as the death of stars." The mech glowed hot from more than heat. Some sort of unknown red-orange energy field coated the surface of the mech, including its damaged portions. It gave out the illusion that the mech was burning. "Don't listen to his melodramatic nonsense." Captain Orphan tried to sober up her mech pilots. "Ranged mechs, open fire. Melee mechs, prepare to intercept the Raphael." A storm of lasers and projectiles slammed into the Raphael, but just as they reached the energy field, it exploded. This prematurely set off the explosive shells and hindered the kinetic projectiles and laser beams from hitting the Raphael itself. "What is this, some kind of energy screen? I don't believe it can sustain itself forever. Keep firing." No matter how much firepower the Vandal mechs threw at the overloading mech, none of their efforts bore fruit. The energy field acted like a reactive defense to the custom mech, halting any incoming attacks through sheer violence. "Mr. Larkinson, figure out that energy field." Addy yelled at him. "It can't be cracked by weak attacks, no matter how many it endures. It can only be penetrated by one strong attack. Is there any other weakness?" "As I said, the loquacious Raphael can't possibly sustain this energy field forever. Why not wait it out?" Unfortunately, Lord Javier didn't intend to waste this moment. His overloaded mech surged forward with its powerful legs, which stirred up soil and debris as it raced towards the nearest Vandal mechs. "Block him." A handful of melee mechs moved to intercept the approaching Raphael, yet the elite mech arrived within range before they could finish their adjustments. "Weaklings, get out of my way." The Raphael avoided the twin daggers of a skirmisher mech and spun forward, allowing its glowing sword to slam against the side of the light mech with the flat of the blade. Bang! By striking with the flat of its sword, the Raphael maximized the contact surface of the energy field surrounding the weapon. Upon contact with the sides of the skirmisher mech, the surface of the energy field exploded with extreme violence. A quarter of the light mech's mass practically disintegrated from the blast. The Raphael's decision to attack the light mech left the swordsman mech next to it free to attack. The berserking mech, with a powerful two-handed chop, the swordsman mech attempted to bisect its target starting with the head. However, just as the sword made contact with the top of the energy field, it exploded with a smaller but energetic blast that pushed the sword off course. This unanticipated reaction caused the swordsman mech to become unbalanced. My mech is invincible. No attack shall ever sully it, especially from unworthy scum like you. Lord Javier's reaction time sped up along with the comprehensive enhancement of the Raphael. His mech utilized the blast that destroyed the light mech to swing its weapon towards the vulnerable swordsman mech. Though the Vandal pilot only needed half a second to recover from his mistake, Javier wouldn't let his opponent off. The sword swung with the edge first, and upon contact with the arm, the subsequent explosion sprung forth in a narrow line that almost sliced the swordsman mech's torso in half. Butchers of Dietmar IV. Justice is at hand. None shall escape our wrath. Hold him off. Don't let him approach our ranged mechs. It was too late. The Vandals came with greater numbers, but they spread themselves out in an attempt to surround the Raphael in case it ran away. They never anticipated that Javier would storm their formation. Now, their melee mechs needed to close the distance in order to cover for their ranged mechs, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't overtake the Raphael in overdrive. A trio of explosions rang out in the clearing as the Raphael swung its sword in 3 quick slashes. Just a light graze was enough for the energy field that enveloped its sword to explode, crumbling the fragile rifleman mechs that attempted to flee. None of the mechs survived, and 2 of their pilots even perished when the explosion breached the containment of their cockpits. The Raphael proceeded to turn around and chase after the other ranged mechs. Though the latter enjoyed a head start, the Vandal mechs had ultimately been optimized to run a marathon. Against a sprinter doped with destructive stimulants, the Raphael easily overtook the scrambling mechs and downed them one by one with explosive stabs directed against their flimsy rear armor. Captain Orphan shouted various commands to her surviving subordinates. She attempted to surround the Raphael to force it into a defensive posture, but the burning mech moved too quickly to let itself be cornered. In an attempt to turn the tide herself, Orphan dragged her damaged mech into the Raphael's path and stabbed forth with its spear. Weakling, stay down where you belong. Twin supernova slash. The Raphael accelerated for a tiny instant, allowing it to dodge the spear that attempted to impale its front. The mech swung its sword in a succession of rapid slashes that barely grazed the surface of Captain Orphan's mech. Yet with each hit, the exploding energy field caused the mech to fall apart. The first slash blew off its arms, causing the spearman mech to drop its precious weapon. The second slash hit its abdomen, causing much of the armor at that section to be stripped off in an instant. The third slash sliced off the head, which momentarily blinded Captain Orphan's mech. The fourth slash slammed through the neck and into the exposed upper chest, destabilizing the mech's power reactor. The fifth slash swung upwards on the same trajectory but deeper, allowing the sword to slam into the cockpit. This is your end. Luckily enough, Orphan realized her precarious situation beforehand. Just after the first slash landed on her mech, she already punched the eject button. Her cockpit launched out of the back of her doomed mech just before the fifth slash hit home. Lacking its rifle, the loquacious Raphael helplessly witnessed the Vandal captain disappear. TCH. Scaredy cat. Lord Javier released his frustrations on the Vandal's mechs that remained functional. None of you will get away. The takedown of Captain Orphan's mech caused the Vandals to waver. The loss of their immediate superior also caused the Vandal mech pilots to lose their coordination. Though a mech lieutenant among their number attempted to take over the lead, the Raphael tore through their ranks too quickly for them to organize themselves. It was like a fox in a henhouse. In just under 2 minutes, the loquacious Raphael took down over 20 Vandal mechs. Nobody could believe what had happened. Just as the Vandals and the rebels took out the honor guard mechs, Lord Javier's last stand completely turned the final battle around. This was a disaster for the attackers. Damn it. Addie slammed both of her fists against a command console. The Raphael is on the move. He's getting away. Intercept him. With what? A rebel officer asked. The Vandals lost all of their assets in the vicinity and we don't have any vehicles left except for the mobile command center and the troop transports. Both of those vehicles wouldn't last a second against the loquacious Raphael, especially in its empowered state. Addie gritted her teeth. Both she and Breskin wavered on the decision whether to pursue the fleeing mech. They might just be sending more men to their deaths if they did so. Vase spoke up at that moment. Don't forget that the Raphael is already a total loss. It won't last more than half a minute. I suggest you put your vehicles on pursuit, but keep them at a distance. Lord Javier's mech will collapse sooner or later, and when that happens, get ready to intercept him or his ejecting cockpit. You're right, Addie shook her head. This is only a temporary state. There shouldn't be any way that ridiculous mech can sustain this mode forever, or else it would have unleashed it at the start. We are moving our forces in position, but we don't have enough men and vehicles at hand to surround the entire perimeter. Commander Breskin informed the base the command channel. Send everyone you can spare and fan them out in 100-meter intervals in case Javier decides to eject. Ready our remaining portable anti-air assets as well. The rebel base was in the process of evacuating the premises, so they already readied most of their vehicles. With the change of plans, they abruptly switched gears. They dumped out most of their cargo from their transports in order to make space for any available man or woman. The Raphael ran as far away as it could from the rebels, but the mech already showed signs of breaking down. Some of the sections of its twin power reactors began to melt down from the excess heat and energy that ran through its channels. A supernova is a star's last hurrah, Vase quietly remarked. Burning brighter than ever before and exploding with the fury that shakes the local cosmos, the death of one star will invigorate the life of other stars. Supernovas happened all the time in the galaxy. With hundreds of billions of stars spinning around its core, it didn't matter if their lifespan could be measured in eons. Stars burned as long as they possessed the right substances to burn. The moment they ran out of fuel, they transitioned into a wholly new shape, which sometimes led to an explosive bang. No matter how much Lord Javier stretches his Raphael, he can't stave off the inevitable. As a mech designer attached to the flagrant vandals, he was excused from joining the final chase. Even Addie moved out to lead a contingent of rebels. The only ones who remained were the elderly and the disabled rebels who took on the role of caretakers within the Dietmar League. Instead, he stayed behind and performed some additional analyses. From his hasty calculations, he predicted that the Raphael's twin power reactors couldn't be shut down anymore. Instead, the runaway reactions continued to build up, which only exacerbated the heat and energy buildup. In short, the mech would soon explode with enough force to take out an entire city block. Don't approach the Raphael, it's going to blow soon. Vase informed the rebels over the channel. Anyone on foot should stand at least 500 meters away. Chances are high that Lord Javier will eject. Only a few seconds passed before his words came true. Lord Javier would never choose to go down with his mech. With only an instant to go before the power reactors reached a critical state, the rear armor of the Raphael blasted apart, opening up an avenue for its cockpit to blast off from the doomed mech. A halo of rainbow enveloped the cockpit. Boosters at least twice as powerful as those attached to a regular cockpit pushed the boxy mass away from the doomed mech. Just as Lord Javier's cockpit cleared away, the loquacious Raphael finally couldn't hold it any longer. Its twin reactor exploded in unison, which quickly blended into a massive explosion that racked the ruined terrain another time. Despite the glorious explosion happening in the vicinity, none of the rebels paid attention to the tragic sight of a hero mech's end. Instead, they focused all of their efforts at taking down the cockpit traveling through the air. Fire the missiles. Chapter 491 Encirclement. When the artificial meteorites fell, House Anakin unleashed all of its hidden anti-air batteries in Naren City. This enabled the rebels to locate them and neutralize them. The same couldn't be said for the batteries erected by the rebels in secret. Due to the need for utmost secrecy, the Dietmar League only installed a limited amount of turrets in the city. Only a handful of batteries were in range of Lord Javier's flying cockpit at this time. Laser beams hit the cockpit in an instant, but surprisingly left no mark. The orange energy field enveloping the cockpit prevented any damage from going through. Missiles soared into the sky after the laser beams puttered out. The rebels launched them out of the few mobile missile platforms in their possession. A larger number of shoulder-launched missiles fired by infantrymen followed suit. Each of those missiles unerringly hit the cockpit that made no attempt to hide its presence. Even if it wished to deploy any stealth or ECM, the enormous amount of heat released by its boosters and energy field overpowered any attempts at covering it up. What does it take to down this cockpit? Addie screamed in frustration over the command channel. Don't stop hitting it, Vase urged the rebels. The cockpit shouldn't possess much of a reserve. It's not as invincible as the Raphael when it was still intact. Regardless of his words, the rebels hated the man inside the cockpit so much that they never let up. More and more laser beams struck the energy field while missiles of varying payloads constantly tried to disturb its integrity. It took some time, but the energy field eventually began to flicker. It had obviously reached the end of its reserves. Only a few more hits would tear apart the cockpit's protective coverage. Hold your fire. Don't put any more missiles in the air. Missiles already in the air still slammed into the energy field, but no one launched another salvo. A handful of laser turrets continued to strike the cockpit unerringly. They chipped away at the remnants of the energy field until it finally winked out. The cockpit lost its protection. Take down its boosters. Be careful with it, we want him alive. The cockpit's exterior was made out of lightweight but highly resilient compressed alloys. This eased the burden on the laser turrets as they accurately took out the vulnerable boosters and anti-grav modules. With less and less components keeping the cockpit aloft, it slowly plunged towards the ground in a barely controlled crash. Surround the crash site. Don't leave any gaps exposed. Vase watched from his terminal as the rebel forces moved in position to surround the projected crash site. Some of their vehicles hurried to keep up with the plunging cockpit. As the cockpit slammed into an abandoned street and slid forth for a short distance, Vase wondered whether this ordeal would finally be over. As much as he enjoyed being useful, he could have offered the same level of assistance in orbit. I'm not cut out for the battlefield. Though he long shed his innocence, he still disliked being jerked around in places where he shouldn't even be present. I hope after this, the flagrant vandals will take a lengthy vacation. Once the rebels brought Lord Javier under custody, the vandals should have nothing left to tie them to this star system. There's also their operation in Dietmar too. Though Vase thought that Dietmar IV played a vastly more important role, Colonel Lowenfield opted to take charge of the detachment responsible for fulfilling their objectives on Dietmar II. He found that to be a very odd decision. Why would the colonel pay so much attention to that smaller, more impoverished planet? The only thing of strategic value on that planet is their renewable exotics mine. Even then, it's nothing remarkable. An endless stream of junk exotics isn't anything to get crazy about. The sad truth about third-rate states was that anything valuable got snatched away by the local hegemons. In the case of the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom, the Friday Coalition often appropriated their treasures under a variety of excuses. Though compared to the Hexadric hegemony, the coalition partners at least had the decency to compensate for some of their losses. The fact that neither the coalition or the hegemony snatched the renewable exotics mine from Dietmar II should have hammered in the point that it didn't hold too much value. Is it the solar foundries that they're after? Vase tentatively rejected that possibility. The solar foundries carried the same worth as a large-scale manufacturing complex. They stored a lot of raw and processed materials, but their value was purely economic. From the start, he always got the sense that the Vandals omitted many details in their operation. From their planning to their objectives, all of it seemed plausible enough to fool the rank and file. To Vase, the more he witnessed the Vandals and rebels in action, the more he questioned their motives. Assaulting an industrial star system in the middle of an enemy state was almost never done, because most people had the sense to call it crazy. Even now, at the cusp of success, they still had a long road ahead of them. We've certainly riled up the entire kingdom. Let alone a Madras, every other vision will be out for our blood. No matter how he looked at the picture, the risks far outweighed the possible benefits. If the flagrant Vandals wanted to earn some cash to alleviate their massive debts, they could have invaded an industrial system closer to the border. A Madras sat well past the border regions, and neighbored several other formidable duchies within the kingdom. Getting out of this cordon would test the limits of their trust in the Vision Revolutionary Front. The kingdom-wide movement promised to extract the Vandals after they finished their operation, but Vase found it dubious to rely on the rebels to keep their word, especially since they came from opposing states. Do the Vandals and the VRF have something in common? That was the only theory he could come up with that made some sense, yet he couldn't imagine what it looked like. Just because they shared a common enemy didn't mean they were bosom buddies. At the very least, the flagrant Vandals must have invested several decades into befriending the VRF. Or perhaps it's the other way around. Maybe the VRF saw the Vandals as a useful cudgel that they could point at their enemies to bludgeon their faces. They certainly did so now in an attempt to win the favor of the Dietmar League. By now, Lord Javier's cockpit came to a stop. Several rebel vehicles flew forward and landed close to the cockpit. Lightly armored infantrymen surrounded the cockpit with their weapons bared. One of their cadre moved forward and approached the hatch. Step out of the cockpit, Lordling. There's nowhere else to go. 10 seconds passed by. The cockpit exhibited no activity at all. Its hot shell wafted steam and other matter as it slowly started to cool down. Commander Breskin forestalled the call to surrender. Forget about it. It's not in Javier's nature to concede on anything. Proceed with the breach. Some of the rebel infantrymen approached the steaming cockpit and attached some sort of apparatus against the armored hatch. The device instantly started to burn. This went on for over 30 seconds. Slowly, a rectangular man-sized hole appeared on the surface of the cockpit. A pair of soldiers grabbed onto the handholds of the apparatus and pulled the rectangular section of alloys away. Another pair of soldiers jumped inside the hole. Seconds later, they conveyed an alarming piece of news. Lord Javier is absent. Vase and the commanding officers of the rebels patched into the sensor feed of the soldiers inside the cramped cockpit. They ignored the luxurious interior and focused their gazes on the burning hole that ran through the floor of the cockpit and reached past the street. The hole reached all the way into the tunnel underneath the street. His cockpit possesses an emergency underground boring system. Addy spoke. He snuck away while we were waiting for him to surrender. What are you waiting for? Get after him. Commander Breskin barked. Keep up the cordon and extend our perimeter to the drainage system underneath the streets. While you're at it, deploy every anti-stealth measures that we have on hand. He couldn't have snuck under our noses without employing some sort of stealth system. Everyone on the field scrambled to track down the elusive bastard. Several rebel specialists jumped down the hole inside the cockpit and activated specialized tracking devices that could magnify even the smallest traces. The trail is faint, but he's heading west. This prompted the rebels to deploy a special canister. Once thrown, the device stopped in midair and dispersed coarse particles in the air. These particles floated in the air for minutes at a time and looked very distinctive. Anything that passed through would immediately stir up the particles, exposing anyone trying to sneak past the affected area. It was an extremely low-tech solution to a high-tech means of evasion. Despite the simplicity of the idea, it was very reliable when deployed in a smaller area as long as the search parties brought enough canisters. The rebels didn't expect their target to be stupid enough to stumble into the particle fields. Instead, they formed a cordon of particles in a loose circle surrounding the cockpit crash site. After they deployed the first wave of canisters, the rebels tightened the circle and deployed another wave of canisters. This would go on until they uncovered their target or met each other at the center. The people on the ground also utilized other methods to track down Lord Javier. For example, the trackers in the drainage tunnel followed the faint trails that Javier's stealth system hadn't been able to hide. Keep an eye on the particles. He won't be able to bypass them, but he might attempt to mold his suit behind an obstacle. Double-check each surface if you have to. As Vase watched the rebels trying to sniff out their fleeing prey, he began to frown a bit. Most of the rebels believed that Lord Javier might have nowhere else to go, but he didn't believe that the man would be so easily caught. After witnessing so many of his tricks, Vase kept getting the feeling that they overlooked something important. His brain churned as various ideas flitted past his mind. He tried to put himself in Javier's boots. A frightening possibility emerged in his mind. Though he lacked the proof to back his assertions, he nonetheless felt it was important enough to inform the rebels. Vase switched into the command channel. Commander, Addy, don't put too much stock on the trail. I would bet 1,000,000,000 sovies that the trail in the tunnel is a decoy. So you believe he climbed back to ground level? Addy asked with a fair amount of skepticism in her tone. Even if he snuck back onto the streets, he won't be able to evade our particle emissions. The particle clouds won't do a thing to Javier because they only float up to 5 meters in the air. Think, does Javier lack any means to float into the air? I believe he's trying to fly away under stealth right this instant. He's laughing at us while we toil on the ground. I believe you. Breskin responded. He hardly hesitated in believing this possibility. We've borrowed much of our tracking methods from the instruction manuals of the auxiliary regiments. Lord Javier would certainly take into account that we would deploy these methods beforehand and plan ahead. Still, even if they suspected that he was getting away in the air, they didn't possess enough canisters to cover the entire airspace in the area surrounding the downed cockpit. They could either deploy their limited canisters in a limited volume of space above the ground, or continue their sweep on the ground. They couldn't pursue both options at the same time, not without bringing additional canisters stored back in base. By the time they transported the extra canisters to the area, Lord Javier might have gotten away already. Chapter 492. Tenacious is someone who made use of a really great stealth system from the system, Vase knew all about their strengths and weaknesses. Though he had no clue how the stealth system prevented any signals from leaking out of a bubble of space and covered all of his tracks, it still wouldn't be able to deal with something as simple as a cloud of particles or other junk. Though the particle canisters offered the rebels on the field with a ready-made solution to sniff out anyone under stealth, before the invention of canisters, humans improvised many other means. Wait a moment, Vase interjected, you still have a lot of missiles left, right? Breskin immediately knew what he was thinking. Slaying Lord Javier is out of the question. We can't afford to pulverize him with a blanket missile bombardment. That sounded really strange to Vase. Weren't they out to kill Lord Javier? What did it matter if he died on the battlefield, when they would just kill him in their custody? Vase set the matter aside and focused on persuading the commander before Javier flew away. You don't have to set the missiles to maximum lethality. Make them explode above the altitude that Javier is probably trying to reach and saturate the surroundings in a dome of explosions. The smoke and shockwaves will be sufficient to disturb his stealth even if he's well outside the blast zone of the payloads. I understand what you're saying, but it's an enormous risk. It frees up your particle canisters, Vase pointed out. This way, you don't have to decide between spreading your particles at ground level or in the air. Your infantrymen can keep sweeping the streets while letting your missiles take care of whatever might be floating above. Breskin needed to decide quickly, because with each second, Javier would slip further and further away. Let's do it, Addy said. The missiles are meant to be used, and if we accidentally kill the bastard, then it's still better than letting him get away scot-free. They ultimately bowed down to necessity. As much as they evidently wanted to keep the little bastard alive, they couldn't afford to lose in front of everyone that paid attention. Their prestige didn't allow them to fail at the cusp of victory. The rebels moved quickly. They still possessed a decent stock of missiles, enough to blanket a wide dome around the abandoned cockpit for 10 or so minutes. Vase helped tweak the programming of some of the missiles to limit their lethality and disperse their emissions. His shallow familiarity with missile weapons left out any drastic modifications. While low-tech explosive missiles weren't very sophisticated, it still took an expert to optimize them to achieve a specific outcome. Dedicated missile developers and mech designers specialized in missiles could do a much better job than Vase, but he made do regardless by tweaking the easiest settings. Since time was of the issue, he only spent 30 seconds at most. Launch them now. The operators in Breskin's mobile command center planned out the missile launches in the time that Vase tweaked the missiles. This didn't take a lot of time, since they instructed ICE to calculate an optimum spread of missiles above the streets. They spent more time in double-checking the results to ensure the missiles didn't detonate next to one of their men or something. 3, 2, 1, launch. Over 100 missiles launched in the air from various points. Most of them consisted of smaller shoulder-launch warheads. Only a small amount of vehicle-launched missiles joined the fray. While larger missiles blanketed a much larger area, their lethality encompassed a much wider zone. The ICE calculated that it was better to saturate the airspace with lots of smaller missiles than a smaller number of larger ones. Boom, boom, boom. Deep thrums shook the ground as the explosions in the air kicked up a lot of air. The airspace above everyone's head whipped up violently as multiple shockwaves from near-simultaneous explosions overlapped with each other. In the meantime, all sorts of sensors focused in the air. They tried to pick up any disturbance they could pick up. Inside the rebel base, processors worked to interpret any anomalies in the sensor data, dismissing most of them as artifacts or erroneous readings. One anomaly quickly stood out. A small, indeterminate mass hovered a small distance away from the Raphael's cockpit. The moment the shockwaves from the nearest explosions blanketed the coordinates of the mass, some of the wind swept around the mass instead of going through it. Though the signs were subtle to the naked eye, it might as well be in plain sight to the cold hard electronics that made up the sensors and the processors. There. Throw up a smaller range of explosions around that area. A small number of shoulder-launched missiles flew into the air and detonated in a smaller dome around the anomalous location. This time, the explosions happened a little bit closer. The closer range and the higher concentration of missiles whipped up a lot more air than last time. This only made it more obvious that an invisible object displaced some of the winds around its form. It's definitely a stealthed object, though they only established that they found a stealthed object. The shape and dimensions of the object looked suspiciously like a man-sized stealth suit. The Dietmar League moved quickly upon confirmation that something invisible hung in the air. A pair of armored shuttles flew from the distance and halted in midair in the region around the invisible object. Hatches slid open, enabling the infantryman inside to throw out a bunch of particle canisters. Particles spread out in a large and hazy cloud around the shuttles. Almost immediately, a very obvious deformation stood out in the even spread of particles. Over there, one of the infantrymen in the shuttle stepped forward. Unlike the other men, this soldier carried a man-sized fluid projector borrowed from the local planetary guard. After a brief wind-up, a brown slurry of slime propelled from the nozzle of the projector. Under the onslaught of the sticky slime, the steel-thid shape could no longer maintain its invisible state. A skin-tight suit enveloped in increasing amounts of slime appeared in the air. "Ugh, disgusting." Lord Javier's voice sounded out from the helmet. "Ah, help, I can't maintain altitude." The gunk weighed down the suit and affected the suit's anti-grav modules. The man inside the suit could only be the person they had been searching for, and right now he flailed his limbs in panic as his suit slowly drifted down. "That's enough slime," Breskin warned the soldier with the fluid projector. "Catch him when he lands. No wait, grab him from out of the air. We can't risk our target falling to his death." Someone else deployed a Ned launcher that reeled in the slime-covered stealth suit. The soldier with the fluid projector switched settings and doused their captive with a different spray of fluids that caused the slime to dissolve and wash away. This enabled the rebels secure the man and remove all of the holdout weapons and gadgets embedded into the suit. Still, that didn't remove the risk of any other tricks, so the soldiers unceremoniously tore off the stealth suit and the helmet away from their captive. My clothes. Once they pulled off the helmet from the man, the familiar face of the man who once ruled Dietmar IV scowled at the rebels in the shuttle. "Do you know who I am? You're dead, you're all dead." One of the rebels smacked his gauntlet against Javier's face. "Shut up." They possessed enough training to focus on their duties. They ignored the squealing noble and frisked his naked body with utmost seriousness. Lord Javier proved his craftiness many times. The scanners running over his body beeped in alarm as they detected several anomalous objects. The men didn't hesitate when they cut Javier's arm to extract a tiny device embedded into the muscles. Once they pulled out the object, a medic sprayed the cut with a solution that rapidly healed it up. The soldiers repeated this routine several times, only stopping when they found they couldn't easily extract the foreign materials that had been buried deep within Javier's body. "Bring him back to base," Breskin said with an exhausted tone. "Our doctors will pull out all the rest. After that, we can commence with the interrogation." "Let me go," Javier screamed over the pain of having his skin cut and healed. "My father will hound you until the ends of the galaxy for this, and he's not the only one who has an eye out on me. If you know who you just pissed off, you'll be pissing your pants." "Shut him up. We don't need him conscious." One of the soldiers injected Javier with a knockout solution that instantly sent him to sleep. The quiet brought some tranquility back to the shuttle. Vase leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes. After so many risks, they finally managed to get their hands on Javier. He almost didn't believe that it was finally over. From what the lordling demonstrated so far, Vase was sure that Javier would pull another rabbit out of his hat. Evidently, there is only so many rabbits he can pull out at any time. As he waited for Javier to be brought back to base, Vase reflected on Javier's struggles. The depth of his preparation exceeded anything that Vase could imagine. From falling back to his hidden base underneath the recycling plant to sneaking off in a stealth suit, Lord Javier had demonstrated an extreme capacity for survival. If not for the critical clues that Vase deduced in time, Lord Javier would have slipped through everyone's grasp. Witnessing the entire chase made Vase feel a little inadequate. While he could have emulated most of the noble's methods with his old calm, his current service with the Vandals forced him to do away with most of his survival tools. Compared to the gadget-laden Javier, Vase felt very barren. "I have to be more tenacious." Once the flagrant Vandals retreated from this star system, Vase planned to remedy this shortcoming. Of course, that entailed asking for special dispensation from the Vandals to carry more special equipment, but with his substantial contributions in this operation, Vase hoped that his superiors would be lenient. "I deserve a bonus for all the work that I've done." Without Vase, Captain Orphan wouldn't have been able to field the mechs of the dastardly handsome bastards. Without Vase, the rebels wouldn't have been able to track down Javier's location. Without Vase, Javier would have gotten away by flying leisurely in the air under stealth. And that only encompassed his greatest contributions. Vase didn't know what kind of merit system the Vandals used, but Vase felt that he would have been eligible for promotion for everything he did. Too bad mech designers don't fall into their organizational system. In the end, If Vase wanted any rewards, he had to knock on Professor Velton's door. The notoriously stodgy old lady was a stickler for rules, and Vase wasn't sure if any of his achievements gained him any rewards. I can't wait to get back, though. I'm more than done with this crappy planet. Everyone felt relieved with the hunt at an end. Once the rebels took custody of Lord Javier, the remaining forces of House Anakin in the vicinity broke apart and tried to flee the city. The Vandal mechs that delayed them from reinforcing Lord Javier let them go without a fight. In any case, they completed all of their objectives. They never intended to crush every enemy mech. Of course, the rebels also spread the news of the successful capture through their propaganda networks. News of what had happened spread through both sides of the conflict in an instant with the help of the Galactic Net. Both the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom reacted with astonishment. Chapter 493 questions. Some of the shipwrecked Vandals stranded in the rebel base requested to be sent back to their comrades. Now that their forces took out most of the anti-air turrets controlled by the household troops, it was a lot safer to fly some transports in the air. Certainly, many enemy mechs and turrets remained intact, but their owners lacked the guts to fire upon Vandal or rebel assets. Everyone who survived up to now tried their best to bury their heads in the sand while their enemies run amok in the city. Are you sure you don't want to leave with our batch? Lieutenant Burke asked Vase. Our job is done here. Vase shook his head. I'll follow you out in the next transport. I want to be there while the rebels interrogate Lord Javier. I've managed to convince the commander that my presence would be useful if Javier spills out anything related to mechs. His help was integral in catching the little lordling. Vase built up a substantial amount of goodwill with the Deepman League. When he asked to be present at Lord Javier's interrogation, the rebels easily accepted his lame excuse. To them, Vase was pretty much one of them. This was an amazing concession of them because they refused the presence of every other Vandal aside from Captain Orphan. When the lightly wounded captain entered the base, Vase became affected by certain emotions. He was very clear that Captain Orphan didn't give a damn about him. The captain barely nodded at him before she resumed her discussion with Addie. Vase didn't need her to like him, but he at least wanted her acknowledgement. Well, I don't need her to recognize me anyway. It was in the nature of mech pilots to forget the existences of norms, those who fell under the vast majority of people who would never be able to pilot a mech. Some potentates possessed stronger biases than others. The most extreme cases called for a drastic rearrangement of human society in the model of ancient Sparta. In their delusional imagination, only mech pilots deserved to be free. As the only citizens of the state, they possessed all the rights in exchange for shouldering the obligation of piloting mechs. As for everyone else, they would be destined to carry the label of slaves. Anyone without the potential to pilot mechs was expendable. Even the most renowned mech designers that enabled the mech pilots to exert their skills enjoyed no extra rights. In the perspective of the ruling class, mech designers were slaves as well, only with a bit more value. The crazy thing about this imagined utopia was that a number of human states tried to implement such a society. Every attempt ended in ruin. In truth, depressing the potential of over 96% of the population caused these extremist states to stagnate. Slaves without any sense of belonging never worked to better their masters as much as a free man. Numerous examples throughout the age of mechs illustrated that humanity needed to work for every human, not a tiny subject with a mutant brain. Sadly, it appeared that Captain Orphan didn't get the message. She barely treated Addie with respect, something the observant rebel woman noted fairly quickly. Regardless, Addie flexed her diplomacy and managed to convince the mech captain to rest somewhere in peace. Once she got rid of Orphan, she strayed over to Vase. I never really did thank you for your help. You've really saved us, Mr. Larkinson. Vase smiled at that. Any other mech designer could have done the same. Yet you're the only one who's here. That soured his mood a little. Have you ever found my colleague Alec? He tried to look up the journeyman mech designer's whereabouts. As his mentor within the Vandal design department, Vase appreciated Alec's insightful lessons. The lack of news regarding his status concerned Vase a lot. Through the rebel base's communication channels, Vase contacted the flagrant Vandal fleet in orbit several times. Each time, they told him that they hadn't picked up Alec's crash ball in space. Since Alec sat next to Vase in the command center of the Stubby Growler, there was a high possibility that Alec's crash ball followed the same trajectory as the one that held Vase. Maybe he landed somewhere else over the planet. Not everyone who crash landed onto the surface of Deepman IV chose to converge at Naren City. Those with timid hearts chose to land somewhere desolate, and await for pickup from a Vandal shuttle. It was a much safer option than landing in the vicinity of the most important city on the planet. He's here. A familiar armored shuttle entered the vehicle bay of the underground base. As soon as it touched down, a full squad of armed infantrymen hauled the unconscious form of Lord Javier. In a minor gesture of decency, they clothed his previously naked form with generic gray clothes. Nonetheless, the drab fabric only accentuated his fall from grace. His matte blonde hair was normally styled in exquisite fashion in public. Now, they looked tousled and sweaty beyond recognition. A number of rebels that hadn't shipped out yet goggled at Lord Javier's beaten form. They hardly believed that they actually managed to capture such a powerful figure. Though they worked together with flagrant vandals to accomplish this feat, it was still an exceedingly rare achievement for a local rebel movement. Every commoner of the kingdom learned early on that the dignity of a noble should not be sullied. Profane acts such as questioning their sexuality might even prompt a Vision judge to sentence them to death. Thus, witnessing the powerful Lord Javier being dragged to the medical bay like a dog was a very transformational moment for the rebels. Everyone present made up the cadre of their organization, so they all believed in the cause with the depths of their hearts. They just never imagined that they could pull down a noble from his pedestal in their lifetimes. He's really here. I still can't believe it. We did it. We did it. None of the other rebel groups can boast what we've done. Some of the members of the Demon League grew emotional and knelt down. Others cried and hugged each other. After living in Demon IV like rats, they showed that they still possessed teeth. Vase was the odd man out in this spontaneous emotional outburst. Compared to everyone's jubilation, he only felt weary and longed to return to the Wolf Mother. Only in the confines of the factory ship would Vase feel at home. What the Vision nobles do to their commoners and vice versa is not my business. He reminded himself, only the interests of the Republic matters to me. In that regard, stirring up the kingdom by facilitating a rebellion certainly weakened the kingdom. Some time later, Vase entered an observation room that looked out into a plain interrogation room. For something as sensitive as this, the rebels didn't employ any projectors, for fear of leaking out this session. Having learned his own lesson on how powerful hacking could be, Vase understood the necessity of these precautions. A handful of other people stood in the room. Vase recognized Addie and Captain Orphan. Most of the others consisted of the highest-ranking rebel cadre. It appeared that the rebels treated this interrogation with utmost importance. A couple of medical doctors stood behind some sort of console that displayed Javier's every physiological reaction. Right now, they appeared to be administering some stimulants to his body. Careful with the dosage, a senior doctor warned. Lord Javier has undergone many surgeries and treatments that optimized his body and mind. This meant that Javier would also be more resilient to many forms of interrogation. Perhaps Lord Javier would still be forced to spill out all of his secrets if the coalition managed to get their claws on him, but the rebels only possessed means comparable to a local law enforcement office. They didn't have access to better tools. He's waking up. A groggy-eyed Javier woke up from the chair that bolted down his limbs. He tried to jerk at them, only to press his skin. Ouch! The young noble blinked a few times more and shrugged off the fog in his mind. He tried to stare ahead but didn't get blinded by the concentrated light that shone down onto his face. If that's your best attempt at disorienting me, then I've got nothing to fear from you scum. The noble boasted with confidence. Commander Breskin sat in the opposite seat. The rebel leader appeared to be alone in the room with Javier, but that couldn't be further from the truth. In the observation room Vase could see a number of operators sitting behind their consoles feeding in information and suggestions into Breskin's ear. You're alone, Javier. Your honor guard is dead or missing, and your household troops have scattered in the wind. There is no one left in Naren City or the entirety of Demon IV for that matter that can come to your aid. Javier spat at the table. I know you won't let me go. Is your drivel meant to make me lose heart? Never. I know my own fate. I won't live past this day, and I've accepted this fact. So skip all the pleasantries and put a laser beam through my head. One of the doctors in the observation room scratched his head. I thought the drugs and stimulants have caught on. The subject is supposed to be in a highly suggestible state. That's why I told you that most of our preparation don't work. His brains work differently than ours. It's been augmented to such an extent that most of our drugs are ineffective. Vase understood that the rebels wouldn't be able to resort to any easy means of getting Javier to open his mouth. Even torture wouldn't accomplish anything. Therefore, Breskin didn't employ any fancy tricks of high-tech means of getting Javier to talk. The old commander opted to go for a plain but direct approach. I'm not interested in the secrets of your house, Breskin stated, nor am I eager to break you down. You're not even worth that much to us dead. Javier stared down Breskin with resentful eyes while keeping his mouth shut. We both know there is one thing we'd like to obtain from you. Two, in fact, but we found one of those things from your cockpit. That thing was too for me to carry around while I escaped. My stealth suit doesn't allow me to bring anything of that size. How did you even find me at the end? From what I know of you and your pathetic rabble, you should have been fooled. We benefited from some outside help. Brighters, Javier snarled in a low tone. It's one thing to overthrow our rule. I can respect your commitment to better your people, even if you sad sacks of meat don't deserve to crawl out of the mud where you belong. Joining forces with the Brighters is another matter. That's treason of the highest order. Some of the rebels in the observation room became affected by that accusation, while Captain Orphan shifted on her feet. We'd be better off if the Bright Republic won our generational war. Breskin grinned. Call us traitors all you want. In my eyes, nobles like you are the real traitors here. Ever since you took up the reins on Dietmar IV, your very actions betrayed your duties to shepherd your people. Your people? Javier raised his eyebrows. None of you are my people. Low-born filth like you don't deserve to be mentioned in the same sentence as my father and I. Breskin shook his head. You still adhere to those warped ideas. Let's go back to my main point. As I've mentioned, while we've obtained one of the things we're looking for, we know you still have the other thing in your mind. What do you want to do about it? Javier grinned savagely at Breskin. I'd like to ask you politely to hand over the other thing. The mood turned strange in the observation room. Everyone leaned forward in anticipation while Vase stood cluelessly in the rear. Even Captain Orphan appeared to be in on the secret. What were these things that Breskin referred to? Chapter 494. Missing the interrogation turned into a strange direction. Breskin tried to coax their captive into giving up the other thing. Nobody in the observation room looked puzzled when the interrogator and the interrogated spoke of the thing and the other thing. Was this a deliberate precaution against leaking out the true shapes of the things to Vase? That didn't make any sense. If so, the bedraggled Lord Javier should have been doing everything in his power to publicize the things out of spite. That he played along proved that the significance of these things were of such import that even he couldn't lightly mention them by name. Over time, Vase realized that they adopted this terminology because they'd been trained to avoid leaking any inadvertent information from any hidden recorders and spying bugs. Though the observation and interrogation rooms had been swept as thoroughly as possible, that was only up to the standard of a third-rate state. What if a greater power such as the Friday Coalition or even the Mech Trade Association listened in on their conversations? Certainly, they wouldn't devote a human to listen to their talk. Instead, they'd task some ICE to be on the lookout for certain key phrases that signified something of exceptional value. Therefore, as long as everyone agreed to abide by generic words such as things, they wouldn't be able to attract too much attention from any high-tech listeners. At the very least, even if some AI suspected that they talked about something valuable, they wouldn't be able to figure out any clues. I have nothing to say to you, Lord Javier responded smugly to Breskin. It was as if he had the upper hand in the interrogation room. The other thing is safe as long as I'm alive, I can assure you. Even a dummy like Vase could see that the lordling held all the cards in this game. The Dietmar League and the Flagrant Vandals attached a lot of importance to these so-called things. So much so that Breskin seriously contemplated whether to free Lord Javier in exchange for obtaining the other thing. After 10 more minutes of cajoling, Breskin finally shook his head. We will talk again after we have evacuated from this star system. For now, you will be coming with us. He glanced at his comm and pressed a button, causing Javier's restraints to inject a substance in his bloodstream. The captive quickly lost consciousness again. A pair of guards entered the interrogation room and took him away. Show's over now. Damn, I really hoped that Lord Javier would give up what he knew. There's no chance of that as long as he's sober. We're going to have to work for it. With an augmented mind and body like his, it might take months to compel him to spill the other thing. Vase wandered out of the observation room with more questions than answers. He even began to doubt the purpose of this entire operation. Could this entire operation have been set off to obtain the things in Javier's possession? Probably not. It's likely a combination of factors that led to the Vandals choosing to invade the Dietmar system. Hitting multiple birds with one stone, basically. In any case, now that the flagrant Vandals completed all of their objectives on this planet, it was time to leave. Vase received a notification that he was assigned to the second convoy to the Vandal beachhead on this planet. You'll be leaving soon, right? A voice spoke from behind. I am. I never got to thank you for all the help you gave us. Addy said, Lord Javier is much more capable of hiding than we thought. If you hadn't pointed us in the right direction, we would have let him slip. On behalf of the Dietmar League, we express our thanks to your aid. No matter how far our paths diverge from this day, you'll always be a friend to us. At least the rebels showed their appreciation to him, unlike Captain Orphan. Vase smiled back and shook her hand when she extended it. It's my pleasure. Any competent mech designer can do the same. I suggest you obtain your own means of fielding mechs when you escape to the stars. It's too dangerous to roam around in space without the protection of mechs. We are working on it. We have to start from scratch, so it will take years to build up a mech tradition in our group. For a local rebel movement, the Dietmar League enjoyed a fair amount of support, especially in the later years of Lord Javier's despotic reign. They didn't lack for numbers, but in military terms this only granted them access to lots of cannon fodder. They lacked an elite or sophisticated force that could act as their fist. While they mastered other forms of warfare, their severe deficiency in mechs would become a fatal flaw in the wildlands of space. No one respected any other vehicles except for mechs. Do you have any plans for the future? Where are you going to settle next, and what will you do in the coming years? Talk of the future caused Addy to grow melancholic. I've never left this planet, do you know that? Most of us don't. Leaving our home planets for the first time is going to be hard for us. Becoming vagabonds in space is not what we intended to become, but that appears to be the life set out for us. Many other rebel groups in the kingdom have been pushed off their planets over time. And the most successful ones emerge to become regional powerhouses, I guess. That is how most regional rebel movements have come into being. They no longer become so attached to a single planet or star system, but set their sights over an entire region or duchy. A rebel movement without a home still needed to claim some turf. Perhaps in a couple of years, the Dietmar League would call themselves by another name. Well, though I know your chances aren't that great, I hope the ideals you're fighting for will eventually succeed. Our cause has always been a stretch, Mr. Larkinson. Even we are realistic enough to recognize the apparent futility of what we are aiming to achieve. Then why fight in the first place? From what I've seen so far, while most commoners don't care so much about the nobles, they don't hold very strong animosity against the ruling class. It's going to be extremely hard to shift the public against the nobles at this rate. It is hard to convince the ignorant flock to open their eyes, yet we never pause. We can't. Even if we're nothing but annoyances to the nobles, at least we are expressing our existence. The presence of rebel groups like ours restrain the nobles from going too far. The more depraved they become, the faster we grow. In other words, even if the rebels possessed a limited amount of influence and power, the threat of their existence and the possibility of fueling their rise curbed the worst excesses of the nobles that possessed absolute power over their territories. Tradition, laws and culture might have given the nobles the right to rule their lands, but the foundation of their power lay in how much the commoners supported them. Any territory with a discontented population became a net drain on a noble's earnings. If I may ask, there is one more thing I'm curious about. During Javier's interrogation, Breskin keeps asking about the stuff. I don't know if I'm the only one in the observation room who wasn't clued in, but can you tell me something about what you were talking about? Addie pursed her lips. If you don't know the true meaning of that word, then you shouldn't know about it in the first place. I'm sorry, Mr. Larkinson, but knowledge of what they talked about is only available on a need-to-know basis. That definitely shut up any avenues for questioning. Vase couldn't ask anything else about the sensitive topics surrounding Javier's capture. All he knew was that the rebels would be taking the little bastard with them in their flight from the system. After Vase said goodbye to Addie, he walked over to the shuttle filled with supplies and a couple of men that was about to head over to the Vandals. Vase saw Captain Orphan sitting in the front, but he didn't go up to greet her. Instead, he sat in the rear of the shuttle. The armored shuttle began to lift off a few minutes later. Escorted by a bunch of other vehicles, the shuttle ascended fairly low in the air and navigated over Naren City, straying far away from any compounds with a significant amount of defenders. The journey proceeded quietly. None of the local powers dared to intercept their shuttle. The moment they showed any hostility, the Vandals would surely come and crush them. It was better for them to wait out this invasion and thank their lucky stars that they'd been able to make it through the crisis intact. Vase almost expected something to happen anyway. Throughout his unprepared adventure on the surface of Deepman IV, a lot of things that could have gone wrong actually did go wrong. All of the pressure kept Vase in a high-strung mood, and he expected trouble from every corner. That nothing happened during the flight only raised his hackles a bit. The possibility for a major disaster always hung overhead. We made it through alive. Vase stepped out of the shuttle with bewilderment. The armored shuttle successfully managed to cross half the city and reach the small beachhead the flagrant Vandals initially set up as their temporary base during their stay on this planet. The Vandal ground force erected dozens of prefab structures. Most of them appeared to be warehouses that received incoming loot and sorted them out into compact containers to be shipped to orbit. A new transport or shuttle descended from the air around every 2 minutes. Bots led by a few cargo handlers stuffed them full of containers and other goods before sending the vehicles back to orbit. The sheer amount of vehicles touching down or lifting off all the time hinted to Vase that the Vandals obtained plenty of valuables during their raids on the local manufacturing complexes. Vase loosely estimated that the flagrant Vandals wouldn't be able to pay off their enormous debts, but the profits should be enough to halve their financial obligations. Of course, this only applied to the detachment over Deepman IV. The other half of the fleet must have raided a lot of valuables as well over Deepman too. Vase, is that you, Pierce? What are you doing down here? Vase never expected to see an apprentice mech designer on the ground. Seeing Pierce Uvalis again put a smile on his face. They hugged each other in brotherly camaraderie, not caring for everyone else's stares. I volunteered to go down the surface, he explained a short moment later. He thumbed his finger towards one of the nearby heavy mechs that entrenched itself in some sort of purpose-built half-bunker. I've been assigned to the Akira design team, but I don't possess a natural affinity for heavy mechs. It's hard to see them in action in space, so I asked the professor to send me down with the ground force so I can stay close to the Akiras without exposing me to too much danger. Has it been useful? I was preoccupied with trying to survive on the other side of Naran City, so I haven't been able to catch up to the battles that took place here. You haven't. I've witnessed so many maneuvers, some of which you should definitely know about. Let me bring you back to my temporary office so I can show you some of the recordings. One more thing. Has there been any word of Alec? Pierce faltered a bit. He's still missing as far as the flagrant Vandals are concerned. Professor Velton is all worked up about it and she's been nagging the forces on the ground to expand their search perimeter. Alec hadn't been found yet. That did not bode well for the journeyman mech designer. Vase grew rather concerned by now. He shouldn't have been out of contact for so long. Even if he became indisposed for some reason, his comm should have enabled the Vandals to hone in on his last known location. That the search parties failed to sniff out his trail meant that the journeyman's fate wasn't so simple. Chapter 495. Two fleets. His colleague from the same batch of conscripted mech designers led him around the temporary base. Vase thought that someone like Pierce who grew up under a mech designer from the Friday Coalition should have experienced a lot of sights, but the man behaved like a kid who entered a candy store for the first time. Look at this Vase. This scrap heap is all the mechs they'd been able to salvage from the defenders of the city's manufacturing complexes. Most of these scraps aren't very valuable, so the Vandals plan to leave them behind. The sheer amount of mechs and mech parts piled up showed Vase that the Vandals overwhelmed a lot of complexes. They took back the goods they produced and the most valuable materials used in their production. They also dragged back any spare wrecks and raided the most valuable components out of their hulks. The mech graveyard in front of him appeared notable in that over half of their mechs lost their armor plating. The Vandals must have stripped them out because they incorporated valuable exotics. Pierce showed him several other sites, all the while describing the battles the ground forces fought. The young man was visibly enamored with all that had happened. Vase was different. What Pierce described was actually a routine invasion against a semi-prepared but inferior defense force. The mechs aligned to house Anakin put up a valiant fight, but their lack of numbers skewed the battles against them from the start. There was no doubt that the Vandals would gain ultimate control over Naran City. He had to stop himself from shaking his head or giving Pierce a patronizing look. After living through harrowing times on Graining IV or the Glowing Planet, what happened on Deepman IV seemed like a cakewalk. This was the benefit of experience, he guessed. A mech designer that saw more of the galaxy possessed a wider perspective. This extra life experience broadened their vision and numbed them to the mundane things that others found special. It also made Vase feel as if he stood apart from an inexperienced mech designer like Pierce. Though the man helped design many mechs while under the employ of a large mech manufacturer, it also isolated him from experiencing the outcome of his own work. Vase felt that was important somehow, especially now that he compared his own life experience to Pierce's. At the end of the tour, Vase and Pierce waited to be sent back into space. Once they finally received a message to board the next transport that would lift off into orbit, Vase eagerly headed towards the vehicle. "Whoa there, Vase, what's the hurry? I don't want to miss my ride." Vase became a bit paranoid about being left behind on this awful planet. While not as bad as some of the places he visited, he still didn't wish to linger any longer than he had to. More than an hour later, Vase finally transferred over to a combat carrier. While he would only be aboard the ship for a few days, he already felt as if he returned home. The flagrant vandals accumulated many different models of combat carriers, so every ship looked unique. Different from the stubby growler, the antecedent took on an even fatter shape. This reduced her maneuverability under atmosphere, but in the vacuum of space, most of her mobility remained unaffected. Though Vase possessed little expertise in spacecraft, he traveled aboard many different ships. In some, he even got the opportunity to be part of the crew, so he picked up a few things here and there where his expertise in mech design overlapped with ship engineering. Vase didn't know anyone aboard the antecedent, and the Vandal officers didn't spare a glance at them. Vase and Pierce mostly stayed holed up in their cabins as they waited for the Vandals to depart from the star system. An alarm quickly blared over their heads, only to shut off a second after. "What's that?" Pierce jumped up. "I don't know, but if the captain of the ship shut off the alarm right after, it's nothing serious." Vase guessed. They both left their cabins and wandered over to the mess hall where spacers simply couldn't shut up. There, they overheard the reason why the alarms had been tripped. "The Vision's reinforcements have arrived." A bit sooner than expected, the first Vision fleet arrived at the outer regions of the Diekman system from the closest star system. "They're here fast. I thought they would be taking their sweet time. This system's neighbors can't be seen dragging their feet too blatantly. They'll fall out of favor with the Duchess if they scorn her commands." "How long do we have?" "Jimmy told me that we've got to scram within 4 hours. Any longer and we'll get caught by the leading elements of the reinforcement fleet." 4 hours was a very short time. The ground forces needed to evacuate with extra haste and leave behind their less valuable loot at this rate. While unfortunate, the early arrival of the reinforcement fleet was well within their expectation. Though Vase hated to admit it, the constant insistence on haste worked in their favor. Though their operations on Diekman IV didn't proceed very smoothly, they hadn't suffered many delays. Everything proceeded roughly on schedule, and the Vandal presence on the ground rapidly diminished as every working mech got boosted into orbit. With cargo holds laden with mechs, materials and other goods, the fleet element under the command of Major Verl started to approach the nearest Lagrange point. Vase and Pierce returned to their cabins for safety and looked at the fleet's progress on a small projector that displayed their position in the star system. He could see that the Vandals that orbited Diekman II took their sweet time in extracting from the planet. Since their planet was deeper within the star system, it would take a bit more time for the Visions to intercept them. This gave the Vandals orbiting the second planet from the twin suns a larger buffer into getting all of their affairs in order. Another fleet of rebel ships emerged from the surface of Diekman IV. It appeared the rebels stowed them somewhere deep and obscured their existence until the time had arrived for them to depart. What a sad collection of ships. They don't appear to be in the best shape. Vase concurred with Pierce. Compared to the worn but threatening shapes of the Vandal combat carriers, the ragtag collection of second-hand ships looked as if they belonged to a failed gang. The cargo haulers and transport ships limped slowly towards the Lagrange point with barely functional thrusters. Seems like they didn't have the funds or resources to spare for better ships. Once they reached the point where opposing forces of gravity caused the area to have no strong force of gravity acting on it, the rebel ships transitioned into FTL without a hitch. At least the rebels must have taken some precautions with regards to their delicate FTL drives. Lord Javier is supposed to be aboard one of their ships, right? That's what I heard. Vase nodded. Though I'm not sure if we should believe everything we heard. Our own side has fooled us more than once. He couldn't discount the fact that the rebels loudly spoke about taking custody of Lord Javier on purpose. It wouldn't be above the flagrant vandals to play along with this ruse and quietly bring the noble away aboard one of their own vessels. Did you see him in person? Pierce asked in an excited tone. Everything that happened so far has kept him in high spirits. I did, briefly. Is he as much of a douchebag as everyone says he is? I think so. I can't tell you much about the guy except to say that most of the stereotypes about him are probably true. He's a real piece of work. Vase also got the sense that Lord Javier was a lot more dangerous than he appeared. Even with the doctors stripped him of all of his implants and hidden tools, the noble still emanated a faint aura of threat that Vase only perceived from truly dangerous individuals such as Dr. Jutland. He shook his head. Jutland was dead and the lordling was in their custody. What did he have to be so scared about? He turned his attention back to the display. Over at the far side of the display, the ominous shapes of around a dozen combat carriers approached with indomitable purpose. Vase guessed that they likely didn't possess the strength to crush either of the two Vandal fleet detachments, but possessed enough strength to interrupt any FTL transitions out of this star system. Human FTL drives worked reliably in space with few gravitic disturbances. The depths of interstellar space formed the most ideal circumstances to transition out of the material dimensions, but sufficient distance from stars and Lagrange points formed tranquil enough areas that FTL still worked. The incoming Vision ships therefore weren't out to get into a slugging match with the flagrant Vandals. They instead planned to harass their FTL transition by disturbing the Lagrange points where the Vandals currently flew towards. Any kind of gravitic mines and other means of generating artificial gravity could halt their escape and delay their departure until more reinforcements arrived. Some of their fears came true when more reinforcement fleets arrived. Luckily, they all started at the same distance from the binary stars, and they arrived at a further angle from Dietmann IV. This basically meant they needed to fly for more than 5 straight hours to reach the industrial planet. All of the other reinforcements will be too late. Vase nodded. Just as expected, the Vandals got the timing down pretty well. They gave up on hauling more loot from the surface at a certain time and they departed for the nearest Lagrange point with 30 minutes to spare. In space combat, 30 minutes was cutting it close. Vase could even imagine some of the crew of the antecedent grumbling about how much risks Major Verl had taken in order to retrieve as much valuables from Dietmann IV as possible. Fortunately, they encountered no delays or unforeseen problem. Only until the antecedent entered into FTL along with the rest of the fleet did Vase truly relax. We're finally out of the woods. Though the Vandal fleet still faced a perilous journey to return to Republic space, at least they overcame the important hurdle. Vase felt a bit directionless again in the next couple of days. From what he eavesdropped from the crew, the ships under Major Verl currently headed towards a lifeless star system. There, they would meet with the VRF and some other rebel movement who would subsequently guide them to their next hop in their journey. Strangely enough, Major Verl's detachment wouldn't converge with Colonel Lowenfield's detachment at their next destination. Vase had to approach a spacer and ask her in person to learn why. If you remember the system map, Dietmann IV is located on one side of the twin stars while Dietmann II is located roughly perpendicular from the stars and the other planet. This basically means it's a bit troublesome for Colonel Lowenfield's ships to transition immediately towards our upcoming destination. Basically, the ships that raided Dietmann II wouldn't be able to rendezvous with the ships that attacked Dietmann IV without cutting through the gravity field of the twin stars. Ships that attempted to do so never met a good end. It was already perilous enough to try to transition into FTL at a Lagrange point. In the end, this meant that the flagrant Vandals had to make do with 2 fleets at half strength. That made him a bit uncomfortable. There was safety in numbers. Traversing through the heart of Vision space with around 50 of their usual strength put both fleets in significant danger. The sooner they merged back together, the better. Chapter 496 Unwind. Their brief stay aboard the antecedent yielded little excitement. Vase got to relax for the first time in almost a week, while Pierce still brimmed with excitement of all the fighting he witnessed on the surface. Man, calm down, Pierce. You're jumping around like a rookie whose cherry got popped. It's starting to become embarrassing. I'm sorry, Vase. Pierce apologized and quickly calmed down. It's just that I've never witnessed the majesty of mechs at such a massive scales. Numerous companies of mechs moved around and clashed against each other in the suburbs of Naran City. Sometimes, over 300 mechs battled at once. That was nothing to Vase. He once witnessed the dreadful scale of 2 entire mech divisions trying to murder each other without reserve. The collision of a handful of mech companies paled in comparison. If you've learned anything from what you've seen, make sure to write them down before you forget them. There's no guarantee we'll witness another battle of this scale anytime soon. No matter how impressive such battles appeared, they drained a lot of money to both sides. Without any gains, a money-conscious mech regiment such as the flagrant Vandals would never willingly throw themselves at formidable enemies. The next couple of days, Vase and Pierce drew up their sleeves and helped with the aftermath of the largely successful operation. The spacers aboard the Antecedent took stock of the casualties and the haphazard piles of loot they stuffed inside the cargo hold. The two mech designers spent most of their time assessing the battle damage of the Antecedent's complement of mechs, which wasn't much. As a spaceborne-oriented combat carrier, she took part of the initial battle and chase of the Vision garrison fleet the Vandals smashed at the start of the operation. Because that battle mainly unfolded into an ambush on the Visions, the Antecedent's mechs sustained relatively little battle damage. Of course, chasing down a cornered rat often led to retaliation. Mech pilots with nothing to lose sometimes lashed out with all their hearts, which led to a handful of heavily damaged spaceborne mechs. Surprisingly enough, the Inheritor light mechs took the brunt of the damage. These mechs aren't very difficult to repair, Vase judged. He studied the spaceborne skirmishers extensively, and possessed a moderate grasp on their design. The only challenge is to perform them as cost-efficient as possible. The easy solution would be to scrap the damaged portions and replace them with pristine equivalents. At their current state, such a ham-fisted repair procedure would waste a lot of the fleet's stock of rare exotics. These types of exotics needed to be bought from dedicated suppliers. The Vandals wouldn't be able to plunder them from a random trade convoy or manufacturing complex. No, the best option is to restore the damaged components as best as we can. With the help of the chief technician, Vase devised individual repair plans for each damaged Inheritor mech. He took into account the skill level of the mech technicians and low-ranking mech designers aboard the Antecedent. He quickly found out that the crew wouldn't be able to accomplish the most complicated repairs with the facilities at hand. This wasn't an issue as the fleet enjoyed the services of several capable logistics ships. While the massive Wolf Mother accompanied Colonel Lowenfield's detachment that escaped in another direction, the smaller logistic vessels at Major Verl's disposal possessed sufficient capabilities by themselves. Vase merely needed to queue some orders for the most difficult parts to help the repairs along. Vase also spent some time getting debriefed by a Vandal intelligence officer. This was mainly a dry affair where he mechanically recounted what he did aboard the Stubby Growler and when he crash-landed onto the surface of Dietmar IV. When he mentioned that his assistance was pivotal in tracking down Lord Javier, the officer raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Are you certain that you haven't overstated your importance? Be aware that we have access to your logs on your comm." "Go ahead, sir." Vase waved his hand. "The logs should clearly show how much I contributed to Lord Javier's capture." He knew that his military comm wouldn't be such a simple device. It figured that it had some way of keeping tabs on his activities. "Very well, Mr. Larkinson. You will hear from us later if we need some clarification. You can go back to work now." Recounting recent events put Vase in an introspective mood. The relative period of tranquility aboard the Antecedent allowed him to unwind his nerves. While this relieved some of burdens, thinking about the chaotic circumstances of his accidental deployment on the surface of Dietmar IV ruined his mood. He couldn't help but contemplate on whether he made a number of big mistakes. He could justify small mistakes and certain oversights on account of working under difficult circumstances. No one would be able to think clearly in the midst of several crises. The only mistake that Vase really got hung up on was his extended use of his self-fabricated comm. Even though he always knew that the Mech Corps and by extension the flagrant Vandals treated foreign electronic devices with paranoia, he still dared to make use of a civilian-grade comm. In ordinary circumstances, such a sloppy oversight would have earned him a court-martial. Am I in trouble for this? Vase weighed the possibilities and tentatively judged that it wasn't likely the Vandals would bring it up. He was alone for quite a while and tried to survive on the streets by himself. Such a lapse in security was excusable. It was less excusable for him to continue to hang on to the comm when he came under Captain Orphan's wing. In that, he made a genuine blunder. Although, it might not be due to my mistake that the base got bombarded. As a local hegemon, House Anakin possessed many means of observations. The Vandals under Captain Orphan's command didn't surpass more than 60 or 70 servicemen. Most crucially, they lacked a hacker specialist who would be able to fool every enemy sensor in the vicinity. It's likely that House Anakin has become aware that Captain Orphan took over the former premises of the dastardly handsome bastards as soon as the takeover started. They just took longer than I thought to get their assets in position to bombard the base. This possibility meant that even if Vase screwed up, his mistake might not have made a difference. If anything, it would have confirmed what House Anakin already knew. Vase felt easier after coming up with his guess. Even if this hadn't actually happened, it still served to alleviate his guilt somewhat. I need to go back to work. Days passed. Once they arrived at their destination, the fleet that attacked Dietmar IV took stock and began to transfer people and supplies among themselves. Major Verl ordered a comprehensive reorganization before his fleet resumed their flight. In their haste to outrun enemy reinforcements, the flagrant vandals focused solely on speed. This had the unfortunate effect of stuffing mechs, salvage and supplies at any available space on hand. This led to many inefficiencies, such as storing an abundance of raw materials aboard a combat carrier while storing a lot of spare mechs aboard a cargo hauler. Thus, the moment the fleet emerged from FTL, numerous amounts of shuttles and transports bounced from ship to reorganize all of their cargo, mechs and personnel. Vase received orders to transfer to the current flagship of this detachment, a command-oriented combat carrier called the Shield of Hispania. The antecedent where they had been hastily dumped in wouldn't allow them to utilize their capabilities to the fullest. Other mech designers from the Vandal design teams got reallocated as well. Pierce, for example, would be taking up a post at one of the logistics ships of Major Verl's fleet. As Vase arrived on board the Shield of Hispania, he sighed as he studied a map of yet another combat carrier. Contrary to her name, the Shield of Hispania couldn't endure a lot of hits. Compared to the stubby Growler, the Hispania's ship model was a lot older and had gone through many battles. These battles slowly stripped her original excellent armor plating. With the flagrant vandals tight on money, they couldn't afford to replace the damaged armor with plating of the same quality. They instead resorted to a cheaper armor system. Even with their ships, the flagrant vandals are forced to make a lot of compromises. A fully funded mech regiment would never concern themselves over their budget to this extent. While mechs formed the primary mode of combat in human space, every large outfit on the scale of a mech regiment required a fleet of sturdy ships. Plenty of stories existed of mech commanders who invested all of their outfit's resources on mechs. They barely paid any attention to the ships meant to convey their precious mechs. Without fail, all of their enemies who studied these outfits in detail exploited this vulnerability. Though their mechs fought valiantly in space or on the ground, cheap second-hand ships such as carriers converted out of decommissioned haulers always blew up after suffering damage that would be a glancing blow to proper carriers. No matter how expensive and deadly their mechs, without any ships left to transfer them across interstellar distances, they became completely ineffective. All of that money invested in building them up turned into loose sand without the means to travel to a different planet or transition to another star system. In fact, Vase grasped the necessity of a good ship as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have splurged billions of credits of his personal fortune to acquire the Trieste-class light carriers for the avatars of myth. No matter if it came to mechs or ships, you got what you paid for, to a certain extent. The Shield of Hispania obviously used to be a prized vessel among the flagrant vandals, but after enduring a lot of abuse and inadequate repairs, her effective combat ability received a substantial truncation. Without referencing any other documents, Vase could deduce all of that from the map projected by his comm and a visual scan of the exterior of the carrier as his shuttle approached one of the hangar bays. More than that, Vase also noticed that the command center of the Shield of Hispania sat a bit awkwardly in the center of the map. The command center was a lot smaller than the one aboard the stubby Growler, and the compartments around it adopted fairly awkward shapes. The command center must have been added later on as a retrofit. The shipwrights who designed and implemented this change tore up a lot of stuff as they did so. This inevitably weakened the integrity of the Hispania's hull and internal structure. It would be as if Vase crudely added a flight system to a landbound mech. Such a thick and heavy mech had not been designed to accommodate the space and energy draw that a flight system demanded. Thus, the only way to merge these two together would be to jury-rig a solution. All of this pointed out that the Shield of Hispania could potentially crumble after receiving a couple of soft blows. The dual weaknesses of weak armor coverage and weak internal structure meant his berth was exceptionally vulnerable to kinetic and explosive damage. At least she won't succumb after suffering a couple of laser hits. Even if her armor is of inferior quality, the sheer amount of thickness will help with absorbing a lot of energy. Switching out the Hispania's original compressed armor system for a much thicker uncompressed armor system also slows her down to a major extent. It was as if a professional sprinter grew fat. There was no way the sportsman would be winning any prizes at such a deplorable condition. Vase would rather remain aboard the antecedent. He even preferred to be transferred aboard one of the fragile logistics ships like Pierce because the Vandals cherished their safety. Chapter 497 Wrong Direction. Shortly after he arrived aboard the Shield of Hispania, Vase received a summons from the Major himself. He handed his luggage towards a hauler bot that automatically brought it back to his cabin. With that taken care of, Vase followed the map and marched towards the conference room in question. The expansive room that could have accommodated over 50 officers or mech pilots looked hollow and empty when no one arrived as of yet. Vase picked a random seat in the middle of the conference room and plopped down on it. He wondered why the gruff major went through the trouble of summoning him in person when he could have sent him a notification on his comm. There must be something important he wants to discuss with me. Hopefully the major would be able to dispel some of the questions lingering in his mind. He acquired several over the course of the flight from the Dietmann system. Vase. A faintly familiar voice sounded behind him. Iris. Vase looked surprised as the Vision mech designer traipsed into the conference room after the hatch silently slid open. The woman smiled radiantly at him as she took a seat next to his own. I heard that something dreadful happened to you. Did you really escape the stubby growler as the Heavenfall missiles broke her apart and crash land onto Dietmann IV? It's all true, sadly. He sighed. How much have you heard? Not so much. I've been assigned aboard another combat carrier that remained in orbit and performed routine duties during the operation. Vase briefed her on what he lived through, though he couldn't say too much because some of it touched upon classified information. The officer who debriefed him a few days ago forced him to sign a document which enumerated the topics he needed to keep mum on. Naturally, any mention of the things would instantly land him in the brig. It's amazing how you survived all alone, Iris said in astonishment as she referred to his starting moments when he crash-landed in the park. What is this amazing weapon you used? It's something I got my hands on coincidentally. Explaining away the Amastendira's contribution to his survival was exceedingly difficult. Vase had to admit his story contained a lot of holes in that regard. When he got debriefed, he tried to skim over it as much as possible. In any case, his ambiguous talk managed to fend off the officer's inquiries, at least that he was aware of. Vase bet on that the logging function of his military comm possessed a lot of limits. Such a thin device on his wrist wouldn't be able to keep track of everything he did with perfect fidelity. Thus, the acquisition of the Amastendira shouldn't be a clear-cut matter. He also underwent numerous frisks and body scans while he transferred from the surface to the antecedent, and when he transferred from the antecedent to the Shield of Hispania. None of those security checks produced any contraband. Even if the logs of his military comm showed that Vase pulled out the Amastendira from thin air, they probably would have thought it was a glitch or something. Still, a bright-eyed person might also conclude that the Amastendira was a powerful hidden trump card awarded by Master Olsen. Only someone as wealthy and powerful as her could gift him such a high-tech toy. Vase actually hoped that the Vandals bought into this misconception. More and more, Vase appreciated the benefit his status as Master Olsen's apprentice brought to him. He could whip it out like a talisman anytime he faced a difficult question that shared some relations with the system. Faced with Iris' insatiable curiosity, he let her make her own conclusions. I don't want to talk too much about it. By the way, have you heard if Alec has been retrieved yet? Alec Brandstad? No. As far as I'm aware of, he's missing in action. They couldn't find any trace of him in space or on the surface. This affected Vase quite a bit. The journeyman mech designer had been very considerate towards Vase, which was more than what the other two journeymen from the design department could boast. Alec was more than his superior. He was also a mentor of sorts to Vase. Then, is he dead? We can never be sure of that. Iris shook her head. Missing in action means he's missing. More than that, no one can say. It could be his crash ball incurred heavy damage that might have damaged its locators and transceivers when it escaped from the stubby growler's destruction. He might still be floating in deep space, though he won't starve or suffocate to death because the Vision reinforcements would likely pick up his crash ball's presence. This was only one of many possibilities. Vase grimaced as his thoughts took a darker turn. Maybe he never survived the stubby growler's destruction. Though he sat next to me in the command center, his crash ball might have taken a very different turn that launched him straight at the carrier's power reactor or something. Don't let the worst-case scenarios put you down. Even if it doesn't sound very likely, he may still be alive. Don't let go of that hope. Are you speaking from personal experience, Iris? She smiled ruefully at him. When you mix in with the Vision Revolutionary Front, you quickly learn that retirement isn't an option. Rebellion against a state condemned a person to the life of a fugitive. Space was large and empty, so enemies of the state could easily hide their presence somewhere. Yet to live in some barren rock or in the middle of interstellar space didn't pay the bills. Ships needed fuel and mechs required maintenance. People needed to be fed, but more importantly they also needed to strive for a dream. Without purpose, rebel movements tended to devolve into pirate gangs. Principles couldn't be maintained in isolation. Goals would always be forgotten when progress became stalled. Therefore, rebel movements constantly faced the pressure to remain proactive and take a lot of risks. Accomplishing goals, placating their members and achieving a lot of renown among the people kept these movements alive, though the risks always came at a price. Have you lost many friends? Vase asked. Some, she mused. Thankfully none of my family. As mech designers and specifically as neural interface experts, we enjoy a fairly high status in the VRF. We aren't exposed to as much danger as our mech pilots. Still, accidents can happen, so the possibility of what happened to Alec always hangs over the Jupiters. The VRF might be able to extend their tentacles across the entire kingdom, but they wouldn't be able to fool the ruling powers all the time. Back at home, the Republic regularly tracked down the bases of the Bentime Liberation Movement and killed all of the rebels they found inside. The Republic wasn't magnanimous enough to expend an excessive amount of effort in securing prisoners from the noncombatants. Not after all the atrocities the BLM inflicted among civilians. After a few more minutes of chit-chat, Major Verl finally entered the conference room. He looked at Vase and Iris and nodded silently before storming over to the seat opposite of the conference table. Once he sat down across from the pair, he stared at them with an unnerving expression. Mr. Larkinson, I'm glad to see your escape from the stubby growler hasn't turned you into an imbecile. What was Vase supposed to say to that? He tried to keep his face as neutral as possible. Major, and the lovely Miss Jupiter. Thank you for continuing to liaise between us and the VRF. We'll be relying on your organization to evade the Vision defense fleets that are out for our blood. It's our pleasure, Major. She said. The VRF is satisfied with the conclusion of the Dietmar operation. Enabling the local Dietmar League in tearing down Lord Javier from his throne will go a long way in dispelling the infallible aura wrapped around the nobility. Vase faintly suspected that Iris tried to pad his own accomplishments with those words. He played an integral part in pleasing the Dietmar League, after all. The more Iris hinted that they felt pleased at his contribution, the more Major Verl might begin to appreciate his help. Fat chance of that actually happening though. Let's get down to business. The Major looked down upon the data pad in his grasp. By completing our objectives in the Dietmar system, our fleet is entitled to the assistance of the VRF in smuggling us out of the kingdom, am I correct? That is so, Major. Iris nodded gently. The agreement is still in effect. We acknowledge that the 6th Flagrant Vandals have played their part. That's good to hear, because there's a change of plans. We don't want to return to the Terry region. Pardon, sir. Iris blinked. Where else do you wish to go if not your home region at the other side of the border? This is where it gets a little complicated. For various reasons, we have business to take care of. Don't worry, the Vandal ships under Colonel Lowenfield's command will continue to follow the original plan, so all of your organization's preparations haven't been made in vain. What is it you are intending to do, Major? Miss Jupiter, new information and new circumstances compel us to run another mission at a location outside of Vision or brighter space. For this reason, the ships under my command will not be heading towards the rendezvous system and merge with the Colonel's fleet. Instead, we are to form a separate task force that will run a special mission in Reinald space. This caused Vase and Iris to widen their eyes. You wish to take your task force to the Reinald Republic. That state is on the other side of the Vija Kingdom's border. It will take you further and further away from the Bright Republic. If Vase didn't know that Major Verl held unquestioning loyalty to Colonel Lowenfield, he would have suspected him of attempting to desert and begin anew as an independent. If the VRF wishes to know more about our intentions, then I suggest you contact your liaison that is with Colonel Lowenfield's fleet and have them ask the details from the Colonel herself. I'm not at liberty to divulge the details of our task force's mission. Iris asked a few more questions, but Major Verl continued to stonewall her at every turn. Their mission must certainly be a sensitive one because the Major hardly clarified anything at all. The only thing they needed to hear was that the task force needed to arrive at a certain star system within the Reynald Republic within 2 months. I'll be honest with you, Major. 2 months will be very tight. Iris determined. A legitimate trade convoy can make the same journey in a week, maybe 2 if they take the safest route. Yet for a massive task force like yours, it will be an incredible challenge, especially since we need to contact all of the regional rebel movements along the way and strike a deal with each and every one of them. I'll have to warn you now, their asking prices will assuredly be exuberant. Major Verl dismissed her concerns. Colonel Lowenfield is prepared to pay a good price. If our Sovies or credits are insufficient, we can also pay in military assistance, much like we helped the Dietmar League. Our only demand is that it must not divert too much time from our journey to the Reynald Republic. Obviously, such a last-minute change of plans would still upset the VRF. Iris looked very troubled all this time, and she foresaw a lot of yelling and browbeating in the coming weeks as the VRF tried to get the local bullies to play along. Still, from what she heard, Colonel Lowenfield would absolutely make it worthwhile for them to facilitate the task force's sudden journey. On account of the Colonel, the VRF may probably agree to your request, but I may not be sure. I am only a liaison, you see. I understand, miss. After that, the Major finally turned to other man in the room. Somehow, Vase felt as if a lot of trouble was about to land in his lap as well. Chapter 498 Resourceful Major Verl went through rough times the past week. Not only did he shoulder responsibility for the Vandal detachment responsible for attacking Dietmar IV, he also had to continue to play the shepherd for a couple of months more. The operation on Dietmar IV already proved to be a harrowing ordeal for Verl and his subordinates. Not only did they lose at least 2 combat carriers, some of their other ships sustained substantial damage. That they could slip into FTL without hiccups was already a minor miracle. Around 40 ships of different shapes and sizes relied on his leadership. Each came with a crew ranging from dozens to hundreds. From the humblest cargo haulers to the largest logistic ships, they all pooled their efforts into supporting the upkeep of up to 1,000 active mechs. In fact, this was a lot of responsibility to shoulder for a mech major. From what Vase had gathered from the mech designer boot camp, the officer needed to be at least a lieutenant colonel in order to wield so much authority. When Vase glanced at Major Verl while he discussed some matters with Iris, he suddenly realized he didn't know anything about the man. What was his origin? How did he fit in with the flagrant vandals? How much trust did Colonel Lowenfield put in him? These questions became a lot more relevant as it seemed that Vase would spend a lot of time under his wing. Mr. Larkinson. The mech officer finally turned to him and addressed him with the usual veiled aggression typical to mech officers. I'm glad to see you've survived the stubby growler's untimely end. You're a lot tougher than you look. Ah, thank you, sir. The Major grinned a little. In fact, I'm quite impressed with your actions. I've read the reports about you and I can see you're different from the other mech designers. If I may ask, how so, sir? Verl seemed to be in a strange mood this time. Vase could immediately tell that his valuation in the Major's eyes had undergone a large improvement. You're smart like the others, but that isn't enough to survive on the streets of Naren City by yourself. Anyone else like that brat Pierce you hung out with recently would have probably soiled their pants and cried like a sissy. Without others to lean on, even a single random thug can shoot them dead. What's the use of intelligence in that case? Mech designers aren't trained to survive under those circumstances. Vase replied simply. Though Major Verl seemed to compliment him, Vase didn't wish to belittle the value of his fellow colleagues. Anyone would be hard-pressed after evacuating a disintegrating ship. Ah, but there's more to it than that. Verl spoke. As I said, you're not one of those snotty nerds who can only act normal behind a terminal. You also know how to lead and take charge of complete strangers when needed. I have some experience with leading mech technicians. I also own my own company that's doing fairly well for themselves last I heard. The LMC. He nodded. I never heard about it, but I hear it's on the rise back home. Not that I pay any attention to that in the first place. But that'd make you better than practically every other mech designer working with our mech regiment. You've got the guts to start your own company and fight for your own success. I had a lot of help with that. Help that you deserve. Not anyone can become the apprentice of one of those fancy masters. You fought and competed against many other mech designers to grasp at an opportunity that very few can obtain. Major Verl was definitely building up for something. Vase became a bit more cautious as the man uncharacteristically continued to praise his good points without mentioning any of his bad ones. Vase decided to extend a probe. I think your praise is a little misplaced. It's only through a series of coincidences that I've managed to accomplish a few things on Dietmar IV. I also stumbled a few times and didn't strictly adhere to the rules of the Mech regiment. Those are mere trifles. Verl waved his hand. In the chaos of battle, anything is permitted. We call ourselves the flagrant vandals for a reason. None of us are sticklers for rules. Many of us are sent to our Mech regiment because we don't fit inside the neatly measured boxes the Mech Corps likes to put us in. Everyone among us has a skeleton in their closet somewhere. This answer enlightened Vase a bit about the nature of the people he fought with for the past couple of months. The flagrant vandals possessed their own pride and their own way of doing things. Their greatest challenge was to accommodate the diverse personalities of the servicemen sent in their way. Adhering too rigidly to rules would probably land more than half of the vandals in the brig. Perhaps this was why Vase hadn't been called out as of yet. Major Verl and his task force still needed to process all of their gains and losses from the operation at the Dietmar system. The repair and recovery efforts alone demanded all of their attention. Vase stared at the Major and wondered what skeletons he hid in his own closet. For someone like him to reach the rank of Major yet be relegated to the Vandals, something big must be weighing him down. Verl pressed on after Vase fell silent. Doubtlessly you are aware of Mr. Brandstad's current status. It's supremely unfortunate that he's missing. I enjoy a good rapport with him and I respect his capabilities like I respect yours. It's not surprising that he's Professor Velton's golden boy. By now, Vase deduced why Verl wanted to meet with him. With the Vandal fleet split into two, the people who fell under the Major's new task force had to fend for themselves. Vase quickly counted the mech designers attached to the task force and came to an unsettling conclusion. There are no other journeymen in the task force. Precisely. For various reasons, the Wolf Mother remains with Colonel Lowenfield's fleet. Professor Velton and two of the journeymen have also remained aboard the factory ship. As for us, besides Mr. Brandstad, we saw no need in sending in another experienced mech designer. The role of higher-ranking mech designers did not feature very prominently in their planning. Even though they split their fleet assets fairly evenly, the Vandals kept most of their mech design prowess in the main fleet. Alex's uncertain whereabouts led to an unfortunate circumstance where the mech designers of Major Verl's task force turned into headless chickens. Without the reassuring presence of a prestigious journeyman mech designer, the productivity of the other mech designers would certainly drop. That is, unless Major Verl could find someone else to step in Alex's shoes. Someone as clever as you should know what I am about to ask. You wish for me to become the head designer of your task force. Good heavens, only someone as prestigious as Professor Velton would fit that role. A journeyman could do it in a pinch, but an apprentice would never be able to garner their total obedience. The low-ranking mech designers that worked alongside the mech technicians didn't know him at all. Whereas the high-ranking mech designers already witnessed his prowess, they envied him more than they respected him. Subduing them into obedient dogs without the requisite status couldn't be done in a single day. Despite the obstacles in his way, Vase did not wish to let this opportunity to. He knew that if he passed this duty on to Pierce or any of the other apprentices, then he would be forced to obey the will of someone who didn't know what he was doing. Vase hated being subjected to someone else's control. Whenever he got the opportunity, he would rather opt to take over the reins and be responsible for his own actions. That way, he wouldn't become doomed by someone else's screw-ups. Naturally, the prerequisite of all of this was that he felt confident in his ability. Major Verl hadn't exaggerated too much in his praise. Sir, while I cannot promise you that I can match Mr. Brandstad's performance, I will do my best to fulfill my duty. What do my responsibilities entail? For the full details, Professor Velton can fill you in through the military net. We are still in touch with Colonel Lowenfield's fleet, and as head designer, your privileges will be bumped to match those that are normally enjoyed by journeymen. Major Verl explained. In short, as head designer, you're the chief person responsible for the maintenance, repair, modification, configuration of all the mechs in our task force. You'll take part in any conference I call up and provide your input on how our mech composition must change according to our mission profiles. Those are very big shoes to fill. Vase replied honestly. I may be a bit lacking in experience in taking care of so many matters. Even though he raised a company worth billions of credits out of nothing, he freely delegated the matter of managing his organization to the retainers loaned by the Larkinson estate. People like Jake and Chief Cyril had proven themselves invaluable in controlling an entire corporation with thousands of employees. Maybe Major Verl noticed the reason of his apprehension. You have to deal with your obligations regardless of whether you are confident or not. The galaxy will not wait until you sum up the courage to do your job. Besides, being a head designer is no different from any leadership position. The key is to recognize capable people and fob off as much work you think they are capable of performing. In other words, Vase should seek to delegate his responsibilities instead of performing them by himself. His eyes brightened a little when he realized that lesson. Thank you, sir. I shall take on my duties as a head designer without hesitation. After that, the Major passed him a data pad which held a few documents that confirmed his temporary elevation in writing. Reading the fine print, Vase would only take on the role for the duration of the task force's existence. Once the task force disbanded or another journeyman aligned with the Vandals came along, Vase would have to relinquish all of his privileges and responsibilities. After the change became official, Verl threw out another question. Can you guess what we prize the most among our Mech regiment? Vase threw a guess. Loyalty. That's a given, but that's not the word I have in mind. It's resourcefulness. Is it because we work under less than ideal circumstances? Are you aware of our financial situation? I've heard some stories, sir. It's truly as bad as you hear. We're cut off the Mech Corps and have to manage on our own. Many Mech regiments would succumb under such circumstances. In fact, we almost became insolvent ourselves. Only after Colonel Lowenfield arrived did we take a turn for the better. We were already fairly resourceful back then, but the Colonel taught us that we had a long way to go. Vase had a feeling that Major Verl maintained a very different definition of resourcefulness than him. Can you elaborate on what kind of resourcefulness you'd like to see from me? Nothing different from what you've already shown. The Major gestured to him. While you display just enough intelligence, experience and initiative to substitute for Mr. Brandstad, there is one quality where you are more superior than him, and that's resourcefulness. But I'm still unclear on what kind of resourcefulness you are looking for. How should I discharge my duties? The Mech officer leaned forward on the conference table. What I'm interested in is getting things done. Putting it simply, when you face a difficulty, you don't give up or come crying to a more competent Mech designer. Instead, you tackle it head on, and when you can't figure out a conventional solution, you aren't afraid to bend some rules and get things done through a different method. Vase understood the Major now. The flagrant Vandals already worked under suboptimal circumstances compared to properly funded Mech regiments. Now, they also got split up from the main fleet while they just completed a major operation. The task force had to work with less while doing more. Someone who only thought in straight lines wasn't suitable for the job. To keep the mechs of the task force together, the head designer needed to be a go-getter whose head was filled with crooked lines. Vase didn't know whether that was a good thing or bad thing. Chapter 499 Head Designer. At the end of the meeting where Verl thrust a new job onto Vase, Iris clapped his back with her slender hand and smiled. I'm sure you're up to the task, Vase. The blonde encouraged him. No one else among the design team is as capable as you, whether we're talking about design prowess or leadership ability. How do you know that? He asked, feeling a bit suspicious for some reason. I've seen how you work. When you're with the design teams, the work you do is head and shoulders above the other apprentices. When you're working with the Mech technicians, you have this air around you that compels them to listen to you. These instances alone prove Major Verl's point. There's no one better among the task force that can play the role that a head designer needs to perform. Vase shook his head and rested it on his palm. Not you too. Not that I appreciate the compliments, but you are putting an awful lot of faith in me. I barely know what a head designer is supposed to be doing. Then maybe you should ask the professor if she isn't calling you yet. Great idea. Can you tell me how it's done with the VRF? Iris furrowed her brows. Not really. We do things differently. I can tell you outright that we aren't facing as much financial pressure. Sovies and resources flow from our hands all the time in order to facilitate trade between the regional rebel movements. Instead, we grapple mostly with ensuring the loyalty of our external members. Vase could see why the VRF struggled so much with such an issue. A rebel group as large as theirs probably hosted many different factions and sub-influences. Even if they outwardly stated that they fought to overthrow the Vision system government, humans still possessed desires. Sounds like people management is a very big concern for your group. Since you mentioned external members, there should also be a more trusted class of members, right? Yes, and they form the cadre of the Vision Revolutionary Front. Some of them are even the descendants of the initial founders and revolutionaries of our group. Their loyalty to the cause is unassailable. What about those who enter into this circle later? Oh, their loyalty is ironclad. Iris grinned in a self-confident manner. There's no way they can become an internal member without proving their dedication. We may not be able to match our enemy's military prowess, but when it comes maintaining unity, the nobles can't compare to us. Obviously, a rebel movement that continued to be a thorn in the side of the Vision nobles for decades possessed quite a few means. Any other rebel group as large and prosperous as theirs would have fallen apart due to treachery and greed. As Vase and Iris stepped out of the conference room, the guest designer freely revealed some of their inner workings. Overthrowing the feudal system is always a long-term effort in our eyes. The kingdom has stood for hundreds of years and the institutional belief in the system is difficult to shape. Only by ceaselessly laying the groundwork and waiting for the right opportunities do we stand a chance at destroying the perverse system of inheriting the right to rule. You sound really passionate about it. Is everyone in the VRF like you? Our most passionate recruits comes from those who are directly scorned by the nobles. She spoke with little mirth. The kingdom might look firm and cohesive to you Briters, but inside our walls the cracks are many, if you know what to look for. Recruits are everywhere to be found, though we mostly let the local rebels have the first pick. Many times, the grievances only extend to a single baron or count rather than the aristocracy as a whole. Back in the Republic, we're dealing with a similar sort of problem. I don't think we have as much rebel groups as the kingdom, but the Bentime Liberation Movement possesses enough strength to match multiple of your movements. We know, she nodded. In fact, the BLM is one of our fixed trading partners. They supply us with goods that are cheaper and more readily available in your Republic. That caused Vase to falter in his steps. What? The VRF's relationship with the BLM has grown to such an extent. Iris suddenly realized that Vase might not be someone who harbored any sympathies for the Republic's rebels. I apologize, Vase, I've said something insensitive. Against her frail form and her big eyes, Vase couldn't hold it in him to resent her. It's okay, it's just that the BLM are murderers and terrorists. They inflict a lot of suffering among the people who dwell in the Bentime region. It's like they get off on how many innocent civilians they can blow up at once. The pair fell into an awkward silence. With regards to the VRF, they should ordinarily be aligned to the legitimate government of the Bright Republic. Both of them wanted the Vija kingdom to fall. They only disagreed on the extent to which the kingdom should change. Yet the VRF apparently sought to forge a relationship with the BLM. This could easily turn bad against the Vijans. If the VRF facilitated BLM's campaigns, the most extreme outcome would ensure that Rittersburg and Bentime became two separate entities. Once internal strife split the Bright Republic in half, the Vija kingdom would certainly pounce on them one by one. Thus, leading to the end of Bentime's reign as an independent state within a couple of months. The BLM's success would not only weaken the Republic, it would also strengthen the kingdom. The prestige of every noble would skyrocket when they won the war. The decision to work with the BLM is a high-level directive. Iris said, it can't be changed on a whim. Only when our highest leaders get together can a change in policy turn into reality. Even rebels have to face the terrors of bureaucracy. That's how it goes. As far as I'm concerned, we don't differ too much from the legitimate authorities. The only difference is that they have the benefit of the law, even if that's been twisted beyond recognition by a succession of nobles. They finally reached a nondescript compartment that would be his next office. Ordinarily, the head designer resided on a logistics ship where most of the heavy lifting would be done. Major Verl wanted Vase to remain aboard his flagship, though. Perhaps Verl wanted him close at hand, or perhaps he wanted to exert more control over his actions. So this is where I can find you when you're on duty. Iris commented as they explored the tiny and cramped office cabin. It was barely larger than his sleeping cabin, and contained nothing that could facilitate the work of a head designer. In fact, the office was completely empty. Looks like the first thing I need to do is head down to the Shield of Hispania's workshop and fabricate my own furniture. Iris crossed her arms and frowned at him. Didn't you listen to Major Verl? Don't try to do everything yourself. Fabricating furniture is such a brain-dead job that any novice mech designer can do in their sleep. Hey, they can even leave the work to a mech technician. There's no other mech designer aboard the Shield of Hispania, and I feel bad about nagging the chief technician over something trivial. I'd rather just do it myself. When Vase turned around and walked towards the exit, Iris stopped him with a hand against his front. Her palm pressed against the fabric of his standard green mech designer uniform, where she could faintly feel the contours of his chest. She quickly withdrew her hand before the moment became too awkward. You're wrong. You're not the only mech designer on this ship. You still have me. Vase blinked at Iris. He always regarded her as a visitor and a fellow peer. Even her origin as a Vision began to fade in his consciousness once she assimilated in the design department. I'm not completely sure about that. You're a guest designer as far as I'm aware of. That's true. I answer to Professor Velton, but she's not here now, isn't she? I'm assigned to this task force as well, and while I'm not allowed to touch on the core secrets of the Vandals, I can still act as your assistant in many matters. I'll have to look up the relevant regulations and consult with Professor Velton before I'm sure of what I'm allowed to do. She held up her palm. Stop. Right there, Vase, or should I say head designer Larkinson. Technically, it's temporary head designer Larkinson. As you say, the fact of the matter is that almost every mech of Major Verl's task force needs a lot of servicing, and you can't do it alone. Maybe you can call one of your buddies like Pierce to help you out, but he's more useful at his current posting than as your gopher. So you are volunteering as my gopher instead. This has nothing to do with volunteering. This is about necessity. You want to put the best people in the most demanding position. Iris spoke and threw him a teasing smile. As for me, even though I'm just a guest designer, I can still lighten some of your burden. Don't let idiotic regulations get in the way. Be resourceful and take me, sir. Vase awkwardly coughed. For some reason, he felt this office grew a little stuffy. He felt as if he was being railroaded into this decision. That was not a good thing if he wanted to act as a leader. Yet he couldn't deny her suggestion in her face. Not outright, at least. All right, for now, there's no harm in taking care of some of my matters. You can go ahead and furnish my office, but don't work on my terminal. Understood, Mr. Larkinson. To her credit, Iris didn't contest that stipulation. Vase would be a fool to let a Vision set up his computer terminal. She threw him a mock salute before she hopped out of his empty office cabin. Vase let out a huge breath in relief. Talking to Iris was like holding a rose. Even as she departed, Vase could still smell a whiff of her scent. Perfume is against regulations. Not that any of the female Vandals adhered to that rule. Perhaps the message that Iris tried to convey had some merit. Vase grew up among the Larkinsons for a time and visited them often to hear their tales. Throughout all their stories, the older Larkinsons stressed the importance of conducting themselves to the highest standard in the Mech Corps. As a fairly renowned military dynasty in the Republic, the Larkinsons enjoyed a high reputation. That in turn meant that they would be subjected to a lot more scrutiny than usual. Every Larkinson in the Mech Corps had to be as straight-laced and faultless as they could be. The regulations existed for a reason, and every Larkinson needed to embody if not the letter, then at least the spirit of the rules. What a far cry the flagrant Vandals are from those other mech regiments. On one hand, Vase detested the sloppiness and corner-cutting that the lax enforcement fostered among the servicemen. On the other hand, Vase enjoyed the expanded autonomy. Now that circumstances thrust him in a position of actual authority, he finally felt somewhat free to determine his own course. This is what I always wanted. Even if I have to hand over this authority in a couple of months, the experience alone will add to my development as a mech designer. It would also look good on his record. Once he proved his capabilities, another leadership position might fall into his lap in the future. I'm getting ahead of myself. My current job is difficult enough. Let's see what the professor had to say. Chapter 500 A New Beginning. Before the task force moved on to the next step of their journey, the flagrant Vandals paused for a very important matter. Space burial. While the operation at the Dietmann system yielded much success, the Vandals paid a substantial price for their gains. Not only did the bombardment of Heavensfall missiles strike down 2 combat carriers and damage a couple of other vessels, several mech pilots lost their lives in direct combat. The loss of life among the spaceborne mech pilots was fairly light, but over 50 precious landbound mech pilots never left the surface alive. Vase recalled the last stand of Lord Javier as he slowly filed into the solemn hangar bay. The scion of House Amadris lashed out without mercy, often choosing to slay the pilots inside the Vandal mechs. Such ruthlessness happened frequently on the battlefield. Not every mech offered a path to escape for their cockpits. Simply by knocking a mech down onto their back, that mech's ejection system became as useful as decoration. A cockpit simply couldn't drill into the ground. The flagrant vandals recovered very few complete remains when they policed the battle sites. Beneath the immortal glory of mech combat, the road for victors was often paved with cruel deaths and unimaginable suffering. This was why mech pilots deserved respect. Ever since humanity heralded the age of mechs, they managed to turn warfare from a conflict that sowed trillions of lives to a more manageable level. The primary combatant consisted of mech pilots, and they shouldered the most risk of death. Even auxiliary regiments suffered less casualties overall, as they would only be involved in very few conflicts, and strictly in a defensive capacity. Against the might of mechs, they also tended to rout very easily or surrender after getting their morale crushed. In contrast, mech pilots venerated courage and displays of valiance. A pack of timid mech pilots that ejected prematurely possessed no spine to hold their ground or push through difficult fronts. Such soft-hearted policies saved more lives in the short term, but lead to drastically more defeats in the long term. What was the point of war if one side constantly ceded important objectives over a desire to minimize casualties? Sacrifices needed to be made, and mech pilots offered themselves up as the sacrificial lambs. Mech pilots needed to acquire the judgment to eject at the right moment, but some simply pulled the lever too late. It was not that mech pilots ejected too late, but by the time they recognized their dire situation, they already passed the point of no return. Many casualties among the mech pilots tended to fall into this category. The men and women that fell in the line of duty all possessed the courage to match a hero. Thus, the ceremony concerning space burials was one of the most important rituals held by the Vandals, or any mech regiment for that matter. Practically every serviceman aboard the Shield of Hispania attended the ceremony. They filed into ranks with somber burgundy uniforms. Banners in the same color hung from bots that floated high above their heads. They displayed emblems of notable battles and major events in the course of the mech regiment's existence. Vase glanced at the ribbon-like banners hanging above and counted well over 30 of them. That wasn't bad for a mech regiment founded less than a century ago. Only major battles fought at the scale of several mech companies to an entire mech regiment counted among their ranks. The more prestigious mech regiments such as the 1st Volary Starhawks of the 4th Bentheim Division boasted as much banners as the leaves of a tree. When such frontline regiments showed off their banners, the public would spontaneously descend to their knees. Behind each banner rested a story. Behind each story rested the souls of fallen warriors. Not just mech pilots, but also those who serviced their mechs or kept the ships running. Over 100 metal casks rested in front of the hangar bay doors. All of them were covered by cloths with the emblem of the 6th. Only a small number of them contained complete and presentable corpses. Others held only portions, while many more held nothing at all. Several high-quality recorders transmitted the ceremony to the other ships, while projectors beamed the virtual bodies of the Vandals aboard the other ships. This way, almost everyone in the task force would be able to witness the occasion without leaving their ships empty and vulnerable. Since tens of thousands of Vandals had to fit inside the hangar bay, the size of the projected servicemen was 4 times smaller. This led to a fairly unusual sight where hundreds of adults stood among tens of thousands of children. The lack of space in the hangar bay necessitated such a change. No one wanted to miss the space burial. The time for the ceremony arrived. Major Verl stepped forward while holding the folded banner of the Dietmann operation. Everyone up close got a good look at the emblem, while those standing further back could look at the central projection above their heads. The emblem consisted of 2 planets orbiting over twin stars. One star glowed red while the other glowed yellow. The planets didn't look like circles, but instead adopted complex shapes. The symbol that stood for Dietmann 2 resembled a rod-shaped crystal that glowed like the sun. It showed a lot of cracks. The symbol for Dietmann IV resembled a bleeding planet that was being bombarded by a trio of asteroids. Once Major Verl reached a procession of guards, he handed over the banner to someone in a fancy uniform. The guard then proceeded to affix the banner onto a waiting bot and commanded it to fly the banner over the metal caskets. A Vandal began to step forward as well and brought a trumpet to her lips. She started to play a solemn, lonesome tune. The Major stepped onto a small stage. Men and women of the 6th Flagrant Vandals. It saddens me to see that there are less of you than before. I see a few new faces among you, but many older faces now rest in these lifeless coffins. Several side projections appeared that displayed the portraits of the fallen. All of their faces looked dignified, as if they had already anticipated that they might one day be honored by a ceremony like this. Some vandals even broke out in silent tears as they gazed at the faces of lifelong friends and comrades that they always trusted to cover their backs. In the meantime, Major Verl never stopped speaking. "We are only human. Our mortality is our strongest nature. The drive to survive is the ultimate catalyst of our short-lived race. Through the revelry of combat, we experience ecstasy and fragility of life. Only in the heat of the moment do we touch upon a truth in the galaxy: water tastes the sweetest when you are thirsty. For mech pilots like us, our thirst for battle can only be quenched by the flames of war." Vase looked at the faces that scrolled by in the side projections. Alec's name and face remained absent in the rotation, which caused him to relax for just a bit. That did not mean that chances were high that Alec managed to survive. His status was ambiguous, and would continue to be marked as such for several more years even if he never showed his face again. Some part of Vase believed that Alec deserved a place among the fallen. He hated himself for thinking that way, and suppressed the thought immediately. "We call ourselves the flagrant vandals with pride. Do you know why? Because we laugh at the face of death. If the endless embrace of the unknown wishes to drag us in their depths, we will not cry in despair, but fight its grasp with smiles on our faces. That is what a vandal ought to do." A thrum of pride and acceptance swept throughout the crowd. No matter if they attended with their real or projected bodies, everyone appeared to resonate with Major Verl's words. Even Vase became swept in the esprit de corps on display here. For a moment, Vase felt as if he was an authentic member of the flagrant vandals. His back thrust a little straighter and his chest lifted a little higher. The stars belong to humanity, and humanity belongs to the stars. Our life begins and ends from the nutrients provided by the stars. So we shall send the vessels of our fallen to the star of this Vision star system. I can find no greater honor than to be buried in the territory of our enemies. Is it not preferable to being buried in a boring system back home? No, everyone thundered in unison. Vase visibly felt the vibration of the deck from so many people speaking at once. This is the way of the flagrant vandals. We cheat, we plunder, we steal from our enemies, even in death. No vision shall bar our way. If we are hungry, we take their food. If we're short on mechs, we steal their machines. If we need more spending money, we will take their hard-earned sovies from their feeble hands. For some reason, everyone stamped their left foot in unison. The entire hangar bay rang from the echoes of that one single step. Only a handful of newcomers like Vase remained transfixed with both feet on the deck. The end of their lives is the beginning of the new one. No matter whether you believe in God, science or aliens, life is too precious to be snuffed out after a single lifetime. Let us send these coffins off to help our fallen comrades on their way to the next step of their journey. A moment of silence fell shortly after. Major Verl and every other vandal saluted the caskets of the fallen. It wasn't appropriate for mech designers like Vase and Iris to salute, so they simply stood in a stiffened posture. The trumpet played on for a minute or so, but ended right after. At this moment, absolute silence fell upon the hangar bay. Besides the ambient noise from a ship that floated in space, Vase heard nothing else. Vase did not feel any oppression or awkwardness in this silence. Everyone showed tribute to the fallen and turned their thoughts to what the deceased might face next now that their life in this universe came at an end. To think of their departure as an ending sounded depressing. It was easier to accept that the lives of the comrades that they would never see again would be smiling as they reached the next stop of their lives. Perhaps one of two might even look back and wave at the vandals gathered here today in unison. Once 2 minutes had passed, another guard stepped up to Major Verl and presented a simple device to the officer. Verl inputted a code and pulled a small lever. The entire hangar bay vibrated a little bit as the hangar bay doors slid open. A security screen was all that stood in the way between the interior of the hangar bay and total vacuum outside. Of course, in the event of an accident, many other invisible safeguards would spring into action. The caskets began to hover above the deck and slide through the security screen one by one. Miniature anti-grav modules gave the caskets enough of a push to sling away from the shield of Hispania. They would slowly begin their trek towards the inner system. Their journey only ended when the star at the center of the system swallowed them up. Some of these caskets faced a perilous journey. Perhaps a few errant asteroids or particles knocked them off course along their journey. Accidents happened. That was part of life. A space burial didn't necessarily lead to the boundary of a star. Once every casket floated away, the hangar bay doors slowly slid shut. Major Verl departed through a hatch and everyone started to relax and speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with each other in low tones. No one smiled, but those who cried felt no need to cry. Vase thought his concept of life underwent a subtle sublimation. The end of a life is a new beginning. Chapter 501 Age. The space burial served as a pivotal event which affected every Vandal among the Verl task force. Like a seed buried amidst the fertilizers of the fallen, a new life sprung into being. A new beginning. Those words echoed throughout everyone's minds. Vase never imagined that Major Verl could be so eloquent. A speechwriter among his staff must have composed those uplifting and inspiring words. After Vase took a mental step back, he realized the eulogy aimed to invigorate the Vandals. The last thing they needed was people getting hung up about the losses they sustained. As a soldier of the Republic, they weren't soft-hearted to the extent that the death of a comrade plunged them into despair. Yet human emotion was a complex beast, and all manner of negative thoughts might bloom in the darkness. Verl's speech served as a light that banished that darkness and guided the thoughts of his subordinates to a more beneficial direction. The underlying message instructed them to cast away the shackles of the past and look towards a new beginning. The act of plunging the caskets into space during the space burial could therefore be seen as a dividing line between the past and the present. Right now, it was more important for the Verl task force to shake off Vision pursuit and escape the kingdom's borders. The Visions must be incredibly furious at the daring act of striking at the heart of their territory. Only by butchering the guilty party would they be able to cleanse their shame. This hounding threat provided the motivation while the space burial gave the Vandals the impetus to pick up their work. Their productivity soared as they pushed all thoughts of mourning the dead aside in order to deal with the present crisis. Vase arrived at his furnished office the next day. The cabin received a clean but luxurious makeover that wouldn't look out of place from a cruise ship. Stylish metal furniture marked with green and brass motifs gave the entire cabin a sense that only the most distinguished gentlemen worked in this office. "This is a bit too much," he spoke after he took in the sight. "You're the boss now. You have to show that off. A barebones office won't do." Iris spoke from the side. The cabin was kind of cramped, as was typical to ships where space came at a premium. Despite that limitation, Iris somehow managed to divide the interior in a way that squeezed in a desk and terminal for her as well. Evidently, she wanted to work in the same room as Vase. "I'll go fabricate some terminals," he said. "For now, please make contact with the staff aboard the Shield of Hispania. I can probably pull up some official reports from the terminal once it's up, but it helps if you can tell me their impressions and overall opinions." "I can do that, but be aware that I'm a guest aboard this ship. They won't tell me anything critical." "That's okay. If I need to know about something, they'll pay me a visit or send me some classified documents on their own initiative." After packing Iris off, Vase went down to the nearest workshop to fabricate some terminals and other high-tech gadgets to make his office complete. This was something he needed to do by himself in order to ensure that nobody tampered with his equipment. It was a lot harder to detect irregularities if someone tampered with it during the fabrication process. Vase didn't go for anything fancy when he arrived at a 3D printer. He selected the most reliable and impenetrable models available in its database and made some minor tweaks before letting the device do all the work. He didn't even need to intervene in the production process due to the limited amount of variables at play. Once the 3D printer spat out all of the gear he needed, he ordered a bot to bring them to his office. Vase accompanied the bot as they climbed the deck and supervised the installation process to ensure nothing fudged the equipment. After realizing that he'd been way too sloppy with regards to information security back at Dietmar IV, Vase became way more paranoid about this matter. While he couldn't match Alex's prowess in this area, his rapid study session back then boosted his computer science skill to a respectable level, so he wasn't as clueless as before. Once the bots left the office, Vase withdrew a multiscanner attached to his tool belt and carefully scanned every nook and cranny of his office. He paid special attention to the furniture, but the device detected no anomalies. Though the cabin did include some very covert monitoring devices, Vase quickly figured out that they were connected to the core systems of the Hispania. In other words, they formed part of the combat carrier's integrated security systems. To be certain, Vase sent a quick message to the security department of the ship. They immediately confirmed yes, so Vase had to leave the bugs alone. Obviously, no part of the ships escaped monitoring. Everyone was subjected to observation, but just because they came under scrutiny, didn't mean that someone would act on what the bugs recorded. Vase keenly remembered treasonous talk among the spacers of the Wolf Mother. That they could get away with that talk meant that the Vandals didn't care too much about small offenses. Even talk of gambling, drinking and fraternization was met with silence. This absence of action obviously meant that the Vandals couldn't be bothered with trivialities. As long as the spacers did their job, who cared if they broke over a dozen regulations of the Mech Corps? I could probably get away with many things, he figured. That didn't mean it was wise to test the boundaries of what was possible. When you walked close to the river, your shoes would eventually get wet. Still, Vase hadn't even formally started his job, but his mind already swirled with temptation. The job of head designer sounded very impressive, and Vase guessed he could turn a lot of things to his advantage if he wished. That's probably a bad idea right now. His goal for the time being was fairly simple right now. He merely wanted to survive the current peril and make it through the war alive. Any benefits beyond this came as an extra. Thus, after settling his momentary greed, he calmed down and became sober. Even the enviable amount of power that came with the position of head designer didn't excite him anymore. To him, the job was just another burden. A few minutes later, Vase locked down the office and contacted Professor Velton. Unlike Vase and Iris, most of the other high-ranking mech designers stayed with Colonel Lowenfield's fleet. The distance separating Lowenfield's fleet and Major Verl's task force ranged at least a dozen light years. To put that into perspective, it took at least 12 years for a conventional signal sent from one end to the other end. Nonetheless, communicating with the other fleet happened instantly and seamlessly as long as both sides had access to quantum entanglement nodes. One of the most basic privileges of a head designer was that they enjoyed expanded privileges when it came to accessing the galactic net and contacting others among the Vandals. His terminal lit up as a projection of Professor Velton's face came into being. Though she looked dour most of the time, Vase immediately spotted something different. The professor's eyes were red, and her skin gained a lot of extra wrinkles. Already senile, the senior mech designer had obviously aged substantially in a matter of weeks. "Ah, Professor, am I calling at a bad time?" "No," she replied hoarsely but with inner strength. Despite her outward appearance, she sounded as firm as a rock. "Our duties must go on. We cannot afford to rest while thousands are depending on us." The professor obviously mourned for Alec. Vase learned from his that he was actually the professor's legacy disciple. Alec was her final protege, and one who would inherit most of her knowledge and possessions after she passed away. In the mech industry, the bond between a mentor and a mentee came in many forms. Most of the times, the relationship was shallow and transactional. The mentor taught their student some of their knowledge, while the student toiled for the mentor or paid them something of value. Naturally, more intimate relationships existed as well. To someone like Velton who benefited from a round of life-prolonging treatment, familial bonds often faded away. Mechs became her family, and the mech designers she nurtured substituted for her own offspring. Like any parent, a mentor with a deep affection for their student never wished for them to perish before their time was up. The pain that came with this loss was heart-wrenching torture. Vase suspected that if Velton's lifespan had just been cut in half at the very least. She wasn't very long for this universe. Once she died, the flagrant Vandals lost their last remaining senior mech designer. The consequences would certainly be very dire if the Vandals failed to get a replacement. He minutely shook his head. That was for Colonel Lowenfield to worry about. Vase needed to focus on the problems that fell within his scope as a head designer of the task force. Vase patiently waited for Velton to get a grip on her emotions. After she regained some clarity in her mind, she turned her attention to him. "Mr. Larkinson, why are you calling me? You don't possess the privilege to make an intersystem call." "Ah, don't you remember? With Alec's absence, I've become the temporary head designer of Major Verl's task force." He waited for several seconds as the professor's foggy mind processed his words. Frankly, that she forgot about his field promotion was inexcusable. Vase tactfully refrained from recommending that Velton should visit the infirmary and get her head checked. A light finally switched on in her head. "Ah, I recall now. This is a highly irregular course of action, but the position of head designer cannot remain empty. Even if you lack the qualifications and experience to take up this position, I trust you will not be too inept at your new job." "I'm still uncertain what my temporary job entails, ma'am. I've only heard vague descriptions so far and nobody sent me any instructions." "Oh, I forgot to send you the relevant documents. Let me transfer them to you now." I highly recommend you peruse them all, but make sure you do not leak out the contents of the classified documents. I don't have to tell you what the consequences are if you are caught with spilling sensitive information. His terminal beeped upon receipt of a whole pile of virtual documents. Vase skimmed over the files and saw that it included a large assortment of lists, budgets, manuals and schedules. This probably served as his foundation for his new job. Let me explain the role of head designer to you in the simplest terms. She began. A head designer is a mech designer that is the foremost expert among the fleet or task force. This is the most essential criteria, and for this job to land on an apprentice mech designer is highly unusual. In fact, it is unprecedented in the mech corps. In other words, Vase needed to fill some very big shoes. I have one question, ma'am. Why not let one of your journeymen act as your head designer in remote? Even if they aren't physically present in the task force, they can still perform just as well. The professor shook her head. This has been done many times, to mixed success. We do not have the right policies and training in place to accomplish such a thing. Physical presence is important. This is why the galaxy hasn't turned into a giant virtual playground where every human is immersed in a permanent tank and interacts with the outside universe through a robot avatar. Humans are very social creatures. A close presence is essential in controlling an expansive organization. Vase wouldn't be able to fob off the job to someone else, then. The professor was right that Vase probably held the most qualifications to wear this hat, even if it was too big to fit snugly on his head right now.